Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 44, Naruto, the Council of the Pale Women. Her eyes fluttered open, arms stretching wide, toes curling in a satisfying pendiculation. A yawn completed her waking routine, preparing her for another day in the lab under the persistent pestering of her creator, Essex. Only to realize she was most probably dead, if the total darkness and lack of sensory input were anything to go by. What the fuck? She asked herself, God, and whatever existed out there that might know the answer. And then she felt an influx of external queries, which her brain translated to. Yeah, her brain didn't know what the heck that meant either. It was like someone was trying to talk in trash heavy metal over an old walkie-talkie with bad reception. She could only grasp that this being was inquiring about something and not cursing her to death. Maybe now she wasn't so sure. That last bit might have been a cursing question, like F-U-C-K. She brought a hand to her face, attempting a facepalm, and that's when she realized she had no body. No hands, no arms, no legs, no torso, and most likely no head usually meant death. So I did die, she lamented in silence. She had so many dreams, mainly about meeting her gene donor and proving herself superior, and countless objectives, none of which mattered now. Nothing matters when you're dead. Now she felt an influx of active communication, but whatever the message was, it remained undeciphered. Ugh. I was fucking mental. I guess this is the clarity that death brings to us, she thought, relishing in the fact that all her mental shackles had been cleansed by her death. Agreement, she heard a voice this time. Why hello there, disembodied voice, she happily greeted the only other neighbor accompanying her in eternal rest. Salutations, the disembodied voice replied. I named myself Madeline Pryor when I was alive. What about you, my disembodied companion? She friendly asked. Potentially, Lucian Drake, the voice said. Did you lose your memories or something? Madeline asked, noticing the voice seemed doubtful about the veracity of his name. Soul damage. Regeneration slow, Lucian said. Is that something I should worry about? Madeline wondered if exposure to this blackness and this senseless state would make her forget who she was. Not that she cared that much. If she had to summarize everything she was, the most appropriate word would be, womb. That's all she was. She was created to be a womb, raised to be a womb, educated to be a womb, aged to be a womb, and expected to be a womb. A fertile womb for her future summer seeds was all she and her asshole creator cared about. Nagati titiveve, the voice faltered as he answered. Are you all right, Lucian? She asked with concern. He was her death-time friend, they had known each other for all of her death, and it would hurt her greatly if they parted so suddenly. I'm healing. My communication centers just finished regenerating. Your memories are helping me understand, reconstruct, and learn faster, Lucian answered, somewhat fluidly. It's all right, Lucian. We are best friends, if my memories can help you then I don't mind. Today you, tomorrow me, Madeline answered. You're partially mistaken. You have already received my help, Lucian said in his characteristically emotionless voice. What do you mean, my friend? She asked. I enveloped your soul with mine. I protected your soul from utter oblivion. My soul shielded yours for 10.7654177728 billion years from the void, Lucian explained. My friend, I need some help processing this. This is simply too much. If I'm not mistaken, a sacrifice as great as this one should only be done for the one you love the most. Do you love me, Lucian? If it wasn't clear by now, these two were not quite right in the head, not that either of them had one. Your soul was inside of mine when I awoke. There was nothing and everything around me when I awoke, the void. The void wanted to claim you, but you were inside of me, hence you were mine. The void can't have what's mine. I don't love you, I possess you, Lucian's conviction resonated in his voice, literally. I want a date first. I don't want you to think I'm easy. So no leg spreading until I introduce you to my parents and they accept you, all right. Of course, she understood the implicit meaning of his confession. She now knew how desperately he loved her, she was 5,000% sure of that. He was most definitely madly in love with her. I'm interested in the spreading of legs, but according to your memories, you don't have parents. What should we do in this case? Lucian's interest was pure, not tainted by sexuality, but he was indeed fascinated by the concept of leg spreading. You're right, my friend. What should we do, then? With no meeting of the parents, no leg spreading. That's the rule. Madeline was now worried about not being able to spread her legs for a friend. How was she supposed to put into practice her lessons in dick-pleasing if she couldn't even introduce her boyfriend to her parents? Heck, she didn't even have legs to spread right now. This was a tragedy. My soul isn't fully healed as well. We lack legs, as you thought, and we lack parents. I believe we are fucked, as they said in your memories. Lucian expanded upon their problem. Then Madeline was enlightened. She was hit with a great idea. My friend, do you know where the other souls are? Maybe it's because Essex is no longer suppressing my genius, but I just had a great idea. We could have a couple of the other souls adopt me, then I'll introduce you and we would be left with only finding ourselves some bodies. She quick-wittedly proposed. That's possible. After that, we could do some of the leg spreading. Lucian emotionlessly jubilated. Am I right or am I right? Madeline rejoiced in the praise. Sadly, there are no souls in the void. None as far as my memory suggests. Lucian exposed the wrench in their plans. Ah, shucks. And here I was all happy and dandy about spreading my would-be legs for you. I was even gonna let you do my butt. She lamented. Shucks, indeed. What do you remember, Lucian? Madeline asked. Alien scum and human scum, followed by the void. Lucian snarled on the first part of his answer. Oh, story time. Do tell, my friend, what about these scum? Did they perhaps raise you to be a womb? Because if they did, maybe they are related to my creator. Madeline's curiosity was apparent to the listener. Alien scum invaded my Earth. We killed and killed until we wiped them all to their hives, and furthermore, no eggs were spared, and no planet was left unglassed. We returned and celebrated. Then human scum happened, and I ended up accidentally absorbing my universe and all that it was. After that comes the void, but then it's confusing. At some point, I reawoke with you inside of me, Lucian explained. Oh. I know. This is one of those multi-thingies asshole Essex kept rambling about. My friend was born on a different Earth than mine because the last I remember was my asshole creator jabbing a red unholy cube between my tits. Pretty sure Earth was not invaded by alien scum by then. Madeline illustrated her amazing genius once more. You're correct. But I believe this doesn't help us get your legs spreading or with the exploration of your butt. I was eagerly looking forward to that. Aragorn grieved. This is a tragedy. The hooker lady even had my asshole broken in. I was ready to show you my sex acrobatics, and show you why. Even Essex praised me that one time. The hooker lady said she had nothing more to teach me. What are we supposed to do now? That lady even guaranteed that no teenage boy would resist her advances. That was before Essex knocked her out and then used her as a lab rat until she passed away. Extreme cellular degradation was the cause of death. If she had taught his womb, Madeline, all that she knew, then she was not needed for her services anymore. That is how the mind of the psychopath worked. My soul is traveling through the void, so I recommend you sleep until we reach a multiverse. We should be able to find someone willing to adopt you. Depending on how things go, I should be able to create a body for you and me, but I haven't reconstructed my creation skills, so let's best wait and see, Lucian suggested. That sounds good, my friend. Wake me up when we get there. She went instantly to sleep under the careful manipulation of Lucian. 6 billion years later. Her eyes fluttered open, arms stretching wide, toes curling in a satisfying pendiculation. A yawn completed her waking routine, preparing her for another day in the lab under the persistent pestering of her creato. Wait. Didn't I make a friend? She looked around the infinite ocean of blackness and as expected found blackness. I'm here, Madeline. We have arrived at the closest multiverse I could find. I'm currently observing and understanding it. I think we may find you some adoptive parents here, Lucian spoke in his ever-trusty emotionless voice. Yay. I knew you were there, my friend. Madeline celebrated. What have you found so far? She asked. She wondered if her new parents would expect her to be a womb as well. She hoped this time they wouldn't bring a hooker to teach her. She hoped they would accept Lucian so that she could finally spread her legs for him. There are good and bad news. The good news is that I found a realm for resting souls. This realm has a resource that my soul could use to speed up my regeneration, Lucian explained. Each universe in this multiverse had a realm of passing souls known as the Pure Lands. Some had something similar under different names, rich in soul resources specially used in the ailment of troubled souls. This multiverse had abundant suffering, so a special soul realm like this one was needed. That sounds good, Lucian. What about the bad news? Madeline asked. The bad news is that my control and regulation centers are damaged. If I step inside the multiversal barrier, my presence would implode the multiverse upon myself and then collapse into non-existence. So I won't be able to meet your parents even after we find you some, Lucian lamented. No. How could that be? What about our dream of leg spreading and butt play? What am I supposed to do? I won't allow my friend to be without enjoying my leg spreading and playing with my butt. That's not what friends do. Never. Madeline felt as if her world was collapsing. Friends were supposed to spread their legs and lend their butts to each other. How could she go about her death calling herself a friend of Lucian if he had not spread her legs or played with her butt? For God's sake, think about her reputation. This is not the life after death she dreamt of. This was a tragedy of the utmost degree. I know. But I might have found us another solution, a compromise if you will, not all was lost. Oh, please do tell, my friend. Madeline's world stopped falling apart. I will create a soul with a piece of my own, a tiny piece, then I will have this piece engulf yours. After that, I will send this combined soul to the samsara of souls of a universe of our choosing. That way we will both reincarnate and participate in the cycle of rebirth every time you die, Lucian explained. I'm sorry, my friend. I don't think I understand, Madeline confessed. The resource I am interested in can only be gathered after your death, while the soul is moving through the pure lands. Therefore, my soul will act as a container for yours. You will be reborn, live a fulfilling life, die, journey through the pure lands, and a fragment of my soul will extract the resource and send it to me. Then you will be reborn once more, and the cycle will continue until my soul is healed. Oh, okay. I getcha. When your soul is fully healed, your control should return and then you could enter this multiverse and meet my parents, Madeline understood. Correct. So it's more accurate to say that your soul would be like a mining vehicle that my soul will ride, only that this vehicle will only turn on when I'm dead and in these pure lands. The harvested ore goes to you and then I continue to my next life with the turned-off mining vehicle. I died once more and that's pretty much rinse and repeat from there, Madeline explained to get the confirmation from him. Exactly. We just need to set some parameters for the reincarnation, but I'm not done scouting the multiverse, Lucian confirmed. Oh, how can I help? Madeline asked. I'll share my senses with you. We are looking for the possible powerhouses who could intervene with your soul if they discover it. Also, we don't want you to reincarnate into a long-lived species, since the objective is to have you die repeatedly, Lucian explained and then shared his all-seeing eyes with her. In such a manner, years went by as they scoured through the multiverse to find the most ideal parameters for them. Galaxy, dimension, realm, species, adoptive family, powerhouses, power system, supernatural energies, supernatural entities, divine beings, conceptual beings, abstract beings, they looked for all manner of information they could find. Parameters that would determine the best setting for their reincarnation. They combined their massive geniuses, their sanity, and clear thinking until they found the best of the best. Best galaxy, best world, best species, it was perfect, to their standards. It has to be this. Madeline exclaimed, proud of their achievements. Indeed, Lucian agreed. Do it, my friend. It's time to start our journey. Madeline encouraged the entity of madness she called friend. I'll contact her and broker a deal. The silence returned to the infinite darkness. Madeline called home and a few minutes later, it could have been more, time was hard to measure inside Lucian's soul, Lucian returned. She agreed. I had to change things a little, but we have ourselves a deal. Lucian brought back the good news. Oh, all right. Lay it to me straight. What's the diagnosis? Madeline joked in good humor. So I'll create your first body. It will grow to be massively strong compared to the others and you will use it to detonate it in your death and take down with your parasitic clan. Aside from that, she didn't ask for much, just some help healing the corruption the foreign chakra was doing on her and assistance with her babies once they were born. Lucian elaborated on the terms of the deal he brokered. Her clan was the Otoskiki, right? Madeline asked. Otsutsuki, the current seat of power in most of these universes, Lucian corrected her. Lucian counted with a perfected soul memory, which allowed him to never forget, as ironic as that was in his current injured situation, but Madeline didn't. She counted with eidetic memory when she was a powerful telepath, but now she simply was a soul. You said they were particularly weak, right? They didn't handle concepts or abstracts of power, right? Madeline asked for clarification. The closest thing is their shinjutsu. Aside from Shirbai Otsutsuki, none of them are really a problem, Lucian added. What about omnipotence? They observed a few individuals who could wield this power. It's faux omnipotence. If your power is delimitated by any aspect, then it is not omnipotent. At best you have a domain of omnipotence, but since we are outside the entire multiverse we won't be caught in it. My piece of soul will protect you. So we got our corners covered. I guess it's time to start this leg-spreading adventure. Heh, I never thought I would be reincarnated by my outer god friend in a world of ninjas to fulfill our fantasy of leg-spreading. That's an interesting title for an ice guy, is it not? Madeline asked. Yes, Essex at least was humane enough to let her read with some leisure. A monster he was, and death he shall have upon Aragorn's return, but some semblance of humanity he possessed. Rest, Madeline. Next time you awake you'll see our new friend, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Lucian informed her, and Madeline, as if by magic, fell into a soul slumber. Lucian unfolded his soul and the horrors of the void made themselves known in the distance. On one side the all and the nothing lay in its perpetual paradoxical game, and on the other a shiny ever-changing multiverse awaited. Lucian was entranced by this shiny existence for a few seconds, but soon enough went back to work. He designed and created the body he believed was the apt for Madeline and his piece of soul. A body that should let them integrate properly with their new friend but also pack enough power so that upon its predestined demise it would bring down as many as possible of the parasitic clan. He drew inspiration from a memory of a woman who flashed by his eyes when he first observed Kagaya. He diligently got to work and created their new body. Her skin was ghostly pale, almost alabaster white, with long, flowing hair cascading down her back in pure white waves. Her eyes were devoid of visible pupils or irises, just a chilling, featureless white. A toned, buxom figure added to her allure, all of it clad in a deadly, ethereal, ghostly aura. Her features matched almost perfectly with those of the clone's previous life, but with a shift in theme, from fiery red to ghostly white, from the embodiment of life to the harbinger of death. Lucian created a physical manifestation of his void energy in the form of a glass-like heart. He brought this heart to the newly created body and transplanted it on her. This was going to be the ultimate gift for the parasites. He then cocooned her in a protective veil of causality and probability and sent her to their newest friend. Lucian went back to resting and focused on healing and the new experiences he was going to get from their body. Earth. Location formerly known as the Land of Ancestors. A massive tree, with roots as long as it is tall, parted the clouds with its towering branches. Surrounding the tree were mountain-like ridges, giving the impression that the tree had crashed down from the heavens and become stranded in this crater-like terrain, its new home. From the massive surface-growing roots, cocoons dangled motionless, as if in a state of apparent peace. A woman with abnormally long, pale whitish-gray hair hovered in the air with unnatural ease. Her skin was a pale, wax-like shade, and two rough, bony outgrowths, resembling light brown horns, adorned her head. Her long, darkened red nails added to her eerie appearance. But the most striking features were her three peculiar eyes, which would be the one thing most would remember if they ever dared to look at her. A vertically slitted eye on her forehead, a Rina Sharingan, featured a red iris with three concentric circles, each embedded with three tomos, all orbiting a black pupil. Her other two eyes were Byakugan, pupil-less and grayish-white, accentuated by the prominent veins that pulsed beneath her delicate features. An unending flow of tears marred her face. In her hands lay the unbreathing body of the one person she loved the most, barring her spineless husband, with more than half a dozen arrows protruding from her back. Her husband betrayed her and sold her off. Her servant sacrificed her life trying to appease a bloodthirsty mob. The people she had grown to love and care for now rested inside the cocoons of the god tree's roots, victims of her own spiteful actions. The blessing in her belly that once brought her immeasurable joy now served as another source of concern. Her so-called people would hunt her down once they discovered her most recent treachery, not to mention her betrayal of Ishiki Otsutsuki, even if the alternative had been her death. And now, she was painfully aware of the foreign chakra slowly corrupting her. She feared the day when she would no longer be herself, but only a chakra-hungry monster, a hollow shell of what she once was. She didn't regret her betrayal. Her only regret was not taking matters into her own hands sooner. She should have recognized the true nature of the creature she had grown to love and appreciate. Or was their true nature destruction their inner desire? However, she couldn't deny that this was the humanity she loved. So similar to her own parasitic clan, yet so different. Filled with so much potential. A genetic makeup made to be molded. Hearts filled with as much light as darkness. A sprouting species of possibility, that was the most appropriate description she could find for them. Yet, they betrayed her. She stopped the premature culling of their future at the hands of Ishiki, tried to integrate with them, and be a part of their people. She even tried to bless their future with her descendants who now only remind her of her spineless husband. Yet, she couldn't help but love her unborn babies nonetheless. In the end, it was all for nothing. She was betrayed, just as she had betrayed her clan for them. She didn't miss the irony in her tragedy. What now? Yes, her naive self had no idea of how to proceed. Her life had been unmade, she was truly alone. Instead of help coming her way, she knew that disaster was the best she could expect from her future. As she wondered and panicked about her future, a sudden foreign message pierced her mind with the care and armor-piercing roundhead for its target. Her Byakugan fluttered and a grimace adorned her facade. Blood dripped from her nostrils and she lost the faculty of hovering. She impacted the ground with a force that cracked the earth beneath her. Dust settled on her previously immaculate visage, the only consequence of her kilometric fall. On the ground, as if in the throes of a seizure, her body twitched and her eyes blinked erratically. Blood cascaded from her soft chin, staining her white attire. Eventually, she motionlessly halted, and in a hurry got in for and started to puke her insides out. Her legs and arms quivered weakly, and her previously translucent tears were now tinted crimson. Her massive chakra source went haywire, and her body struggled against the turmoil unsuccessfully. More blood and some of her innards flowed from her mouth and eyes. This continued until she lay in a crimson pool and finally managed to stop. Her regeneration kicked in, reversing all the previous damage she had suffered. Her lost organs were regrown, and her body stabilized. The pool of blood and the blood covering her body suddenly began to float in droplets, defying gravity. These droplets coalesced into a blood-orange egg, towering over her. The egg darkened with each passing second, while Kaguya observed its maturation with rapt attention. When the egg turned completely black, as if absorbing the light from reality and appearing almost two-dimensional, it transformed into a true elliptical portal. From it emerged a naked alabaster woman. The egg-turned portal shrank until it vanished completely, leaving only the confused alien and the sleeping eldritch fusion of two loony souls behind. After this, she will probably add striking a deal with an eldritch being as one of her regrets. She was the victim of an amnesiac Lucian who believed that conversing directly with his soul to her mind would have no repercussions. Lucian had been communicating with Madeline directly from his soul to hers, since she had no mind or body, only her soul, so he assumed it was normal to establish such a connection with mortals without complications. Not to forget that Madeline's soul was once touched by a cosmic entity and empowered by infernal corruption, so he never suspected his soul would have such an effect on Kaguya. As demonstrated by Kaguya nearly keeling over, he was mistaken. Kaguya grew a bed from a smaller root of the god tree and gently placed the naked woman upon it. Exhausted from the day's events, she soon found herself drifting into sleep beside the woman. The next day what greeted Kaguya as she awoke was the view from the lap pillow her companion was graciously lending her. She was so tired and mentally hurt from Lucian's soul aria, the voice of his soul, that she didn't realize the stranger had moved her body and repositioned her into her lap. She flickered away from the lap pillow and eyed mistrustfully at the woman. "I'm sorry, our newest friend. I didn't know my soul aria would hurt you like this. My deepest apologies." Lucian momentarily took over their body and lowered his head in apology. His emotionless masculine voice coming out of the clearly female body did nothing to appease the alien. Kaguya had activated her Byakugan and was staring at the woman/thing. She knew who these were, she had accepted the deal after all, but that didn't lower her wariness. A moment later the stalemate broke down when the woman said, "Hello there, our newest friend. Please forgive my oldest friend, he's missing some rather important memories so he really didn't know better. Please, pretty please." The woman flashed to the alien and grabbed her hands in pleading before the alien could react. Kaguya tried to pull away but found it impossible. "It's forgiven, please release my hands," Kaguya said with her signature impassiveness. Her words were almost as flat as Lucian's emotionless response. "Thank you lots." Madeline and Lucian's voices responded, though only the lots part came from Madeline. "Our newest friend, you can call me Maddie, and my oldest friend, Lucy. Our naming conventions are a bit different, are they not?" So Lucy thought this might be appropriate. Madeline stood up, unbothered by her nudity, and did an overly courteous bow. "I'll call you Kagis," Maddie started but was soon enough interrupted. "Kaguya-sama," she demanded, her voice as flat as always. "Kagu-chan," Maddie countered. "Kaguya-sama." Kaguya defended. "Kaguchi." Maddie attacked again. "Kaguya." She gave up. "Okay, my newest friend, you drive a hard bargain. We shall call you Kaguya." Maddie beamed a smile. "I told you it was better this way." Lucian's soul aria resonated in Madeline. He made a channel for communication through their body without making the listener convulse and collapse. "Yeah, I never thought our newest friend would be so stoic. But we will break through that shell of hers eventually," Madeline responded in her mind. "We will," Lucian asserted. "Maddie sa," Kaguya was interrupted. "Maddie, it's okay." Maddie countered. "Maddie. He said you could help me with the corruption." Kaguya wanted to address her most imminent worry. "Right, Kaguya. Lucy will take over." Maddie nodded. She was also worried about her best female friend's health. Lucian took over and the change in attitude became apparent. From bubbling to impassive. Lucian approached Kaguya and extended a hand in a silent request. Without a word, Kaguya reached out, and he took her hand. Aragorn used his absolute senses and inspected her trinity of self. Body, mind, and soul, he looked everywhere to understand how far the corruption had spread. Your soul remains uncorrupted, but your body and mind are on the path to corruption. The source of your energy has been tainted by the foreign energy from the god tree. Since your energy originates from both your body and mind, and this tainted energy is mixing with both, your body is adapting to the changes. It seems to be a peculiarity of your species, but your mind is not, and you will eventually succumb. My kind built their empire by merging with the chakra fruit of the god trees. We've never encountered a problem like this before," she said. "Aren't your people psychopaths who only care about consuming more worlds? Maybe they were all corrupted, and the youth were taught to normalize their psychopathic behaviors. You're the only outlier, based on our investigations." Lucian explained his assumption. "Can you stop it?" She couldn't deny his point of view. She was no stranger to how the clan saw it as normal behavior to sacrifice a branch member for the sake of power, nor did they ever care about the countless lives they took in their pursuit of chakra. Yes. 7 nights should be enough. You shall sleep in close proximity to this body while I work things out. Lucian said. Thanks, my friend. We will get ultra close like this. Maddie commented. Lucian could probably fix her in a single sitting, but he was doing his oldest friend a favor. I will break the negative feedback the tainted chakra uses to pollute your mind by riding the eon of your chakra back to its source, your mind. Just please don't play with any more chakra fruits, or the god tree for that matter. As long as you don't absorb more of its chakra you'll be fine, or else it will really be a challenge to purify your eon chakra source. Lucian explained. Kaguya stared at him, wordlessly thinking about the being who offered her the deal. She was both reassured and terrified by him. I thank you, she said. You're welcome, he answered, and went back to the passenger seat. What are your plans about the humans in those vines, Kaguya? Maddie asked. She pointed at the humans imprisoned in the cocoons. I don't know, Maddie S.A. Maddie. I don't want their species to perish, but they were also killing each other. Kaguya looked conflicted at the victims of her outburst. They don't appear to be in mortal danger. Why don't we proceed with the funerary arrangements for your friend over there and then decide what to do with the living humans? Maddie pointed at the body of Ano, Kaguya's servant friend. Ano, sigh, Kaguya lamented. Maddie, can you help me bury her? I wanted to build her something nice. She always took care of me and paid attention to my needs. Sure, Kagi's. Maddie floated to her side and attempted to hug her by the side. Kaguya. Kaguya corrected her and floated away, approaching Ano's body. That's what I meant. She floated behind her best female friend. They've been friends for all of her life, since the moment of her birth a day ago. An hour later, they stood by a tall glass-like pole with a burning white flame sitting comfortably atop it. Both women observed the flame with solemnity and curiosity. It will burn eternally? Kaguya asked. That's what Lucy said. Something about discovering a way to use environmental energy to feed the flame in a controlled manner. I can teach you later if you want. While they were burying the girl's body, Lucian had been experimenting in the background with environmental energy, nature energy, discovering ways to use it for sorcery, part of the factual memories he was regaining. Unfortunately, this energy didn't respond the same way dimensional or universal energy did, so none of the spell circles he remembered worked. But he wasn't an eldritch being for nothing. Instinctively, and by trying a myriad of possible script permutations, he managed to bastardize a method to command this natural energy into doing what he wanted. I inscribed the formula I created in the crystal of the pole. It's very crude when compared to my memories, but once I've developed a more complete system we can return to update the gravestone. His masculine voice answered from their body. I thank you, Lucy-sama. Kaguya expressed. Lucy is all right and you're welcome, Kaguya. He said. They flew back to the god tree and started to discuss what they were going to do with the humans. 6 months later. Shinaki City, co-founded by Kaguya Otsutsuki and Maddie Futagami. Shinaki, also known as the City of the New Dawn, was founded by Kaguya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess, and Maddie Futagami, the one of the two kami, gods/spirits, 10 years ago. At least according to the memories of humanity. A decade ago, the benevolent rabbit goddess reached her breaking point and acted to end all war and conflict within humanity. She assumed the seat of power in the world, and under her guiding hand, humanity experienced more than a decade of continuous peace. In her pursuit of human development and advancement, the benevolent goddess decided to gift humanity her blood 9 months ago. She selected an unnamed male and sacrificed her immaculateness for the betterment of humankind. To assist her in her divine mission and protect her soon-to-be-born children, she had her summoned lifelong friend from the heavens to help her, Maddie Futagami. However, not everything was as peaceful as it appeared. The divine clan of the benevolent goddess disapproved of her bestowing her grace upon unworthy mortals. Only Maddie Futagami stood by her side. In preparation for the inevitable scenario of her family attacking her humans, the benevolent goddess imparted to her people the will of the beyond. The will of the beyond taught mortals the importance of making sacrifices to ensure that future generations would have a brighter future. This doctrine emphasized that the sacrifice of those approaching the beyond, pure lands, could secure the survival and prosperity of the generations left behind. Through this faith, those who were terminally ill, in palliative care, or nearing their departure to the beyond willingly accepted the highest honor by sacrificing their lives to join the rabbit goddess' immortal army. In a dormant state, they await the moment when their goddess will sound the trumpets of war. Her immortal soldiers were known as the White Zetsu. The soldiers mostly shared the same physical features, so to immortalize the sacrificed, a huge hollowed crystal tower was created where their names were inscribed. A monument to their honor. To maximize the compatibility of her people with the immortal army, the rabbit goddess blessed humanity with her chakra, while the one of the two kami taught them how to blend it with natural energy to enhance their bodies. Madi Futagami also developed various methods for them to transform and shape their chakra and senjutsu chakra to aid in their daily lives. Whether it was generating warmth during winter, a pleasant breeze in summer, boosting agriculture, advancing healthcare, ensuring a steady water supply, or gaining a deeper understanding of their world, Madi Futagami gifted humankind with different techniques to control their energy for these and many other purposes. Of course, from an objective standpoint, they enhanced humanity to help protect Kaguya during the times when Madi would be rebirthing and growing. Although Lucian armed Madeline with a game-ending bomb in the form of her heart, they weren't confident that it would eliminate all the parasites. Some might be traveling through the time stream, others could be in separate dimensions, and a few might simply be away from the ancestral land when Madi came to blow herself up in their faces. To prepare for the possibility that a survivor would strike at an unprotected Kaguya, Lucian and Madi proposed the previous plan. If Madi was in the Pure Lands or had recently reincarnated and was powerless while growing up, the immortal army would come in handy, buying them time to either escape or get stronger for a rematch. They could even work as a distraction. Initially, Kaguya opposed the idea, but Lucian told her that their souls would simply follow the natural path in the case of their defeat. Madi also suggested using the willing instead of manipulating their minds into a ritualistic sacrifice. The will of the beyond was the doctrine that met their requirements, and Lucian promised to help them develop as a species, which ultimately was beneficial for all. Kaguya accepted the final plan, and the next day the memories of all citizens had been altered by Madi and her. With the entire continent under their control, the only undesired news that reached them was of squabbles with bandits from time to time, about once almost every 2 months. Although they felt closer to zookeepers or teachers in a kindergarten, there was no denying that humanity preserved their free will and their future was looking up as the months went by. All for the cheap cost of some initial memory tampering. During these comfortable autumn days, while the average Joe enjoyed the prosperity born of many sacrifices, the two celestials, chiefly responsible for this serendipity, were engaged in a battle of their own. Kaguya was giving birth. Ahag hai. Boom! Kaguya endured the labor contractions with grace. Her chakra, though, was on the brink of annihilating all life in the city with each new surge. Lucian, drawing from his extensive medical knowledge on maternity, assisted Kaguya, while Madi anxiously chewed on her figurative nails in their shared mindscape. Your crowning, Kaguya. The end of your pain and the official beginning of your motherhood are near. Lucian's typically emotionless voice provided steady support, helping her endure the ordeal. Yaya agha. Boom! Her grace was overflowing, just like her chakra, but no one ever said that giving birth was a graceful affair. Her friends made sure to commit these memories to their mental vault and never speak of them unless Kaguya asked. An hour later, after a total of 3 hours and a remarkably swift labor, especially for twins, Hagoromo and Himura Otsutsuki were welcomed with love into the world by their tired mother and their eager one-sama. Lucian, with a soft care that belied his emotionless personality, reassuredly petted Kaguya's head with one hand while using the other to scan and evaluate the twins with his absolute senses as they enjoyed their first meal. You three did great. No complications, Kaguya. To this, she beamed the first genuine smile her friends had seen from her since they met. The news of the successful birth of Kaguya Haim's progeny, how the population affectionately referred to her, spread quickly. A week-long festival was organized in honor of the twins, celebrated as a symbol of their rabbit goddess's love for them, a divine gift embodied in the form of 2 fraternal children. Her blood gifted to humanity. A few months later. My pleasure and pain centers are damaged. Our body can't transmit those particular sensations to my soul, especially considering most of my soul is outside this body. Lucian circulated little Hagoromo's chakra, helping him get accustomed to it. It is somewhat comforting to know that Madi isn't a pervert, but it's still a no. Kaguya nodded in understanding. Hey, Lucy. I'm pretty sure I am a pervert. That hooker lady and asshole Essex messed me up, Madi commented in their shared mind. I know, but Kaguya doesn't need to know. At least you're not a pedophile, that's what I meant, Lucian explained. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm definitely all in for the princely yet manly type, Madi agreed. That's the type little girls like, Lucian added. Humph. It's the type I like. If you're so mature, then please share what your type is. Madi jokingly rebuked. Obviously goth girls, the mature type. They have to be stronger than me yet very gentle and caring, Lucian instantly replied. Lucy, I find it strange that even with your lost memories and the damage to your soul, you didn't forget this part. Madi silently acknowledged that she would also like her manly prince to be stronger than her yet gentle and caring. You're right. I wonder why. Lucian found it strange as well, as if everything he was made of had been killed except for certain parts left untouched. Kaguya, we'll start your training next week. Lucian said aloud. Kaguya nodded in agreement. She knew she had little real experience in combat, the closest being when she jumped on a shiki. To prepare for any eventuality, Lucian had suggested he train her. Even though Lucian was missing most of his memories, his thinking ability still operated at an eldritch level. Combined with the factual knowledge he was gradually restoring as his soul healed, he was the most qualified of the three to handle combat training. It also helped that he had spent time observing countless battles across this multiverse during his investigations. "How are you doing with the energy script?" Lucian inquired. The energy script he mentioned was a replacement for sorcery that he had been developing using natural energy, senjutsu chakra, and chakra. "It's difficult, but I've managed to keep up with the material you gave me," Kagaya answered. At the moment, energy script wasn't very combat-oriented. It was limited to being carved, painted, or constructed over surfaces. For example, the most basic script that the average, nascent scribe in Shinaki could write was one for keeping time, while the most complex one lightened weight. Each script also required a careful and delicate hand, qualities that were not easily maintained in combat. Even though the nascent art wasn't combat-oriented at the moment, Lucian found it appalling how Kagaya's species mainly relied on techniques they intrinsically knew. They didn't even attempt to control other universal energies as they did with chakra. For a being who could manipulate and control energy at will, this was beyond appalling. It wasn't just about direct confrontations or who wielded the largest amount of energy. Lucian believed that once the energy script was sufficiently developed, they would be able to set restrictions, such as creating a script that negated chakra manipulation within a defined space. For a species as dependent on chakra as Kagaya's, this would be a checkmate. Kagaya recognized its value, and for the past 6 months, she had been diligently learning as Lucian made further advancements in the energy script. A week later. "Kagis. I give you the motivation while Lucy handles the demonstration," Maddie said eagerly. She meant that she would do the talking while Lucian operated their body and taught Kagaya. Kagaya nodded, already accustomed to her friend's antics. "Based on our observations before we entered this multiverse, Otsutsukis tend to fight like brutes," Maddie continued with a smile. Kagaya's passive mask almost faltered. "It's like you have a massive, menacing mace and you just swing it at each other. The winner is usually the one with the biggest mace, the one with the largest chakra reserve," Maddie said pensively. "The inherent abilities each of you have and your eye powers do play a part, but most of you have one way or the other of nullifying chakra attacks. So your usual battles often come down to a form of taijutsu, the classic, who hits the hardest and fastest," Maddie explained. "There's also shinjutsu," Kagaya added in disaccord. "Yes, Kagaya, but let's say two Otsutsuki face each other. Both have one shinjutsu technique, and neither can outright kill the other. Who wins?" Maddie asked, presenting it as a riddle. "The one with the larger chakra pool, able to use shinjutsu continuously until the other is exhausted, or the better at taijutsu," Kagaya admitted. "Yep. That's what I meant. There's also another way, which is what you did to Ishiki. But that was probably a miracle of the era, as there's no way you could have pulled that off without some divine intervention. Lucian suspects Shirbai Otsutsuki might have been involved, either directly or indirectly. I can't deny that," Kagaya stuttered. "After all, how could she have gotten the jump on Ishiki? She was weaker, and he didn't trust her. Which is why I called it a miracle of the era, because we doubt Shirbai cares about what happens in this speck of dust known as Earth," Maddie said. "Moving forward. Kagis, because of your corruption, you're forbidden from powering up using the God Tree and its products. So we need to enhance your taijutsu and make you more elusive. We want to ensure that even if you can't win, you can escape. You shall become the trickiest Kagaya in all the multiverse," Maddie excitedly said. "And to do that we have to teach you how to use a small hammer to break the fingers holding the mace of your opponent." Maddie was proud of her analogy. But how? Kagaya understood Maddie's point but couldn't think of a way to proceed, aside from the obvious energy script, which she was already studying. "We have to expand your bag of tricks and also turn your nuclear attacks into tactical strikes," Maddie said. "Nuclear?" Kagaya asked. Although there were scholars among the Otsutsuki, she was not one of those. "It's a type of attack powerful enough to sink a continent and poison the planet. Really bad stuff." Maddie made a face of disgust. Kagaya nodded in understanding. "First exercise. All killing Esh bones is a very good certain kill technique, and the combination with Yamatsu Hirasaka, dimension manifesting, is marvelous to catch someone off guard and end them." Kagaya smiled at that. She was proud of the combination she thought about. "But it's ultimately totally useless and wasteful if you fail to hit your enemy," Maddie said, causing Kagaya's pride to wane. "So the first exercise is to depower the technique while retaining its versatility," Maddie concluded. "But if I compromise its power, my opponent might withstand the attack or regenerate from it," Kagaya said in confusion. "That's if you use it as a certain kill move. But if you use it to compromise the enemy, the trade-off between chakra expenditure and combat gain is much better than a missed certain kill attack." Maddie raised her fists in a typical boxing stance, and Kagaya instinctively assumed a defensive position. Maddie threw a straight punch toward Kagaya's chest, and Kagaya crossed her arms to block it. As Maddie's fist made contact with Kagaya's guard, a long bone blade extended from her fist, piercing through Kagaya's arms, ribcage, spine, and emerging from her back. *GUH*, Kagaya grunted, biting her tongue to endure the pain. The pain distracted her, and before she could react, Maddie's other fist was already inches from her face. As you've seen, even if my bone blade couldn't kill you, it gave me the chance to target your head. A headless Otsutsuki, even if not dead, can be subjugated or escaped from. Maddie retracted her bone blade, and Kagaya's body naturally regenerated, closing the wounds. The first exercise is to replicate the controlled bone growth of my all-killing ash bones, but without the all-killing part. Kagaya concluded. Exactly, Kagis. Lucy also suggested that you find other ways to obstruct your enemies with your bones. For example, imagine bone spears suddenly growing from the ground where your opponents stand. Maddie demonstrated by tapping the ground once, instantly causing a bone spear to sprout next to her. Turning my body into a weapon, right? Kagaya asked, realization dawning on her. Exactly. The first arc of our training is to weaponize your body. Your hair has a promising future. Maddie said, eyeing Kagaya's hair while demonstrating her own, making it move in various defensive and offensive patterns. She formed tendrils of hair, then strengthened them, showing Kagaya how to enhance them with different elemental applications, like increasing their weight using Earth Nature Chakra or sharpening the tips with Wind Nature Chakra. At the end of the taijutsu training, I will teach you the 8 gates. Maddie exclaimed eagerly. 8 gates? Kagaya asked, her curiosity piqued. When we were outside observing, we found an interesting universe ruled by a man named Gai Senjurama. The man had bushy brows, blinding white teeth, and long, shiny black flowing hair. He was so strong that even the Otsutsuki feared him. His body had a unique constitution that allowed him to regenerate damage even faster than you, and he combined that with Senjutsu Chakra and a technique called the 8 gates. Maddie explained, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They feared him. Kagaya was shocked. Yes, his punches were so strong that he once punched through time when one of your clan members attempted to travel back in time to kill him before he grew that strong. Maddie said, leaving Kagaya stunned. Even Shirbai stays away from that universe. There was a time when your clan attacked him with most of their members. They were about to overwhelm him, but suddenly, a barrage of punches arrived from the future. His descendants were helping him, even though they hadn't been born yet. Some even say that his kicks can hit through causality. He is known as the Goab, the greatest of all beasts. I need to learn this. Kagaya was showing her determination and excitement. I know, right? There are some precautionary measures we have to take because otherwise, the technique will destroy your body, but Lucy said he can take care of that. Maddie was also excited to see the level her friend would reach. 2 years since the founding of Shinaki, the real founding year of Shinaki, 1 year since the start of Kagaya's training. Onessa, me. Little Hagoromo pleaded. Come here. Maddie exclaimed and grabbed Hagoromo by his armpits and shot him to the heavens. Kaya ha ha ha. Little Hamura giggled as he descended from above, and Maddie gently slowed him down until he came to a halt, sitting atop her shoulders. Did you like it, Hamura? Maddie asked, playing with his tiny toes that dangled from her shoulders. Aha, I liked it, Onessa. The 1 year and 3-month-old baby replied. Let's wait for your brother, then we can go and eat with Kagis. Maddie said, glancing upward. Kaya ha ha ha. Much like his brother, Hagoromo came down in a fit of laughter. With a child on her shoulders and the other in her arms, she flew back to the city. Below her, a sprawling metropolis buzzed with activity. Shinaki had become the center of the continent, surpassing all the satellite cities scattered across resource-rich locations. Population centers were established above every vein, near fertile seas, in abundant savannas, rich valleys, and cloudy mountains. These cities and villages were all connected by secure roads. Energy script was widely used for the convenience of the citizens under the rule of the 2 celestial beings. It was common to purchase tablets engraved with scripts for various functions to install in homes, carriages, or fields. Their clothing was also threaded with scripts for added comfort and protection. The natality rate spiked and the overall mortality plummeted. Discoveries in energy script were no longer exclusive to Lucian. It was becoming common to find individuals specializing in scripts for particular fields or applications, and for these people to make discoveries in their fields of expertise. Not only was their culture advancing and growing at an astonishing rate, but their inventions and discoveries were also progressing rapidly. There were already discussions about constructing taller buildings to save space and advancements in healthcare. Even though these healthcare discoveries could reduce the yearly quota of sacrifices, Kagaya and Maddie did not oppose them. However, they made it clear that their skills should only be used to heal the twins or themselves. Kagaya regretted ever agreeing to learn taijutsu under Lucian and Maddie. She regretted it even more when she allowed herself to be goaded into declaring she would become the female counterpart of Gai Senjurama. Lucian and Maddie seized this as permission to push her even harder under the guise of training. Yet, the results spoke for themselves. Kagaya could now open up to the 7th gate, allowing her to step through, rupture, and punch space. However, mastering the 8th gate was proving to be more than a challenge. When the twins and Maddie landed at their home, the little ones, moving as quickly as their tiny legs allowed, went straight to Kagaya for lunch. Okasa, the twins toddled toward their mother, still struggling with their ends. "My boys," Kagaya murmured with a faint smile as she crouched down and lifted her toddlers into a hug. After lunch and setting the twins for a nap, Kagaya and Maddie discussed governmental matters. Maddie, Governor Yosei filed a request for another scroll-making machine. Kagaya passed the request sheet to her. This guy is good. Maddie evaluated the request and approved of Governor Yosei. "Why?" Kagaya asked. "I put him in charge of scroll production in the northern satellite cities. As you know, their population is the lowest compared to the other sectors, yet he produces more scrolls than at least 70% of the other population centers," Maddie said with a bright smile. "Is he selling to the other sectors?" Kagaya asked. "Yes, but not in the way you might imagine. Instead of selling blank scrolls, he developed a publications industry. He taught most of his people how to do basic scripture and write, then he offered contracts to have his people create the basic scripts for everyday use and sold those at a cheaper price than others could produce the scrolls themselves. He's also involved in publishing literature." Maddie answered as she approved of the request and returned it to Kagaya. "Is this one of the positive aspects of the capitalism Lucy taught me about?" Kagaya asked, recalling the governance lessons Lucian had shared with her whenever applicable to their nascent society. "Yes, Kagaya. We just have to make sure to stay alert for the negative aspects," Lucian replied. "But you mentioned that most of those negative aspects won't apply to our form of government because I stand as the absolute being. I could alter anything that diverges from my preferred path." Kagaya commented with a hint of question. "Yes, but it usually brings less headaches to rule from behind and only intervene when the situation absolutely calls for it. If you don't correct certain practices at their inception, you might find yourself bound by them in the future." Lucian. "All right, I'll keep an eye out. I appreciate your help, Lucy. Without you and Maddie I don't know where I would be by now," Kagaya said. Lucian switched back with Maddie and accepted her gratitude. 3 years since the founding of Shinaki, the real founding year of Shinaki, 2 years since the start of Kagaya's training. Kagaya and Maddie sat by the shore of a lake, surrounded by flowery bushes and a dense, lush forest. The 2-year-old twins played in the shallow water. "So, did you use that new technique to grow this forest?" Maddie asked. I thought about finding a lower-cost technique to replace the god tree roots in combat," Kagaya replied as she made a sapling with a bright red flower grow from the ground. "Oh, is that about what Lucy said? About how others of your clan might be able to control the tree like you do?" Maddie asked. She crouched down and plucked the flower, encasing it in a thin film of crystal and shaping it into a hairpin. Maddie floated the hairpin to Kagaya and smiled sweetly at her. "Yes. The advantages of the god tree are its chakra absorption and toughness. The downgraded technique has 2 forms, one where it can absorb chakra at the cost of reduced durability, and the other prioritizes toughness over chakra absorption." Kagaya answered as she accepted Maddie's gift and placed it in her hair. "This is good, Kagi's. Versatility over brute force, trickery over raw power." Maddie cheered, encouraging her friend. That's the goal, but I know what some of the monsters in my clan are capable of." Kagaya sighed. "Well, this is just for a worst-case scenario. We're still hoping the heart Lucy placed in me will be enough to take down most of them," Maddie said, placing a supportive hand on Kagaya's shoulder. "Do you think you could return to tell me about the ones you do manage to kill?" Kagaya asked. Possibly, but I'll probably only have enough energy in my heartless body to come and die in your arms," Maddie said. "That's enough, Maddie. I just worry that I'll end up alone, waiting for you to be reborn, only for them to seal you somewhere I can't reach." Kagaya confessed, her biggest concern being the many sealing techniques her clan had, like the Rinnegan's Chibaku Tensei. Okay, Kagi's. I'll make sure to drag us back here, even if that means falling apart right after I meet you," Maddie said as she hugged her tightly. Though Kagaya didn't always agree with Maddie's overly touchy and somewhat bumbling behavior, she had grown to love her. So, she returned the hug. Kagaya knew that aside from her children, no matter how much she cared for humanity, the only pillars in her life were Maddie and Lucian. And even though their friendship began because of a deal, she was infinitely grateful to them. In retrospect, the deal was idiotic. All she had to do was guarantee a stable planet for their safe reincarnation and help Maddie find adoptive parents in her last life. But they had already helped her immensely in fulfilling the first part of the deal. With Maddie's overly friendly disposition, she wasn't worried about her finding parents when the time came to fulfill the final condition. After witnessing her friends' powers, she was certain they didn't need her. They could have easily settled on any lifeless planet, terraformed it, and started a civilization of their own. She needed them, not the other way around, but for whatever reason she no longer cared about, they chose her. "How much longer will you stay?" Kaguya asked, knowing that the time for her friend to depart was drawing near. "About 15 more years. Although it's not visually apparent, this body is maturing. When it reaches the peak of its life, we will make our move." Lucian answered. "I also want to see our twins grow up." Maddie added. "My twins?" Kaguya possessively said. "Yes, that's what I said. My twins." Maddie smiled mischievously. "You." Kaguya was aware of Maddie's playfulness, but they were her twins. "You're also mine, Kagi's. This I learned from Lucy. Did you know that I'm his? That means you and your beautiful twins, who are mine, are also his." Maddie eagerly explained her logic. "And since you are his, and I am him just as he is me, you are mine." Maddie didn't care if it made sense or not, that much was clear. CGH, Kaguya sighed, what else could she do? 16 years since the founding of Shinaki, the real founding year of Shinaki, 15 years since the start of Kaguya's training. In one of the many lush, dense, and life-overflowing forests surrounding Shinaki, the capital of the world, two teenagers sparred. One had straight pale hair and two horn-like protrusions. His Byakugan was activated, and his left hand moved in a pattern in the air, drawing a defensive script. In his right hand, he held a solid crystal staff, filled to the brim with scripture. The other, with light brown spiky hair and similar horns on his forehead, had his Sharingan spinning as he moved into a strike with a staff similar to the first. Just in time, Hamura's script blocked Hagoromo, and the scripture wall turned sticky. Hagoromo let go of his now stuck staff and sunk into the ground. Hamura's Byakugan tracked his movements underground. Hagoromo knew his brother could see him, but that was anticipated. From inside the ground, his hands lit up and began to move in a special pattern, forming a script. The ground around Hamura seemed to come alive with false life. Tentacles of dirt surged and twisted toward Hamura. Hamura defended with his staff, but the tentacles were relentless. Proving his celestial ancestry, Hamura managed to destroy and fend off all the attacks. However, when the last tentacle lost its false life, he found his brother's staff at his throat. "Fighting with only script and taijutsu is difficult, brother." Hamura conceded. "You say that, but this is the first time I've won today, Hamura." Hagoromo said, lowering his weapon and exhaling a breath he had been holding. "That's because you prefer to go around and play with your friends rather than studying under One-sama. But you wield your chakra better than I do, so cheer up." Hamura said, patting his brother's back. "But that's One-sama and Mother's fault, as well as yours, neither of you interact closely with our people. Someone has to be the approachable face in our family." Hagoromo complained, though his words carried little weight, he genuinely enjoyed interacting with the people. "For that, I'm grateful, brother. Mother is not very outwardly expressive with outsiders, and I don't like the expectations they have written on their faces when they see me. One-sama is another matter altogether, they respect her so much that they worship her just as they do Mother." Hamura said, unsealing a beverage from his carrying scroll and offering another to Hagoromo. "That was rather impressive, children." They heard a voice coming from behind them. With no suspicion or wariness, they turned to look at the intruder. Raised in an environment free from malice, they had no instinctual defenses against strangers. They were also overwhelmingly stronger than everyone else, except for their mother and One-sama. "Brother, is that Toad talking?" Hamura asked, his Byakugan activated in surprise. "I think so. It's not an illusion if that's what you're asking." Hagoromo replied, his Sharingan spinning wildly. "Should we capture it and take it to One-sama for her experiments?" Hamura suggested. "Now that's not very nice of you. My name is Gamamaru, and I'm no one's pet or experimental subject." Gamamaru said. "Maybe we should, brother." Hagoromo said thoughtfully. Thus began the friendship between the boys and the Toad. Whenever they ventured outside Shinaki to spar, they would meet the Toad and discuss life in the city and life in Mount Myaboku. Sometimes they explored interesting locations or visited recommended places in the satellite cities. Other times, they tried new delicacies, and occasionally, the Toad would attempt to feed insects to the boys. Things continued in this manner with no apparent changes to their lives, until one day during one of their outings, they encountered a pair of sisters. Suna was the older sister, with dark, almost black-green hair, pale skin, and soft facial features. Her younger sister, Hana, shared her pale complexion and had black hair, with a beauty that matched her older sibling. The boys fell in love at first sight. After a few dates, Hagoromo and Hamura introduced the sisters to their family. Following a pleasant dinner, they escorted the sisters back to their home and then returned to their own, only to find a somber mood. "Come to the living room, boys," they heard their Wani-sama's voice in their minds. They exchanged worried glances. They obeyed and walked to the living room, where their mother and Wani-sama waited. Upon taking their seats, they waited for their family to speak. "So, boys, I know neither of you took up medicine as an interest, so I'll define this for you. Cystic fibrosis is a genetic disorder that affects the lungs, digestive system, and other organs. It often leads to malnutrition, which can be identified by weight loss and pallid skin." When Lucian finished, the boys looked back at certain details they might have missed. The sisters were not at all athletic, they were taciturn and always moved slowly, something they had confused with a form of regality, like how their mother never rushed anywhere. A few times they appeared to have trouble breathing, and the pale skin they had so admired. "No," Hamura said softly. "Is there a cure for it?" Hagoromo asked, his mood mirroring the somberness of the room. "No, my boys. You can treat it, and compared to the previous average lifespan, they could live long lives, but they will die young. If you two are looking to start a family, you should reconsider unless you want to shorten the girls' lives, should they survive the pregnancy." Kaguya spoke tenderly and emphatically. She was saddened that her son's first love had to end this way, but she knew that pain was part of growing up, something she had learned the hard way. Considering that her future grandchildren might be targeted by her clan, she preferred for her sons to have strong children. She would endure the pain of losing a partner again and again rather than the pain of losing a child. The thought of anything happening to her boys terrified her. "I can teach you what you wish to know about their condition, and you both can learn about the treatment from me, since no one can treat this at the moment, but it will ultimately be up to the both of you if you wish to follow this path," Lucian said. The twins looked at each other and then understood the intention of the other. "We would like to learn, Wani-sama." "Thank you very much," Hagoromo said, with Hamura nodding in support. 17 years since the founding of Shinaki, the real founding year of Shinaki, 16 years since the start of Kaguya's training, 1 year since the twins' start of their medicine lessons. Kagi's. "Lucy has something to tell you." Maddie entered Kaguya's room in the middle of the night in a hurry. "What happened?" Kaguya asked, sensing her boys sleeping in the medicine lab. She relaxed a little, knowing that neither was at risk. "I felt a chakra signature similar to your kind but weakened. I jumped over to the site to investigate, but whoever it was had already departed, and I couldn't find them," Lucian said. How is this possible?" Kaguya wondered. If her friends were informing her about this, then that meant the signature didn't come from outer space but originated from here, as her friends would have detected the incursion. Maybe Ishiki survived? Kaguya asked. She didn't want to contemplate such a scenario. The fact that he was weakened was a relief, but the possibility of him being alive was unsettling. "It's best if we keep the twins close by. He might be looking for a new body," Lucian suggested. Kaguya approved of the suggestion. "I'll keep looking for him, but if I don't find him now, I'll have more time in our next life. We can work together next time, how about it?" Lucian asked Kaguya. "Yes, Lucy. I think that's better. I'll step up the twins' training, and if you can't find him this life, then we can try together the next. You only have 1 year left, right?" Kaguya asked worriedly, trying to put on a stoic front, though her worries were not overlooked by the empathic duo. "Yes, Kagi's. Lucy and I will help you. Don't worry too much. The god tree must have taken a big toll on him if he was weak enough for all of us to overlook him. Next time, we will band together and bully him," Maddie said. Kaguya found relief in her friend's positive attitude and enjoyed the warm hug. 18 years since the founding of Shinaki, the real founding year of Shinaki, 17 years since the start of Kaguya's training, 2 years since the twins' start of their medicine lessons, 1 year since the sighting of Ishiki's chakra signature. All right, everyone. There's no need for such long faces. We will return eventually, and then you'll see a lot more of me in your lives. Maddie tried to cheer up the sad trio. Hagoromo, Hamura, you are now adults and the protectors of our little family and our people, since I'm taking Lucy with me. Your mother, despite her stoicism, needs a reliable shoulder to cry on from time to time. You two will take care of her for me until the day of my triumphant return. Maddie walked to each of them, hugged them with all her love, and planted a big kiss on their foreheads. Kagi's, you know Lucy will wipe his eldritch ass with those pale assholes as toilet paper. Maddie's crass language came out in all its glory. Language, Maddie. We've talked about this. Kaguya said, wiping a tear from her eyes. I love you, Kagi's. Please look after my twins when I'm gone. I raised them tenderly. Maddie hugged Kaguya goodbye. Maddie and Lucian gave them one last glance and a beaming smile filled with all her love, then jumped away through space. 20 years later. Maddie and Lucian blinked into existence outside of Earth. Their body was missing its heart. The only skin remaining was on their scalp and from below their eyes upward. Most of the muscles were gone, torn away during battle. Their charcoal black bones were exposed for all to see, and almost no organs remained in their ribcage, their lungs being the exception, though more than 70% of them were as charred as their bones. Dust and specks of light seeped off constantly. A black-boned skeleton with only the upper half of her face intact and long, flowing hair was the most appropriate description of their state. "Lucy, what the fuck happened here?" Maddie exclaimed, anxiety and fear creeping in, feelings she hadn't even experienced during the showdown with the parasites. Most of the planets in the solar system were scarred and out of orbit. Space around Earth was unstable, the sun was in disarray, and Earth was cracked all over, missing 2 visible chunks of its mass. 2 new satellites orbited the ravaged planet. The global map had changed, and none of the sprouting societies they had helped build remained. If not for the familiarity they had with the planet's energy, they would have assumed this was a different planet in the same spatial coordinates. They could find signs of life in fewer than 10 spots, where people likely survived thanks to the basements of script-reinforced buildings. They jumped once more, this time to the place where they felt an energy signature similar to Kagaya's, but split into 9 parts. They also felt Hagoromo and Hamura's energy next to these 9 parts. The older selves of the twins were surprised when they saw them appear. "Wani-sama?" Hamura asked doubtfully. Lucy and Maddie didn't respond, they couldn't, as they were missing most of the organs needed for verbal communication. Maddie observed the 9 chakra beasts with attention and understood that this was her friend's chakra mixed with the corruption of the god tree. She spotted the trace connection these chakra beasts had, which flowed to Hagoromo. Then Lucy took over the body and looked above, to the heavens, where the 2 satellites orbited. He saw through the mass of one of the moons and the seal and located the corrupted mind and soul of their friend. He looked at Hamura's and Hagoromo's bodies with attention, trying to understand why he felt their chakra signature in their mother's seal. "Why did you betray your mother?" Lucian spoke in their minds as more specks of light and dust were released from their body. Hamura and Hagoromo took defensive stances, not daring to take lightly the being in front of them, even if it was clearly in its last moments. She manipulated the minds of the people and sacrificed thousands to her immortal army. Hagoromo exclaimed, his face full of self-righteousness. The god tree was also stealing the planet's natural energy. He added. Lucian didn't bother to acknowledge the answer, finding it too foolish, so he looked at Hamura, questioning. "You could have saved our wives, couldn't you?" Hamura asked in response. "I could have made humanity undying." "What's your point?" Lucian asked. The statement struck the twins like thunder. "Why? Why didn't you save Hana and Suna?" Tears of rage were visible in both of them. But Lucian continued studying them in silence, it didn't make sense. Everybody knew of the sacrifices, and bringing down their reign because they tampered with the memories of the populations didn't make sense. Not when you considered Lucian was already working on a solution for the energy depletion through script. Not when you consider the years of prosperity they lived at the expense of their memories. Not when you consider that the global population, which was nearing 1 billion, was now a scant few million. Not when you consider that they were raised with abundant love and care. Not when you consider that their mother would stop at nothing for their sake. Not when you consider that the result of their rebellion was catastrophic for all. Their minds were clear of foreign energies, so they were sound of mind. The situation made no sense. Since he didn't understand, he looked back to the moon where their friend rested and hovered slowly toward it, unable to jump anymore. She would have the answers he was seeking. But Hamura and Hagoromo got in his way. Their tear-stricken faces were contorted in even more rage. "Answer us," Hamura demanded. "Why would we heal them? They were not our family. You and your mother you were our family, not them. If we had healed them, what was stopping us from healing all of them? Why stop there? Why not create a utopia where only pleasure and satisfaction existed and where death was but a myth? You two turned out as treacherous as your father." Maddie answered, her rage making their body disperse faster. "Father, what's happening?" The fox cub chakra beast asked. "Why did you kill our people? Why did you destroy our beautiful empire? Why did you fuck up our planet? Why did you betray your mother when the only ones who could have healed your wives were us, not her? Why did you have to bring down everything we worked for? Everything for which your mother tried to be better than her parasitic people? Why did you take away our people's future? Just fucking why?" Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk, and with the last why, she broke Hamura's and Hagoromo's necks. "Fa father," the fox cub and the other chakra beasts cried. They looked at the falling bodies of their father and his brother in disbelief, then at the dispersing culprit. Maddie and Lucian fully dispersed after the last outburst, becoming dust in the wind. A/N. There is nothing much to say. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, script and the shared existence of Madeline Pryor and Aragorn have a purpose for when they return to Marvel. The whole talk about leg spreading has a reason behind it, beyond its comedic undertone, but we'll talk more about it later. If it was not clear enough, Lucian Drake was Aragorn names when he was human. I'll publish chapters faster to get out of this arc soon enough, for those who don't like Naruto. But even if the ending is already planned, I have no idea how many words it'll take to get there. Chapter 45, Naruto, the Toad in the Well. Earth was a paradise, filled to the brim with the nutritious form of energy we call nature energy, or natural energy. This wondrous energy could be found everywhere in our world, in our food, plants, rocks, air, and even within ourselves. The only exception was the descendants of the Neanderthal sage clan, now known as humans. Factually speaking, it's not accurate to say there is no natural energy in the human clan because they are covered in it. However, it's not their energy, it is the energy of the environment that coats them in trace amounts of this miraculous energy. But the point stands, the human clan, ever since their evolution, stopped being one of us. We, the sage clans, were benevolent enough to overlook them. They were weak, pathetically so, but they were abundant. Perhaps the evolutionary step taken by the Neanderthal sage clan was not entirely wrong, at least from the perspective of population growth. However, strength has always been the true ruler of our Earth, so no other sage clan abandoned natural energy. Even as we watched them grow in numbers and battle through various tragedies, some of their own making, we never interfered. They were part of nature, even if they were no longer intrinsically connected to it as we are. But everything changed when it intruded into our paradise. The God Tree. At first, we didn't notice the change. But as the years went by, it became apparent that our miracle energy was dwindling, something never before seen. The energy that had been growing strong since the first generation of our ancestral clan was disappearing. The sage clans convened, and we scoured the earth, trying to find where this energy was going, where it was being siphoned to. That's how we discovered the parasite, the God Tree. The solution seemed simple enough: get rid of the thing. Sadly, that was not possible, as the tree had a powerful guardian. We were strong, this was never a lie or an overstatement, but we were not her match. That much was clear to us. We were always good sensors, and our instincts were our sharpest tool. And our instincts screamed danger whenever we got close to the tree and its guardian. We had no choice but to retreat to the sage lands, the places where the energy concentration was the densest, and wait, hoping the invaders would eventually leave or perish waiting. Those were desperate times, not because of scarcity, it had not reached that point, but because we felt as if we were counting our days away. I've always been gifted in the art of prophecy, so I had the advantage of getting a sneak peek at the future. Things looked fine enough to allow it to play out as I saw it. The woman would be betrayed by the humans she loved so much, and in the process, she would eat the fruit of the tree. She would change because of this, turning into an unrecognizable monster compared to her former kind self. Her sons would side with me when I called for them. All I had to do was make sure the brown-haired one discovered the corpse of the girl he would fall in love with. Simple enough. Except it wasn't. At some point, my dreams started to change. Things I hadn't seen before happened, and people who were not there now stood by. Frail humanity rose to the stars and colonized the rest of Earth's sister planets. It was, admittedly, beautiful. But we wouldn't have a place in this future. By the time the silver-haired monster fixed the problem of energy depletion, we would be a shadow of our former selves. This was not fair. This was not justice. We were here first, the originals, the true owners of our beautiful Earth. Not them. We deserved to be part of this future. So what if they were stronger? Would I allow our tadpoles to experience hardship just because of that? No. But it was true that we were weaker, and, as always, strength invariably ruled. So I had to bide my time and observe. It was a daunting task, especially with the senses of the woman with the personality disorder. But I prevailed. I approached the unguarded twins and concocted my plan. I befriended them and earned their trust. I introduced them to the girls I dreamt of, the girls who had a disease we had seen before in a few humans, one that would undoubtedly drive them to an early death. And like the impressionable teens they were, they fell in love with the girls, who subtly resembled their mother. Always calm and regal, with pale skin, passive behavior, eyes filled with tender love, and the natural ability to make any human feel a desire to protect them. They followed the path I carefully laid for them. Their mothers told them about the incurable disease, and the boys started to study medicine in an attempt to extend their girls' lifespans. A futile endeavor. But that was okay. That was what I desired. I once had a dream of the silver-haired woman healing people, though I must admit that only about a quarter of the dreams I have of that being are accurate. There's something in her that interferes with my prophecies. But the dream was enough. That was the ammunition I needed to bring the twins over to my side. After the departure of the silver-haired monster, it was time to put into action several plans I had in mind. First, I located the weakened pair of the alien woman. He had been, as the parasite he was, parasitizing on an unlucky human. I contacted him and offered him the sacred seal tag, created by the sage toads over the centuries. It could even revive someone, and told him that we of the sage clans were going to make a move on his traitorous partner. I had modified the sacred seal tag to enhance someone's body beyond its peak. Since the parasite was using a human body, I was not afraid of him turning into a problem later on. Besides, the destiny I arranged for him was that of a sacrifice. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the twins to defeat their mother, not after the monster trained her. Second, I waited for the girl's condition to worsen, and then I offered the twins the opportunity to study some of my sage clan's healing methods, giving them the false hope of a future for the dying duo. The boys accepted my offer with palpable hope and masked desperation. They left the girls in their mother's care, not that it would make a difference. The alien woman was never good at healing, unlike the monster, and came to me to study senjutsu and learn our sage healing techniques. Truthfully, we had no sage healing techniques, but Lady Katsuyu kindly provided some when I told her we were trying to heal some kind girls. While the boys studied and practiced, I kept an eye on the girls, by that point, their wives, and waited for the moment when they were in their death throes, the final part of my plan to awaken Hagoromo's Mangekyo Sharingan and subsequently his Rinnegan. Hamura went through a form of training that was borderline torture, all in the hopes of awakening his Tenshingan, which I told him I dreamt of and might hold the key to healing their wives if our sage healing arts didn't work. The day arrived, and Hagoromo and Hamura returned to heal their wives. They tried everything they could, and their mother helped them with her mastery of script. Contrary to my prophecy, the girls lasted years longer, but they ultimately met their end. Hagoromo awakened his Rinnegan due to the emotional turmoil, and then I had him watch my memory of the silver-haired monster healing different people. I told them that my dreams of her were not as accurate as I would like and that I was not sure of their veracity, but that I felt obligated by our friendship to share them. I also took the opportunity to show them my memory of their mother and her monster friend altering the memories of their people. Things played out as expected, and the twins confronted their mother. She admitted that she wasn't sure if the monster could have healed their wives but that they had set a rule about not healing anyone outside of her bloodline. If this were all, I wouldn't have succeeded, but my pawn was in place. When the discussion was turning heated, I had Ishiki jump on her. She had her guard down around her kids, after all. While their mother was healing from the sudden injury, Ishiki revealed how, for an Otsutsuki, it was a simple matter to heal what ailed their wives. This was what I had hinted for him to say so that the boys would side with him, even if only temporarily. He also added how he could bring them back to life, especially with the Rinnegan at hand. Due to their heated emotions and the subtle manipulation I had conducted over the years to paint their mother and the monster in a bad light, the boys fell into temptation. The fight lasted for nearly a year. That woman was a monster when she opened her 8 gates, holding her own against the 3 of them combined. But Ishiki, who knew best about the god tree, attempted to merge with it to power up and finally put an end to his betrayer. Kaguya couldn't allow this, but her kids were holding her back, and she was pulling punches on them. In desperation, she outplayed Ishiki and merged with the tree before him. Her mind was warped much faster than the last time, and she focused on sealing Ishiki. I believe she thought Ishiki was manipulating her children, so she wanted him out of the equation to deal with them before the corruption warped her further. But this was the reason I brought the sacrifice into play. The woman used script to create a controlled singularity fixed to Ishiki. The script obstructed his chakra and senses, and before he knew it, he was on the path to becoming the first satellite of Earth. The boys made sure to take advantage of the sacrifice and touch their mother with their sealing technique. The irony of her becoming the second satellite was not lost on me. I don't feel an ounce of pride in what I did to that family or humanity, but for the tadpoles, I'd do it again. My prophecy rewarded me with a dream of the prosperous future the tadpoles will share with humanity, but it also cursed me when it showed me what that monster will do to me. In a way, I will pay for what I did, but I don't regret it. At least they are honorable enough to dispense their revenge solely on me. Alas, that's how the repercussions of my actions will arrive for me in about 1,000 years. At least in this way, the child of prophecy won't suffer due to the consequences of Ishiki, and with the help of the monster, humanity will reach actual peace, not the temporary peace I had dreamt of before. Lucky for all who will witness it, a future under the guidance of the child of prophecy and the protective umbrella of Gai Senjurama. Credit where it's due, that monster knows how to leave things better than they found them. But the way things were going previously was unacceptable to me. This way, with my sacrifice, my people will have a place in this bright future, even if what awaits me is hellish pain. First life. Wah. Wah. With cries of pain after being molded through the narrow birth canal, Maddie was welcomed into the world. Fuck, Lucy. It hurts. Make it stop. She pleaded desperately. I can't. This body is too weak for me to have any significant influence in it without killing you. You need to get stronger, Lucian explained. Fuck. It will take us years to be able to reach Kagi's, she lamented. You have access to minor energy manipulation, minor psychokinesis, minor biokinesis, and a very downgraded form of my eyes. It shouldn't take that long to reach Kaguya. Lucian mentioned the downgraded forms of his power she could tap on. I'm sorry, Ato. I believe she is blind. They heard the concerned voice of an elderly woman. It's all right, mother. She'll be all right. The woman who was breastfeeding Maddie said softly as she fell asleep. Ato. A male voice asked with concern. She's all right, kid, just tired. She'll be all right, I'll make sure of it. The older woman with careful strokes painted symbols in her daughter's skin and a few smaller ones in Maddie's. She then flowed her chakra through these symbols and traces of natural energy flowed behind. Script? Yes. It's good to know that not everything was lost. How long has it been? 5 years since we killed Hagoromo and Hamura. I thought it was more immediate. It has to do with finding a soulless embryo strong enough to hold our combined souls. Does that mean that at least we'll have good genetics? Not necessarily, but it shall be in most of the cases. That's good then. It doesn't matter. As you grow in power you'll have wider access to my powers. When biokinesis reaches the necessary level you would be able to change your genetics. Oh, okay. That's great then. 10 years later. Ato Kazan. I'm back. Maddie shouted from the front door. She was a tall, for her age, beautiful black-haired girl, her eyes as pupilless and irisless as always, as if blinded by birth, but all who saw her grow up knew better. Behind her, a hunted boar hovered lightly in the air. Aya, I've told you many times not to parade your hunt in bloody display through the village. Several mothers have already complained about it. Ato sternly said when she saw her daughter showcasing her hunt like a trophy. But that's dumb. We've lived in a dangerous world ever since the fall. Why would these mothers complain about their kids seeing some blood? Aya, Maddie, complained. No mother wants their children to prematurely confront the harsh realities of our world, Aya. Ato explained. Hey, I'm a kid. They should toughen up like me. I'm even the provider of this family ever since father moved on to the Pure Lands. Aya retorted. Yes, but you're a weird kid. Ato said with a mocking smile. Hey. I take offense to that. You should say, yes, but you're my most special daughter, or something nice like that. Aya said as she floated her hunt to the back of the house to finish butchering it, having already taken care of the bloodletting on site. You're my only daughter. And you are special, indeed. Ato commented quietly at the end as she watched her daughter skillfully butcher the boar in seconds. I heard that last part, and somehow I believe your special is different from mine. Aya placed the meat in different containers and activated the script on them. These were for safe storage and preservation. Because it is. Do you know what I felt when your father passed on, and your tiny 7-year-old self came up and said you were going to be the man of the house? Ato rolled her eyes at her daughter's uniqueness. Proud. Aya tilted her head in confusion. Well, yes, but only because I thought you were cute. But when you escaped home the next day and returned by afternoon, dragging a hunt about 20 times heavier than you through the village, you stopped being cute. Ato deadpanned. Ato Kazan, we both know that venison is our favorite. Why would you complain about that? With a movement of her hand, Aya's clothing dropped, and she stood naked in the back of her home. A second movement, and she expelled and molded chakra into a gentle stream of soapy water, cleansing herself. And then there's my exhibitionist daughter, who can apparently manipulate chakra better than even my mother could, and she learned during the apogee. Ato said with exasperation. There's no need for envy, Ato Kazan. I'm already teaching you. Aya made another gesture, and a warm breeze took the moisture away. She then combed her hair with her fingers, and as if by magic, after every pass, her hair became softer and silkier. And that thing with your hair? Ato asked enviously. That one you can't learn, but I can probably make a substitute and teach it to you. We should probably sell the technique to the village leader's main wife. You know, turn it into a profit. Aya suggested, working through a few possible combinations in her head with Lucian to achieve the same result as their biokinesis. Deal. By the way, you can't go outside for the next few weeks. Ato said seriously. What happened? Aya asked. Saitoma-san caught wind of rumors about the trader's kid wreaking havoc a couple of mountains north of here. Ato spat angrily on the ground. That's not very good manners, mother. Aya teased. Sorry, it's just awful for those of us who remember what they took from us. I was very little, but I remember escaping with my mother to the storage building's basement and starving while waiting for Kagayaheim to end the traders. It was a hard year, we only survived because of the supplies in the building. Ato said sadly. Yes. I remember when grandmother used to cry herself to sleep reminiscing about aunt and uncle, who didn't make it. Aya said. My older siblings were away, they were in the capital when it happened. They were happy because they had earned a scholarship to the National Scripture Academy, but the capital was the first to fall. Ato said, her tone downcast, accepting a hug from the man of the house. Shinaki became a massive desert in the middle of the continent. All the forests Kagaya had grown with her wood technique, the infrastructure, the terrain, everything was turned to dust and later burned to ashes during the clash. Most of the people who survived had stories similar to Ato's. They were those who were lucky enough to be close to a governmental building with a basement reinforced enough to withstand the impact of the year-long fight, and who coincidentally had food and water available, or means to access it. The civilization grown by Kagaya Otsutsuki and Mari Futagami was sprawling enough to survive the consequences of the planetary fight, even if only a few million people remained. Because communication through the script was a common practice, the culprits of the fight were no secret. Most, if not all, who survived knew that the princes and an interloper had fought Kagayaheim during the time Mari Futagami had gone to the heavens to deal with their goddess family, as was the public story behind the disappearance of Mari, which was coincidentally not a lie. Years later, when Hagoromo and Hamura were trying to fix some of the damage caused during their confrontation, the people met the princes. Contrary to the open-armed welcome they expected after liberating their people from their mother's oppressive regime, they were met with hatred, disgust, enmity, and fear in droves. After doing what they could for the planet, Hagoromo settled in a location not far from where Ato and Aya lived, while Hamura ascended to Luna, the satellite where Kagaya was sealed, and established his home with his family. Years later, Hagoromo and Hamura disappeared, leaving behind only the problematic descendants of Hagoromo in the territory he had claimed. These problem children became infamous due to the destruction they caused wherever they went. One of them, Azura, inherited his father's people, the few who had no choice but to accept Hagoromo as their leader if they didn't want to starve. The other, Indra, created his own clan with those who followed him after he separated from his father's clan, as well as the few he met along the way. Neither Hagoromo nor Hamura could fill the power vacuum left by Kagaya, especially since their people abhorred them. Most of the survivors decided to form their own small groups and share among themselves the techniques they knew related to chakra, senjutsu chakra, and, most importantly, script, all in hopes of creating a better life. However, a clear difference soon emerged between the inheritors of the princes and the other survivors. The people under Hagoromo's wing developed a form of chakra manipulation focused on combat. In contrast, during the apogee, most techniques had been created to advance civilization. With no wars and security ensured by the script and their goddess divine reign, there was no need for techniques designed for killing. With this clear divide, the civilians avoided the Urajiromono no Ko, sons of traitors, and tried to stay away from their brutal ways. Unfortunately, the conflicts between Azura and Indra often impacted the civilians, so the few who could still operate communication scripts, like Saitama, the village's news collector, created networks to avoid the Urajiromono. Another concern for the civilians was the obvious decline in the art of script as generations passed. The problem stemmed from the fact that, while operating script was relatively simple, creating it was not. The few who knew how to create scripts quickly tried to leave scrolls with the techniques they remembered, but not everyone had the comprehensive knowledge of scripts that Lucian did, so many scriptures were lost to oblivion. From the civilians' perspective, they were at risk of losing the blessing Mari Futagami had bestowed upon them. The Urajiromono were making things worse by directly or indirectly complicating their lives, such as when their battles altered the terrain, disrupting gathering and hunting routes. They named their clans, right? Aya asked. Yes, rumors say the ones under the red-eyed one are now called Uchiha, and those following the one who uses wood attacks go by Senju. Ato informed her daughter. Okay, Ato-kazan, I'll stay indoors. We should have enough boar to last for the next 6 months, but we'll probably run out of venison in 1 month. Aya said. No. Ato exclaimed, dejected. Sadly, it's true. We could trade some of our boar for venison with the clan leader, but, Aya trailed off mysteriously. But what? Ato asked. But I think you should cut back on red meat. Aya said, eyeing her mother's chubbiness. Gasp. That's your fault, you overfed me. Ato protested, covering her belly. All I'm hearing is how awesome of a provider I am for this family. Aya replied with a smile. Ato playfully slapped Aya's shoulder. 5 years later. This should work, right, Lucy? Maddie asked nervously in their mind. She was lying down naked in what could be compared to a magic circle, except it was made of scripture. There were ingots of metal in carefully selected locations, and Ato was nervously sitting a bit away from the circle, accompanied by the village leader, Haruki. Ato became his concubine 3 years ago, and the main wife, Ayumi. The nervousness was shared by the 3 adults, but it was most obviously displayed by Ato. Yes, Maddie. I'll numb your pain receptors. Your body has grown strong enough to allow me to do certain slight modifications with my biokinesis, Lucian patiently explained through their soul. And the metal? She asked. I will partly modify its molecular structure with my psychokinesis to make it biocompatible, and the scripture on the floor will assist me where I'm lacking, Lucian explained once more. Right. And then? Then I will use it to script over your bones, Lucian concluded. See, that's the part where I'm not following. How will you use solid metal to inscribe over my bones, which, by the way, are inside of me? I will melt the metal and inject it into your bones by thin tendrils. Your temporary regeneration factor will keep you alive while I do the script, and finally, the metal will solidify as its temperature lowers, Lucian said factually. And Lucy, since when do I have a temporary regeneration factor? Since now. Okay, cools, no need to worry, cool. Why is it temporary? She chuckled in danger. I can't grant you a permanent one without overtaxing your body and leaving you with a remaining lifespan of a few months. Cools, very cool. It will be very hot. Metal smelting hot. Just don't kill me in front of Eito-kazan, Maddie pleaded. Okay, Eito-kazan, Ayumika-sama, Haruki, I'll begin. Please don't step inside the circle if you don't want to kill me or die. Maddie shouted. Be careful, Aya. Her mother pleaded. You're the future of our village, Aya-chan. Please don't take it away from us. Her stepmother, or second mother, Aya was not sure how to think of her, said. Be careful, my girl. Haruki said. Aya respected him but didn't like that he took away her role as the man of the family. She was a better provider than him, but Eito was happy with him, so Aya didn't make things overly complicated for him. Go, Lucy, she steeled her nerves. The scripture lit up like neon strips, and the metal floated, shifting shapes and textures for a few seconds before turning a vivid red. The red-hot mass then elongated into several tendrils that hovered above the naked Aya. The tendrils moved perpendicular to her, like needles, and dropped without warning. The worried family winced at the sight of their girl's melting skin. The smell of burned hair and flesh made it even harder to bear. Eito condemned herself for agreeing to this, no matter how much sense she had made before. Don't worry, Eito. We've always known that your girl was a special miracle. She carries the eyes of Maddie Futagami-sama. She'll get through this. Ayumi told her sister. Haruki took Eito's hand reassuringly. As much as Aya appeared to be melting away, she seemed relaxed, as if taking a hot bath. 15 minutes later, the procedure was done. Eito and Haruki, who had a higher affinity for natural energy, felt the shift in the environmental energy. If before, the script they tattooed on their bodies that slowly accumulated natural energy seemed wondrous, now it felt minuscule compared to the rivers of natural energy flowing into the girl. Aya stood up once the last of her damaged tissue had regenerated and the liquid metal script had solidified. Success. She beamed in all her nakedness. She was always a bit of an exhibitionist. Eito said with a sigh, joking about her daughter's lack of proper decorum. How are you feeling, Aya-chan? Ayumi asked, approaching with a long towel. It's the best. Pure natural energy is stored in the script and passively mixed with my chakra. Then the Senjutsu chakra goes to the storing script for later use. I'll be a bit chakra deprived for the next month, but nothing too serious. Aya said. She threw a few lightning-fast punches before accepting the towel to dry her sweat and cover herself. You mentioned before that your body was a bit different from the rest, so only a percentage of this could be applied to our people. How much are we talking about? Haruki asked. It's hard to quantify, but if we start when they turn 7 years old, by the time they stop growing, about 70% of their bone structure will have been inscribed. There's also a part of the ritual I need to adjust slightly since not everyone can numb their pain receptors like I can. Aya explained. The regeneration can be covered with some temporary scripts, right? Eito asked. Yes, mother. With enough help and a constant infusion of steady yang chakra, the regeneration can be simulated. Aya confirmed. When could you start? Haruki inquired. Technically today, but we shouldn't. Aya said. Why, Aya-chan? Ayumi asked. Let's take a seat. I want to explain a few of my plans and projections for our village. Aya said. Once everyone was seated, she began to explain that they were too close to the Yurajiramono for comfort. The next time they encounter one, they might capture their people to discover a way to replicate their osteo script. Haruki, last winter we would have starved if I hadn't gone out to hunt, right? Aya asked. None of the villagers were as durable as she was, and despite their resourcefulness, they couldn't beat the weather, especially when it turned supernatural after the battle destabilized the natural energy. She had gone outside for 3 days and returned with just enough game to survive the winter. Haruki nodded. Did you know that we had a lower yield in our harvest and that the prey-eating grounds changed because the Yurajiramono had another of their friendly spars and affected the water veins in the zone? Aya asked. They did, Aya-chan. Ayumi asked, surprised. Yes. Azura Senju's would release doesn't create trees out of nothing. Soil and water are used to supplement the chakra expenditure. In one of their battles last spring, he created a massive humanoid, multi-armed wooden figure. It displaced so much natural energy, water, and soil that the water veins in our fields and the watering grounds for the prey were affected. Aya explained. Our water vein shifted about 3 kilometers west, less than 2 miles, and the watering grounds about a few hundred meters deeper. She concluded. What are you suggesting we do? Haruki asked. We have to move away. We're too close to them. If we get strong enough to fight them off, we'll become as brute as they are, and even if we win, it won't be without sacrifices. Saitoma told me that even 6 villages east of us are experiencing similar problems. And let's not forget that the village near the southern peaks was destroyed by one of Indra Uchiha's stray attacks. Eito said. She still remembers that towering chakra giant. I also agree with Mother, which is why I need you to give me 1 year to find us a safe haven. Aya revealed. Aya, what do you mean? Eito asked worriedly. With the osteo script, I'm about as strong as the Yurigiramono, maybe not as destructive, but definitely as deadly. I'm the strongest in our village by far and probably the only one who could survive the environment if caught outside during one of the flash storms. I doubt any of you would survive if you fell into a pocket of space, but I could. During the fight, there were multiple instances where space was broken. The broken space, filled with chakra, healed by creating pockets of corrupted chakra with rioting natural energy. Neither Hamura nor Hagoromo had a way of fixing these wounds, other than to let the pockets run dry after a few centuries or millennia. For example, the vast desert in the center of the continent, where once Shinaki stood, is now filled with thousands, if not millions, of these death traps. The natural energy rioted so violently that there are statues of people scattered by the millions in certain spots. The corrupt chakra of the god tree made it impossible to live there for more than a few years before succumbing to illness, or being killed by the hostile environment. Flash storms have become a staple of the world. These are violent aggregations of natural energy in the upper layers of the atmosphere that affect the weather in the lower layers, creating destructive, sudden storms. The fact that several villages around the world still stand is thanks to the ruins of the apogee, which remain strong even today and protect the people from the deadly weather. I feared as much, but even if we're just a few short of 5,000 villagers, I didn't want us to move away. Especially since our shelter is here, and we have little to no chance of finding another safe haven. Haruki shared his concerns. He knew the battles between the Yurigiramono were getting out of hand. It wouldn't be long before they faced a deadly fate, caught in the crossfire of one of the stray attacks. That's why I need a year. I'll find us a new place, companions if needed, a suitable source of sustenance, and the safest route to this safe haven. Whether I succeed or not, I'll return by the year mark. Aya elaborated. Will you be all right, Aya-chan? Ayumi asked. Ayumi-sama, I'm more worried about you than myself. I'll survive, but what about you? Especially with the Yurigiramono so close by. Aya said, looking at them as if they were the ones in danger. Aya, make sure to come back by the year mark. If not, I'll go and look for you myself. Eito declared. 1 month later. I'll be back, so don't worry so much. Aya said, hugging each of her mothers present. Haruki, you were never the better provider between the two of us, and if I'm being honest, I was always the best man of the house. But I'll cut you some slack if you guarantee my mother's safety while I'm away. Deal. Aya looked sternly at the grown men. Deal, my girl. I'll make sure they're safe and sound by the time you return. What else could he say? His wives were chuckling behind him, and the monster girl the village loved and depended on so much was looking at him with half-lidded eyes. As the village grew smaller in the distance, Maddie spoke with Lucian. So, do we go directly to the moon? She asked in their minds. I believe so. We should also find some time to recover the staves I made for the twins. I don't think we should leave those lying around in the hands of their warmonger children, Lucian said from their soul. You're right. But I don't feel much towards their children, so if we don't have to antagonize them, let's not. I agree. Maddie took a running start, exerted force in her legs, and shot into the sky. She dragged a part of the atmosphere with her, forming a protective bubble around herself with her psychokinesis. Like an ascending meteor, she burned from the friction with the atmosphere, braving the layers of polluted natural energy. Just a few seconds more, and we'll be outside the unstable section, her companion informed her. With one last push, she was outside the turbulent atmosphere. The dilapidated planet behind her. It's just sad when I look at it from this perspective, knowing what it looked like before, Maddie commented as she glanced at the fractured planet. I can't feel sadness, but I do find the state of the planet appalling. Let's go, she said, sometimes envying her partner's condition. An hour later, they landed on the moon and were welcomed by a village. That's Hamura's people, right? She observed, noting 2 children with Byakugans and the people protecting them. Most likely his grandchildren, Lucian noted, given that Azura and Indra were clearly adults, and these were not. What do we do? She asked. We don't need to do anything. Just take a seat. This distance is enough to pull Kagaya into our mindscape. Maddie ignored the startled looks of the villagers and children, sat down, and closed her eyes. She fully trusted the barrier protecting her, at least enough to brace an attack and take a proper combat stance. She then felt herself being pulled somewhere, a familiar sensation, and before she knew it, she found herself, a white featureless male humanoid, and Kaguya floating in an ocean of stars. Kageese. Maddie launched herself forward and hugged her friend. Am I Maddie? Kaguya's voice trembled as the mental corruption affected her ability to process thoughts. Lucian appeared behind her and stabbed his hand through her back. WHWH, what are you doing? Kaguya gradually felt her thoughts clearing. Kageese, it's Lucy. He's healing you, Maddie said softly, petting her head and not allowing her to pull away from the hug. Your mind can be easily separated from the corruption. I'm doing that. Your soul is a problem, Lucian said. It's because of the god tree, isn't it? Kaguya asked dejectedly. Affirmative. The god tree has a soul of its own. This soul interacted with yours when you merged with it. I'm guessing your body merged with the god tree and that's where its soul rests. The entire situation makes it hard to purify your soul. Why? Maddie asked. One of the things I remember is not to mess with souls. But even if I wanted to risk it, not even with our previous body would I have the control to do it without breaking something, either of your souls or reality, Lucian explained as he pulled his hand out of Kaguya, having finished removing the connection the corruption had with her mind. What can we do? Kaguya trusted her friends to have a solution. Every 100 years or so, we will come and feed you with our chakra to drive away the corruption of your spirit. As long as you're not reunited with your body before we're done, we should be able to fix you in 8 or 9 tries, approximately. Spirit? Kaguya asked, feeling Maddie's gentle caresses as she listened to the diagnosis. Chakra works because it is connected to your mind and body, but when you merged with the god tree, you connected your soul as well. So your soul and mind were corrupted. The union of mind and soul is the spirit. It's a bit complicated, but I think I understand, Maddie interjected. Kaguya looked up at her, waiting for an explanation. The bad chakra in your spirit will be driven away by our chakra. You can't merge with your body because if you contaminate the chakra we give you with the one in your body, all our work will go down the drain. Because Lucy can't mess directly with your soul, we have to take the roundabout way and do it like this, in about 8 to 9 sessions. Am I missing something? Maddie asked. We will have to purify the chakra beasts Hagoromo created before she merges with her body once we unseal her. I'm assuming her chakra will be pulled by her body once we unseal her, or the chakra is needed as the key for the seal. We could also wait for my soul to heal, and then my main self will be able to ignore the seal and just pull Kaguya's soul out of it. These are our options. Hagoromo created chakra beasts with my chakra. Why? Kaguya asked, wide-eyed. We don't know. I sort of killed them before they had the chance to utter more stupidities. You killed my boys? Kaguya asked, infuriated. She tried to pull away from Maddie's embrace but she held her still. I don't know what you believe, Kageese, but they were not being mind-controlled when we met them. They were sound of mind and started spouting excuses for why they betrayed us, Maddie said calmly. Kaguya's eyes went wide in disbelief and surprise. What? Ishiki wasn't controlling them. Kaguya could swear she heard her heart break. Maddie looked back at Lucian for the answer, as he was the one that checked. There was no form of mental interference. I confirmed it before trying to reach you. Hagoromo and Hamura got in the way and demanded answers. I got angry about how regretless they were and how they ruined everything. I wanted to break their souls, but Lucy only allowed me to break their necks. Kaguya looked at Lucian for clarification. Maddie was letting her emotions get the better of her after we had to fight almost constantly for 20 years, only to return and find her home in ruins and her twins ungrateful and traitorous. If they were as irredeemable as they appeared, we would have time to break their souls later, but at that moment breaking their necks seemed mild enough. Kaguya looked at him, grateful. Also, they were weakened. They weren't old exactly, but I believe the fight took a toll on their bodies. They felt close to death, especially Hagoromo. Their souls appear as strong as they should be, but I'm guessing you did hit them hard enough, even if you were clearly pulling punches if they survived you, Lucian concluded his report, understanding that Kaguya would want to know what happened to her children, even if it broke her heart. I thought Ishiki was controlling them. When I sealed Ishiki and the corruption was messing with my mind, they got the better of me and sealed me away. Just before I was sealed, I created a manifestation of my will to find you, a way to unseal me, and to find out if my boys were released from Ishiki's mental control, Kaguya said. We've never met it, but our external appearance changed when we were rebirthed, Maddie informed her. If you have the time, please look for him. When I created him, I was not sound of mind. I don't want him to mess with our people too much, Kaguya confessed. There's no need to worry about that, Lucian stated. Why? Kaguya wondered. It appears you were pressed enough not to realize it, but Shinaki is no more. It was turned into a death zone, a desert. Hagoromo and Hamura couldn't fill the power vacuum we left in our absence, so our people stopped being ours and split into multiple groups. Most are refugees and survivors who used our old governmental buildings as shelters from the newfound hostility of the planet, Lucian explained matter-of-factly. Also, everything turned into a mess. It will take the planet and us centuries to fix the damages, and some things will never be able to heal, Maddie lamented. Kaguya lowered her head, and Maddie said nothing more, simply hugging her hurting friend. They discussed and shared information for a few more hours in mental time. When they said their goodbyes and returned their attention to their physical body, they found themselves surrounded by a few people, one of whom held Hamura's staff with an air of authority. Identify yourself. The men demanded. Hello, I'm Aya Futagami, and you? Aya asked, all smiles. She used her last name from her time as Maddie, this life she didn't have one. Shinsei Otsutsuki. Stranger, how did you arrive here? It seems Hamura didn't pass down much, if anything, about us, doesn't it? Maddie asked with some dissatisfaction. It appears so. I flew. How else? Maddie replied, realizing there might be a hidden passage, considering how weak most of the people present were. Are you perhaps a sage? Shinsei inquired. What qualifies as a sage? Maddie asked in return. Any idea, Lucy? None. We're not particularly known for our sagacity, so maybe we aren't sages. Someone who wields Senjutsu chakra. Shinsei explained. Oh, that. That's the only requirement to call yourself a sage. Then, yes. Consider me the sagest sage. Maddie said, feeling a bit foolish for doubting her own sagehood. What's your purpose in visiting Luna? Shinsei narrowed his eyes. Because I could. Maddie quipped. Shinsei was left speechless, unsure how to process that reason. But I'm leaving now. I've seen what I came to see, and you all seem busy with your lives. Maddie added, then departed as swiftly as she had arrived, flying away. We'll return for that staff when he's older. If we fight him now, most of them may die in the collateral damage. And Kaguya's seal might be affected. That too. So, where to next? The best place to create a community is somewhere no one could intrude. That leaves us with the second satellite or Shinaki. Can we heal the desert? Yes, but we won't. We could create an underground city and use the sandy landscape as a front. The spatial pockets and rioting natural energy will take care of most intruders. For an energy manipulator like us, that place is perfect. The tricky part will be moving our villagers. That's genius. Is there a specific location you have in mind? Aino's monument. The crystal pole with the eternally burning flame. Why? Unless Kaguya directly struck it with her full strength, it should still be standing. So, like a landmark. Exactly. We have 1 year. Let's make it count. Agreed. 1 year later. Boom boom boom, leaving the broken sound barrier in her wake, Aya flew toward her home village. The terrain below her was unrecognizable, constantly changing due to the weather and the ongoing battles of the Urajiromono. However, since this was all part of a civilization she once led, it wasn't difficult for her to remember where the local distribution and storage center was, the building they used as a shelter. With a soft landing, she arrived back home. Ayumi, Eito, and the other concubines were waiting for her. They had been doing so since the morning of the agreed-upon day. Aya. Her mother said softly with a heavy smile as she walked forward to embrace her in a motherly hug. She had missed her daughter greatly. Not only her, the village felt her absence. Aya was their protective wall, the nurturing tree that sheltered them. The winter had been harder than the last, and they had a few close calls with the Urajiromono. Aya-chan, it's good to see you in good health. Come on, let's go inside and hear your report. Ayumi said, laying a caring hand on the girl's head and petting her softly. That's great, Ayumi-sama. I found us a place in a somewhat safe route. Aya shared the news, her spirits high. In a room they used as a conference room, most of the important leaders of the village were present. Where's Haruki? Aya asked. The villagers exchanged glances until Eito spoke. Aya. 4 months ago, during winter, we were facing some hard times. Haruki, along with a few able-bodied men, went hunting to bring back some much-needed meat. During the hunt, he was injured in the leg. It wasn't too grave, but it made running difficult. As they were returning, they got caught in the crossfire of a battle between the Uchiha and Senju. He didn't make it back. Eito said mournfully. TCH, Aya clicked her tongue and looked upwards, trying to stop the tears from flowing. Aya-chan, with his last words, he told us to tell you that the provider's mantle would fall back on you. He said he was leaving everything in your hands and apologized for placing such a heavy burden on you. Saitoma added. He was one of the men who went out to hunt and gather during that time. That idiot Haruki. I always told him I was the better provider. Aya said without heat in her words. The rest of the village gave her some time to gather herself and used the opportunity to update her on the past year. They told her about how they lost a dozen elders, but these elders had taught or recorded the scriptures they knew before passing away. They also shared news about the newly born members of the village and how the population count was holding up. Finally, they informed her about the stock they had available to make the move if she had found them a new place. I guess I should inform you guys about my discoveries, Aya said. She began by telling them about her visit to Luna to seek advice from Kagaya-hime. Most were surprised by the daring acts of the girl, but they had all but confirmed that she was some sort of reincarnation of Mari Futagami, so they took it in stride. They were overjoyed to learn that their goddess had prepared a place for some of her people in case of emergency, but they grew worried and fearful when they heard they would have to cross half of the desert to reach this safe haven. Aya pulled out a tall scroll with a map of most of the continent and explained how she had taken advantage of clear days to fly upwards and map every part of the continent she could, to find them the safest route possible. She also revealed that she had stored enough meat and fruits to last the village a month. 3 months later, when the flash storms tended to calm down for a couple of months, the grueling journey began. It took the group 1 year and 7 months to make the journey, losing close to 30% of their people to sickness or the weather. But these losses were fewer than expected. At the end of the brutal voyage through the Sea of Sands, they reached a tall crystalline spire with a bright flame burning atop. Aya approached the spire and flowed her chakra through the script. The face of the spire facing the people disintegrated into dust, leaving a tall, wide rectangular opening. Welcome to the village hidden by the sand, Sunagakure. I named it myself, Aya said in her characteristic cheery voice, which had kept everyone's spirits up throughout the journey. Hope, relief, tears, hugs, kisses, and more were shared as they celebrated their success. After a long walk through the door, they were left open-mouthed in surprise by the underground city that Maddie and Lucian had built in under a year. Lucian and Maddie had harnessed the rioting natural energy in the surroundings, redirecting some of it to promote life inside the massive cave they had created. They guided this life into a general theme of bioluminescence, with tall mushrooms of light being the predominant species. They molded this natural energy to create underground rivers, and through the use of script on the ceiling, they created a faux sky. Light, vegetation, water, and fertile soil, thanks to the natural energy, were the things they desperately needed to restart their lives. And they found them here. Lucian and Maddie had also built a few buildings that seamlessly integrated with the massive cave. It's perfect, Aya. Thank Kagaya-hime for her blessing, Eito said, hugging her daughter with a little toddler strapped to her back, the last gift from Haruki, named after his father. Thank you, Aya-chan. Without you, we wouldn't have made it this far. Haruki would be proud, Ayumi said, joining the family hug. The villagers spread throughout the underground city, exploring the place like children. As such, the villagers settled down in their new home. Ayumi offered the village leader position to Aya, but she declined, citing a promise she had made to Kagaya-hime to gather as many of her people as possible in this new home. Of course, there was no such promise, but Maddie still felt a sense of responsibility for them. Lucian supported her, as usual, even though he believed that all responsibilities had been fulfilled when they got rid of most of the parasites. Years went by. Maddie visited Kagaya a few times, and although she didn't befriend the descendants of Hamura, a form of silent understanding was reached. No one disturbed or bothered the girl who came every few years, sat with her eyes closed for a few minutes, and then left. Haruki, her little brother, grew up to become the village leader. Since Ayumi was infertile due to chakra poisoning, one of the many subtle consequences of the fall, he was the only heir. Aya's role in their hearts evolved from Aya-chan to Aya-sama, as most, if not all, of them owed their lives to her in some way. As the years passed, more men approached Aya to ask for her hand in marriage, but she always declined. Some of them aren't bad, Lucian noted in her mind. I know, but I don't want children right now, Maddie responded. Is it because of Hamura and Hagoromo, Lucian asked, even though he already knew the answer. I raised them as my own with Kagaya, and then I killed them. Do you regret it? Maybe a little. Sometimes I remember the times we used to play together. I even used to see them in Haruki, and I still do in a few of the village children. I love them with all my heart, but something snapped in me, and I didn't hesitate for even a second to kill them. I don't want to go through what Kagaya did with them, nor do I trust myself not to snap on my own children if they betray me. Besides, there's time, that's not something I lack. And a small part of me is afraid of leaving them behind. Because you'll live eternally as long as you belong to me. Yes, my oldest friend. Because I know I'll outlive everyone but you and Kagaya. I seem to understand part of it. What do you mean? I have a memory about the curse of immortality, so I theoretically understand your reason. You just can't sympathize with it. Exactly. It's ironic that, for an empath like you, emotions are easily recognizable, yet you can't experience them. I hadn't thought about that, but it is ironic. More years flew by and as time does, it eventually took Ato. Ato-Kazan, I believe it's almost time. Aya said as she observed Ato's soul beginning to be pulled towards the Pure Lands. My sweet girl, I know, and I'm ready. The old woman said. Before you go, I want to tell you a story. Aya held Ato's hand and temporarily anchored her soul to the mortal plane. A story? Ato asked, feeling as if she had caught a second wind. Yes, Ato-Kazan. It's the story of Madeline Pryor and her first mother. It goes like this. Lucian used his telepathy to create a vivid illusion as Maddie wanted. In a land farther away than light can reach, a madman became obsessed with bringing the perfect child into the world. The madman found a couple with the necessary genetics to produce this child. But he couldn't force the couple to copulate because they were strong and the woman didn't love the man. Lucian showed Ato the lab where Madeline grew up. Driven by desperation, the madman collected blood samples from the woman and grew a clone of her. This was Madeline Pryor. The madman indoctrinated, manipulated, brainwashed, and molded her into the perfect womb to make the men fall for her, in case the couple never came together. Lucian showed Madeline being molded by Essex. Madeline grew up in a lab and never knew love, care, compassion, friendship, or warmth. Lucian showed her the small clone living her life in isolation. One day, the madman became even more desperate. The woman had been taken under the protective wing of a very powerful person, and the man was no longer within his reach. Lucian showed Essex breaking equipment in his lab. Acting on this desperation, the madman made a deal with an evil spirit and gained an unholy cube. His plans and the terms of the deal were unknown to Madeline, but she knew nothing good would come from the cube as soon as she laid eyes on it. Lucian showed Essex meeting the Ghost Rider, who handed him the Pandemonium cube. As she predicted, when the cube merged with her, she died. The illusion went dark. But this wasn't the end of her story. In the afterlife, she woke up surrounded by darkness, unending darkness. This darkness she later befriended, discovering that it had a name, Lucian Drake. The illusion remained dark. Lucian and Madeline traveled through the afterlife together until one day they decided to visit the world of the living. They asked a kind goddess for help to create a body they would share. This kind goddess was named Kagaya Otsutsuki. Lucian showed her Kagaya standing alone in the air, the god tree behind her. Kagayaheim. The old woman asked in surprise. Yes, Kagayaheim created a body for the duo, and they later assumed the identity of Maddie Futagami. Lucian showed her Maddie's body being born from Kagaya's blood. Asterisk gasp asterisk, the surprise was visible on the aged Ato's face. Maddie Futagami helped and assisted Kagayaheim, as you know. But what you don't know is that after Maddie Futagami went away to deal with Kagayaheim's evil family members, she returned in her death throes and killed Kagayaheim's traitorous children, only to perish and reincarnate. Lucian showed Maddie's body dispersing, omitting their true fleshless appearance upon their return. In her new life, she went by the name of Aya. Lucian changed Aya's physical appearance to that of Maddie Futagami. And that's the story of how Madeline Pryor met her mother, the wonderful mother known as Ato of Sunagakure. The woman who raised her with all the motherly love she never experienced and more. The woman who accepted her daughter's abnormalities and supported her in her crazy endeavors. Thank you, Mom. Through tears, Aya kissed the forehead of her old lady and stopped forcefully anchoring her soul to the mortal plane. Aya, I always knew you were my most special daughter. Ato's eyes slowly closed. Thank you, daughter. Ato whispered with a final smile before her body was lovingly embraced by her daughter. Her body was cremated in the eternal flame, the one atop the spire, initially built as a monument to Ano. Sunagakure grew as the years passed, and Aya's time finally came. Accompanied by the grandchildren of her brother, who had passed on before her, her body began to dissipate. Her flesh and bones turned to dust and specks of light. She smiled one last time, just as her mother had done all those years ago. I'll see you when I see you, brats. She said to her crying family, and then she fully dispersed. Thus, the first life after the reincarnation of Madeline Pryor came to an end. Her name was inscribed throughout the underground city of Sunagakure, known as the Mother of the People of the Sand, even though she never had children of her own. Her efforts and dedication to the village never to be forgotten. A/N, that's it for the chapter. Chapter 46, Naruto, Worm Ride. The Pure Lands. Basking in the oceans of soul healing and cleansing resources, Madeline and the speck of Lucian's soul awaited their next rebirth. Hey, Lucy. Did you kill my father? Aya's life was filled with blessings, which she never thought too deeply about, but now, with the time and clarity that death brings, she noticed some interesting peculiarities she never saw while alive. All the people around her were blessed with health. She doesn't remember her mother ever complaining about sickness even in her old age, nor does she recall her friends or her brother's family falling ill. Even her grandmother seemed peaceful when her time arrived. All except for one person, her father. He passed away bedridden in sickness. No, Lucian answered factually. I feel like you're hiding something. I did not kill him. I did not heal him like I did Ato. Ato Kazan. She was sick. Chakra poisoning. I healed her when I determined she would be the mother you deserve, and when I could access enough of my biokinesis. Your grandmother was too far gone for me to do anything. Why? I don't remember him being bad to us. You didn't listen while you slept, but I did, and he was not good enough. He wanted to leave Ato and you, the reason evaded me for years. Then I heard your grandmother tell Ato that he wanted to go and look for his family. He had another family. They probably got separated during the fall. But that doesn't mean he was bad. He wasn't. He simply was not good enough for you, Madeline. What do you mean? Madeline, I protected your soul from the void for billions of years. The void was aiding my soul recovery before I decided to protect you, that's why it's taking so long to heal. It no longer lets me use it as fuel to heal, at least not while I protect you. But you were mine. Even if it was the void that birthed me, I didn't allow it to claim what's mine. I fought back, and I kept you alive. Do you think I would allow anything but the very best possible for you after all I went through? I chose Kagaya, a woman with a psychological profile compatible with yours who was in a desperate enough situation to lean on you. I helped create the best living conditions for you and her. I got rid of the parasites that threatened your reincarnation cycle. I kept Ato healthy until the day her soul gave up, for you. I made sure none of the villagers from Sunagakure died of sickness while you were around, for you. I ensured your little brother and his family had a healthy life and a peaceful death. I made sure your grandmother had a blissful passing. And I didn't heal your father when he told Ato he wanted to go. He was not bad, but I didn't need someone who wasn't 100% invested in your life, like Ato was, like Haruki became. Geez, Lucian. You can be too much sometimes. Things like these are what made me want to spread my legs for you and let you play with my butt. Are you sure you don't love me? 100% sure. Cold bastard, but that's all right. I love you 200% for both of us. You don't romantically love me. I know, but you've done so much for me that as your friend, I wouldn't mind spreading my legs for you. Even if Kagi's chastised me when I told her about our goals. You're not a goth girl, nor stronger than me. Ha. So that's the real reason. I also feel like I shouldn't get sexually involved with anyone, like as if I would be in danger if I did. It's not a memory but more like he was lost in thought. Like a hunch. She finished for him. Similar. But I'm still interested in the leg spreading and the butt play. I'll make sure to observe if you ever find a romantic partner in one of your next lives. What are friends for? You can watch all you want, just don't tell Kagi's. She always admonished me about our liberal way of thinking. I promise. She was very annoyed that time you waited for her in her room naked. Ha 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 ha. I just thought about sleeping together for a change and she got all flustered about nothing. It's time. Ugh. Time to be squished through. How joyful. Second life. YHWAH, the broken cries of a desolate newborn echoed through the sandy wilderness. Fuck, Lucy. This was worse than before. What's going on? Maddie felt cold, and she could also feel the familiar roughness of the sand as she yelled in their mind. It appears you underwent a post-mortem fetal extrusion, Lucian calmly explained from their shared soul. A coffin birth. Is there anyone around? I can't see shit. Madeline asked, distressed. There are other corpses in various stages of decomposition, Lucian broke the news to her. What now? Do I die? There was some reluctance in her tone but also a willingness to depart from her ailing body. The human body can't sustain itself during the early stages of life. You have 3 paths. You can cry and hope someone finds you. If they don't, you die. If they do, you might live. But we are apparently in the desert, so the chances are low for this path. Ugh, I've got sand in my shitty baby eyes. What's the other option? I can force your soul into the body of another living being nearby. Reincarnate into an animal. I don't think I know how to animal or anything else other than how to human. Is there even anything living in these parts? There are a few insects feeding on your mother's corpse. Also, some scorpions, spiders, and a few sandworms. Yeah, that's not going to work for me. Can I just go back and try again later? Yes. But if that's what you want, then lend me your soul for this life. There's something I'm interested in trying. Oh. What do you have in mind? I want to study the effects of natural energy on creatures other than humans. That sounds interesting, but I don't want to experience it. When you say, lend you my soul, will I have to participate, or will I just observe, like you? You'll be an observer. Okay. But if it turns into something good, try and see if you can help Sunagakure. That's acceptable. So Madeline stepped out of the driver's seat and let Lucian take the wheel for this life. Lucian ejected their soul from the soon-to-be-dead baby and selected the critter with the highest reserves of chakra from the mix, a sandworm. Unfortunately, there were no animals nearby, which made sense considering that the desert was plagued with extreme weather, space pockets, and rioting natural energy. Most creatures above a certain size couldn't survive in the desert. Being eyeless and limbless, does it feel weird? Madeline asked as Lucian acclimated to the new body. It doesn't feel any different than when I was human. What? How? Madeline asked in surprise. There was a vast difference between a worm and a human. I think my soul is used to taking different forms, it's more malleable. The light brown worm squirmed a few times before returning to its meal. I don't know how I feel about you eating our previous body, Madeline confessed in disgust. We were tender and nutritious. Say no to cannibalism. I believe I am as human as the grains of sand we lie on. But you were human, that has to count for something. I hardly feel human, even if most of my memories are from a human perspective. Well, that's true. Otherwise, I don't see how a man could spend years sharing a female body with a woman. I believe it's easier because I don't share sensations with you. I think menstruation would be the deal breaker if I had to. I believe the limit is consciousness, but you pose an interesting query. We shall see in your next life. What about this body? She wondered as Lucian's sandworm body squirmed inside the flesh of the corpse. Please don't go there. All right. Sometimes my pervertedness astounds me, she confessed. Lucian spent a few weeks eating the corpses, and when the last scraps of food were gone, he shifted his predation to the critters themselves. Lucian managed to learn how to best control the chakra inside the sandworm, giving him the edge to come out on top. Then it was time to move from the feeding ground into the harshness of the desert. Life as a sandworm consisted of swimming above the sand during the nights and swimming below it during the scorching hot days. But even during the night, he couldn't stay out for long. Once the heat of the day fully dissipated, the freezing temperatures of the umbra would attack. So there were 2 windows of time within 24 hours that a small sandworm could take advantage of to find much-needed food to survive in these arid badlands. The early hours of the day, when the temperature rises and transitions from freezing cold to scorching heat, and the late hours of the day, when it lowers from scorching hot to freezing cold. The life of a sandworm was filled with nothing but sand and fortuitous encounters with food, or predators. But this was no ordinary sandworm, this was a sandworm possessed by the eldritch being Lucian and the perverted Madeline. The soul of the poor sandworm also spectated from the background, watching as these monsters hijacked its body and did as they pleased with it. Come here, little worm. I shall bestow upon you the name Tsunamushi. When Lucian is pleased with the results of the experiment, we shall give you your body back. I bet it will be all upgraded, running the latest OS, with full extras and luxury rims. Madeline pulled the panicking sandworm to her astral form. Come here, Tsunamushi. There's no need to squirm away, we are friends. Madeline laid the reluctant worm on her shoulder and observed how Lucian circulated chakra and tried to pull natural energy to combine it into Senjutsu chakra. Take a look and learn, Tsunamushi, she instructed. The average lifespan of a sandworm tops out at 5 years, and their natural life is 3 times that. But under the skillful use of the sandworm's paltry chakra pool and the minor energy manipulation Lucian could exert in this body, he began harvesting Senjutsu chakra and binding it to the worm's life force, thus extending its lifespan. With the addition of Senjutsu chakra, the sandworm could now spend more time above the surface since its body could better withstand the environment with its Senjutsu chakra reinforcement. The results spoke for themselves, the sandworm was growing, it was stronger, it had a longer lifespan, and the eon part of the Senjutsu chakra was stimulating Tsunamushi's thinking ability. Uno! Madeline exclaimed. Tsunamushi wiggled a +4 from her cards. Tsunamushi had no face, just a circular mouth and a long body, but Madeline could swear it had a mocking grin. *TCH, Maddie reluctantly drew 4 cards, the 3rd time in the game that Tsunamushi had pulled the same annoying trick. Tsunamushi let her almost feel the taste of victory, only to bring her down crashing hard with another +4. Again, she could swear there was some mocking coming from the silent Tsunamushi. 8 decades passed, and Lucian felt like he had hit a wall. Initially, gathering natural energy went smoothly. The desert was filled with it, and it didn't matter if it was rioting or not, just a pinch of energy manipulation was enough to tame it like a golden retriever. So he wasn't lacking energy, but when he broke through the 100-meter, 328-foot mark, progress slowed to a crawl. No matter how many space pockets he dried up, which helped both him and the environment, there wasn't enough natural energy concentration to break through the next barrier he felt. Although he had extended the worm's lifespan, he sensed that it was nearing its new end, which was unacceptable. He had yet to achieve the qualitative change in life level that he predicted the worm could reach. But when all hope seemed to be vanishing, like a lighthouse in stormy seas, he found the wound left behind after the uprooting of the god tree from the planet's surface. The wound was interesting in itself. Instead of leaking natural energy, it leaked purple chakra, enough to form a pool in the sand. This was what he needed. His time was running out, as he could feel Tsunamushi's soul being summoned to the Pure Lands, which would mean the expiration of this body. But he was so close that he wasn't about to give up. Using the trails left behind by the gigantic sandworm body, Lucian began a continuous inscription circling the unending pool Madeline had named Ryumayaku, as in ley line or dragon veins. He inscribed script after script non-stop for a week, heating his body with senjutsu chakra, hot enough to glass the sand and make the inscription permanent. At the end of the week, when the sandworm's body was almost collapsing, the inscription lit up like neon strips. The chakra source was then modulated to pull the rioting natural energy from the upper layer of the atmosphere, tame it, disperse a percentage to the surroundings of the Ryumayaku, and cycle the tamed energy to the heavens. A process that would become self-sufficient once the rioting energy of the upper layers was tamed. But at the moment, the Ryumayaku bore the cost. The sandworm's body collapsed, and Tsunamushi was caught between the mortal plane and the next. But after a month of recovery, Lucian broke through the barrier. For the next few decades, they didn't move as Tsunamushi underwent changes in their mindscape. After the evolutionary hibernation of the sandworm, its size reached 400 meters, 1,300 feet, in length and 40 meters, 130 feet, in diameter. And in their mindscape. Hello, a shy little girl's voice resonated from the gargantuan body of a sandworm in front of the confused duo, a white, featureless man and a silver-haired woman. Tsunamushi. Your voice doesn't match your ruthlessness during Uno, Madeline commented. So this is how it turned out. A senjutsu chakra beast, Lucian remarked. Sage beast sounds better, no? Madeline suggested. Maybe. What do you think, Tsunamushi? Lucian asked the sandworm. Yes, she replied softly. Lucian gave Tsunamushi control of her body and helped her get used to it for a few years. He also taught her some scripts and helped her set up a proper place around the Ryumayaku, for her and her future descendants. Fortunately for her, even though she was the only one of her kind, she could reproduce asexually. The time for goodbyes came with the end of Lucian's experiment. Please visit the humans in the underground village west of here, Tsunamushi. They are sort of like my children. Just tell them Futagami sent you to assist them, and they'll understand, Madeline requested. I will, Tsunamushi agreed. With their goodbyes and well wishes, the duo departed to the Pure Lands. Third life. Wah wah. The cries of the newborn girl echoed in the room. My lady, it's a healthy girl. A girl dressed in white, splattered with some blood, said respectfully. I promised him a boy. Get rid of it. I'll have better chances of legally gaining his fortune the next time than with a female heir. Make sure no one sees you. The woman said between breaths, a cold demeanor even after the ordeal she just went through. The gall on this bitch. Lucy, do something. We won't die without a fight. I can't do much, there are no bodies to possess within range. Can't you take over one of these humans? No, human souls are different than the lower life form souls. We won't have enough time to take over, we are too weak. Fuck, I refuse to die like this. Lucy, any other options? I could blow us up. It will probably be enough to kill everyone in this room. You don't sound so positive about it. I believe it is too quick a death for them. It's alright, Lucy. You win some, lose some, torture some, eat some, and some you take down with you to condemn them for their sin of not wanting us. Go, Lucy, full on kaboom. Let's take this bitch down with us. Let's fucking go dash. Boom splat. Fourth life. Lucy, I've been meaning to ask this for all 14 years of this life. Why was I born a male? Tyru, Maddie, asked in her mind. Tyru was a pink-haired teenager with an athletic build, eyes as pupil-less and iris-less as usual, left at the doors of the local orphanage in the largest city in this part of the Land of Fire. It was believed that he had been abandoned due to his apparent blindness. But that wasn't the case. Tyru was born from the union of a grieving noble and a townswoman of humble origins. The woman died shortly after Tyru's birth, but she had left instructions with a trusted friend to deliver her baby to the orphanage in the event of her death. The reason for this was the noble's main wife. This man had a main wife and a concubine, his family having arranged his marriage with the former, which made their relationship rocky, to put it mildly. But he fell in love when he first met the woman who later became his concubine. He simped for her, worshipped the ground she walked on, and did whatever his mistress ordered him to do. The real problem with his marriage stemmed from incompatibility in bed. The man was a huge masochist, just like his wife, so they were never compatible. The concubine, however. She was a lady of many whips. When his mistress got pregnant, he was ready to transfer all his fortune to the name of the boy she was going to give birth to. He was prepared to leave behind that masochist slut of a wife. She wasn't really a slut, in fact, she was loyal to him even if she didn't like him. But the men felt disgusted by the masochist scent he recognized in her. Yeah, he hated masochists. But he wasn't a hypocrite. He also hated himself, and that made him horny. But things didn't work out for the S&M duo. She died during labor, in an explosion. It wasn't clear what exploded. The walls and roof of the room were painted with the innards of those present. The point of origin was at the feet of where the birthing bed was supposed to be. Even his little boy was not spared, either that or someone stole him, because nothing was left of the baby, as if the baby was never there, or maybe the baby was the bomb itself, but that's nonsense. Babies aren't explosives. Sometimes they burp, fart, and shit, but definitely not explosive. This brings us to the woman who birthed Tairu. In his grief, the men went to his side mistress, a townswoman who knew her way around whips due to working and training horses and herding cattle. She ended up pregnant, and unluckily, the main wife discovered his infidelity. She was not happy. At least the concubine had the status to be her husband's concubine, but the townswoman didn't. The main wife snuck into the barn where the townswoman worked and made her stance clear. The townswoman was to disappear after the birth of the baby and never contact her husband again. The townswoman didn't even know the noble masochist was married, so she agreed, and then whipped the main wife. Yeah, she was also the mistress of the main wife, but in those times that wasn't considered infidelity, because it was normal for women to take care of the needs of their ladies. She was very surprised that the two masochists she knew were apparently married to each other. Talk about coincidences. The townswoman carried her pregnancy to term and died shortly after. Her best friend, also a trainee in the art of the whips, fulfilled her last wish and brought Tairu to the orphanage. Later, this best friend would be known as the mistress throughout the elemental nations, and she would always say that she owed everything to her best friend and trainer. Souls are sexless. But my mind is clearly female. I don't even like women like that. If it makes your stay in this body more pleasing, I can alter your sexual preferences and your perception of yourself. Couldn't you use biokinesis to change my sex? Changing sexes involves meddling with your DNA. I won't have enough margin to adjust your body without breaking it at your current strength level. Ugh. By that point, I would have lived like 30 years in a male body. Can you undo what you change? Yes. I can do it after you gain enough strength for me to change your sex, or after your death if you decide to stay male for this life. Okay, just do it. I feel like I'm wearing the wrong skin. I should have asked sooner, but I only felt this uncomfortable once puberty hit in full force. Is it because of that sister in the orphanage? Sister Nia doesn't understand the difficulties of those who have to witness her weapons of mass destruction, and the fact that she's a klutz makes it worse. I'll change you. Tairu grew up to become a handsome and manly merchant. In this life, Maddie wanted to take a break from all the fighting, so this was the path he chose. Later, Tairu's economic empire grew to such heights that many so-called nobles of the Land of Fire began to antagonize his businesses. To avoid this, he got the nobles into his pocket, and before he knew it, he had everyone in his pocket. Eventually, he decided to settle down and bought a territory near his hometown. This place later became known as the capital of the Land of Fire. Since he never married, he adopted a smart youth from the same orphanage he came from and left everything to this child. The kid later married a nice girl who turned out to be the daughter of the masochist wife. The first son born from this marriage became the first daimyo of the Land of Fire. Fifth life. Yes. No extra limb between my legs. Congratulations, Maddie. But it appears we were born as a descendant of Hamura. What? Ah yes, it looks like my new mother has the Byakugan. I don't think it'll turn out that bad, right? I believe so, considering the descendants of the twins should have an edge over other humans in terms of strength. My lady. You have to run. I'll hold them back. A bloodied and worried girl burst into the room where the mother was breastfeeding her newborn. Spoke too soon. It appears they are having internal conflicts. Yeah. Do you think we will make it, or do I have to get ready for another kaboom? Let's see what happens. The mother cycled her chakra through her body to reinforce it, then used an application of yang chakra to speed up the healing of her injuries. Haruna, please take my girl with you. You won't last long enough. The mother said, gathering her resolve. My lady. I'll happily lay down my life for you. Haruna, the girl, said. You're not strong enough to buy enough time for my child, Haruna. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for not betraying me like the rest of the branch family is doing. But this time, if I want a future for my girl, I need to lay down my life for you and her. So please, look after her in my stead. The mother said, kissing her baby one last time before handing her to Haruna. I'll obey, my lady. I'll make sure she grows up right. Haruna said, tears welling up in her eyes. Haruna, carrying the newborn, ran as they felt the shockwaves of explosions behind them. That's a shame. She felt motherly to me. I agree, it's a shame. The Otsutsuki of the moon, Luna, were divided into a main family and a branch family after Hamira's passing. Over time, differing opinions led to dissent, and the branch family rebelled. As a result of these conflicts, some members of the branch family migrated to Earth, forming what would become known as the Hyuga clan. Haruna's objective was to reach this clan and integrate with them. Uncertain about the situation on Earth, and with little knowledge about their cousins, the Uchiha and Senju, her safest bet was to reunite with the Hyuga. After making it to Earth through a portal powered by the Tenseigan, Haruna ran for hours until she found a safe place to recover her chakra and mend her wounds. The next day, she woke up intending to hunt for food, only to realize that the uncannily silent newborn hadn't cried since they descended from the moon. Baby girl. Haruna poked the baby's cheeks with her finger. Wah. The baby responded. They both stared at each other. Well, Haruna stared at the baby, who was looking back with unopened eyes. Even Haruna, a 12-year-old with no experience with newborns, knew something wasn't normal. First, the baby didn't cry during the escape. Second, she didn't cry at night. Third, she wasn't crying despite clearly being hungry by now. And lastly, did the baby just answer her? Baby girl, maybe we should find you a name. I can't keep calling you baby girl, and like it or not, I guess now I'm your mother. I didn't even get to spend the night with a man yet. You don't need to know about that. How about Sarah? Haruna said, struggling to cope with the situation. Wah. The baby cried. Is that a no? Wah. 1 cry for yes, 2 cries for no. Sarah. Wah. Wah. Okay, what about Misaki? Wah. Wah. Natsuki. Wah. Wah. Hina. Wah. Wah. What's wrong with those names? Lucian asked from their soul. Nothing, I'm just messing with this girl. Don't you think it's interesting how she's just accepting the situation? I thought she was mentally challenged. Ha 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 ha. No, I think she's just ignorant and naive. Maybe, but babies aren't supposed to understand you just a day after they're born. Sayaka. Haruna asked, exhausted. Wah. Maddie finally stopped messing with her. Yay. Sayaka it is. My name is Haruna, nice to meet you. Wah. The baby smiled. It was apparent this was no normal baby, but that wasn't apparent to Haruna. Sayaka-chan, do you know what you can eat? Haruna asked, completely unaware of how to care for a newborn. Wah. Sayaka cried once. I mean, I feel like I will die if I don't help this girl out. I didn't disapprove of your approach. It's clear this child needs help, and so do we. Great. Because I wasn't sure if I could breastfeed you, but we'll have to try later. I'll go get us some meat, be right back. Haruna set Sayaka down in a makeshift crib made from her coat and went out to hunt. Oi, Lucy. Did she just? She did. The future is bleak. The bright side is, if she tries to breastfeed you, I think I'll be able to get her to produce some milk after a few tries. You think? Well, we are weak, so I can't overexert this body. But it isn't so hard to trick her body into believing it's pregnant. It isn't. Sayaka asked in disbelief. Regular and consistent stimulation of the breasts and nipples can naturally signal the body to start producing prolactin. I'll just make sure it happens with a little bit of biokinesis. The more you know. 3 hours later. Did she die? You will in a few hours. 1 hour later. Sarah-chan. I'm back. Did she just? She did. I've got us 4 hairs and some fruits I think we can eat. Yeah, it's bleak. At least she got the fruits right, those are edible. So. I'll cook this. You can eat this, apple. Haruna handed the newborn Sayaka an apple-like pear. After setting up a small campfire and cooking the hairs, she returned to find the baby with the pear still on her chest, right where Haruna had left it. Sarah-chan, you don't like it? Haruna asked, worried. Sarah-chan tried to control her facial muscles enough to smile brightly and show her toothless gums. Oh. You don't have teeth. Is this normal? How should I feed you then? Okay. I've seen birds do this. Haruna took a bite of the pear and chewed it. She will, won't she? Yes, she will. I guess if I want to live, I can't be too picky about my basic needs. Sarah accepted her fate. As long as you get food and liquid, I can make sure you don't die. Okay, Sarah-chan. This is my first kiss, and yours too, so, yes. Let's do this. Haruna brought her lips to Sarah's and fed her the chewed bolus. She's going to pass food through my airways. Sarah complained as she felt Haruna pushing more bolus than she could swallow into her mouth. Don't worry, breathe it in if you have to. Seeing how useless this child is, we'll need all the nutrition we can get. I'll also speed up your physical growth, so in a few months, we'll gain some semblance of independence. 15 years later. Harunane, I think we should move to the land of fire. That's where I believe we'll find the Hyuga. Though Sarah was 15 years old, her body's apparent age was no different from Haruna, who was now 27. Why do you say so, Sarah-chan? Over the years, with Sarah's guidance, Haruna had managed to develop some common sense, allegedly. The Senju and the Uchiha were there, so I imagine the Hyuga might be nearby. Okay, that makes some sense. I had thought they would avoid them since the Senju and Hyuga tend to be more dangerous than the other clans. But we'll have to circle the desert. I don't want to die to the sandworms or their riders. No one who goes in makes it out. I even heard they eat people, which is why no one survives. Haruna shivered, recalling the terrifying rumors. Those are just rumors. Why would they eat people? Sarah rolled her eyes at her sister's wild imagination. Because there's no food in there, just sand and more sand. Haruna's eyes widened in alarm. Okay, fine. That's a decent reason, but if there's only sand, why would they stay there? They've got to eat and drink something, right? Human flesh and blood. Haruna replied as if it were obvious. I feel like I'm losing brain cells the longer this conversation goes on. Sarah sighed in exasperation. It would be simpler if you flew us over it. If you want to fly, learn to fly. I'm not your transport. Sarah dismissed her sister's not-so-subtle hint. I carried you for 3 months in my arms. Be grateful and carry me across that sandy death trap. Haruna protested, her righteous anger flaring. Please, you might have physically carried me, but I carried us through survival. Sarah shot back. Your survival maybe, but not mine. I would have done just fine. Oh really? Then remind me how many times I had to heal your stomach after you ate some wild poisonous fruit you mistook for an apple. Yeah. Then remind me who breastfed you even though she wasn't lactating. Haruna crossed her arms beneath her ample breasts. Are you seriously bringing that up? If I recall, those feeding sessions benefited you as much as they did me. Sarah grinned mischievously, her gaze drifting pointedly towards Haruna's loins. You. Shut up. I was an innocent girl, and you were the hag-turned baby who corrupted me with your toothless nibbles. I was the victim. Haruna shifted her body, trying to evade Sarah's teasing stare. It's your fault. Who in their right mind asks a newborn for advice? And who's ever heard of feeding a baby bolus? I had to make you lactate, or I would have starved. It's not my fault. How was I supposed to know what newborns needed? You were the first one I met. Haruna pouted, clearly ashamed. Yeah, I can't really fault you for your naivete and ignorance. Sometimes expecting common sense is a luxury. Anyway, you were about as useful as a newborn, and I was one. You should be grateful I was a baby hag. Sarah gave her a knowing look. That I can't deny. Haruna admitted, finally conceding the point. Don't dwell on it too much, Harunane. Let's go. If we make good time, we can stop by those thermal waters I've heard so much about in the land of geysers. Sarah suggested with an encouraging smile. Thermal waters? Haruna asked, curious about the difference between this and regular hot water heated by fire chakra. Hot springs. Haven't you heard of them? Sarah looked surprised. No, I don't think we had those on the moon, and as far as I know, we haven't encountered any here, right? Well, we usually avoid crowded places, and hot springs can be crowded when they're cool enough. 2 young girls at their age, in their prime, tended to attract unwanted attention, so they had grown accustomed to avoiding larger villages. Oh, that explains it. I hate dealing with those predators. At first, they wanted to steal you from me and bed me, and now they want to bed both of us. Are you sure it's not better to just get rid of them? Sarah asked, giving her a pleading look. When we encounter them, we always kill them, but isn't it better to avoid them altogether? I think it's better to lure them out and then kill them. I'd normally agree. But then we'd be getting rid of most of the male population in the world. Isn't that even better? Okay, I can't blame you for thinking that way. These recent years haven't shown us the best of humanity. Sometimes I want to let my partner out and let him deal with the scum, like he suggests. Sarah mused. So far, the only not negative interactions we've had with strangers are when we cover ourselves with those burqas you made. I'm just saying, maybe they do need a little bit of cleansing. Haruna said with her hands on her waist to remark her statement. Look at you, Harunane, since when did you grow up to be an extremist? I'm sort of proud and worried, but mostly proud. Huh. I thought you'd oppose my ideas of mass slaughter. No, it's not that I don't approve of some of your extreme thoughts, it's just. What? When you've been around as long as I have, you realize it's to be expected from humanity. Like when you get close to a viper, do you get mad at it for biting you, or at yourself because it was obviously going to bite you? It was a viper after all. The viper, but I see your point. To you, this is just part of reality, so you've learned to accept it and deal with it by avoiding the viper. Sort of. I think 1 human can be great, 2 can be awesome, 3 can get complicated, and a herd of them is dubious at best. You don't know which ones will kick and which ones will charge at you. Especially if the herd doesn't have a competent bull leading them. And they currently don't have one. Haruna said in conclusion. Exactly. Since my fall and Kagaya's, there hasn't been anyone capable of leading the herd like we did. Why don't you? It's not possible. I have to keep rebirthing, and after every death, my body resets and with it my strength. Without a powerful figure protecting me during my times of frailty, like we intended Kagaya to do, any dissenters would try to get rid of me before I regain the strength to sit back on my throne. At best, humanity would be caught in a cycle of order and chaos with every birth and death of mine. I never thought of that. I just assumed you were disappointed with humanity after Hamura and Hagoromo's betrayal. No, not really. We never blamed humanity for that. The twins weren't exactly human, and although I did blame their father's genes, it wasn't fair because Kagaya also betrayed her people. It was simply unrealistic to think humanity would wait for me after every rebirth. Talking and walking, sometimes dispatching the occasional bandit, sometimes Sarah helped Haruna's training, and sometimes they simply enjoyed the landscape. In this manner, a few months later, they made it to the Land of Fire. Should we go and ask around the nearby towns? Haruna asked. I don't think they'll be all that willing to share information with us about the clans. But I can read their minds even if they don't, so yeah, that's a good idea. Sarah replied. They visited 3 small towns before Sarah was able to pick up some credible news from the locals' minds. So, the Uchiha and the Hyuga clashed about a month ago over some territory. The Hyuga lost that encounter and moved their clan's land some distance away from their original location. This new location isn't known to the civilians, though. Sarah informed Haruna while they were in the room they shared at the town's inn. I don't know. Should we wait here for more news or try our luck and look for them someplace else? Haruna wondered out loud. We could go to the Uchiha and ask them. Sarah hinted at reading their minds. They'll try to kill us, won't they? Possibly, but I just need to be close enough to read their minds. Even if they try, I'm strong enough to escape with you on my back, so we won't lose anything by trying. Worst case, a few Uchihas will end up dead. Although the Uchihas had a greater resistance to mind reading due to their strong minds, this wasn't a problem for Sarah. Okay, let's do it then. I'm also excited to see how strong these cousins of mine are. I wouldn't get my hopes up too much. Unless a reincarnation of Indra is present, I don't think they have much to show for it. I still can't believe Indra and Azura like to fight so much that they reincarnated through their chakra. Haruna shook her head in disapproval. Well, that was my assumption. I was also surprised when I saw their souls in my last life. Sarah said. Tairu had hired the Senju and Uchiha on multiple occasions to guard his caravans, and this was how Tairu had met the reincarnations of Azura and Indra a few times. Tairu received news of them fighting about as often as the originals did, so he assumed that they reincarnated to continue their friendly spars or to rack up as many accomplishments in property damage as possible before ultimately dying for good. Let's go to sleep earlier today. Haruna said excitedly. The next day, they left the town and walked toward Uchiha territory. Along the way, Sarah used a black rectangular strip of clothing to cover her eyes, as if she were blind. Sarah was a woman with a lithe physique and long black hair that she inherited from her mother. She normally wore black, just as she did in her life as Madi Futagami. She then used her biokinesis to change the Byakugan in Haruna, giving her soft pink eyes. Haruna was a woman with ample breasts and a narrow waist, her wide hips gave her a motherly body, even if she wasn't very motherly. She had sharp eyebrows and had taken to wearing black after Sarah, though she normally complemented her clothing with her favorite color, pink. She sported a bob-cut hairstyle, and her hair was as black as Sarah's. As they approached Uchiha territory, they were intercepted by a group of ninja-like child soldiers. Stop! Demanded the leading child. The girls stopped as requested and waited, showing their cooperation with the children. You're approaching the lands of the Uchiha. State your business or turn back, you won't be asked a second time. The child demanded with authority in his voice. Hello, child. We are looking to hire some of your clan members to help us with a special task. Should we discuss business with you and your companions? Sarah asked with a relaxed yet formal demeanor. The leading child made a hand signal to one of his companions, who then flickered back to the clan to ask for instructions. We shall wait here. The child leader said. His other companions encircled the girls but kept a respectful distance from them. They had sense chakra in them, more than the average civilian, but less than someone from the clans, so they took no risks but weren't exactly distrustful of them. Sarah had painted a script on both of them to mask and restrict their chakra. Normally, this would put them at risk, but Sarah could use Lucian's psionic energy just fine, and that was undetectable to everyone they'd encountered. These kids don't know anything about the Hyuga's whereabouts. And the leader child has a crush on Haruna, Lucian's voice informed Sarah, and she shared the message with Haruna. Haruna maintained a mask of professionalism, but Sarah knew she would later complain about the distraction during a risky operation. A few minutes later, an adult arrived, a 15-year-old, which was considered an adult during a time when the clan's life expectancy was about 30 years old. Even the average civilian under the rule of the Tairu royal family, the last name adopted by the first daimyo, had a longer life expectancy. Welcome to Uchiha territory. Are you carrying any sealed weapons? The teenager asked stoically. A chisa katana and a tanto. Haruna said, showing the script storage tattoo on her wrists. A staff. Sarah added, showing her left wrist, which had the same script as Haruna. Did you get the script done yourselves, or did someone else do it? The teenager asked, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to catch any micro-expression that might indicate a lie. We got it done on the other side of the desert a few years ago. I can tell you where if you want, it's no secret. Sarah replied without lying. No, we don't cross the desert. May I have your weapons? I'll escort you to our clan leader to discuss your proposal. He said, making a face of discomfort at the mention of the desert, which was normal, no one liked the desert. Haruna and Sarah flowed chakra through their scripts and produced their weaponry. The teenager received them and sealed them in a scroll. That didn't look like scripture. What was it, if you don't mind me asking? Sarah inquired. It's not a secret. It's called Fuinjutsu. It's similar to script but uses only chakra, so it's easier to learn, at least the simple seals are. The teen said, recalling some of the complicated seals the Uzumaki had. That's interesting. Sarah said. I feel like they bastardized my work. I was thinking the same, but chakra is indeed easier to handle. You wanted to encompass various forms of energy within a single system, so it's no wonder that scripture turned out more complicated than this Fuinjutsu. They moved at a civilian's pace and arrived at the ancestral land of the Uchiha. As expected of the descendants of Indra, they looked stoic and somewhat broody. Under the red eyes of several Uchiha, they walked to the largest building, where the clan leader awaited them. After going through a few security checks, the girls sat in Saiza position in front of an old adult, who was closer to 25 years old. My name is Kaito Uchiha. May I have your names? The clan leader asked. My name is Sarah, and this is Haruna. No last names. It's nice to meet you, clan leader. Sarah said respectfully. I was informed you wanted to discuss a special request for my clan. Kaito said with a nod of acknowledgement at their introduction. Yes, clan leader. We come from the land of silk, from across the desert. We are trying to establish a sericulture business around these parts, and for that, we need to study and evaluate the environment to identify potential pests for our silkworms. It's a long study that we'll need to conduct throughout the year to understand how the seasons will affect these pests. During this time frame, we would like to request protection from your clan and assistance when necessary. Sarah explained, repeating what Lucian had told her. Why come to us? Isn't the Abirame clan more suited for this task? Kaito Uchiha asked, eyeing them with suspicion. We don't need protection from the environment or its predators, nor do we need assistance with our silkworms. If anything, we prefer that our techniques remain a secret from a clan that could potentially steal our business. In reality, our first choice was the Hyuga clan since we've been told their Byakugan has a wider field of view, which could help us locate insects. But we don't know where they are. That still doesn't explain why you came to us. Kaito Uchiha said, sounding more irked now that he heard the Hyuga were their first choice. What we need is protection from the other clans while we conduct our study. The Uchiha are known for their ability to overpower other clans in single combat, so we thought you were more reliable for the task. Sarah said with a faint smile. He doesn't know either. We'll have to wait until they encounter each other. Ugh, annoying. I'll take advantage of this and recover Hagoromo's staff. It's here. I thought the Senju inherited it. I don't know, but I felt traces of Hagoromo's chakra here. I assumed it was the staff. Maybe he left something to Indra. You might be right, but I believe we heard that Azura inherited his legacy. Then we shall see. The Uchiha will accept your commission. Kaito Uchiha said after deliberating for a few seconds. Thank you very much, clan leader. We only need to convene once a week, we will be staying at the town's inn. There was only one town and one inn nearby. One last thing before we part, miss. The script on your weapons, did you get it in the same place where you obtained your storage script? He subtly eyed their wrists. Yes, are you interested in them? Sarah asked, not paying much attention to the intrusiveness of his question. The other side of the desert is too far from our land, but we would like you to leave your artifacts with us for study. We would of course return them. He asked nonchalantly. No, that's not possible, clan leader. We need those for personal protection. You can study the script when your clan members are fulfilling their protectorate role. I hope that's agreeable to you. Sarah made her stance clear. She did not care much about the items themselves, but they belonged to her and Haruna, and like Lucian, she didn't like sharing what was hers. The clan leader stared at her impassively, but the blind woman in front of him stared back, not succumbing to the unspoken pressure of his gaze. It appears you're not willing to back down, clan leader. Sarah said emotionlessly. The recent introduction of Fuinjutsu to the battlefield by the Uzumaki, allies of the Senju, has negatively impacted my clan. The script on your weaponry could help us restore balance on the battlefield. He said impassively. You value the possible, but unlikely, gains from studying our artifacts more than the handsome payment my request offers? Sarah asked. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I will assign an escort for you during the time we withhold your weapons. The clan leader stated. If the problem was protection, then he could have some Uchihas take care of the role while his people study the weaponry. Don't bother. You can keep those. I will find a more honorable clan to help me with my request. The Senju should do, or perhaps the Uzumaki. Sarah said coldly as she stood up, with Haruna following her. You should have accepted. Kaito Uchiha said through gritted teeth as a squad of clan members flickered into the room. No. You should not have angered us. Sarah's voice changed, and everyone felt as though something otherworldly was speaking through her. Lucian made the entire clan fall into a nightmare, then calmly walked to the place where he felt Hagoromo's chakra. With Haruna following behind. I thought you couldn't read their minds without narrowing the distance. How come you can knock them out? Haruna asked, not bothered by the scene and the strangeness of her little sister. I can't, but Lucian can at the cost of some mental strain. At least at this point of my life, I have a body strong enough to withstand this much. Sarah wiped some blood from her nose. That looks serious enough. Haruna commented and offered a tissue from her storage script. It's alright, this body is particularly durable. In comparison, Lucian had to invent osteoscript in my first reincarnation to get me to the appropriate level. Different genetics required different boosts or alterations. The girls arrived at the shrine where he had sensed the remnants of Hagoromo's chakra. Lucian saw through a sealing formula intertwined with script and made one of the Uchiha guarding the shrine unlock the entrance to the secret room he had spotted earlier. Instead of the staff he was looking for, he found a stone monument. He observed it for a few seconds, changing filters in their eyesight, until blood started to drip from Sarah's eyes. Haruna hurriedly but carefully moved to clean her blood tears. I found the first traces of Kagaya's will. Eh? How come? I only feel traces of Hagoromo's chakra. Kagaya's will mimicked his chakra and altered this stone monument, I think. I don't know what the original said, but this will lead the descendants of Indra to assemble the key needed to release Kagaya. Eh? Really? Yes. Chakra from Indra and Azura is needed, along with the 9 chakra beasts. There are also some minor requirements, like the Mangekyo Sharingan and its eternal version, all leading to the Rinnegan and finally merging with the body of the god tree. The point is, Hagoromo wouldn't leave an instruction manual on how to unseal his mother. Ah, gotcha. Kagaya's will altered the stone monument to trick one of the Uchihas into unsealing Kagaya. Very smart, I approve. Yes. With this, we will have an appropriate alarm in case someone fulfills the requirements before we finish purifying Kagaya and the chakra beasts. Someone capturing the chakra beasts. Maddie concluded in her mind. Exactly, the Rinnegan could be hidden, but the disappearance of many of the massive chakra beasts could not. After that, they left the Uchiha grounds and moved to another town, one closer to the Senju, to avoid the Uchiha following them. Lucian could have erased their memories, but he didn't care. He wanted them to know there were people they shouldn't mess with. A few months later, the Hyuga resurfaced, and the girls went to their new location. Finally, I will fulfill my lady's mission. Haruna said as she felt the gaze of several Hyugas on her. I think your mission was to protect and raise me well. I'll have you know that I believe I raised you, not the other way around, Haruna. Sarah said, giving her a cheeky smirk. Shut up. Haruna replied, she was well aware of how a terrible guardian she was. By the way, why are we coming here if we could protect ourselves better without any help? Sarah asked. By this point, they had been seeking the Hyuga for so long that Sarah didn't really care about the motive and felt more like she was playing a legendary version of hide and seek. Initially it was about security. Now it's still about security, but more like the security of our children and grandchildren, those who will not have you or me protecting them after we die. I figured staying with the clan would help. Haruna said after musing it over for a second. I don't think I want to have children, Haruna. Sarah confessed. You might change your mind, and I definitely do. I had so much fun with you. I can't wait to have a couple of kids of my own blood. She said excitedly. She didn't see the horrified gaze of Sarah. She should know by now that normal babies are different than us, right? I think so, we've met a few. So I don't think she'll be as ignorant as before, right? When they arrived at the doors of the Hyuga settlement, what awaited them was a crowd of bulging veins and pupilless eyes staring fixedly at them. One appeared blind, while the other had a pink Byakugan. The pink coloration was purely aesthetic, and since she had a biokinetic little sister, she took advantage of it and requested the change. She had also requested other upgrades, such as the way her hair grew, places it shouldn't grow, a tamer menstrual cycle, a better metabolism, healthier skin, and several other small cosmetic changes. The patriarch awaits you. Follow me. A stiff-looking, like most Hyugas, men ordered them, and the crowd made way for the newcomers. Similar to the Uchiha, they went through a few security checks, and their weapons were taken. Unlike with the Uchiha, the clan leader, or patriarch as they called him here, was not alone. He was with a few other adults. They are probably a form of a council of elders. Lucy, if our eyes are not mistaken, these guys branded the people outside with a weird script of control, right? That's the case. I assume the ones outside are the lesser class of this clan. Disgusting. I agree. All of them are a lesser class, so why would they think a faction of them was better than the other? Maybe it has something to do with the rebellion the Branch family led on the moon. It's possible. The meeting went about as expected. The main Branch elders tried to brand Haruna and Sarah, even though the latter didn't carry the Byakugan, and Haruna got angry for the first time in her life. You want to brand Sarah-chan even when she doesn't have the Byakugan? Haruna asked with a stillness uncharacteristic of her. The burden of protecting the main family can only be carried by the Branch family. The seal is the only way to ensure the Byakugan doesn't end up in the hands of our enemy clans. If you want her to be part of our clan, you must conform to our lifestyle, caged bird seal script included. One of the elders explained. Correct me if I'm wrong, but because the main family carries the highest purity Byakugan, the Branch family bears the load of protecting them, right? Haruna asked. That's correct. Another elder said. And because of the risks these Branch family members will be exposed to, they are branded to protect the Byakugan, right? Haruna continued, the flatness in her voice unwavering. It is as you say. A different elder agreed. They were starting to feel very pleased with the newcomer. And the purity of the Byakugan matters because the purer it is, the stronger and more pristine our lineage will carry on, right? This time she smiled at them. Exactly. The patriarch said. Then that means the main family's strength symbolizes the purity of their Byakugan, correct? Her smile was turning into something inhuman. The elders and patriarch nodded, feeling something was wrong with the way she posed the last question, but they nonetheless agreed. Then if the lower purity belongs to the Branch family and the higher to the main family, from this moment forward, I shall found the royal family, where my Byakugan, the one of the highest purity, stands alone. Her chakra burst forth, pressing all the clan members down. Children passed out and would have died if Sarah had not protected them. The natural energy was affected by her Senjutsu chakra, and nature was turning hostile. The ground became rough, the trees twisted unnaturally, the air grew heavy, the water boiled, and lightning flickered from Haruna's hair strands, her chakra's highest affinity. The elders tried resisting, but it was futile. Whenever it looked like they were about to break free from the oppression, Sarah would subtly disrupt their concentration. After that day, the Hyuga were divided into 3 classes, Branch, Main, and Royal Family. The Main family was branded with a new script. The aspects of life, death, and pain control were removed from all seals, and only the aspect of destroying the Byakugan upon death remained. To Haruna, it didn't matter if their progeny were later replaced by a stronger Hyuga, what she cared about was the prosperity of the clan and the well-being of their future children. If even one of her children would end up as a second-class citizen, then she would rather make everyone but her and Sarah second-class citizens, that way they'll be only second-class compared to her and Sarah. The changes she enacted ensured that after her passing, everyone would be equal, and the designations Main, Branch, and Royal Family would become merely words, with the more apt Hyuga taking the leading position. These designations would ensure that the purity of the Byakugan is conserved by marrying only within their class. This would inevitably keep the power seat mostly within the Main and Royal families, but at least this way, no one was a slave to anybody. Time flew by, and during her reign, Haruna made sure the Hyuga stayed as uninvolved with the clan fights as possible. Haruna found a partner and birthed 2 boys, less than a year apart. Sarah had Lucian create some Hyuga male gametes, and through insemination, she impregnated herself. She said that none of the Hyuga were to her liking, so she would rather not attach herself to someone who was the least bad. Lucian agreed, as possessive as he was, he wanted her to have the absolute best first partner. Since there was no one available yet and Maddie was ready to have progeny of her own, he took it upon himself to grow some qualified sperm. After taking blood samples from every Hyuga and selecting the best genes for the sperm, he inseminated her. 9 months later, she gave birth to 2 girls. They were born with golden Byakugans. Their hair was the same color as Kagaya's, and they shared the same skin paleness, but they mostly resembled Sarah. "Thank you, Lucy. They are perfect," Sarah said while she breastfed the twin girls. Her legs rubbing. As a consequence of Haruna and Sarah's influence, the Hyuga specialized in medicine and archery. They still adhered to their famed gentle fist, but it couldn't be denied that they were also the best medics and archers among all the clans. The twin girls grew up, and by their 15th birthdays, they married Haruna's boys. In this life, Sarah passed away first. The rapid growth she experienced as a baby had taxed her life force a bit. She didn't die young, but she passed away considerably sooner than in her lives as Aya and Tairu. "I'm going, Haruna," she told her older sister. Her kids and grandkids surrounded her. "Will I get to see you in your next life?" Haruna asked. It was common knowledge among the royal family about Maddie and Lucy. "I doubt it, but it's possible. Though I would rather not see my family die, so I won't look for you. If we meet, we meet, if not, I won't force it." "Coward," Haruna reprimanded, with no heat in her voice. "Yes, I know. But Lucy might make you all immortal if he sees me suffering too much. I would rather not curse you with immortality, I love you too much for that," Sarah told the ones present. "I would. I know you would. But I will always have you in my heart. You were the first family I birthed, I won't ever forget you," Sarah said, looking at her tear-stricken adult kids. "Sarah, you were my first child. I will never forget you." Haruna looked at her with a mocking grin. "You were my first child. I couldn't forget you even if I wanted to." Sarah returned the mocking grin. Her body soon enough turned to dust and light specks, and she found herself alongside her featureless friend in the Pure Lands. She floated closer to him and hugged him, seeking comfort. She felt her death meant more to them than to her. "It was hard, Lucy. Like a nagging voice in my head always reminding me about our inevitable separation, and I couldn't help but love them more. It was a cycle of love and fear that I don't want to repeat again. I think I finally understood why you took ownership of my soul and made me eternal as you. I don't know if you have family waiting for you, Lucy, but I'm 100% sure that if you do, you made them eternal like me, like us." Lucian didn't comment, only holding her close to him as they floated through the Pure Lands. 6th life. Maddie reincarnated as a priestess in the land of demons. She had a mostly normal life, but in her last days of life, a dark demon from another world invaded, one known as Morio. Because she was lacking in strength, the only way she had to deal with it was sealing its fate with hers. So she sealed it in her soul and lost her life in the process. In the Pure Lands, Lumion welcomed the snack and ate Morio. 7th life. In this life, she reincarnated as a boy of the Kagaya clan. Initially, she was happy about her reincarnation. Sadly, her Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai had an atavistic regression and she was born with Kagaya's all-killing ash bones. Her body couldn't hold the load for longer and soon enough was turned to ash by her own bones. 8th life. She reincarnated in Sunagakure. "It's Aya-sama." An overly eager obstetrician shouted. "What?" An equally eager mother who had just given birth shouted. "It's true." A father with a crushed hand shouted after rapidly moving to the newborn and checking out the white eyes the doctor was observing. Maybe they should have been a bit more subtle about the whole reincarnation thing. A/N. This is the end of this chapter. This 8th life is during the time of Madara, or more accurately she will be an old lady during the time of Madara. After that, her reincarnations will be as follows: Uzumaki, Senju, and lastly Uchiha. I don't know how many lives I will be able to fit in the next chapter, but I was hoping this 8th life and the 9th, but we shall see when we see. How do you guys feel about the pacing? I don't want to unnecessarily extend this arc if I don't have to, but I also don't want to cut it short. I am clearly not going to go through all the plus 700 chapters of Naruto, but I plan to reach the end. This means I will not address some stuff and some others will be solved with overwhelming power. For example, there won't be chapters about other POV unless it's to advance the story, there won't be chapters about certain relationships between the MC and other characters, and stuff like that. If you guys want, I can make the story a bit full of extra details in the chapters pertaining to canon. But I do want to return to Marvel somewhat soon enough, given that the tags on this story are not about Naruto but Marvel. But I have no personal issue if you want fuller chapters, but be aware that the release date will increase. At the moment I can do about 18k words a week, keep it in mind a chapter usually has 12k words or so. Chapter 47, Naruto, Order. Disappointment. Maybe both, Part 1. Sunagakure. Life after reincarnating in Sunagakure was interesting for Maddie, so interesting that she often wondered if something had happened to the genetics of the Sand People in the century since she last saw them, something that may have turned them into fools. She was sure it wasn't inbreeding. The descendants of those who lived during the apogee were learned in the art of common sense, well, common sense-ish. For example, it was common sense that mating with close relatives was bad for the bloodline, hence, no one tried to keep it pure. Now, this might be generally recognized throughout the omniverse as a good example of common sense, don't fuck your sister. But, it can't be said that their common sense was that, common, per se. This example might explain how their common sense is skewed in strange ways. In Sunagakure, it is common sense to start practicing sage arts after the first osteo script. Considering that the first osteo script is typically branded at the tender age of 7, it's common sense among the people of the sand that about 85% of the population are sages. It's also common sense that the average lifespan is measured in centuries. You see, for these people, the passing of Ayasama was just a few generations ago. This created the current situation, which drove Maddie to wonder if they were all fools. Here she was, barely a week old, sitting in the middle of a conference surrounded by the other elders, discussing topics of national interest and accepting a few reports to update her on the changes and progress of Sunagakure since the last time she was here. Maddie, throughout all of her reincarnations, has been an abnormal baby. A baby that doesn't cry, a baby that doesn't bite the nipple when she starts teething, a baby that eats her vegetables, a baby who helps at home, a baby that doesn't need education, a baby that takes care of other babies, and a baby that explodes. But even with all these extraordinary feats, she was truly a baby. Which means she can't talk, her muscle control is poor, she needs plenty of sleep, she needs her milk often, she can't access most of Lucian's powers, and let's not even talk about her chakra. This is why she is convinced that something must have happened to the people of the sand that made them all fools. She won't complain about how informative the meetings have been so far, because they were very useful in getting her up to speed, but she was a baby. She felt sleepy, annoyed, angry, and she just shat herself because her sphincter refuses to be tamed. Now, her privates are going to be exposed for all to see, after they decide who is the lucky one in charge of changing her diapers this time. Because not even this could these fools be normal about. Apparently, taking care of her diapers, or whatever need of hers, for that matter, was a great honor. So, the fools had arguments about who was next every time she shat her little butt. She was certain that at some point, these arguments would escalate, given how fanatical they were about her. Did we do something that might deserve this level of fanaticism? You were something akin to Moses for them. I guess I can see the resemblance in some of my actions. You led them to the promised land, brought them news about their goddess whenever you visited Kagaya, massively improved their living conditions, taught them, saved them, healed them, and blessed them with longer lifespans and healthier, sturdier bodies, and now you've returned from the dead. To them, you're a mix of Jesus and Moses. If we add the fact that they 100% believe you're the reincarnation of Maddie Futagami, even if you never publicly confirmed it, we can conclude that you're a blend of Jesus, Moses, and YHWH. I don't think any of those figures had their droppings worshipped. Not that I know of, but Jesus had the holy prepuce, and the objects of his execution were worshipped. The cross, the crown of thorns, the holy lance, and even the cloth that covered his body. Holy droppings doesn't sound so bad in comparison. You're not wrong, but I don't feel like agreeing with you. Ayasama, regarding territory expansion, before your journey to the Pure Lands, you instructed us not to expand the city until we had a feasible way of growing our underground territory. Asahi said. Asahi was the leading elder of the council that ran Sunagakure and a descendant of Aya's little brother. Although he was 200 years old, he looked just like any other 30-year-old. Thanks to the help of Tsunamushi-sama and her kind, we have expanded our underground territory to 5 levels. Each level is bigger than the previous one, forming a pyramidal arrangement, with the first level, the one closest to the surface, being the one Kagayaheim left for us. Asahi explained as he used his magnetic manipulation to create a replica of the underground levels of the city made of gold dust. We used some of the scripts you graciously left us for reinforcement, and Tsunamushi-sama tested the integrity of our walls using her sage arts. With her approval, we've been creating new levels as the need arose. A sandworm made of gold dust was created to represent Tsunamushi. To be clear, we are not suffering from overpopulation like you sagely warned us about in your past life. However, since preparing the soil for agriculture takes us a few decades, we have to plan ahead. As of now, the 5th floor is unoccupied, but the soil should be ready for use in another 2 or 3 decades. Why would it take them that long? The scripture I left for soil setting and enhancement was designed to use mostly natural energy instead of chakra because it would have been impossible for them to supplement the cost with their small chakra pools. Since we used most energy pockets during our time as Tsunamushi and then set up a cycle of chakra natural energy in Ryumayaku, the density of natural energy has lowered. That would explain it. You kind of went crazy with the grind, absorbing energy pockets one after the other. In terms of arable land, we have something close to 2/3 of the land of fire. God damn. That's a lot of arable land for this small a population. What are they doing with the excess produce? They likely store a part in stasis, but as a population, they probably consume more than any other, given that most of them are sages, and on average, a sage eats more than a regular human. Why would they store so much food? They were caught off guard during the fall. They have scripture for time-stop storage, so it would make sense if the original inhabitants passed down the custom of always keeping supplies with them. I can't peer into their storage scripts at the moment, but I bet they have ridiculous amounts of food in each of their personal storages. That makes sense in a traumatic way. Most lessons are learned through some form of trauma. That's sad but true. On another note, to prevent script from falling into the hands of the Urigiramono and their bellicose ways, we've been dispatching teams to scour the ruins left from the era of the apogee. We've recovered a few ancient scriptures, not as many as we would like, but the main objective was to prevent your blessing from being misused. Asahi continued his report. The script is brought back to one of the Grandmaster scribes to be updated to today's standards or studied if it is more advanced than ours. Unfortunately, we've had a few run-ins with the Urigiramono. They are not particularly strong, but from time to time, we have encountered a few monsters among them, so we've been forced to create a division specialized in combat and escape. We apologize, Ayasama. I know you never intended for your blessing to be twisted this way, but we had to develop a branch of scripture dedicated to harming others in order to protect our scripture recovery teams. Asahi bowed deeply to the baby, and the other elders followed suit. Wah. Wah. Aya gave them the universal cry of approval in the world-renowned language of toddler speak. We thank you for your magnanimity. The elders said in unison. This is basically dungeon delving. Except instead of monsters, they run into warmonger ninjas. And instead of treasure, they recover scripture. It feels like the people of the sand are playing a different game from the rest of the world. Right. These guys are playing a chimera of kingdom building and open-world adventure with the occasional monster encounter. The others are playing a weird ninja version of survival where you wake up in a clan that uses child soldiers instead of in a wagon. At least there are no monsters in the game, just monster-like people. Well, there's the remnants of Kagaya's parasitic people. Sure, but I'm pretty sure we got most of them when my heart blew up into a reality warping, time-space displacement singularity of cause and effect overwrite. Is that what you named it? I still don't know what it was, so that's my best description of what I saw. Think of a black hole that not only affects space and time but also travels through the time stream to prevent them from time traveling to the past or future to escape from it, while also denying and overriding cause and effect to circumvent abilities that may deny damage or attacks or might reflect damage or attacks. How did you even design that? It makes no sense. It's because this world is weak. According to what I know, worlds can be classified into two categories, those created by an all-powerful being and those that create themselves. If it's a world of the first category, there's a pervasive domain from the all-powerful being that restricts and polices the world. In these types of worlds, I can't have as much mobility as I want, I believe. Right, because no one would want an intruder or guest changing stuff in their home. Correct. Then there's the second type of world, the type this world belongs to. This world wasn't created by anyone, it simply exists, probably born from a paradox of the void, and the seat of power is currently occupied by Shirbai. This means that the world doesn't mind or need someone to overlord it, so it doesn't restrict others that much because it doesn't care. Its inhabitants can self-destruct for all it cares, and it still wouldn't affect it. So, you bent the rules of reality to create the thing. No. I used the heart as a medium to use my creation and made the thing. It's easier to create stuff with Play-Doh if you don't have to follow rules or requirements and be mindful of restrictions and regulations. You just make what you want and you're done. I would think that creating is more difficult than using already existing tools. Not if you can simply create the laws that rule your creation and ignore the pre-existing notions. I think I sort of understand. It's like participating in a long-distance shooting competition with the only objective of destroying the target. If you follow the rules, you have to get the sniper rifle, the sight, the bullets, and everything just like they approve of, but with creation, you can just use a predator drone loaded with a big enough payload to blow the whole site. Pretty much. You still have to follow rules of your own understanding, but you won't have to follow the pre-established laws. Creation is not omnipotence. I see. Now, stop distracting me. My baby brain can't multitask, and I need to pay attention. We've mostly been avoiding people from the exterior. In some cases, those who are lost in the desert and pass our screenings are added to our numbers and are forbidden from ever leaving our underground city. This is to add new blood to our people and because we were once individuals who needed a saving hand, which Ayasama provided. Asahi said, his eyes shining with reverence. Wah. Wah. We will forever be grateful. The elders, like zealots, again thanked the baby. After a long 2-hour meeting, because that was how long Aya could stay awake, she was returned to her parents, who were, coincidentally, the envy of Sunagakure at the moment, for her to feed. Aya's mother in this life was named Keed, a ginger-haired woman with long, wavy hair and bright orange eyes. She had scripture tattooed across her body, as was customary in Sunagakure. Even children received their first script, a location-tracking script, when they began to walk on their own. Yudai, her father, was much like her mother. He carried scripture on his skin with pride. He was a green-haired man with red eyes. Both were past their first century of age, and Aya was the first child they had been granted permission to bring into the world. It was normal that not everyone would enjoy the privilege of having children. Initially, their underground city was large but not unlimited in space. So, under Aya's advice and Ayumi's orders, strict population control was established. Aya had recreated a contraceptive script from the age of apogee, and it became law that every individual would receive one at the onset of puberty. Later, the right to have children was determined by contributions and whether a useful gene was found in their blood. There were other exceptions. For example, the descendants of Aya's brother had lighter regulations, and another exception was when new blood was brought in from outside. The system wasn't perfect, but it greatly benefited Sunagakure. "Ah, my beautiful daughter is back," Yudai said softly, as if lamenting something. "I can't believe these fools would take my princess away like that," he complained as he tenderly rubbed his nose against Aya's. Aya giggled at her father's antics and care. "Humph. I've got a nice father in this life." "I believe so. So don't go Yandere on him, all right?" "I don't think I will have to." "Was it boring, my girl?" Yudai asked as he carried her in his arms to Keed. "Wah. Wah," she confessed. "I knew it. I should have argued more strongly, but those fools strong-armed me into lending you out for a few hours every 3 days or so." Yudai bemoaned. "I can't blame him for that." The council wouldn't leave the house, and there was a mob forming outside demanding that Aya-sama be officially introduced to the population. Crazy zealots. They stood between me and my mother's heavenly provider nipples. "Flame, here's our Aya. She's been returned from the hands of the baby slaver council," Yudai affectionately said to Keed. "Who would have thought I would have to share my first daughter with the country like this?" Keed complained. She extended her arms to Yudai, asking for Aya. "Come here, girl. I've kept your lunch warm for you." She smiled at Aya and exposed her milk-leaking breasts. "Keed, Aya invited me to lunch," Yudai said matter-of-factly. "Idiot." Keed muttered with a smile and a flushed face. "At least I have my own room. I wanted to observe the leg spreading, but I guess it won't happen." "Voyeur much. Similar to those guys recording wildlife for Animal Planet. Maybe all higher life forms like you are voyeurs." "Wildlife researcher. You can tell yourself the, damn. This milk is heavenly. Probably the best I've had." "Any ideas why?" "Probably the script on her chest. I don't recognize it, but it's likely something related to nutritional value." Keed's milk is indeed unusually nutritious. These guys really took scripture and made it their thing. It became a part of their culture. They even tattoo their scalps to have more beautiful and healthier hair. "Aya, my little girl, do you want to meet Tsunamushi-sama?" Keed asked while she wiped Aya's cheek, still latched to her breast. "Wah." Aya declined after pausing her meal. Do you want to wait until you can talk?" Yudai asked. "Wah. Wah." Aya confirmed. "We need to ask her if she found any other sage beasts like you extrapolated they existed. It would be interesting to study a few other samples." Would a snake sage beast be something like an eastern dragon? Maybe a sage chicken turns into a phoenix. Very interesting. I can't wait to talk with the little girl. I don't know how to feel about those fools always returning my Aya with a new diaper." Keed had a twitching smile as she saw Aya was not wearing the diaper she had when she left. "Those perverts, don't you mean?" Yudai huffed in unhappiness. "I don't know what to think anymore," Keed confessed. "At least taking care of Aya has become an S-rank contribution task. It won't be long before we have enough contribution points to apply for a permit for a sister or brother for Aya," Yudai said. "For Aya, you say?" Keed found it amusing how her husband was masking his desire for more children as Aya's. "Hey, Lucy, should we start purifying the chakra beasts in this life?" "We might as well. Maybe we'll run into Kagaya's will." "You're right, it should be keeping an eye on the chakra beasts. Perhaps it will know why the twins betrayed us." "It's possible. The survivors of the fall didn't have any new information aside from what Kagaya told us. If this will of hers is as stealthy as Kagaya implied, then maybe it spied on the twins and might know some facts we currently ignore. I'm almost of a mind to believe they became mentally challenged in the years following our absence. We were dying, and I couldn't peer into their minds, but I also suspect they may have lost a few trillion neurons shortly after our departure. Fucking idiots. Indeed. Hey. Of course, my little girl would like a younger sibling. During her time as Aya-sama, she was known for her fondness of children. Tell her, little Aya. Yudai wiggled a finger on her belly and made her laugh. Kaiahi. Aya giggled. She's having her milk. Don't make her laugh. Keed scolded Yudai. We'll start with the one-tails, I assume. Yes, Asahi said. It settled down in the east sector. It also appears to have a territorial dispute with Tsunamushi. The desert is so vast, I wonder why they're fighting over territory. Beats me. That little girl was very patient. If I had to bet, I'd say it's the one-tail's fault. We'll talk about this later. You should go to sleep. Yeah, it's past my midday nap time. Keed and Yudai fawned over Aya for a few minutes before they saw her rapidly falling asleep. Those meetings were too much for our little girl. Keed said in reproach. I agree with you, Flame. But you know Aya is a bit different. When we last checked, she was paying attention to the elders' report. Whether we like it or not, it seems we'll have to share the parenthood of our daughter with the rest of the village. Yudai said softly as he petted the tufts of green hair on Aya. ***. There wasn't much parenthood left due to Aya's circumstances, and now we have to share the little that remains. Keed lamented, feeling that the mother-daughter bonding moments she was supposed to share were stolen from her. Neither she nor Yudai regretted it. They loved Aya no matter what, but parenthood turned out far differently than they had expected. I partially agree with you, but part of me is also glad our first baby was Aya. Yudai confessed. Why? Normally, parents screw up with their first child. In our case, that won't apply, and when we're ready for our second child, the person with the most experience in the world in raising kids will be there to help us where we lack. Yudai said, referencing the sleeping Aya. I guess it's true that Aya-sama was the mother of our village, not to mention whatever else she experienced in her lives between the second and this one. Even though her life as Aya-sama was her first reincarnation, to the population of Sunagakure, her first life was as Madi Futagami. Yes. I hope one day Aya will tell us about her other lives. Yudai added. Keed didn't verbally respond, but she was also curious about the other lives of her daughter. 1 year later, when Aya fully regained her verbal abilities, Yudai, Keed, and Asahi went outside the underground city. Next to the crystal spire with the eternal flame, the parents and the toddler watched as Asahi bit his thumb and slammed his hand down on the sand. A technique formula appeared at the point of impact, and with a cloud of smoke and a poof, Tsunamushi appeared in her gargantuan glory. Asahi, being the current strongest person in the village, held the right to summon the guardian sage beast of Sunagakure. Asahi, what seems to be, Tsunamushi paused as she noticed the eyes of the toddler in the parent's arms. She stared in silence, as if waiting for something. Shai Hulid. Aya said cheerfully, using the word for God of the Desert, referring to Tsunamushi. Sayadina and Lisan al-Gabe. Tsunamushi asked, using the words for Maddie and Lucian, meaning priestess and voice from the outer world. He. Aya giggled in affirmation. Oh. What a surprise, Lady Madeline and Lord Lucian are here. Tsunamushi exclaimed merrily in perfect English. She had spent so much time with them that she could boast of knowing them best. In their mindscapes, Maddie often taught her about their culture to pass the time while Lucian controlled the body, or later on, while he taught Tsunamushi different sage arts. Hello, little girl. Look at you. Just as gorgeous as the day we left you. Aya responded in English. Lady Madeline, you should look at yourself before commenting about me. Hoo. Tsunamushi chuckled, and as she did, the sand around her stirred in resonance patterns. Well, that's the staple of my life. I've been a baby so many times. Madeline exclaimed in joyful resignation. I can only imagine. How many lives does this one make? Tsunamushi asked curiously. This is my 8th. I probably still have 3 or 5 more to go. Madeline replied. That's more than I expected. Did you have a few early deaths? Tsunamushi knew they aimed to average 100 years per life. While she was aware they might exceed that value, this was beyond her estimates. I had to blow myself up once as a newborn, died as a child once, and had an early death another time. Aya recounted. You blew yourself up as a newborn. Tsunamushi had a skewed common sense, because 1, she was a sage sandworm, 2, she grew up with Madeline and Lucian, and 3, most of her interactions were with the One-Tails and the Sunagakure people, neither an example of common. But even to her, an exploding newborn was abnormal. I had a bitch of a mother who was going to feed me to the wolves. I had Lucy take her down with us, Aya said nonchalantly. Karma's a bitch. Tsunamushi said questioningly. Kaiahihi. Yeah, Tsunamushi. Karma is indeed a bitch. Aya found it hilarious that the humongous sandworm, who was both like a daughter and a friend, was using phrases from her world. As the two old friends continued conversing in a language the others didn't understand, Asahi created a roof with his golden sand to shield them from the scorching sun and the harsh desert winds. "Hey, Tsunamushi, how did you end up as rivals with the One-Tails?" Aya asked. "Ah, that was that temperamental Tanuki's fault. He fought with the Nine-Tails a few years back. He was stomped by his brother, so he thought he could use an external power source to match up to the Nine-Tails. He decided to go after my Ryumayaku. I declined his demands, and we proceeded to talk things out, with overwhelming violence." He. Tsunamushi laughed evilly, and the sand's pattern changed. "I figured it would be the One-Tail's fault. How did you come out on top?" "The first time, he attacked me in my sage lands. The scripture Lord Lucian left for me killed him using the Ryumayaku and the surplus natural energy," she explained. She didn't even get the chance to talk him down before the security system blew him up. "The second time, he ambushed me while I was working on a task with my contractor from 2 generations ago. Between the two of us, we killed him. This time, she got to talk to him, but her contractor lost it when the One-Tails demanded the sage lands Ayasama had left for Tsunamushi. The third time, he tried to attack me while I was working around here. It was during the time we were expanding the 3rd floor. I tried to talk him down again, but he didn't listen. The entire military force of the village felt his chakra, came out, and he was captured and forced to work for the village for 6 decades as punishment for attacking the village's guardian beast. That's how we completed the rest of the floors so easily. He was used as a battery," Tsunamushi said with mirth in her voice. "Later, he attacked and killed a few of my sandworms, so I asked the village to help me capture him again. That time, he was forced to work for me for 8 decades and was later executed." She snarled. "From that point on, we no longer tried to make peace with him. Whenever he resurrects, we hunt him down. It became some sort of hunting festival. It happens every few years. Sometimes the Tanuki takes longer to return than others. Regardless, he never lives for longer than half a year," Tsunamushi said with sadistic delight in her voice. "Whoa. Just. Whoa," Aya said. Initially, she felt angry, as the attack was clearly unprovoked, but as the story continued, all she felt was pity for the Tanuki. It is to be expected. Script is meant to be a form of energy manipulation, and chakra beasts are physical bodies of energy. If you mix chakra beings with a village that has manipulated chakra as a form of culture since its early years, the result can't be a surprise. I bet they didn't seal him off forever only because they knew he was a part of the goddess they revered. Yeah, probably even that Fuinjutsu is the bane of their existence. I believe so. I haven't seen what the Uzumaki can do, but if the rumors are a fraction of what we heard in our previous lives, then most likely you're correct. I don't believe we were in the wrong, but maybe hunting him as a tradition was a bit too much," Tsunamushi said after rethinking their past actions a bit. "I'll talk things out with him when I meet him." "When is he due for rebirth?" Aya didn't care if they had gone too far. She believed that if you start as the aggressor, you end as the aggressor, no matter how pitiful you look by the end. "Maybe in 7 to 10 years. Why do you want to meet him, Lady Madeline?" Tsunamushi couldn't imagine Madeline and Lucian bullying the weak Tanuki. She knew they were never the type to bully the weak, which is why she was curious about the purpose of the meeting. In the future, to free Kagaya, the chakra beasts will be reunited with her. To prevent the chakra corruption from overwhelming her again, we need to purify it from the source," Aya openly explained. "Oh, that's great. You found a way to unseal your friend, other than waiting for Lord Lucian to heal, that is." Tsunamushi, familiar with Madeline's plight to free their friend, responded. "Yes, that's correct," Aya said with a beaming smile. "I'm glad for you. By the way, as Lord Lucian had speculated, other sage beasts exist." Tsunamushi shared the news she knew they would be interested in. "Oh. That's fascinating. What do you have on them?" "I was approached by 3 different sage beasts representing 3 different summoning domains. The first to approach me was a toad from Mount Mayaboku named Fukasaku. They wanted to form an alliance with me and my sandworms. I obviously declined because I lacked information on them. During one of Fukasaku's travels close to the land of rivers, he felt a powerful presence of Senjutsu chakra along with a higher concentration of natural energy coming from the desert. He ventured close enough to spot Tsunamushi's Ryumayaku and then returned to Mount Mayaboku to report his findings. Later, under the orders of Gamamaru, he was sent as an envoy to establish friendly relations with the emerging sage clan of the Sandworms. The second one to approach me was a snake from Ryuchi Cave, Tagarihime. She claimed that the white snake sage sent her after I rejected the toad's offer. They were apparently enemies of the toads and wanted to either ally with us or for me to stay neutral. I chose neutrality because I wanted nothing to do with fights occurring outside my desert. Those were obviously not my concern. Aside from the One-Tails, she had no enemies, and no one would catch her trying to make more. The last to visit me was a sage slug called Katsuyu. She was the leader of Shikatsu Forest. She was nice and taught me about the summoning jutsu and how to work with contractors. I later had the one who became my first contractor create a summoning scroll for me, and that's the one that's been passed down in Sunagakure. So that's where that came from. Did you make a treaty with the slug? Madeline inquired. I did ally Ryumayaku with Shikatsu Forest. Katsuyu is neutral, so we matched perfectly. Oh, and she is bigger than me. Can you believe that? That was a surprise for Tsunamushi. She thought that aside from the god tree, she was the biggest living being on Earth, but now she knew she was at least in third place. That's huge. I would like to visit the Shikatsu Forest sometime later, but only after I recover some of my strength. Madeline, or more accurately Lucian, said, intrigued by the existence of other sage beasts. I'll talk to Katsuyu when you're ready. Tsunamushi offered, also eager to introduce her friends. Aside from their disputes, did they seem friendly? How strong were they? Lucian asked through Madeline. In terms of strength, I carry more Senjutsu chakra, but in terms of experience, they probably have me beaten since all of the sage land leaders are older than me. About the first question, the toads and Katsuyu are either friendly or dismissive towards humans, as far as I understood. The snakes are weird. Tsunamushi said, hesitating. According to what Katsuyu told me, they eat their summoners when they fail a certain trial to become sages. Doesn't that mean they're hostile, then? Aya surmised. That's why they're weird. As long as a human desires it strongly enough, they can find their domain, and the snakes will provide them with the tools to attempt to grasp the power of sagehood. So, while it's true that the snakes prey on their failed sages, they've had far more summoners than the other sage lands. Katsuyu mentioned she hasn't had a contractor in centuries, and the same goes for the toads. So they're more open to helping humans, but they're also coldly logical and ruthless. Very much in line with their serpent nature. Aya concluded. Yes, unlike the other summoning domains, they at least left a path open for humanity. Tsunamushi agreed. Then, how do the other lands get their contractors? Madeline asked. Tsunamushi's comment implied that the other sage lands were hidden and inaccessible through common means. From time to time, the sage beasts distribute instructions for the summoning technique among humans. When a contractless human attempts the technique, they'll end up in the home of the animal they have a natural affinity for. The sage beast would go out on missions and distribute either scrolls or tablets with the information needed to reach their domains or attempt the summoning technique. Ever since chakra was shared among humanity, the latter method became the go-to. That's curious. Why would they want contractors? It varies. It could be for dietary purposes, to send their young ones to practice in human wars, to learn about the outside world and keep up with the times, or to absorb chakra from their contractors. Some ask for food, weapons, or luxury items. Katsuyu does it to study the anatomy of her contractors and keep her healing techniques up to date, so the reasons are wide-ranging and different. In the old times, they also needed the contractors to obtain certain commodities they couldn't make for themselves. And I guess they also use their contractors to discover other sage beasts like yourself. Madeline speculated. No. That's unlikely, Lady Madeline. Tsunamushi denied. Why? Aya asked, finding her speculation logical. Otherwise, how did they discover Tsunamushi? There were no other sage beasts in the desert or its surroundings when they checked, and they wandered the desert for decades, yet, Lucian never found anything with more sagacity than a desert wolf. Because no new sage beast has been born since the arrival of the god tree, aside from me. That's why the main sage clan sent representatives to meet me. Katsuyu said I was a rarity, something they thought wouldn't happen again. Madeline, please ask her the following. Lucian spoke in Madeline's soul. Tsunamushi, was the existence of the god tree detrimental to all sage clans? Aya repeated what Lucian said in her soul. Yes. Katsuyu mentioned she was afraid of how low the levels of natural energy were getting. She said that, before the god tree, the normal concentration level was close to the density of natural energy in my Ryumayaku. What are you thinking, Lucian? That aside from Ishiki Otsutsuki, the sage clans were the ones who benefited from the potential demise of Kagaya and consequently the god tree. Ishiki wanted Kagaya down, and the sage clans wanted the tree destroyed. So maybe instead of Ishiki manipulating the twins, it was a sage beast or clan who did it. That is, assuming the twins didn't just turn stupid one day. Is that why you tasked Tsunamushi with finding other sage beasts? There was no chakra before Kagaya distributed it. The only other person who could have manipulated the twins and potentially had the power to do so was Ishiki. But he was too weak by the time we left, and since humanity was too feeble and they loved her, we can rule them out. Ishiki was injured, so he wouldn't have dared. But that's where things get strange. Ishiki may not have been at his 100%, but he was strong enough to join the fight, which, according to what Kagaya told us about her kind and what I sensed of his power level, shouldn't have been possible. So there was another enemy. Yes. One cunning enough to manipulate the twins but not strong enough to join the fight. I assumed if such an enemy existed, it must have been someone experienced who benefited from Kagaya's fall. But I hadn't considered that maybe the target wasn't Kagaya, but the god tree. What do you mean by experienced? Madeline asked after mulling Lucian's explanation over a few times. Either someone old or someone who could obtain memories and or experience, and through them, learn about the human heart and how to control it. Because the twins shouldn't have been stupid enough to fall for obvious manipulation, at least not your usual type of manipulation. Like an empath. Or a telepath. Not a telepath because I would have detected the imprint of mental manipulation in the twins. So, yes, something similar to an empath or someone with a power that allowed them to predict or peer into the future and learn from what they saw while using it to their advantage, or like I said, someone older with plenty of experience. So probably an old being, right? Since it's unlikely those powers existed before chakra. That's what I thought, but natural energy has existed since before Kagaya. But you can't manipulate natural energy without chakra, Madeline said. An example of this was Tsunamushi. Without the chakra inherited from birth, Lucian couldn't have manipulated it to absorb natural energy and turn it into senjutsu chakra. There used to be no chakra-able beasts, but after the fall, the combination of dispersed chakra and rioting natural energy left from the fight mutated the environment as a whole, beasts and plants included. Otherwise, a feeble chakra-less humanity wouldn't have survived if the average beast had chakra like they do now. That's what we observed. But that doesn't mean that before the god tree's arrival, when the natural energy was more densely concentrated, beasts didn't mutate more easily. Wait. So instead of the chakra-able beasts we naturally have now, you're saying there used to be natural energy-able beasts who could possibly have had powers similar to empathy, telepathy, prophecy, or predictions? Yes. Just ask Tsunamushi if the slug mentioned something about it. Tsunamushi, do you know if there are or were any sage beasts with special abilities? Aya immediately asked. Abilities like what, Lady Madeline? Like my sand, wind, and sound manipulation. Like the sage arts? No, something like mind reading or empaths. No, not as far as I know. Oh. But Katsuyu mentioned that the leader of the toads sometimes had dreams of the future. When Tsunamushi finished speaking, the wind stilled, and the sand stopped moving. The light seemed to dim, and the living beings present felt a deep dread and existential fear emanating from the baby. Lucian had awakened his first emotion after Madeline's rage resonated with him. Soon enough, Lucian's rage overwhelmed Aya's baby body, and she passed out, followed by the adults, and, boom, Tsunamushi's body fell to the side, unconscious. The next day, when the adults and the sandworm awoke, they found the curious scene of a baby doing a dejiza in the sand. Aya begged for forgiveness for almost breaking their hearts' wills. With no other choice, aside from keeping the baby kneeling in the sand for longer, the adults accepted Aya's apologies. Tsunamushi agreed to help her collect more information on the Toad Sage clan after Aya explained what happened. Needless to say, the adults were seething when they understood the reason for Aya's outburst. If there was anything the people of Sunagakure were, it was fanatics. They zealously revered two people, Aya, Madi Futagami, and their Kagaya Haim. Even after several generations, the mythos of the two of them were inherited. They couldn't deny it even if they wanted. For one, the first level of their underground paradise was created for them by Kagaya, which was the same goddess who was leading humanity to a bountiful future before she was betrayed. This was the goddess their ancestors had the pleasure of following. Secondly, Madi Futagami created the scripture that is today part of their culture, the same being who later reincarnated as Aya-sama and rescued their ancestors after they were dispersed following the fall. But this was not all. In her next life, she guided their guardian beast, Tsunamushi, into fixing the crazy weather and the hazardous conditions of the world by erasing the pockets of chakra and calming the rioting natural energy in the atmosphere. For these and many other reasons, they loved these two individuals. Eventually, the news about the possible manipulator behind the fall of their goddess was shared with the leaders of the village, and an initiative was born. An initiative to track down the location of Mount Mayaboku. The three sage lands shared a pact of secrecy about not sharing the location of their domains with outsiders. This pact was signed after the arrival of Kagaya, which was to be expected because if one sage clan wanted to get rid of another, they believed that they could have walked to Kagaya and sicked her onto their enemies. To avoid mutual destruction, this pact of secrecy was born. Lucian created a variation of the summoning technique to allow the recall of people under certain conditions, and then the able-bodied and those with the highest chances of survivability started to use the summoning technique without signing a contract, all in the chance that one of them had an affinity with the toads. There were a few hundred or thousand that returned gravely injured, but with their advanced medicine, as long as they made it back alive, they could be restored to full health. By doing such a massive exercise of summoning, the population discovered and contracted with a few new summoning clans. Hawks, wolves, tigers, scorpions, spiders, deer, hares, bunnies, different forms of aquatic life, and several others were examples of these new summoning clans. Some even ended up in the Ryuchi cave and were immediately accepted once the sage snakes realized that they were natural sages, as natural as the script in their bones was. Of course, the majority of the sand people who were part of the exercise ended up in the Ryumayaku. Since it was natural for them to have an affinity with the sage beast they shared their desert with. Overall, even if no one found Mount Myaboku, the benefits outweighed the detriments, because even if Sunagakure was not part of the ongoing conflicts and wars of the outside, help and strength were always appreciated, and that's what they got when they contracted with a summoning beast. Lucian concluded that you couldn't have a high affinity with a summoning beast you were hatefully hunting for, so they suspended the exercise, or at least tried to. The sand people enjoyed the thrill. They said that it was like playing a gacha game but with your life on the line, so it was kept as a fun practice for those thrill seekers. Sunagakure was about half a millennia more advanced than the outside, with computers, railway transportation, electricity, telephones, radio wave communication, cars, refrigeration, and many other modern technologies part of their culture, such as gacha games. The only reason Sunagakure hadn't taken over the surface was that Ayasama left clear instructions. The loophole they found was in the wording surface, so they took it upon themselves to conquer and expand upon the underground, which they were achieving. With the conclusion of the exercise and the advantages that this one brought, came the end of a chapter. The matter of seeking vengeance was left to Aya, as she requested, but the village agreed to keep the scouting and explorer parties, which normally explored ruins, on the surface under a more dynamic rotation, all with the objective of keeping an ear open about toads or toad summoners. Keed and Yudai were part of the ruin explorer teams, but since Aya was still somewhat dependent on them, they were staying at home with her. This longer stay, coupled with the enough credits they amassed by taking care of Aya, gifted them a second child. A normal one this time. Aya was granted the honor of naming her, and she named her Sahara. Although it didn't follow the standard naming convention, the parents agreed when Aya told them that this was a name from the home of Madi Futagami. Sahara inherited the ginger hair of Keed and the green eyes of Yudai's mother. Madeline felt that the color combination of her sister's eyes and hair reminded her of Jean Grey, but so much time had passed since the name mattered to her that she only found it mildly curious. Keed and Yudai were hit hard with the reality of what a normal newborn demanded. Regular health checkups, random sleeping schedules, spontaneous crying, poop without convenient forewarnings, and many more normal baby occurrences were part of their life now. Aya didn't say it, but she was pleased that their intimate life was being affected, given that she was still annoyed about how little restraint they showed when she was the only baby around. In reality, she didn't care that much, but she resented that Keed's breasts were dry during the mornings, the reason being obviously Yudai. Apparently, she wasn't the only one who found Keed's milk delicious. Much to her regret, Aya's weaning period arrived. During those difficult times, it was common to find Aya glaring at Sahara while Keed was breastfeeding the baby girl, or at Yudai in the mornings when Keed's breasts appeared saggy and not full. It didn't help that Yudai would smirk at her, but Aya took her revenge by having Lucian gift him a mild case of erectile dysfunction. One day, Keed returned from a walk with Sahara to find Aya using Yudai as her mount, literally. For a week, Aya didn't float or walk anywhere, she used her loyal mount, four-legged Yudai. Keed may have appeared nonchalant about the situation, but she was the one who had pushed Yudai to the breaking point. When she realized what was going on between her older daughter and her husband, and who was responsible for her dry spell, she constantly teased and seduced Yudai. She even went over a week without wearing underwear, accidentally flashing Yudai regularly. Later, the people of the sand looked at Yudai strangely because Aya would sometimes feel like going for a walk, more accurately, a ride. Somehow, word got out about why Yudai acted as Aya's mount for a week, and needless to say, Yudai had a few difficult weeks until the joke died down. Obviously, Aya had nothing to do with the spreading of this rumor. A few years later, when Aya was 5 and Sahara 4 years old, Yudai and Keed returned to the field, much to their displeasure. Sahara was left in Aya's care, and they went from seeing their parents every day to about 5 days every 2 weeks, the standard duration of an expedition. This was not exactly a problem, as Aya was more than capable of taking care of Sahara, and the villagers' help, on account of spending more time near Aya, came in handy. Sahara and Aya got used to their new life, and time moved on. A few things changed over the years. For example, using Lucian's modifications to the summoning technique, the recall technique was born. The recall technique performed the same type of teleportation, summoning, as the original, but on a person. The difference was that the teleportation could be initiated from the side of the summon through a script. The downside was the time it took for the teleportation to occur. This delay was due to a lag in communication between the script on the summoned and the place of summoning. The unique aspect of this technique was that the summon did not bear the chakra cost, it was prepaid by loading a script with chakra before going out on the expedition. For security reasons, the location where the loaded script was kept had to be guarded, so a secure location was built above ground. These factors led to the main disadvantages of the recall technique. 1. The time it took for the script, the one tattooed on the summoned, to connect to the loaded script and summon the individual depended on the distance between the two scripts. 2. As the distance between the two connected scripts increased, the needed prepaid chakra also increased. 3. Since the distance between the two connected scripts couldn't be accurately measured beforehand, it was unknown how much chakra needed to be prepaid. If the prepaid chakra wasn't sufficient, the charge would be lost, and the summoned would have to return physically. 4. As with summoning, anyone in contact with the summoned would be transported. The same applied to the recall, which could increase the chakra cost and might unintentionally bring enemies back. This made the recall a tactical risk, as enemies could use it to piggyback to Sunagakure. To mitigate these issues, Sunagakure built 10 different forts near the borders of the 10 lands that the desert shared borders with. Using these forts as destinations for the recall technique lessened disadvantages 1, 3, and 4. On the other hand, this revealed that the people of the desert were a strong enough force to maintain forts and build them up in less than a quarter of a year. Previously, the people of the sand were known as explorers who ventured into ruins from the ancient era and traded habitually for information. They were recognized as capable enough to deal with bandits and brigands, but since they avoided the clans, they weren't seen as a threat, just a grouping of nomads inhabiting the desert. In fact, this last classification, nomads, was based on assumptions because there was never a mention of a village in the desert, and no one escaped the sands once they stepped in, except for the people of the sand. But this assumption was overturned when more sand people were spotted in recent years, and the forts confirmed suspicions. To merchants, this meant the existence of a blue ocean, a whole village of considerable power to trade with. Of course, contrary to what they expected, the sand people only allowed trade in the forts, and the location of Sunagakure remained a secret to outsiders. This didn't mean much to the clans, they were too busy killing each other, since the ninja villages hadn't been founded yet, and they didn't care about anyone outside their territory or enemies. For a few years, things remained this way until what did capture the clan's attention was the sand people's familiarity with scripture. They all bore it on their skin and weapons. The clans did what they did best, they kidnapped a few sand people for questioning. That's how they discovered that the sand people were capable of space-time displacement. No matter what approach the clans took, whether knocking them out first, trapping them in genjutsu, restricting their movements, or attempting possession, none of it mattered. Every technique they tried ended with the script activating automatically or manually, and the sand people being summoned. Worst of all, when one of their clan members was dragged along, they never returned. This sparked the irritation of the clans and the jealousy of the merchants and nobles. The irritation of the clans was understandable. They had never faced an enemy like this, the closest being the summons, who would be unsummoned when close to defeat. But since they didn't have a method to overcome the time-space jutsu and the sand people would not involve themselves in clan matters, they let it go, for the moment, and focused back on killing each other, just as they had been doing for centuries. The jealousy of the merchants and nobles stemmed from a different, yet somewhat related, point of view. Merchants and nobles had a special relationship with the clans. From the nobles' side, they couldn't allow the clans to grow stronger, break the cycle of hatred they had between each other, and point their kunai at them. So when a particular clan was losing ground to another, they would often find a way to sponsor the losing clan, so that they would keep restraining each other. However, they could also not remove the clans entirely because they didn't have the power to do so, and they needed the clans to control the brigand and bandit populations. They also needed the clans to handle their security and deal with their enemies. Said enemies could go from other nobles, merchants, or enemy clans of clans they sponsor. From the merchant side, the war between the clans was a very lucrative business, and this involved more than just war supplies. As expected, when a clan's focus was entirely on war, no one had time to plow the land and cultivate it. So the clans bought not only weapons but also food, textiles, construction supplies, ores, and a varied array of consumables. However, the majority of brigands were former clan members who escaped from their clans in the war, and these delinquents affected the merchants' business, which meant they needed to hire clan members for protection. The three parties formed a complicated web of dependency, where the clans were both the problem and the solution, the customers and the service providers, their security and their enemies' armed forces. This interdependency applied no matter which perspective you took. But the recall technique meant that, for a merchant, they wouldn't have to worry about the trip, and for a noble, security was just seconds away. Hence the jealousy of the merchants and nobles. Of course, nobles and merchants tasked different clans with obtaining the technique from the sand people, but since the clans had already failed, not much came of it, at least for the moment. In their minds, they often thought about the sand people and their recall technique. Ambitious members of the clans dedicated effort to creating their own variation of this technique, though without much success. If space-time ninjutsu were so easy, there would be multiple Tobaramas and yellow flashes. But a stalemate was reached, and with it, time passed. The chapter continues in the next chapter. Chapter 48, Naruto, Order. Disappointment. Maybe both, Part 2. The previous chapter continues here. A few more years went by, and Aya's 15th birthday arrived, the age of majority in Sunagakure. Her little sister, Sahara, was 14 that year. As usual, Aya's birthday was a national festivity, but this was not the reason why it was important. With her coming of age, Aya's official hunt for Mount Maiboku would begin. She would venture outside and personally search for the toads. Wani-chan. This is not fair. I want to go with you. If you don't take me with you, by the time you return, I will have turned into a clan member. In Sunagakure, turning into a clan member was equivalent to becoming a delinquent. As expected, this was too grave a threat. My dear Imudo, no means no. Just wait a year, and you'll come with me, I promise. Aya said. Aya had grown into a beauty with long, cascading deep green hair. Her arms, legs, neck, and chest were covered in scripture of Lucian's design. She wore a deep green toga and went about life barefoot, since she normally floated, so this was not a problem for her. But that rule is stupid. No one is stronger than you. You can protect me. There's no need to wait for my 15th birthday. In Sunagakure, you could only step out after reaching the age of majority, and never alone, always in squads of at least 5 members. The only exception to this rule was when you were reverse summoned to your summons home. If I had to wait for my 15th birthday, so will you. Besides, you'll have mom and dad to yourself. Aya had a mocking grin at the end. I hate you. You know what those two will do. Sahara said, knowing she and Aya were both victims of Keed and Yudai's inappropriateness. It won't be for long, Sahara. Just 11 months more, and then you'll come hunting with me. And it's not like you won't see me until then, I will return every month. The passing of time for the people of Sunagakure was different, to them, a year or a decade might feel the same. Ugh. I'll miss you, Wani-chan. Sahara conceded with a pout. The sisters exchanged warm hugs, and finally, Aya flew to the rendezvous point. She wasn't traveling alone, the village wouldn't have allowed it. Aya was traveling with 4 Hashishin. These operatives, unlike the rest of the villagers, were trained specifically for assassinations and protection. Normally, they stood in the shadows of the village leader and the council members, but 4 from their scarce numbers would shadow Aya. The Hashishin discarded their names the moment they joined the Brotherhood. Instead, they used numbers as their identifiers. Task Force 141, the one assigned to guard Aya, was composed of 47, 007, 39, and 13. These would have been very famous numbers with long lists of names trailing their bloody steps if they weren't as good as they were at what they did. No one knew who these shadowless numbers were, but Lucian told Aya he had a good feeling about them. Aside from the Hashishin, Aya was accompanied by Sasi, Sasaya, the eldest daughter of Asahi. Sasi, as the daughter of the village leader, was trained from a young age by Asahi, the former strongest in Sunagakure before Aya arrived. Sasi was 2 years older than Aya. She was a soft pink-haired girl with a lithe build, inherited Asahi's light gray eyes, and had a calm disposition. The last member of Aya's entourage was Kahoi, Kao-ii, a black-haired 18-year-old with amber eyes. He was the current leading genius of the village, and were it not for his lack of interest in politics, Asahi would have been training him by now to take his place as the next leader. Aya-sama. Sasi acknowledged her with a courteous but subtle bow of her head. Hey, Sasi. That respectful tone of yours will probably get tiring soon during our expedition. Aya said, used to the way villagers referred to her. When she was cute and cuddly, they had no problem calling her Aya-chan. As she started to grow up, they transitioned to simply Aya. By the time she hit puberty, they all called her Aya-sama. She didn't understand where they drew the line. For example, her parents worshipped the figure of Aya-sama as much as any villager, but even if they acknowledged that Aya-chan and Aya-sama were the same person, they always treated her as their daughter. She wasn't complaining about this, but the villagers were sort of similar. They all knew that both Ayas were the same person, but when she was a baby, they cooed at her just like any other baby. As soon as she started to show a semblance of physical maturity, they switched to Aya-sama. This switch was something puzzling to her. When it does, I will stop, Aya-sama. Sasi said, ignoring Aya's implicit request to drop the formalities. Aya-sama, are we ready to depart? Kahoi asked in a formal tone, though somewhat more relaxed than Sasi's. Yes, Kahoi. All 7 of us are here. With Aya's approval, the teenagers looked around to see if they could spot their shadows, but the Hashishin's figures remained as elusive as their nature. I see the praise my father gave their name was not undeserved. Sasi remarked. Let us depart, then. Kahoi said. He bit his thumb and slammed his palm into the sand. With a cloud of smoke, a sandworm of light gray coloration appeared. This was one of Tsunamushi's descendants. This juvenile sandworm was about as long as 2 18-wheelers placed one after the other. Kajamushi, we are ready. Kahoi spoke to the sandworm. It will be my pleasure to escort Aya-sama out of our sands. The sandworm responded, earning Aya's smile. Just like that, years of partnership were swept away by the winds, and now Kajamushi doesn't even acknowledge my presence. Kahoi said overdramatically. Don't be a crybaby, Kahoi. Don't trouble Aya-sama with your erratic behavior. Kajamushi replied as it lowered its body for its passengers. The teenagers boarded the Worm Express, and Kajamushi felt like the teens were at least 4 people heavier than it expected, but it dismissed it as a misjudgment. Kajamushi, take us to the One-Tails first. I'm going to deal with this little business before going out of the sands. Aya requested. As you wish, Aya-sama. After a 3-hour journey, Kajamushi brought the expedition to the biggest chakra signature some of them had ever felt. The One-Tails, upon sensing them, didn't waste time and responded with a Baijidama. Ever since that frightful day, he had been hunted by the maniacs of the sand. It was now an instinctual response of his to answer with a Baijidama if he felt them approaching. This was no different. The purple orb of destruction flew toward the sandworm with the intention of annihilation. Keep going, Kajamushi. Aya ordered and the sandworm faithfully followed her command. At least the One-Tails knew that his Baijidama's explosion would keep them away for a while. He planned to use this opportunity to sink into the sand and swim away. Yet, things were different this time. As the Baijidama came into range, Aya lifted her left hand, her script glowing softly, and it stopped. It hovered peacefully in the air, and Kajamushi passed below it, not minding it. While Kajamushi moved closer to the shock chakra beast, the Baijidama resumed its flight path, eventually resulting in an explosion that decorated their background. The explosion caused a bright flash, followed by a tsunami-like wave of sand and a shock wave of wind. Sassy's scripts glowed, and gold dust seemed to evaporate from her tattoos, creating a golden fog. The fog of gold dust grew larger until it solidified into a golden wall behind them. The shock wave crashed into the solid gold wall, and the wave of sand followed. But nothing went over it. The wall returned softly to its fog-like state and then it rushed back into Sassy's script. Don't run. I come in peace. If you run, I will capture you and seal you forever. And don't think about hiding with that massive chakra signature of yours. Stealth was not, and never will be, your thing, Aya broadcasted to the chakra beast's mind. As if carrying no concern for their security, the teens and the sandworm got closer to the spooked One-Tails. It stood shocked yet ready to fight recklessly. He was prepared to take down the monster of a girl with him if possible. Hello, my name is Aya Futagami. What should I call you? Aya said in a cheery tone. You people call my esteemed self One-Tails. It said curtly. That may be the case, but didn't Hagoromo name you and your siblings? I don't think he was heartless enough to name you by the number of your tails, was he? Though, in the end, he was unrecognizable to me, so maybe he was as heartless with them as he was with us, Aya thought. How do you know that? The One-Tails demanded. Do you not recognize my last name? Did Hagoromo never mention a Madi Futagami? Aya asked with some incredulity. Even if the twins didn't like me in the end, as a formidable enemy, they should have at least passed down my name in warning, right? Maybe they assumed you'd never return, or they were trying to deny your existence. That's just sad and plainly stupid. No. Who are you? The One-Tails demanded, stirring his chakra aggressively, pressuring the humans and sandworm. It doesn't matter, then. If your father didn't bother to pass down my name, then I won't bother retelling my story. Just know that my name is Aya Futagami and that I once knew your father. So, do you want me to call you One-Tails? Aya slowly waved her hand, and the rioting chakra in the atmosphere stilled. Just as the tailed beast's heart did in fright. Shikaku. Aya's display of power both intimidated and frightened Shikaku. What difference was there between him and the chakra in the air that the girl had just controlled? He asked himself. A name that suggests a guardian role, that's a nice name to have, considering the nigh impenetrable defense my people told me you bear. Nice to meet you, Shikaku. I come today with an offer. Aya said with a pleased and friendly smile. For my chakra. Shikaku spat, he couldn't forget the decades he was used as a battery by her people. No, I don't have any use for your chakra. I have my own. Aya's chakra suddenly became noticeable, but contrary to the usual burst that most people present when they press another with their chakra, Aya's felt like stilled water. As if suddenly they all found themselves in the middle of a tranquil lake. The water pressed them from all directions, but not aggressively, just with enough weight to let them know it was there. Leaving aside the lack of violence in her chakra, what Shikaku immediately noticed was the size of her chakra pool. It dwarfed his. As you can see, I don't need yours. Aya's chakra, as if dispelling an illusion, disappeared. What do you want, woman? Shikaku asked, still confrontational but to a lesser degree. Was there even a way to confront this monster? I want to purify your chakra. In exchange, my people and Tsunamushi will leave you be. Since you initially approached Ryamayaka seeking strength to defeat your fox sibling, I will have my people teach you our way of handling chakra and scripture. You should know that scripture is the bane of your kind's existence, right? Aya offered and asked. Shikaku nodded in reply, he had experienced the effects of the enslaving scripture himself. What do you mean by purifying? He asked, uncertain of what she meant. Don't you feel a certain, heavy feeling to your chakra, like an aggressive side to it even when you are at peace yourself? Aya asked, trying to explain what Kagaya mentioned the corrupted chakra felt like. Do you mean the hatred? Shikaku asked. Hatred. Maybe you are not so far from the truth. If I was Earth and suddenly a being started to suck my blood and there was nothing I could do to stop it, hatred, hopelessness, rage, and disgust would be my predominant feelings. So maybe that's the origin of the god tree's corruption, maybe it's not its corruption but Earth's. Aya said while considering Shikaku's wording. You even know that, woman? Shikaku exclaimed. He was still doubtful she knew his parent, but her knowledge at least indicated that she knew about the era of the apogee. Yes, Shikaku. So what do you say? I take the hatred away, you get peace as long as you are peaceful, and as an additional, I will have you trained into a menace that will trample your fox sibling just like my people trample you. Deal. Aya extended her hand. Wait, woman. Why are you doing this? What do you get from this? Shikaku asked suspiciously. Let's see. If in the future you're fused back into the god tree along with your siblings and Kaguya is unsealed, I don't want her to go on a rampage and destroy the world because the corruption overwhelmed her. Your father and uncle sealed her before they got to experience a rampage from her, they only fought her while she was pulling punches. Even then, the world almost crumbled, and your father and uncle were left speeding to the end of their lives as a consequence. Can you imagine what would happen if she is unsealed and fully corrupted? Aya painted an apocalyptic picture without saying that she was wishing for Kaguya's release. A shiver waved through the sandy body of the tailed beast as he pictured what Aya said. His uncle had once told him that even while fighting them, Kaguya was softer with them than with the Shiki. So Shikaku had no doubts that the world would come to an end if the woman's words became a reality. I agree, woman. My word is my bond. If you stop your people's hostilities, I will stop mine and won't covet the sage worm's Ryumayaku. He accepted the deal. Great. Then let's get this over with. Aya said excitedly. The team set up a few tents inscribed with climate control and made camp. Aya went to Shikaku, sat on his shoulder, and started the taxing task of separating the deeply ingrained hatred from the chakra. Aya first absorbed a portion of his chakra and cycled it through her chakra pathways for Lucian to pull the hatred from it and consume it. Then she would return the chakra to the temporary script she had inscribed in Shikaku's belly. The script would then keep the purified chakra from mixing with the corrupted one. She had to go through this cycle until, a week later, all of his chakra was pure and light. This is freeing. Shikaku commented as he enjoyed the new sensation of his body. Like a weight he had grown used to was no longer there. I told you, it was a good deal. Aya said between breaths. Because the purification was done in one breath, she hadn't eaten or drunk water for a week. This emaciation, added to the heavyweight Shikaku's chakra bore on her pathways, made her condition worse. Aya-sama. It's time to rest. Sassi said in a non-negotiable tone. Right, take me, to, bed. Aya passed out, and Shikaku lowered her onto a bed of sand. Aya slept for a whole day, and Sassi put her on an 4-drip to hydrate her. While she slept, Kahoi sent Kajimushi to report to Tsunamushi, and Sassi called her father to have one of the Grandmaster scribes start Shikaku's training. Luckily, they were still within the reception area of their radio wave communications tower, so Sassi literally called him. Shikaku was moved closer to Ryumayaku, and there was some reluctance in his eyes about leaving Aya without the appropriate goodbyes. Of course, he would never admit it. When Aya awoke, Kahoi, the designated chef, had prepared a nutritious but light meal for her. After a day of rest, she was as good as new, and they resumed their journey north, to the fort bordering the land of birds. After dismounting Kajimushi at the northern fort and preloading their recall script, the duo of teenagers, the serial reincarnator, and the 4 shadows set out for the land of birds. Aya had very few, if any, clues about the toads. She knew they currently had no contractor. The snakes, despite their eagerness to help, couldn't reveal the toads' location, but they were tentative allies. So, I assigned the summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave and had their younglings spread across the continent to gather information about the toads. She only needed the mind of a toad or a contractor to find the location of Mount Maiboku. With the location in hand, her plan was to storm it with overwhelming force and read the mind of the so-called prophet toad. However, getting there was the tricky part. In the meantime, while the snakelings hunted for the toads, she would travel across the continent, casting her psionic sense like a net to fish out any clue about them. She knew it wouldn't be easy, especially since Tsunamushi had told her that Katsuyu said they could go centuries without selecting a contractor. But that was all right. In this life, Lucian had given her a longer lifespan. In this life, she was determined to hunt for the toads and purify as many tailed beasts as possible. The first month went by, and after visiting village after village and even the capital of the land of birds, they found nothing. This was not much of a surprise. What they did find was death, sickness, and pain. It turned out that a clan dispute over a supply line with 4 other clans had escalated into a 5-way war. In the process of annihilating each other, one of the clans, in its final moments, polluted the main water source of the country with corpses, unleashing a plague reminiscent of the Black Death. Medicine was one of those things not inherited from the apogee due to its complexity and the loss of reference materials. The meager level of medicine humanity had outside of Sunagakure was the result of centuries of accumulation after the fall. And hypocrites as they may appear to be, Sunagakure rarely interfered with matters outside their desert. This wasn't due to Aya's orders. Shortly after her death, Sunagakure had tried to connect with outsiders, only to have their efforts trampled by clans greedy for their knowledge and resources. This happened repeatedly until Sunagakure realized that only under capable leadership would their efforts bear fruit, which the clans lacked since they were not united and everyone only cared about themselves. Thus, a policy of non-interference was established, a policy that held little weight now that Aya had returned. So, they had no qualms about sending assistance to help Aya and the teens set up quarantine zones and establish proper health centers to try to curb the pandemic. It took them and a capable team of 70 assistants 6 months to make the plague manageable, though not without challenges. During the second month of treating the sick, one of the clans attacked them because they were healing everyone, including members of enemy clans. Coincidentally, someone important to a rival clan was being treated. The attack amounted to little. Unexplainably, the attackers' heads rolled to the ground. No one saw what happened, they simply lost their heads and died. The next day, Aya found a report on her desk about the disappearance of a certain clan. This happened twice more until only one clan remained, the Tsuru clan. Having won the war but lost countless lives and resources, the Tsuru signed a pact with the nobles in the capital. And so, the first 6 months of her journey passed. Aya left the land of birds pleased that, with no other major clans left aside from the Tsuru, they wouldn't see another armed dispute for a long time. Or so she thought. For months later, while in the land of storms escorting merchants in exchange for information, she received news that another clan had settled near the Tsuru, sparking another war. The quarantine zones they had established were destroyed during the conflict, and the pandemic spread, resulting in a 60% loss of the population. Aya was beyond enraged, she was close to flying over there and killing everyone since they seemed so eager to die. She then understood why Sunagakure didn't involve themselves with outsiders. Aya's mood was down for a few days, but with the help of Sassi and Kahoy, she recovered and decided to ignore the clearly self-destructive fools. Out of sight, out of mind. The next 2 months were spent escorting merchants to establish a competent information network. By the end of this period, Sahara joined their travels, and Aya visibly perked up. Sahara had grown into a beautiful red-haired girl with bright green eyes. Unlike her elder sister, she kept her hair tied up. Sahara brought much-needed joy to the team after over a year of dealing with outsiders. With their new addition, the team carried out their mission for several years. They traveled from land to land, escorting merchants and expanding their information network. This network wasn't personally Aya's, she was just the face, while the elders from back home managed it. The network's operation was simple. Everyone involved had access to information centers that Sunagakure built along the most common trading routes. In these centers, merchants could exchange information. It could be information about rates, clans, brigands, taxes, nobles, resources, and just about anything a merchant cared about. The initial management was in Sunagakure's hands, but over time, the task was passed on to outsiders as the Sand People returned to their desert. The information centers benefited all merchants, so they took care of maintaining them. Aya and Sunagakure were only interested in creating the foundation for these ventures so they could use it later, and they succeeded. This took a few decades, but to the long-lived Sand People, a few decades were like a few years. They lived in such a way that it was normal for them to go about their first half-century without forming meaningful romantic relationships, something inconceivable to outsiders who bore children shortly after their first decade of life, sometimes before the first decade. But life expectancy was so short among the outsiders that very few suspected the Sand People were long-lived, and almost no one had proof or cared enough to seek it. The outsiders lived such despondent lives that they had no time to care whether the helpful but annoying savages of the desert lived longer than they did. Who could care? No one had the leniency to do so. Everyone was too busy surviving or killing each other to worry about whether the Sand People lived longer or not. At least, most of them were. During these decades, Aya encountered the Three Tails, Isabu. His mild-mannered temper made it hard to believe he was brothers with Shikaku. Aya had no difficulty explaining to him why she wanted to purify his chakra, and he agreed. Aya and her team stayed near Isabu's lake for about a year because Lucian was studying how Isabu was bound to a personal dimension. After the year it took Lucian to find a dimension for themselves and create a link to it, they departed, saying their goodbyes to the timid but friendly turtle. The 4 of them, plus the 4 Hashishin, although no one other than Aya could see them, became somewhat of a famous missionary team. This led to Kahoy gaining a reputation as a harem young master, given that he was accompanied by 3 beauties. The thing about Kahoy was that he was the type of homosexual who showed no mannerisms of being one. Although his team members were aware of this, outsiders could easily misinterpret the relaxed behavior of the girls around him. Kahoy's sexual preferences aside, the fame they garnered was unwanted. By that point, they had been wandering the continent for more than 70 years, and people started asking questions. Which was not good. A few years later, the inevitable happened. The nobles gathered as many clans as they could and launched an inquisition into the desert, seeking the key to immortality that the Sand People supposedly held. It was named the Immortality Crusade. Yes, crusade, in the singular, because it only lasted one. Sunagakure recalled all their people to the sands, and the forts were self-destroyed. By the time the crusade reached the borders and began exploring the desert to find Sunagakure, it was already too late. One night, as they all rested, Tsunamushi's children and a few snakes had the feast of their lives. There was no epic battle, no confrontation, no opposing bands staring menacingly at each other, no duels of honor, no geniuses born from the war, no stories of mighty combat, no unsung heroes, no sung heroes, no scheming commanders, savvy nobles, no love stories, no stories of camaraderie, no flashy confrontations, just one night when everything went to ruin. 90% of the lives were lost. The remaining 10% were carefully selected to survive so that the story would be passed down, ensuring that no other mortal would dare to invade the holy lands of their goddesses. With the official disappearance of the Sand People from the outside world, an era came to an end. No longer were the helpful Sand People, who assisted for fair pay, around. No longer were the Sand People who helped during public health crises present. No longer were the neutral Sand People, who mediated disputes among merchants, available. This didn't mean that the Sand People were entirely gone. If they had been visible before, it was because they had nothing to hide and didn't bother to conceal themselves. But now, since they had become public enemy number one, they found ways to camouflage the script they were famous for and changed their clothing when they ventured outside. Logically, the number of villagers from Sunagakure roaming outside diminished considerably. But with their information network already firmly established, they no longer needed as many personnel outside. Aya had no part in the annihilation, aside from observing the slaughter from above. However, her thoughts kept returning to how, no matter how much good they tried to do, the outsiders always found more creative ways to lead themselves into self-destruction. It's like they're wired to self-destruct if they're not killing each other. It's because they don't have a leader they both fear and respect. I know. They only care about their personal interests, and there isn't a deterrent to curb their greed. But why couldn't Sunagakure be that leader? There are multiple reasons. After having their efforts spat on so many times, Sunagakure has developed an ingrained dislike for outsiders, as you know and have seen during the latest Immortality Crusade. Yeah, I know. The fact that they disrespected my efforts only made this dislike worse, especially since my people respect me highly. That's correct. I don't see a way to overcome this recent spat. Let me give you my perspective as objectively as possible, given my almost total lack of emotions, Madeline. Just shoot. I can take it. There are several factors preventing Sunagakure from assuming the role of leader over humanity. The most glaring are the following. The difference in lifespan. Their dislike for outsiders. The fact that outsiders are the same species as the humans from Sunagakure. The difference in religious faith. These are the main factors, but the first one is the most consequential, as it exacerbates the others. If the average human from Sunagakure didn't have such a long lifespan compared to the average outsider, they wouldn't feel like the last time the outsiders disrespected their efforts was so recent. To the average villager of Sunagakure, the outsiders first spat on their efforts during their grandparents' generation, and now they've done it again. You see. Yes, to my people, these events that happened centuries apart feel like recent news. Exactly. Now, let's consider how the difference in lifespan affects everything else. If the Sand People were long-lived but of a different species from humanity, the outsiders would have an easier time accepting it. Similar to how elves are accepted as long-lived by humans, because they have no other choice, it's just the way it is. But since the Sand People and the outsiders are both human, it inevitably sparks jealousy and greed among the outsiders, who wish to gain the same blessing. However, because the outsiders have disrespected the Sand People's goodwill so many times, the Sand People won't trust the blessing their goddess Mati Futagami gave them with the outsiders. This creates an irreparable gap between the two groups. Continue, please, Lucy. Lastly, consider how the difference in lifespan affects the difference in religious faith. The average outsider only worships strength, war, their clan, money, or the Sage of the Six Paths. The last one's existence is a direct affront to Kagaya, the leading goddess of Sunagakure's religion. This wouldn't be that much of a problem if, again, for the average sand person, the betrayal of the twins didn't feel like it happened so recently. Of course, the fact that you exist, and that they are aware of Kagaya's imprisonment, doesn't help bridge the gap at all. So, there's no chance for peace. There's no chance as long as the outsiders don't have a representative with enough power to make them feel that they aren't so far beneath Sunagakure. Why? That wouldn't change anything. It's related to a phenomenon called shared responsibility. For the average clan member who only cares about their clan, they see a stark difference between their clan and Sunagakure. They feel pressure to narrow this gap because they perceive it as directly related to them on a personal level. They see the monster known as Sunagakure and tremble in fear and despair when they compare their clans to it. But if they were part of a bigger organization, let's say the Hanagakure, village hidden by the flames, they would see the gap between Hanagakure and Sunagakure and think, the village should do better to narrow that gap. They wouldn't personally feel the pressure to narrow the gap because now it's shared responsibility. It's not my problem, but the problem of the organization known as Hanagakure, right? Exactly, Madeline. But they won't unite under an organization without a figure they both respect and fear. They need a strong leader, which they don't have. It doesn't even have to be someone who could match Sunagakure's might, as long as it's someone significantly stronger than them, it would suffice. Fuck. Indeed. Fucking humans. I hate them. I love them, but I also hate them. Understandable. It wouldn't even make a difference, yet because of the fucked up way they're wired, it would mean everything to them. Fuck. That's how it works. Fuck. There are other options, like using the infinite Tsukuyomi to mind-wipe them, similar to what we did before. We could also set up a shadow organization to control the outsiders without their knowing. There are a few other, less morally gray ideas that come to mind. Lucy, do you think it was my fault? Because you facilitated the longer lifespan in Sunagakure. Yes. Madeline, I think you can do whatever you want, and if, in the end, there are consequences that make you sad, it would be the world's fault. You're too extreme. Like a Yandere boyfriend. Or father. I don't know. Why would it matter what those humans think? Why would it matter if their lives are easier or harder because of your previous actions? To me, it doesn't matter, because only you and Kaguya matter to me. The rest of the world might as well be a stage play for my Madeline and my Kaguya to act in, and for you to do as you please. Since when did Kaguya become yours like me? Since your rage awakened mine. I felt rage because of her fate, she made me feel something, so she's mine now. That makes sense. It does. I think I've reached a decision. I'm listening. I will go back to my previous objectives and stop focusing on the outsiders and their plights. Purifying tailed beasts and hunting for the toads. Yes. It's also about time we visit Kaguya and feed her some chakra. Is this the last time? No, we are missing 4 more. We died too young twice and spent too long with Tsunamushi. That's alright then, in this life, we will have time. By the way, Lucy, how is your healing doing? I paused it because of the emotional outburst. That was dangerous. If all that rage had been felt by my main soul, the feedback we would have received would have at least cracked this world. So you won't send the soul resource back to the main soul until you are ready to heal it all at once? Yes, Madeline. Imagine if I awaken love and then I start to love humanity. Ugh, that's a nightmare. Keep it only for me and a tiny bit for Kagi's, okay? As you want. Okay, that's how it's meant to be. On another note, any ideas about what to do with this? Madeline teleported to the dimension they had bounded to Madeline's soul when Lucian was studying Isabu's dimension. It was an empty dimension of asteroids with a dwarf star of greenish light. Terraform it. But we don't have planets here, just a wide belt of asteroids. We can gather the asteroids into planetoids, and then terraform these planetoids. I don't know, it's not clicking with me. I want something more, unique. I'll think about it. In the meantime, we can still gather the asteroids into planetoids, and we can decide later what to do since I don't think we'll have much use for a dimension of only asteroids. You can't even rest here without risking a collision with an asteroid. Okay, then let's do that. Let's make a bunch of planetoids of sand, then we'll make some underground cities filled with life and then we'll think about how to make it more unique. Like Sunagakure. Exactly like that, but with a bunch of Sunagakures. As you wish, Lucian took control and started to overheat the asteroids to the melting point and create cores for the different planetoids they were going to have in Madeline's dimension. As such, a few centuries passed, and the only tailed beast remaining to be purified was the 9 tails. Aya still had no luck with the toads or a possible contractor, but she knew from the beginning that it was going to be an endeavor of possibly a few lifetimes. At least she did manage to confirm with Shikaka that Hagoromo and Hamura used to talk about a prophecy. Things on the outside remained as disappointing as always: death, child soldiers, famine, war, plagues, destruction, and overall no progress whatsoever. It was as if for over 900 years, they were stuck in the same dilapidated film of existence. So Aya decided to stop her immortality and allowed her body to start aging. She was not going to wait for a leader to emerge anymore. It was time to move on to her next life and gather soul resources for Lucian. But when she was getting close to her last years, things began to move under a new wind. So these Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha made a village. Together. Senju and Uchiha. She asked Sahara. Her sister kept looking as youthful as ever, but this was normal. The lifespan of the Sand People really went beyond a few centuries. Yes, Wani-chan. I had it double-checked a few times. I sent Kahoy to create a nomad clan to join this village. He is the one who sent me the report. Well, I'll be damned. I'll hold on for a few more years to see what will happen. As if catching a second wind, her body reverted to its youthful appearance. That's great. That way I won't have to go hunt you down after you reincarnate. Sahara said cheerily. No one likes a Yandere Imoto-chan. Aya said when she noticed the seriousness in her sister's eyes. Hee 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 hee. Imoto-chan laughed as if she were just praised. Considering they were century-old women, it didn't make it cute. So Aya waited. She gave the new rising power a few years to see if they were going to be the leaders she was looking for and the ones this world needed, or if they were just another bust. Over the following years, she would receive reports from the Futagami clan of Kanagakur, the clan Kahoy had founded to infiltrate the village. One day, she received an interesting report, but not from Kahoy. Ha 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 ha. So, Wani-chan, Shikaku found an empty dimension of energy, and he attempted to link to it, but he forgot to set a regulation script and he, ha ha ha. Puffed. Sorry, and he blew himself up. Ha 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 ha. Sahara was rolling on the floor. Hee hee. Puffed. That idiot. Aya laughed. Shikaku had developed an interesting relationship with the village and Ryumayaku. Shikaku was created with curse seal markings along his body, which made him incredibly suited for scripture and Fuinjutsu. When the scribes saw this, they awoke their inner mad researcher. They taught everything they could to Shikaku and had him try and participate in experiments to discover the limits of his curse seal markings. Eventually, Aya intervened and commanded the mad scribes to leave Shikaku alone. Shikaku was grateful, until Lucian took over and started to teach Shikaku his secret techniques. After a century or more of accumulated practice between the mad scribes and Lucian, Shikaku was allowed to be free. I taught him everything he could learn from me, Lucian said the day he set Shikaku free. And what a terrifying reflection that was. Fast forward a few years later, Shikaku had developed an interest in experimenting with his own techniques. The poor Tanuki had been taken under the wing of so many mad researchers that he lost himself in the vice. Aya had to intervene again and told him to be careful not to summon spirits, demons, or anything else dangerous. Her warning came out of the fact that she had received several reports of the crazy Uzumaki trapping a Shinigami in a mask, trapping demons inside doors, or simply opening the way to hell for shits and giggles. Shikaku responsibly agreed to be careful. But from time to time, a report would make it to Aya that Shikaku had killed himself while experimenting with a new technique. Such was the case now, but this was the first time they received a report of him blowing his body up, like a balloon. That idiot is just as bad as the Grandmaster scribes. Aya muttered. Time waited for no one except Lucian, and eventually, Aya heard news of the so-called leaders. They had a falling out. The Ninetales was spotted being controlled by the Uchiha and later sealed by Mito Uzumaki, Senju. Hashirama Uchiha apparently went mad after killing his best friend and captured the other tailed beasts, the unlucky and recently revived Shikaku included. Now Hashirama was making a call to all the other shinobi villages to sell these tailed beasts in the name of peace. The unlucky Shikaku had the bad luck of resurrecting in the part of the desert that bordered the land of river. Apparently, Hashirama's brother had teleportation markings all over the continent, so he moved his brother to the resurrection site the moment the chakra abnormality was sensed. Shikaku didn't even have a chance to fight back the ambush. How was he so unlucky? Maybe one of the twins intervened, or someone with enough power. Them. But why? It's just a possibility, or it could be the Prophet Toad. It was too well coordinated. As if they knew he would revive there. Fucking shit. Do you think someone awoke the Rinnegan and is now collecting the beasts? I initially thought so, but it appears the Azura reincarnation is giving the chakra beasts away, which makes no logical sense. Hey, Sahara. This has to be a joke, right? Aya asked her sister after putting down the report. I honestly don't know what's wrong with this reincarnation of Azura, but the Urajiromono were never known for their sanity. Sahara commented. But it doesn't make sense. Why would you give your enemies the equivalent of weapons of mass destruction? Wasn't he a pacifist? Is he plotting to have the continent razed to the ground by starting a different scale of war? It didn't make sense to Aya. What will we do? Sahara asked. Nothing. I will go alone and retrieve Shikaku and figure out if the guy lost his mind or what. Ah, okay. Sahara simply said. What? That's it. No denials and tears, begging, and emotional manipulation. What have you done with my Yandere Imoto-chan? I know you'll return Shikaku and then move on to your next life, right? Aya nodded. I'm not even past a third of my lifespan, I will just look for you in your next life. You'll be all weak and defenseless, kidnappable. I bet I won't even have to wait 100 years before I have you back in my grasp. Hearing a grown woman say that was not as endearing as one might imagine. You and Lucian are soulmates or something like that. Aya said, Used to dealing with Sahara's Yandere urges, this was not even close to the worst she had seen or heard from her. Make sure to give your goodbyes to father and mother. Then again, you'll see them soon enough. Sahara ignored Aya's comment. There was a huge departure festival, but the general feeling was that they wouldn't have to wait much to see her again. Aya flew northwest, to the Land of Iron, where the first 4 Kage summit was going to take place. Upon landing, the forces of the other villages and their Kages were waiting for her outside a building, since she didn't hide her monstrous chakra. What a way to welcome someone. Aya said in a relaxed manner. Pupils shrank, shivers went down their spines, and hands had to be fisted to mask the trembling, but overall, the shinobi were a step away from having a flight or fight response. In this life, she had lived so long that she housed more chakra than the 9 tails. Way more. The tranquil lake that her chakra once was had now become a Pacific Ocean, and the shinobi felt a pressure in their bodies as if they were standing below this ocean and bearing its weight. It was understandable that no one spoke and that they referred to their Kages in silence. Who among you is the idiot who sealed my tanuki? Aya asked before anyone could speak. All eyes moved, as if it were a great effort, and pointedly stared in desperation at Hashirama Senju, as if imploring him to speak up. Lady. It was me. Hashirama said, all his easygoing attitude he was known for was lost. Ho. And who gave you the right to enter my desert and steal my tanuki? Aya increased the pressure of her chakra. A few shinobi passed out instantly, and a couple went for the fight response, but their minds blacked out before they knew what happened, the same with the others who went for flight. I thought it would be better to seal the rampaging beast like the others when its chakra was detected. Doesn't it cause damage in your village? Hashirama replied, growing uneasy with the pressure of Aya's chakra and trying to fight it back with his own, just like the others, though it was a poor effort. No, and he pays for whatever he breaks. Aya looked at him like he was stupid. What? Tobarama asked, forcing his body with great effort to utter a single word, incredulous at what he just heard. Not only he, but the other Kages were in a similar situation. You. Perhaps you didn't know they were sapient beasts. Aya asked in realization. To her, at least the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Kagaya clans should have records of the origin of the chakra beasts. Several heads, with great effort, shook in denial. What about you, Uzumaki? Aya addressed Mito Senju. No. Mito Senju replied curtly. Not because she was being rude, but because the pressure wasn't allowing her to vocalize anything else. Aya didn't see any Hyugas present, but at least she was sure the royal branch of the Hyuga knew. How come? The progenitor of your clans created them. How come none of the Senju, Uzumaki, or the now-deceased Madara Uchiha knew? Aya asked, lessening the pressure just enough for the more capable to speak. The progenitor of our clans? Tobarama Senju asked. Yes. Your sage of the 6 paths. Did none of you try to talk with them? Aya asked for confirmation. The revelation left most of them dumbfounded. No. Hashirama replied. Were they supposed to try and communicate with a rampaging beast, he thought. Aya held her covered eyes on him for a second before looking at Mito Senju. Girl, bring the seal containing my tanuki. Aya commanded. Mito Senju didn't move but looked at her husband for confirmation. She was not resisting, she simply couldn't move. Can't we talk about this? Hashirama asked, not wanting the meeting to develop into an armed confrontation, even if he knew they stood no chance. That's what we are doing. Why do you think you are still breathing, idiot? Aya said in an emotionless tone that made the skin crawl of those present. Aya waved her hand, and a container flew from one of the tents on the Kanagakur side. It was just a formality, anyway. Aya said. The shinobi didn't move to intercept the container because their instincts warned them. These were battle-hardened shinobi, those who had survived the Warring States era that followed after the failure of the Immortality Crusade. If there was one thing they all trusted, it was their instincts. And Aya appeared like a blazing sign of danger to them. She exuded transhuman dread, as if she was a monster outside of humanity's level of comprehension and was taking the shape of a woman to mess with them. Aya placed a hand on the container, and it crumbled, releasing Shikaku. What the? Shikaku said before looking at the angry-looking Aya. I'm sorry, Aya. Was there any property damage when I blew up? Is that why you're mad? You know I pay for my messes, right? Aya didn't answer, she just looked at the dumbfounded shinobi. Yeah, Shikaku had now learned manners. He was taught not only scripture and chakra techniques. Shikaku was such a scholar that sometimes he paid for the property damage his experiments caused by teaching a class or two about scripture. Yes, he was a scientist of sorts. Some children even called him Shu-sensei. Where are we, by the way? And who are these people? Shikaku stared at Hashirama Senju, feeling as if he recognized his chakra signature. The Land of Iron. These are shinobi, clan members, outsiders, Yurajirimono, take your pick. Aya said. Aren't we a bit too far away from home? Aya, is that guy the one that captured me? He asked while pointedly looking at Hashirama. Yes. How did that happen? Answer me in your mind, Aya spoke to Shikaku's mind. I got careless while I was in the middle of reviving. I think my father intervened. I'm not sure, it felt like him. What happened? Carelessness at your age. Isn't that funny? Your siblings were captured by Azura's current reincarnation, and now they are being sold off for peace. Do you have any idea why Hagoromo would do that? Hey, you are older than me, Aya. I don't think you should speak about others' age. Shikaku faked outrage. Real surprise and astonishment were going through the shinobi's hearts. Most were thinking about how the key to immortality was really held in the heart of the desert, but none thought about facing this monster-turned-girl to get it. Others were surprised about seeing the colossal beast they thought unthinking talk with the human-sized monster woman. He said something about a prophecy once, maybe it had something to do with that. Should I seal myself back? I don't really want to pause my research, but I also don't want to mess with father's plans. Behave yourself, kid. Aya commanded. If the prophecy was real, then it took into account my actions, meaning you should go back to Ryumayaku and continue with your research. Aya tricked him. She knew that whatever prophecy it was, it couldn't take Lucian's actions into account. Fine, fine. But really, what was that Senju trying to achieve by sealing me? I haven't even met a Senju in the past few centuries. Shikaku glared at Hashirama. Great. I will return when we are done with this farce. Will you unseal my siblings as well? The idiot believes that by selling you and your siblings off, he could achieve peace. Aya joined Shikaku in glaring at Hashirama, as much as her eye cover allowed for glaring. No, just you. I don't want to interfere that much with Hagoromo's plans, Aya lied again. She was close to her death, and she had a feeling that there was more at play. She preferred if the tailed beasts were secured inside of humans, like the Ninetales was inside of the Uzumaki. Given that the humans would zealously protect their weapons of mass destruction. She preferred it this way because she didn't trust the other beasts to be capable of facing a bearer of the Rinnegan. At least Shikaku had his script and the backing of Sunagakure. Did he hit his head or something? Giving your enemies my kind will only invite a new level of warfare, that's obvious, right? Or are they making a soul pact through a script to force all sides to follow an agreement? Shikaku was well versed in those, it was a topic part of the teachings of Lucian. Lucian had taught him a lot, and decades of interaction with Sunagakure had changed him. Gone was the temperamental Tanuki, welcome was the mad researcher-scholar Tanuki. I guess lucky me and unlucky them. Can I go now? I honestly don't know. I had him pegged for a pacifist, but maybe he is a psychopath who is trying to rank as many victims in collateral damage as possible with this solution for peace. But I believe he is just an idiot. Hashirama was still cautious around Aya, so he was controlling himself, and no one present would resent him for it. Her presence was unnerving at best, but it did bring existential fear to all. Yes, do me a favor and get out of here via Sandor. I want these idiots to see what you're capable of. Father's descendants were always strange. I will go back, I don't feel safe being close to these many stupid humans. Goodbye, Aya. From Shikaku's feet, sand flowed into a wall the size of him, and the curse seal markings on his body moved to the wall. The markings created a rectangle reminiscent of a door, and then, with a subtle vibration, the door opened, and the desert became visible on the other side. Goodbye, kid. Aya waved. I'll reincarnate today, so I'll see you in a few years. Okay, see you later, Aya. Poof, the sand door disappeared after Shikaku closed it, leaving behind only a small pool of sand. Senju kid, there you have it. Sapient and sentient. What do you plan to do with the others now that you know this? Aya asked, faking indifference. Hashirama didn't know what to say now, so he looked at his brother for help. We've come to this point for peace, elder brother. Tobarama replied, implying his stance. Hashirama looked at Mito, his wife, and she nodded in support. He then looked at the other Kages, and he saw the desperation they felt at him rescinding his part of the deal, but he also saw the mad drive to continue fighting if that happened. They were all tired of the wars, they all wanted to rest, and this was their chance. There was no doubt in their hearts that it was peace or total war, and they craved peace, even if it was only momentary. And then, by their own hands, they would spark another war, such was the nature of complex humans. The shinobi villages will strive to create a relationship as friendly as the one you had with the One-Tails with their respective tailed beasts. Hashirama said, his answer implied in his statement. And with that, all interest she had in him was lost. Aya stared at him, this time removing her eye cover so that he and everyone present could see her disappointment. Many were surprised about her eyes, but none thought she was blind. But the one who had the biggest surprise was the fox inside the Uzumaki. He had seen eyes like those before, and from what he just heard this woman had been alive for over 900 years. There were too many flags for him not to build a solid case on the identity of this being. Yet. He was behind bars, nailed to a rock, and his Jinchuriki was his enemy. What else besides seething in rage could he do? I had high hopes for you and Madara Uchiha. I believed I was seeing a light at the end of a cave when I first heard of you. Finally, these clans of savages were going to unite under a single banner, and finally, all the senseless killing would stop. But it was all an illusion, no. Aya hit her chakra and dismissed the pressure she had been keeping on the shinobi. A few of them collapsed, leaving only the most seasoned and battle-hardened ones standing. We are doing this for peace. After we sign the agreement, the senseless war will end. The tailed beasts will serve as both a form of security and a deterrent to the villages. Our children will no longer have to stain their hands in blood. This will earn us a future. In Hashirama's eyes, Aya could see that he was being truthful. He believed what he preached. He was an idiot. Hey, kid, your friend, the Uchiha, he wanted to use the tailed beasts to force the other villages under your banner and unite the shinobi world, right? Aya asked, ignoring the previous idealistic nonsense of Hashirama. Yes, Madara wanted to use the beasts and fear to dominate the other villages. Hashirama replied, his voice tinged with pain. It wasn't clear whether it was due to his friend's way of thinking or because he had killed his friend. Why didn't you support him? Aya spoke with the same disappointment in her face and the flat tone of voice she had used before. Those who knew her would know that she wasn't really interested in the answer. Because peace built on fear is not peace, but coercion. Most shinobi thought Hashirama was naive and idealistic. Aya knew this because she was reading their surface thoughts. I see. Well, best of luck, kid. Aya floated as she prepared to leave. How contradictory, the pacifist had the idea of peace that would elevate war to the next level, while the warmonger had the idea of peace that would have given the world a chance for true peace. It's disappointing. Wait. Why don't you join us? You can be a part of this. With your participation, our peace will spread further. Hashirama spoke with the same determined eyes as before. My desert doesn't need your peace. We've been at peace for over 900 years. I don't invest in obvious sinking ships, Aya thought to herself. This, Hashirama and the others didn't know what to make of that. 900 years of peace, some of their clans didn't even have 50 years of history. I wish you the best, Hashirama Senju, the strongest idealist. I hope your peace lasts long. Aya said the title with a mocking undertone that was missed by most of those present. You should also see a doctor, you have less than 2 decades of life, Aya said in his mind before disappearing as if she were an illusion. At least there will be some semblance of order now that the shinobi villages have been founded. And there will be peace while that kid breathes, probably way less than 2 decades. So, a bit of both. Yes. Disappointing order, that's the result. The idiots will be controlled by the daimyos, and that will at least keep casualties away from the capital cities. They were the true winners of this outcome. Yeah, the losers will be the shinobi in the small lands that separate their villages. Sigh. Let's just not think about it. I'm going to feed Kagi's our chakra, and in this life, I will die in her arms, just like I promised her initially. I will mask you so that the Otsutsuki clan won't bother you. After this, it will be just one more time, and Kagaya will be ready to be freed. That's great. How many more times do I have to die to heal you? This one and 3 more. Finally, then we'll return to wherever you come from. Hopefully, I won't have to deal with this type of nonsense anymore. I'll enjoy a retirement life with Kagaya. Hopefully. Aya dispersed into dust and light later that day and died after spending some time with her friend. Pure Lands. Lucian, I think I know what uniqueness I want in my dimension. What? I want to make it a hybrid of the Pure Lands and Sunagakure. It's possible, but we'll have to spend a few years here so that I can study this place and create something similar in your dimension. Luckily, it's bound to your soul, so we can access it from here. Great. I knew it, you were the best. A/N. That's it for this chapter, almost 20k words. The next chapter will get us closer to the start of canon, hopefully, it will be her Uzumaki and Senju life, and by the end, she'll be starting her Uchiha life. Chapter 49, Naruto, Sacrifices Absent of Consequences. Part 1. Pure Lands, Abeyance. Metaline, staying here longer will affect the passage of time. Are you okay with that? You mean like the longer we stay here, the wider the time gap between our reincarnations? Yes. Reforming and changing the laws of your dimension will take me a few years, so when we reincarnate, several years may have passed. That's alright. I'd rather fix up my dimension in one go instead of tweaking it every time I die. With Metaline's approval, Lucian began working on reforming and hybridizing the dimension. He needed to configure the dimension to replicate the soul-friendly environment of the Pure Lands. The Pure Lands had several characteristics that Medeline wanted to replicate, and some she didn't. For example, the exclusivity of the Pure Lands to souls. Medeline wanted access to it even while alive, not just in her soul state. However, she did want to retain its healing effect on souls and the stabilization that allowed them to move on to the next step in their journey. The healing effect was self-explanatory, it was the same resource Medeline was harvesting for Lucian. Soul stabilization was a process needed to ensure that souls could transition to their next station, hell, heaven, or reincarnation. Without stabilization, a soul might fall apart before reaching its destination. We're basically creating Hueco Mundo, but like a limbo. Hueco Mundo. I don't recognize that name. I'm not sure where I heard it, but it's like a desert where hungry souls fight each other in an eternal battle royale. But souls don't get hungry. How would that work? They don't get hungry in this multiverse. Ah. Right, I forgot. I've lived much longer here than in my multiverse. Limbo is an abode where souls await, like what we're making. I guess this Hueco Mundo is sandy, right? Yes, it's supposed to be a world of a starless perpetual night and alabaster sands, with tree-like quartz growths. There's a moon, but it follows the opposite lunar phases of Earth. That's pretty much what I remember. Oh. The god of that dimension is named Sosuke Aizen. This Sosuke Aizen seems to have good taste. Let's try to base it on Hueco Mundo, but I like stars. So, let's create a grand tapestry of stars with a greenish light, like the original star of my dimension. Add a few shallow bodies of water like that place in Brazil the hooker lady once showed me pictures of. Lençóis Maranhenses National Park. Yes, that one. That doesn't sound like something the hooker lady would do. Oh, she was bragging to me about a few of the places she'd marked that I would never get to see, and outdoor sex. That sounds more in character for her. Yeah, she was a bitch slut through and through, not a nice slut. It took Lucian a decade to hybridize the dimension just as Medeline wanted. During that decade, two unexpected developments occurred. First, there was a huge increase in the influx of souls. Second, Medeline developed a semblance of soul manipulation. Hey, Lucy, do you think the increase is because the war with Jinchurikis exploded? Yes, more than likely the Senju idiot died. I know I estimated less than 2 decades, but isn't 1 decade too soon? Time here doesn't necessarily match time outside, also it was a ballpark estimate, he could have died sooner, or later. I guess. I was expecting him to hold on longer, you know. That way, the start of the war would be delayed. There's nothing you can do now, is there? It's more productive to focus on your soul manipulation. Keep trying to manipulate this wisp of my soul. If you can scratch my soul, you can consider yourself the goddess of souls to mortals. Lucian insisted on Medeline developing this nascent power, something told him it was important for both of them. I know. I'll focus. It's just frustrating. That's what it is, frustrating. Look, this is worse than we've ever seen before. In the distance, droves of ailing souls arrived at the Pure Lands, bathed in its soul-healing resources. Shikaku was right. Hashirama introduced the next level of warfare, Medeline muttered as she returned to trying to mold the wisp of Lucian's soul. Lucian ignored the ailing souls since it wasn't his problem and went back to work on the final touches of the dimension. Years passed, the influx of souls did not diminish, and finally, the dimension was ready. What will you name it? Abeyance. A contextual synonym of limbo. Yep. I love it. The final result was just as she had pictured, alabaster sands, tranquil shallow bodies of water, stars with green light, and several sandy planetoids orbiting the green sun. On the surface, vegetation was sparse, but underground, just like in Sunagakure, there was abundant life. On Kagaya's end, the closest interaction she'd had with life creation was her manifested will, which wasn't exactly alive. However, Hagoromo did give life to the chakra beasts, and according to Shikaku, he had done so using a skill he called creation of all things, the same skill he had used repeatedly while fighting Kagaya. Kagaya had shared her memories of her fight with them, so Lucian simply extrapolated and tried different permutations until he found the correct one to use creation of all things. With Lucian's unparalleled knowledge of energy and life, it wasn't difficult to use the rules of existence and copy the way Hagoromo bent these rules to bring life into being. By manipulating matter into organic components to create bodies, whether plant bodies, animal bodies, or any other form of life, and using the world's rules to breathe in life, multiple forms of vegetation and fauna were created underground. He also created all the necessary life forms needed at every level of an ecosystem to facilitate life. Medeline took this opportunity to design her own brand of life and have Lucian integrated into the environment of Abeyance. They enjoyed the endeavor so much that by the end, they had spent close to 2 decades between the Pure Lands and Abeyance. The time has come, Medeline. With Lucian's forewarning, they moved on to their next life. 9th life. Land of Fire. In a forest of dark woods and perpetually green foliage, a red-haired, pregnant woman ran toward a particularly robust tree. She flashed her hands into a few hand signs and used some of the blood she was smeared with from her multiple wounds to summon a large black wolf, about as tall as the chest of a human male. "You'll have to carry out one last mission for me, Shinkuro," the redhead said, weaving hand signs once more. She slammed her left hand on the ground near the base of the tree, causing the earth to shift, creating a cave-in large enough to comfortably house 3 people. "Lady Kana, what happened?" the wolf asked in a worried, baritone voice. "On our way back from Kanahagakure, we were ambushed by a Kimonin kill squad. I believe I'm the only one left," she replied, walking inside the cave and sealing the entrance with another set of hand signs. "Even Shinji?" the wolf asked in alarm. "He stayed back to buy our baby some time," she said, her voice breaking but with resolve still evident in her eyes. "They're still in pursuit," the wolf concluded from listening to her words. "They are. They've been chasing us for days, leading us closer to the land of hot water. Now, we're too far from Konohanin patrol routes to ask for help. I need you to keep my baby safe in here for as long as you can. If no one from Uzushio-gakure comes looking for my child, release the summon yourself and take along my baby to your home," she commanded. "What baby? You're only 6 months pregnant. The baby is still inside you. Why don't we find a way to reverse summon you to my home and rest? Let's think this through, Lady Kana," the wolf exclaimed in alarm. "Whether this baby likes it or not, she's coming out now," she said, pulling out a few instruments from a storage scroll. She set a wide white cloth on the floor, topping it with some clothing to create a makeshift pillow. "And we can't. You don't have enough chakra to reverse summon me and I'm running out of time and chakra now. My baby will fit in your mouth just fine in case you have to release the summon," she said, eyeing his maw. "Assuming the baby survives this recklessness, how am I supposed to take care of a human baby? I can barely handle pups," the wolf protested, unable to understand the redhead's stubbornness. "She'll be fine. She's an Uzumaki. I also prepared these after we were first ambushed a few days ago," the redhead said, showing the wolf another storage scroll. She channeled chakra through it, and a few bottles of breast milk and blood appeared. "It should last you a few months. I overloaded the milk with my vitality, so she won't need much. Feed her the blood when the milk runs out. There's a seal on the scroll to prevent spoilage. In the 3rd scroll, you'll find some bedding I ripped from the carriage before we abandoned it, but I don't think you'll need it with that much fur," she said, running a hand affectionately through the black mane of the wolf. "I don't think this will work, Lady Kana," the wolf commented, enjoying the last petting from his summoner. "It's my only play left," she said with a serious gaze. This was meant to be a routine mission in times of peace. It was supposed to be her last mission before the baby was born. The wolf sighed in resignation, already deciding he would drag the baby to Uzushio-gakure if he had to. "It's time, Shinkuro," she said with finality. She grabbed a kunai fresh out of the 1st scroll and jammed it into her belly. In total silence, as if defying the pain, she dragged the kunai across her abdomen, opening it. She located the baby sac and cut it open. The small creature stirred awake but didn't open her eyes. Her hands glowed green as she used one hand to examine the baby and the other to speed up her unnatural regeneration and close the wound in her abdomen. "She's healthy. Unusually healthy, even for an Uzumaki. She'll survive," she said, placing the baby on the makeshift pillow and ensuring her self-inflicted wound had fully closed. "I leave my hopes and dreams with you, Shinkuro. I'll cover my tracks and lead them in another direction," she pleaded with the wolf before unsealing the cave and exiting. "This is madness," the wolf thought as he sniffed the little creature curiously. "Did that just happen? It appears you'll be raised by a wolf. We might last a few days without breast milk. Maybe it's a female wolf. Maybe we can do to her what we did to Haruna. That woman was always crazy. I'm a bachelor wolf. What do I know about raising pups, much less human cubs?" Shinkuro said in his baritone voice, which almost made the baby's bowels vibrate. "I'm not willing to suck anything on that clearly male and bachelor wolf. Maybe he's guarding you until someone arrives. Let's wait before we give up on this life. This body has potential, it would be a shame to lose it. Fine, just spare me the pain of dying from hunger." A few hours later, Madeline cried once, and the wolf channeled chakra through the scroll, pulling out a bottle of breast milk. "Oi, oi, oi. How is he planning to feed me that? This wolf will drown me in milk at best," Madeline thought in alarm. The wolf covered his body in a thin film of chakra and poofed, transforming into the one human he was used to changing into, Kana. Now what? Madeline wondered, curious to see if the wolf would prove her wrong. The now transformed wolf dipped his pinky finger in the milk and began dripping it into Madeline's mouth. Not bad. Madeline began to see the wolf in a new light. This milk is filled with life force. Maybe the woman wasn't as much of a train wreck as I'd imagined. No, that woman was a train wreck. What else could she be when, pregnant and doing who knows what and who knows where, she had to entrust her clearly premature baby to a bachelor wolf? After a few drops, Shinkuro stopped and stored the milk back in the scroll. 6 months passed like this. The wolf only left the cave to dispose of waste, otherwise, the two spent the entire time in total darkness. Lucien took advantage of the abundant vitality in both the milk and the blood, using it as a supplement to speed up Madeline's growth. She now looked like a baby older than 1 year. After 6 months, the supplies were exhausted. Shinkuro was faced with the decision of either trying to take the girl to Yuzushiogakure or taking her to his home summoning domain, as Kana had instructed. What the reckless woman didn't consider was that if he took the baby with him, she would probably never see her people again, as Kana was the last contractor of the wolf clan in Yuzushiogakure. How far are we from Yuzushiogakure? He heard the voice he had grown used to hearing in his mind. Not that far, human cub. But the first ninja war ended a few years back, and now the land is plagued with rogue shinobi. I can't say we'll make it to the sea without encountering these pests. Shinkuro replied. As far as the bachelor Shinkuro knew, human cubs said their first words telepathically after their first 4 months of life. Can we travel at night and hide during the day? We could, but I don't know if we'll find shelter. This place was made by your mother, and the best I can do is raise and lower the wall we use as a door. Earth release was never my strong point. I also don't have a way to make it across the sea. My chakra won't last long enough for us to walk to the island, not to mention the whirlpools that would drag us down. Are the Uzumaki and Senju still allies? Yes. Then let's go to Konohagakure and ask them for assistance. That could work. Mito Senju is there, or so Lady Kana mentioned once. What can you tell me about Konohagakure? I don't know much, human cub, just what Lady Kana mentioned from time to time. Is the Hokage a Senju? No, the previous Hokage was a Senju, but he died near the end of the first ninja war. The current Hokage is a Sarutobi. How did the war start? The death of the first Hokage sparked it. The current Hokage is the third. Yes. I see. Thank you, Shinkuro. Let's get going, human cub. We have a long few nights ahead of us. Shinkuro said, transforming into Kana and wrapping Madeline tightly in bedding. He didn't have much to store in the scrolls since they had used everything over the past 6 months. Shinkuro released his transformation and grabbed the bundled baby by the scruff of the wrapping with his maw. Isn't it better if I ride on you? I don't think you'll be strong enough to hold on until we rest. Madeline, in her cocoon-like form, adhered herself to Shinkuro's chest and then moved to his back, all using tactile telekinesis. That was the best she could manage at the moment. I can hold on to you like this. Human cubs are fascinating. I heard one of the betas complain about how hard it was to raise pups, but if I can raise you, a human cub, known as the most defenseless type of cub, then I bet I can raise pups just as easily. Maybe it's time to graduate from my bachelor's title. You'd be a great father, Shinkuro. You think so? Yes, Shinkuro. I know so. Great. I will look for a bitch to settle down. His baritone voice held a sing-song of happiness. How cruel. I do think he'll do fine. Pups are easier to raise than babies. If the beta complained, then maybe it's not so easy. No, he'll do just fine. I have faith in his parenting skills. We had to wait 3 months until you could access tactile telekinesis to clean your filthy body. And I'm grateful for that. Imagine if he had cleaned me like dogs do their pups. I don't want my little coochie licked clean by a wolf, or my butthole, for that matter. Yeah, but then I wouldn't have had to waste energy we very much needed to battle germs. Hey. I'm a girl. I have my reservations about certain things. And one of them is not having my privates licked clean by a wolf. 17 days later, Shinkuro made it to Konohagakure. The scene of 2 guards staring at a wolf with a baby on his back was hard to classify. Shinobi, I come looking for Mito Senju on behalf of Lady Kana Uzumaki. Shinkuro said. The guards looked at one another in question. It's not that a summon looking for someone was strange, Konohagakure uses summons as much as the next village, so it's normal to use them for deliveries, information gathering, battling, information sharing, and many other roles, but no one would send a baby via summon. You, bring this to the Hokage's office. One of the guards ordered a genin while handing a scroll with a report of the situation. Had the baby not been an obvious member of the Uzumaki clan, he would not have sent a genin to deliver the report and would have compiled it at the end of the day with the rest. You, bring this to the Senju compound. Make sure they know the receiver is Lady Mito Senju. He ordered a second genin while handing a similar report. Shinkuro moved to the side of the road to give space for passers-by and waited. A few minutes later, a little girl with light blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, bangs framing her face, and brown eyes arrived. Tsunadeheim? Asked a guard. My grandma sent me to pick up a doggy and a baby. She said, not so sure by the end of her sentence if she had heard right. Right this way, Tsunadeheim. The guard guided her to where the wolf was sleeping, curled around a cocooned red-haired baby. It was really a baby. Tsunade said in disbelief. Her words awakened the wolf and baby duo. Is the baby blind? Tsunade asked, tilting her head in confusion when she saw the baby's eyes. No, the human cub can see just fine. Responded Shinkuro after the baby had, as if by magic, moved to his back. How did you do that? Tsunade asked, startled, echoing what the guard also wanted to know. What? Shinkuro was not sure what she was talking about. In his eyes, nothing out of the ordinary had happened. That. When the baby slid to your back, but like, defying gravity. Was that a jutsu? Tsunade pointed at the bundled baby on his back. The baby stared at her and the guard flatly, just as Shinkuro did. Obviously, the baby moved to my back. Isn't that logical? Shinkuro answered flatly. What's wrong with this human girl? Shinkuro thought to himself. To him, human cubs clearly slid and stuck to your body for convenience. They also spoke to your mind and cleaned themselves after a few months. No. Not that. I can see the baby moved, I'm asking how. Tsunade felt like the wolf was mocking her. Even the guard felt the same. She just did. You don't seem to know very much about human cubs, do you? He asked, mockingly and exasperated. The patience of Shinkuro was running thin. What? Tsunade now knew she was being mocked by the wolf. Lead the way, human girl. I want to deliver the human cub and return to my home today. Stop asking obvious questions. That's obvious. The guard and Tsunade asked themselves in their minds. Ack. Fine. Follow me. Veins popped on her forehead as Tsunade led the wolf to the Senju compound. It's more lively than I expected, Madeline commented about the general mood of the village. For a village that was coming out of a war where they lost their leader, they seemed more spirited than she had expected. Maybe the new Hokage is doing good work leading them. Possibly, or the losses of the war might not have been as devastating as the loss of a Hokage would imply. They possibly made a winning out of the war. Though I think keeping the Senju kid alive would have been better. That kid was smart. That he was. His mastery over chakra and its intricacies was better than all the Yurijiromono we've met. I particularly liked the teleportation Fuinjutsu he made. It reminded me of Tsunagekyu's recall. I think my favorite was the chakra clone. Shadow clone jutsu, was it? That's because you're a bit of a narcissist and a pervert. My narcissism is your fault. You always make me beautiful no matter the starting genes. And the sexual perversion. That's 100% the hooker lady. That woman forced me to feel things even though Essex hardwired me into heterosexuality. Why would she? Did she like girls? No, she liked whatever kept her alive. She said it was to get me used to the feeling of pleasure while I was pleasuring my future summersmen. She sounds disgusting. She was disgusting. If we find your home multiverse, do you want me to seek her soul and break it? Nah, I'm too old to care about her. She had a gruesome death, so there's that. What about Essex? Give him so much pain that he will forget himself in it and will only know pain for the rest of his soul's immortal life. Granted. We just have to be lucky enough to find your multiverse. Maybe we come from the same multiverse. That would explain how my soul ended inside yours. I wonder if we were doing something naughty that resulted in that. I doubt it. You were never a goth girl, based on your memories. I bet I could rock black. I don't think that's difficult, black combines virtually with any color. Yeah, but there's a difference between wearing black and rocking black. I guess you're right. It's like the difference between an emo girl and a goth girl. Both can almost be the same, but only a true connoisseur would notice the difference. You and your goth girls. I bet your wife/girlfriend/significant other is one. How do you know I'm not a bachelor like Shinkuro? Woman's intuition. I don't think that's a valid reason, but let's assume you're right. My eldritch terror intuition also agrees with your statement. Does that mean a woman can equate to an eldritch terror? I don't think that logic holds. Yeah, I thought so. While Madeline and Lucian talked nonsense and observed the village, they arrived at the Senju compound. We were being followed. Maybe because we are visiting a high-profile villager. No, they would have followed us inside, but they stopped when we got close to this location. We need more information. Agreed. Grandma. I brought the wolf and the baby. Tsunade excitedly entered the room where Mito Senju awaited, her tone as if asking to be praised. Well done, little Tsuna. Now, go look for your father, I have something to discuss with this wolf. Mito Senju patted Tsunade's head, and like a good child, she followed her grandma's instructions. Shinkuro sat on his hind legs as Madeline slid back to the front, staring at the aged woman with her pupil-less and iris-less eyes. It seems stress and/or age has gotten to her. Probably losing her husband and brother-in-law did that to her, the war must not have helped. So, little Kana is dead? Mito asked softly, directing her question to Shinkuro. My summoner left her cub with me and then ran away to distract her pursuers. That was 6 months ago. Shinkuro implied her death. 6 months ago. How is that creature still alive? Mito walked over to examine the baby. Wait, Mito started to notice some discrepancies. If Kana had an approximately 6-month-old baby, why was she with the baby outside Uzushio-Gakure? Do you know what her mission was or why she was outside Uzushio-Gakure with a baby? Mito asked while running her chakra through the baby and discovering she was extremely healthy. I don't know much. I know she was returning from this village to Uzushio-Gakure, and that a kill squad from Kimogakure ambushed her team. Shinkuro explained. If it was 6 months ago, then she was probably part of the team doing the routine delivery of seals. But. And the human cub is not 1 year old, she is 6 months old. Shinkuro interrupted, answering her previous question. What? This girl is 6 months old. Not 1 year old. Mito stared at the girl and the wolf, stunned. I also can't tell the difference in age in human cubs, but she is 6 months old. Shinkuro responded as if Mito's mistake in measuring the baby's age was understandable. Lady Kana was only 6 months pregnant when she cut her abdomen open and pulled the human cub out. That was 6 months ago. She left some supplies and entrusted the cub to me. I was supposed to wait for shinobi from Uzushio-Gakure for however long the supplies lasted and then bring the cub with me to my home if no one came. But the cub suggested we come here instead, I agreed. Shinkuro reported. What? Mito had many problems processing the report. Shinkuro stared at her, wondering what was wrong with the humans of this village. I guess it's better if I explain, isn't it? Madeline spoke to Mito's mind now that she was in range. Mito stared, shocked, at the eyes of the baby, in her arms. Madeline stared back, watching multiple expressions flash across the woman's face until she settled on composed fright. Mito lowered the baby in front of the wolf and sat in Saiza across from them. Are you related to that woman? She wouldn't have drawn any conclusions just from the baby's eyes, especially since she knew of Kana's family. They'd been guards for the Uzumaki royal lineage for 5 generations, and this baby was guaranteed to be her descendant by Kana's summon. But she remembered how they found out about her husband's disease. After the 4 Kage meeting, when they returned to Konohagakure, Hashirama opened up to her and Tobarama about how the woman had spoken in his mind and the message she had given him. Later, they confirmed that indeed he was sick and that there was nothing they could do to stop the disease's progress. The 2 decades the woman had given him became the deadline of his life. In the end, he was getting worse faster than anticipated, so the news was shared with the rest of the family. This prompted his daughter to speed up her marriage. Hashirama lived long enough to see Tsunade's parents' marriage but not the full 2 decades. The script that Hagoromo learned from Lucian and taught his children was not much when compared to Tsunagekire's library, but it was enough to make their fights more deadly than they would have been without it. This made the wounds he received from his battle with Madara Uchiha worse than they should have been without script. For example, there were different levels of explosive tags, with some of the most deadly capable of demolishing large buildings. Creating minefields using reactive script was a standard tactic. Tags of sticky fire were part of the staple. Poisons made more deadly using liquid purification script was normal. Using script to lighten or weigh weaponry was generally used. Script to cancel noise or remove smells to make ambush far deadlier. Script to mimic lightning release and shock your enemies. In such a manner, multiple scripts whose initial purpose was not war-related were twisted and used to elevate the standard level of war, thus making war-related injuries more deadly, with some that even with a sage's body couldn't be healed or treated. The week following the marriage ceremony, he passed away, and 1 week after that, the First Ninja World War broke out. This was also affected by the use of script. A form of communication script was inherited which allowed for a faster spread of information. Nothing as fast as Tsunagekire's communication system, but fast enough for the multiple spies in Konohagakure to pass information after a few days of the passing of the god of shinobi. With the start of the war so close to the marriage of Tsunade's parents, they had to wait until the end of the war due to war regulations to conceive Tsunade. Consequently, Tsunade was born later than she should have been, or more accurately the war started sooner. I'm not related to her, Uzumaki girl. I am her. Madeline's voice sounded in Mito's mind, but this time in a mature voice. A voice she never forgot. Her hand clenched into a fist to mask the trembling. Shinkuro smelled her fear and found it strange. He had assumed the human cub was talking in her mind but couldn't fathom what the well-behaved cub could have said to make the woman reek of fear. I've lived a long time across a few lives, but I reincarnate after each passing, Madeline explained further. Like the tailed beasts. Mito's mind was trying to normalize the situation. Just like that. My mother in this life passed away, and I asked Shinkuro to bring me to you for help in getting to Yuzushio-gakure. I'm hungry and would very much like a meal that is not blood or raw meat. Blood. Raw meat. Mito was failing at normalizing the situation. Kana left several bottles of her blood for me for when the milk ran out. That has been my only meal for months, and I can't keep pulling miracles with this body. Shinkuro had to feed me some of the game he hunted along the way here. Help me, and I'll help you once. They stared at each other in silence for a few long seconds, until Mito concluded that it was better to help the baby for now and think things through later. All right. Mito said, her hand still balled. Shinkuro, she will help me. Do you carry your clan's summoning scroll? I wish to sign a contract with you. It would be my pleasure, human cub. With a poof, Shinkuro summoned a smaller gray wolf, which handed him a scroll that he brought forward to the baby. From the baby's thumb, a few drops of blood floated out. Aya Uzumaki is my name, Shinkuro. Please take care of me. Aya's blood flowed and signed, Aya Uzumaki, on the scroll. It should be my pleasure, human cub Aya. Shinkuro licked her cheek. I shall bid you farewell. It's time for me to return. Shinkuro said and cancelled the summoning. They modified the summoning scroll. What do you mean? 6 months is too much for a summon, based on the scroll the slug gave Tsunamushi. But in Sunagakure that's normal, no. I taught the scribes how to extend the summoning time. Maybe the redheads did it with their Fuinjutsu. Maybe, but I replaced the need for chakra when extending the summoning time with natural energy. As far as I know, Fuinjutsu can't use natural energy. I see, that's interesting. We will find out when we have more time to examine the scroll. I agree. Aya Uzumaki. Mito asked after Shinkuro disappeared. She had read the name in the scroll. It was just after Kana Uzumaki. I've had many names. This would be my 3rd time with that name. Kana was in too much of a rush to give Shinkuro a name for me, so I reused my previous name. I see. I'll take you to have something to eat. Is anything fine? Mito assumed that a baby who could eat raw meat could basically eat anything. Anything cooked shall do. Mito lifted Aya, still fearful, and carried her to the kitchen to find something for the starving baby. You can't talk? Mito asked as she noticed Aya wasn't using her voice. I haven't had the time or need to practice with my vocal muscles, so I can't speak well enough. It must be hard having to go through infancy repeatedly. It's not that hard when you have parents that want you and are alive. This is the 3rd time my mother died shortly after birth. The first time, I killed her by exploding my body when she was going to kill me, so there's an improvement. Madeline counted her mothers from her lives as Sarah Hyuga, an exploding baby, and now as Aya Uzumaki. What? Mito stumbled and had to pause before resuming her trip to the kitchen. She wanted to feed me to the metaphorical wolves because I was born female, so I blew my body up and took everyone in the room with me. She got what she deserved. Aya's comments about her exploding body were not helping Mito's heart at all. That's awful. She said, settling for a harmless comment. Meh, it is what it is. Once, I was born after my mother had died. I had to jump my soul into a sandworm that was eating me alive. I lived for more than a century as a sandworm and then returned control to the sandworm's soul. That's how the leader of the sandworms, Tsunamushi, was born. This time, Mito's pause was longer. Aside from that, it's been pretty normal, though this is the first time a wolf raised me. Oh, I did live as a male in one life. Turns out your body can affect your sexuality even if your mind disagrees. It creates a weird phenomenon where you feel like you're wearing the wrong skin. Any famous life? Mito was now sundering her common sense, entering into torture resistance mentality. She asked this to keep the conversation going and find out if there was anything of value she could glean from the baby. But now she feels like maybe she should have kept walking in silence. The Tairu last name of the daimyo of this land came from me. Mito's heart had to be reinforced with chakra. The royal branch of the Hyuga are my descendants. This time, she reinforced her stomach. I was a famous priestess from the land of demons, but that was probably posthumously. Why is that? Mito felt as if the kitchen was getting further away as the conversation continued. I sealed a demon in my soul and killed myself to exorcise it. I think it was called something like Momo or Momio, I don't remember. Morio. Mito was using a chakra exercise invented by Tobarama to control her chakra flow. Even among the Uzumaki, that demon was famous. Yeah, that one. Probably my most eventful life was the first one, but Hagoromo and Hamura Otsutsuki seem to have erased most records of me. Oh, but the fox inside of you probably remembers me, though he only met me a few seconds before I passed away in that life. Why would the Nine Tails remember you? By your question, can I assume that you never got along with the fox like the idealist kid said you would? He hates me, humans, and pretty much everything. So, no, we never got along. That's just an excuse. His chakra is filled with hate, but that's not his fault. He probably only truly hates me. Well, that was before you imprisoned him inside your body. I guess you're right, he probably hates you. Why is his chakra like that? Mito asked after internalizing Aya's words. It has to do with his origin. You don't need to know much about it. You could ask him, but then again, he probably hates you. That's why you're having a hard time with him. But other villages have reported a few perfect Jinchuriki. Mito had thought she was unskilled enough to do it. Luckily her bloodline was talented enough to forcibly extra chakra from the fox even against its will. A few centuries ago, I purged the hate from the chakra of his siblings, but this one unknowingly eluded me. You purged all that hatred? Mito asked in surprise. Yeah, purification of energy is kind of one of my many talents. I see, it's a shame you didn't get to purify this irritable fox. Mito lamented. They finally made it to the kitchen, and Mito felt relieved to have finished what felt like the hardest ordeal of her life, the most rigorous test of her mettle. By the way, why does it hate you? Mito asked as she saw the baby float food to her mouth. This is good, you should congratulate the chef. Aya commended. I will let them know that their food pleased the oldest being in the world. Mito said with a faint smile. Aya was going to correct her, but if Lucian's words were true, then she was billions of years old, so there was no need to mention that the sage beasts were older than her. About why he hates me, it's because I killed his father and uncle. Thunk, Mito had stopped reinforcing her body and controlling her chakra, so when the Nine Tails rioted his chakra inside of her upon hearing Aya's words, combined with the shock from the preposterous claim she just heard, she passed out and fell forward, her head hitting the table. Luckily, she was sitting down. Nine Tails, calm down, or I'll actively focus on unsealing your grandmother. Aya ordered, her threat dripping with vitriol. The Nine Tails conceded. Ugh, this stupid fox. Mito woke up almost immediately and complained. Mito then gazed at the monster in baby form and decided not to ask any more questions for the sake of her sanity. Eventually, Aya spent a month in the Senju compound while the village coordinated an escort for her. In the end, Mito suggested that she wait for the next squad to arrive in Kanagakura for the biannual Uzumaki delivery of seals, as she had missed them by 3 weeks when she arrived. During this time, Mito would occasionally ask about her previous lives, but she mostly focused on Aya's first life. So, this woman was the progenitor of chakra, which came from a fruit she ate from a tree that was consuming the planet's natural energy. And she came from another world. Kaguya had her own chakra, but in a moment of desperation, she ate the fruit to save her unborn children from a pursuing mob and stop the wars plaguing the world. The chakra fruit gave her a significant boost in chakra, allowing her to share it with the rest of humanity. She sounds like my late husband, a person trying to do good. You're not wrong, but Kaguya was even more naive and ignorant than Hashirama. At least he was hardened by wars and had his mind broadened by hardship. Kaguya came from a society where massacring civilizations was accepted and encouraged. Her capacity to be objectively good was strong enough to break through the shackles of her upbringing, but she was so ignorant about anything else that it wasn't funny. Aya could now speak fluently after a few weeks of practice with Tsunade and Mito. And there are more of these monsters from where she came from? Mito asked worriedly. Yes, but not many should be left. Aya observed the blonde girl sleeping peacefully in Mito's lap. She was the first to admit that she had grown used to the high-spirited girl. Did their civilization die off? No, I killed most of them. Their galaxy is no more. What's a galaxy? Few outside of Sunagakure knew what a galaxy was. They were familiar with stars, the sun, moons, and planets, but that was about as deep as their knowledge of the universe went. Let me pull you into a genjutsu of sorts, and I can show you. Aya thought it would be faster to demonstrate. Okay. After mulling it over for a few seconds, Mito accepted. They were spending time in the living room, lying down on the tatami. Aya stood up, walked over to Mito, and touched their foreheads. Mito soon felt a sensation similar to being pulled into a genjutsu, but it was slightly different. This difference came from the use of psionic energy. Mito tried to feel out the genjutsu and discovered that she could break out of it any time. I'm too weak to trap you here, which is why I needed your consent, Aya said in her silver-haired form. Mito looked around her and found herself in a wondrous paradise of colorful lights and black, reminiscent of the night sky. She was standing over a calm ocean of black liquid dotted by stars. She kept looking around until she found something new behind Aya. This. Mito asked, looking at the tall, white humanoid shadow that was greedily hugging Aya from behind, as if staking its claim over her. Hello. You don't need to know my name, Lucian spoke neutrally. Don't be rude, Aya said, placing her hand on top of his, which was crossing over her abdomen. Lucian Drake. If it's easier, call me Lucy, Lucian conceded, introducing himself. Hello, Lucy-sama. I'm Mito Senju. Mito introduced herself respectfully. Lucian nodded in acknowledgement, then looked upwards from her. Won't you introduce yourself, beast? Lucian spoke to something behind her. Turning around, Mito was startled to find the Ninetales standing behind her. Yet, something else caught her attention. It was completely still, as if restrained. Roll, release me. The Ninetales snarled, demanding freedom. Bad dogs get chained, Lucian said, and chains of white light restraining the Ninetales became visible. Murderers. The fox snarled furiously. Before the actions of your father and uncle, the human population of this planet was above the 1 billion mark. After his so-called righteous betrayal, only a scant few million were left, Lucian said, floating to the eye level of the fox. Following his righteous holocaust, neither your father nor uncle assumed the seat of power, leaving behind over 900 years of constant war. All the lives claimed due to clan wars, territorial disputes, and the so-called cycle of hate. This is Hagoromo Otsutsuki's legacy, Lucian said, bringing a hand to the fox's forehead. Death was his legacy, Lucian shared with the fox the feelings of death he had picked up through the centuries with his empathy. Famine, his inheritance, he shared the feeling of dying from hunger that many humans experienced, those who Madeline could not save in time. War, his heritage, he shared the desperation of going to war to certain death felt by the countless humans Madeline witnessed marching to the slaughter and their inevitable death. Hopelessness, his gift, Lucian shared the feeling of seeing a deadly attack approaching, a feeling shared by the majority of those killed in action. Pain was his bequest to humanity, Lucian shared the pain of thousands of humans he had experienced through his empathy. The Ninetales remained chained and unmoving, its mouth wide open as if silently screaming, with tears filled with despair, resentment, anger, fear, and pain leaking uncontrollably from its eyes due to everything it was feeling. So tell me, Ninetales, who were the real murderers? The harbingers of everything that failed in this world. The precursors of their and now your pain. Was it my Madeline or was it your father? Lucian stopped sharing emotions with the fox and released it from the chains. Thump, its titanic body slumped to the ground helplessly. Beast, pay attention, and maybe you'll learn why we killed them, Lucian said, waving a hand as the mindscape changed into the past. The twins grew up in a home filled with love. Kaguya cared for them more than she did for her people or her life. Madeline raised them just as she later did her daughters. I breastfed them and taught them. Lucy also advanced humanity to what it was to guarantee the best environment for us. On the eve of our departure, Madeline gave them a heartfelt goodbye. I named them the protectors of our people and our little family and left Kaguya in their hands. And we departed to the homeworld of the Otsutsuki. Lucian showed how they moved faster than light, ignoring the distance and leaving behind Earth, the Milky Way. That's our galaxy, Mito, Aya commented as the full view of the Milky Way came up, and Mito was left flabbergasted as she remembered Aya's words, no, I killed most of them. Their galaxy is no more. Realizing she meant she destroyed something of this magnitude. Then they left behind their sector of the universe and kept moving away until they found a galaxy surrounded by a barrier. In this galaxy, all life was lost, and every planet was barren, except for one single giant planet, a planet larger than most dwarf stars. They wasted no time and flashed forward to this planet. But it was well protected, barriers, armies, technology harvested from millions of worlds, parasites of unimaginable power, and many more stood in their way. They fought. Battled. Clashed. Defied. Resisted. Killed. Slaughtered. Cut their way through. Barreled forward without stopping. Pushed everything away. Pulled everything back. Sealed. Restrained. Defended. And they attacked with everything they had, while the parasites counterattacked with everything they could muster. Madeline dragged out the fight to lure the parasites into recalling their members who were outside their home world. Skin tissue was the first to be lost. Muscles were ripped off their bones, and they lost and regenerated limbs until they could only regenerate their bones. They burned through organs as a source of power until only their charred lungs were left. And almost 20 years later, when the parasites thought they were going to win, Madeline ripped out her heart and threw it at them before she disappeared into a safe distance. The heart burned bright for an instant, then it absorbed everything, the parasites, the planet, the star, space, dimensions, the galaxy, time, and finally, it burned bright once more before leaving a void that could never be filled. Then the skeleton of Madeline looked in a direction, and Lucian spoke through her. shibai.stepintothisunive. rseandilleraseyouFromthe. multiverse. Sure, bye. Step into this universe and I'll erase you from the multiverse. As those words were replayed, Mito and the fox bled from their ears. Lucian waved his hand and the fox and Mito returned to their previously healthy but aghast states after watching what Madeline did. Back in the memory, the space trembled and a voice responded as if signing a pact. ACKNOWLEDGED. Acknowledged. Lucian once more stopped their bleeding ears. What was left of Madeline then flew in a different direction. After a year of travel, due to her failing body state, Madeline returned to the previously thriving planet Earth. Only to find the garbage dump your father, uncle, and Ishiki left. Know something, Ninetales, Kagaya will be freed. That was never a question. Even if your father finds a way to kill me in my next lives, I will just keep dying until I have done so enough times to heal Lucy's soul. When inevitably my soul heals, I can just will you and your father out of existence. Because that destruction you're so terrified of, I did with only the speck of my soul that resides in Madeline. Madeline and Lucian stared at the two guests of their mindscape, as much as Lucian's face could replicate staring. Why are you telling me/us this? The fox asked with his backs for standing up in fright at the same time as Mito Senju did. Because now that you stand in front of Madeline she wanted to purify your chakra, Lucian said while facing the fox. But because of my current weakened state, you could overwhelm me easily, so I need your cooperation. From both of you, Madeline looked at the fox and Mito. Lucian waved his hand once more and the mindscape returned to the ocean of stars from before. Logic won that day, and the fox understood there was no resisting the inevitable. As a result, every night, Mito would carry Aya to her bedroom and collaborate with her and the Ninetales to softly pass the corrupted chakra through her body so that she could purify it. Aya would then sleep until late morning and spend the rest of the day playing with Tsunade. Sometimes, Tsunade would ask Mito to strap Aya to her back and then walk through the village, showing Aya the sights. Let's go to the training grounds. Maybe we'll get lucky and find someone practicing jutsu. Tsunade said in her usual cheery tone. Okay, Tsunade. Let's go. Aya softly murmured into her ear. Are they following us? Yes, there's the Senju escort Mito sent, and further back, there's another squad tailing us. There's also something way far back, but I currently can't detect what it is. I'll ask her later. Look. Aya-chan. That guy is going force and force with the sword. Tsunade excitedly said as they sat some distance away from one of the public training grounds, watching a white-haired shinobi practice stances with his sword. Do you want to be a shinobi when you grow up, Tsunade? Aya asked while still strapped to Tsunade's back. Yes. I want to be a great shinobi like my grandpa. Did you meet your grandpa? No, but grandma said he was the greatest shinobi. I see. He was indeed the greatest shinobi, Tsunade-heim. They heard a voice from next to them. Beep. Tsunade was startled while Aya was silently staring at the white-haired teenager. You're the guy. Tsunade exclaimed when she realized he was the one she had been watching just moments ago. Hello, Tsunade-heim. My name is Sakumo Hataki. It's an honor to have the little lady spectating my training. He said with an amiable smile. Hello. Can you teach me what you were doing? Tsunade immediately asked. I could, but what will you do with your little sister? He said pensively, the warm smile never leaving his face. It's okay. I can wait here with one of those guys. Aya said, pointing with her gaze to a corner where a Senju appeared. Are 1-year-olds supposed to be like this? The Senju asked out loud. I was going to ask the same. Sakumo added, his smile faltering a little. He hadn't detected the Senjunin, but the baby girl did. Grandma said that Aya-chan is a special baby. Tsunade acted as if she was just being praised. Is it okay if I indulge Tsunade-heim's request? Sakumo asked the Senjunin. It's fine. Right, Tsunade-heim. He pretended to ask for confirmation. Yes, Uncle Riku. Tsunade confirmed with all the authority a little girl like her could muster. The Senjunin unfastened Aya from Tsunade's little back and sat her on his leg while they observed Sakumo train Tsunade, more accurately, play with her. Riku Senju, we were being followed. Aya commented, she knew his name from the list Mito had given her of her escorts. Since leaving the compound? He asked with concern. He had accepted her input as veridic given that the girl was able to detect him. Yes, a 5-member squad. They were about 5 times the distance you had from us. I'll inform Lady Mito. An hour later, Tsunade had exhausted herself, and Riku Senju had to carry both girls back to the Senju compound. In such a manner, spending time with Tsunade and purifying the Ninetales chakra during the nights, 5 months passed, and Aya's time to move to Uzushio-Bikure was around the corner. I've decided what I want to request, Aya-sama. Mito addressed her formally like that in private. Do tell, you've taken your time. As you've noticed, my clan members are under occasional surveillance, and you specifically as well. Aya nodded, signaling for Mito to continue. After Tobarama died, Hiruzen Sarutobi took the mantle under the military orders of the previous Hokage during the war. Since the war was ongoing and Hiruzen was Tobarama's student, he didn't face much opposition. The war went on for a few years after he became the Hokage. When the war was won, the wounded returned, and the deaths were tallied. Some of the more vocal members of my clan and the Uchiha complained and sought a guilty party in Hiruzen. They kept a shadow war between factions, and it all ended when I made my stand public and supported Hiruzen. Things calmed down, and now it's been a few years since then. But the damage was already done. Aya concluded. Yes. Tobarama's students realized that the village's power was centered in the Uchiha and mostly the Senju. So, slowly, they began to amass some of this power. Which brings us to my request. The Uzumaki. Aya said. It is as you have surmised. The Uzumaki are indispensable for the village's supplies of seals and to facilitate Jinchurikis to contain the grumpy fox. But they are also the Senju's staunch supporters. The other villages noted the abundant help our seals and pseudo-script provided during the last war, and I'm afraid that in the next war, if Hiruzen has to decide between prioritizing Uzushiogakure or other battlefields, he may be swayed by the recent grievances he's had with the Senju. You want me to protect Uzushiogakure? No, I don't know if you'll be strong enough by the time the next war begins, which is around the corner. I want you to protect the future of the Uzumaki. I don't want my bloodline to be lost to the annals of time. Okay. That's not an impossible request. The later the war starts, the stronger I'll be by then. Also. This is for you. Aya agreed and handed Mito a sheet of paper filled with scripture written in Aya's blood. This is? Mito asked. She could understand some of the script, but most of it was alien to her. If you need help, take this to the Futagami clan. The Futagami clan in the village specialized in earth and wind release. They were also known for their friendly disposition and most would remember them for their reluctance to participate in direct combat. Why them? They are a clan that answers to Aya Futagami, no matter in which life. Aya said, pointing at herself. 007 and 47 had already contacted her and she was sure her Imoto-chan was informed as well of her current reincarnation. They are plants from the desert. Mito asked, surprised, concluding that the Futagami were spies from Sunagakure. Yes. Also. They are great at stealth. Aya commented. Mito stared in silence for a second and nodded. I understand. Thank you. She said, catching Aya's implied statement. Time moved fast, and a week later, it was time for Aya to depart. Aya-chan, I'll miss you. Tsunade said while she lifted Aya and wiped her snot and tears on her. I'll miss you too, Tsunade. I'll try to come and visit you when I'm older. Aya said with a twitching eye, looking at her snot-covered clothing. Come on, Tsuna. Let Aya-chan go with the nice gentleman. Mito said while pulling the girls apart. This is for you, Aya-chan. Give it to the current village leader. Mito handed Aya a sealed scroll. Thank you. I'll make sure to fulfill my end of the deal since you've fulfilled yours. Aya had been taken care of for over half a year by Mito, and she had helped purify the Nine-Tails chakra. As Aya left, riding on Shinkuro's back, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the team of Uzushionin from a crystal ball. Danzo, what did you pick up from the girl? She is uncannily smart, contrary to what her eyes suggest, she is not blind. She is a censor, signed a contract with the wolf, her chakra is masked, and, Danzo remained silent as if mulling over something. Hiruzen gave him a look to urge him to continue. And the Hyuga refused to report on what they saw in her. They refused. Hiruzen asked, unsure about what Danzo meant by that. He knew his friend better than anyone, and he understood that Danzo wouldn't allow a subordinate to refuse a direct order. This was not a democracy, if anything, it was closer to a military dictatorship with some flares of meritocracy. But no Konohanin could refuse orders, at least not without a reason of weight. Hiroto Hyuga refused to elaborate and removed himself from my route on account of clan secrets pertaining to the royal branch. The next day, all the other members of the royal branch who were considering applying to root withdrew their requests and applied for the hospital. Danzo was still trying to collect information, but spying on a Hyuga was borderline impossible, much less the royal branch. Moves like these are what drive Hiruzen Sarutobi and the council to amass power. Now it's the Hyuga who are refusing orders citing their clan as a reason, but before it was the Senju and the Uchiha. Could it be related to the girl's dojutsu? Maybe a distant connection to the Hyuga. Tobarama-sensei did say that the Hyuga were distant cousins of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju. Hiruzen offered a possible motive for the Hyuga clan's behavior. I'm lacking information, Hiruzen. That's why I suggested a seal to ensure loyalty. Had Hiroto Hyuga been branded, he wouldn't be able to withhold information from us. You know as well as I do that the clans wouldn't tolerate that. Hiruzen said, not officially taking a stand on the permissibility of Danzo's solution. You don't have to tell me. But this not only affected Root. As far as Hamura and I were able to track, they stopped taking missions outside the village since then and never left their complex. They also kept a perimeter around the baby. Danzo spoke with displeasure laced in his voice. A perimeter, you say? Hiruzen wondered what sort of perimeter a Hyuga would keep with their dojutsu. Yes, we were hardly able to detect it because of how wide it was. But centered around the baby, they kept at least 5 of their royal branch members armed with bows at all times. Danzo didn't want to admit that the only reason he discovered the perimeter was because Hiroto Hyuga contacted him for old time's sake and advised him not to mess with the baby after his routine was discovered tailing the girl. It was a complete failure from the standpoint of an intelligence agency like Root, and all of this was because of an Uzumaki girl. Keep monitoring them. I'll see if I can ask the Hyuga patriarch about the girl. Hiruzen said as he and Danzo observed the Uzushionin moving out of the crystal ball's observable range. A few days later, at night, on the last day before they board a boat to Uzushio-Gakure, I received a non-unexpected visit. Hu-he-he-he, so small and defenseless. A red-haired woman laughed like a pervert while she spun naked over the bedding with the baby in her arms. Aya just stared flatly at her Imoto-chan having one of her Yandere episodes. Come here, Aya. I made this specifically for you when I received the report for the Futagami clan all those months ago. Sahara sat and brought Aya to her bare breasts. In the middle of her chest, she saw a script she recognized. Sahara, are you thinking of breastfeeding me? Aya was sure she was, but she had to ask. Eh? Of course I am, look. I'm lactating. She showed Aya the white droplets in her nipples. Why, though? I don't breastfeed anymore. Aya sometimes wondered what went through her sister's head. She knew that part of the reason behind her little sister's aberrant behavior had to do with all the fanatism in Sunagakure and that Aya raised her as much as her parents did, but given that they had similar ages, Sahara never saw her as a parental figure entirely. Somehow that combination of cultural fanatism for Aya and the pseudo-parental figure she was for her combined into this. Are you sure? Father said you liked mother's milk very much, I made it specifically for you. She massaged her breasts and milk started to drip with some pressure. Ah, there it is. The emotional manipulation and the puppy eyes laced with crocodile tears, Aya thought. But her little sister was right, Keed's milk was one of the most heavenly drinks she's ever had. For such reason, Yudai, a grown-up man, took advantage of her pregnancies, and besides, she didn't want to hurt her little sister's feelings and throw away all of the hard work she did to get this beverage to her, so reluctantly, Aya accepted. But not without externalizing her displeasure. She bit the nipple that fed her. She bit no more because the tactic was counterproductive. Pervert, stop it. Aya demanded as she felt Sahara rubbing her legs. I don't think you have ground in which to stand. Do you remember why I breastfed the twins and you were not allowed? Hey. Lucy, this is different, there are several levels of perversion, and this girl breached through like a dozen of them at once. After the now most uncomfortable breastfeeding session in history, Sahara laid Aya on her chest to talk more comfortably. What are you doing here, Sahara? I came to pick you up. No can do. I made a deal with Mito Senju, I need to make it to Uzushio-Gakure. Ugh. Sahara grunted as if someone had stabbed through her stomach. I also need you to return to Suna and do me a favor that will take you a few years to complete. Ugh. Sahara grunted as if someone had twisted a knife in her gut. You complain too much for a pervert who just had one of her fantasies fulfilled. Phythian. What do you need help with, Wani-chan? Do you remember that dimension I own? While I was in the Pure Lands, Lucy upgraded it and turned it into an abode of souls and the living. Okay, I didn't see that coming, keep going. Sahara's interest was piqued. I'll give you a key to abeyance, that's what I named it. I want you to mark the souls of the old and the terminally ill first, then mark everyone in Sunagakure and Ryumayaku who would like to follow me and change their afterlife destination from the Pure Lands to abeyance. Lucy, can we do something similar for the Immortal Army? Yes, but we would need the help of the next bearer of the Rinnegan or my true body. Okay, we'll get to that when we have the chance. Sahara. Aya asked after she noticed Sahara was not speaking, but she felt her vibrate and through her chest, her heart was pounding wildly. Wani-chan, does that mean that I can follow you after I die? Her chakra was rioting, but luckily Sahara had set a script barrier around the tent. Oh. Somehow you passed the pervert to this one but didn't to your previous children, though Haruna was somewhat of a pervert at the end. The next day Aya and the escort made it to the boat and by the end, they were landing in Uzushio-Gakure. The chapter continues. Chapter 50, Naruto, Sacrifices Absent of Consequences. Part 2. Uzushio-Gakure. Life in Uzushio-Gakure for Aya was joyful despite the constraints that an approaching war placed on the populace. The Uzumaki, despite their reputation for having a few loose screws in Suna, were very friendly and jovial. They loved their food, and had a speech disorder or verbal tic. Lucian leaned toward the former, while Madeline believed it was a verbal tic. Lucian found it hard to believe that over 90% of the population shared a similar verbal tic. Databao, databane, database, databasa, and others, Lucian wouldn't have been surprised if he heard someone say Naya, yar yar, or a strange laugh at the beginning or end of their sentences, like kufufyufu. Leaving aside the Uzumaki speech disorder, they were undoubtedly eccentric and clearly had more than a few screws loose. For example, Lucian noticed that they mined the entire island. They had a hybrid formation of fuinjutsu and script inscribed across the whole land of Uzushiogakure. Lucian would have respected them if that was all. He had a similar arrangement in Sunagakure. However, what made them seem completely mental in his eyes was that they had a trigger for it, but once activated, there was no way to stop it. No fallback, no way to circumvent it, no backdoors, nothing. They designed the inscription so that once activated, it was guaranteed to explode. If we were talking about a bomb, then it would make sense. A bomb should go off when you need it to go off, but this was the island where all of their people inhabited. It was their home, not a bomb. But it didn't stop there. They had a barrier formation that sealed a designated area and then opened a gate to hell within the barrier. Again, Lucian would have respected them if that was all. Imagine trapping an enemy within the formation, essentially a certain kill technique, right? Trap the enemies and then wait for the demons to kill them. But the Uzumaki had no way of closing the gate. They decided to seal the area inside the barrier and named the technique a forbidden seal. So, near the island's north side, there is a place roughly the size of a soccer field where space is sealed and collapsed, a huge cubic dark purple barrier, which turned into something of a national monument. The Uzumaki would take their kids around the barrier like parents take their kids to the park. It was a family outdoor activity. The combination of an unstoppable bomb and a sealed entry to a hell dimension didn't bode well for Lucian. So, when Aya was 2 years old, he had her sneak to the barrier and applied over 12,000 lines of script on the seal. At least if the island went down, that section would survive. Lucian was sure that if he were human, it would have been bad for his nerves to stay on the kamikaze island for a long time. But Aya was enjoying her time in Uzushiogakure. She was taken care of by the royal family, and initially, she didn't have to do much except be pretty. That changed with the birth of Kushina, 2 months after Lucian upgraded the barrier. 2 years after that, when Aya could more or less take care of herself, she had some freedoms that no 4-year-old should have, but that was because Mito Senju's letter granted her those freedoms. Sato Uzumaki, the leader of the village, went through a few changes in expression when he read the letter. But in the end, after verifying that Mito Senju had not lost her mind and with a few explanations Aya submitted in the form of her powers, Aya was placed under the care of the royal family and years later tasked to be Kushina's playmate. A prestigious role that demanded she play with their princess. Maybe Aya was a bit overqualified, but she was having fun. Kushina-chan, let's go play by the pond. Aya suggested on a hot summer day. To fish? Kushina asked with a certain shine in her eyes. Yes. So the little girl spent the afternoon trying to catch fish in the pond. Kushina's caretakers were not particularly happy to find their princess damp and dirty, but Aya found their mortification funny. Ayane, what do you want to be when you grow up? Kushina asked, while she enjoyed some ice cream. I want to be very happy. Aya answered, a subtle grin on her face. No. Not that. You'll obviously be happy. I meant like a shinobi, or maybe a kage, or a mother. Kushina whined. I want to be the seekakage. Aya made a sphere with her hands. Eh? What's a seekakage? Kushina was confused by the new term. She knew that her friend would drop new terms from time to time, just like now. He. The seekakage is the kage of the world. Aya opened her arms as if illustrating the whole world. The kage of the world? Yes, Kushina-chan. The kage of the kages. The ultra kage. Whoa. I want to be the seekakage too. Kushina's eyes shone like stars. But if you're the seekakage, I won't be able to be the seekakage. Aya teased, with a hurtful tone. Can't we share? Kushina asked after thinking hard for a second. I guess we can, Kushina-chan. Aya answered with a soft smile and a warm hug. She's cute. All kids are. They stop being cute the closer they approach adulthood until they turn into the monsters humans are. From beautiful souls shining brightly to souls of dark light with smudges of shadow, some are plain shadows, how tragic. Not all are bad. I know, but if I had to generalize the humanity of this world, I would say they are monsters. I think there are more good and neutral ones than bad ones. Probably, but the bad ones have a greater impact on the world than the good ones. That is sadly true. The bad voices tend to speak louder. Mito Senju was not bad. The idiot Senju wasn't either, Just too much of an idiot, and he ended up doing more damage than good with his idea of creating this machine known as Shinobi Village, which enslaves their shinobi to the greedy nobles. It will also pump children into the battlefield in a few years. What do you mean? Most of the adults participated in the First War. As expected, these same adults were the target of the largest number of casualties. When the next war arrives, to replace the need for military power, the young will be enlisted, given that the old are useless. A cycle will form in which the wars will deplete the numbers, and the young will have to fill this void of power. Rinse and repeat. Ugh. That fucking idiot. Years passed by, and one night, when Aya was 7 years old, she awoke with a sudden start. Lucy, something changed. She looked at her hands, opening and closing them as if trying to grasp a sensation. Go to abeyance. To access abeyance, Aya needed a minimal amount of chakra, at least if it was just her body. However, if she had to drag someone with her, the cost would increase. This cost became 0 when it was about a soul. Aya's body seemed to implode, only leaving behind a sandy residue. She had will to transport to her dimension and appeared on its sandy beaches. As the lord of this dimension, Aya expanded her senses and instantly located what had caused the change in her. She flashed to another beach on a different planetoid and appeared in front of the embodied soul of a man. The man appeared to be about 30 years old and covered in script. Aya-sama. The man instantly recognized the girl in front of him. Natsum. You died. Aya asked as she floated to his eye level and petted the grown man's head. Yes, Aya-sama. Old age finally got me. Ha 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 ha. I beat all my peers and was rewarded with a chance to follow you in the afterlife. Natsum happily accepted the petting. In Sunagakure, it was a privilege after all. Fufufu. Aya chuckled. She remembers Natsum because he was one of the few who had seen her during her first time as Aya and the second, though he was nothing but a kid at that time and she was a very old lady, their roles inverted in her previous life as Aya. From which generation were you from, Natsum? She asked curiously. She remembered most names, but even she didn't remember all the details, and Lucian was not telling her. He seemed busy inspecting her soul. Let's see, Natsum said while thinking of the past. The path to extend our lifespans was perfected by one of the grandchildren of Haruki-sama, your little brother. He was named Ayumi, just like Ayumi-sama, your mother. He was in his last years when he perfected the path. I'm from that generation, but I was way younger, which would make me a third generation. This generation was special since it was when their long lives started. For Sunagaka generation is approximately 100 years for the first 3, because these generations were the ones before they started to live centuries at least. After that, a generation could be from 275 years to 350. That was the generation that was split, right? Yes. We young ones had the chance to walk the path of an extended lifespan, but the older ones in our peers could only extend their lifespan by a century or so. I was 618 years old when I passed, making me the last of the third generation and the 5th oldest recorded person in Sunagakure. The other 4 passed away a few decades ago, as I'm sure you remember. What a shame. If only they had held on a bit longer. Natsum lamented. Normally, holding on for a few decades more is not considered a bit more. Aya said with a smile, continuing to pet Natsum. Aya-sama, I am the first here, right? Natsum asked with a glint in his eyes. You're the first from Sunagakure, but there's some wildlife in here if that's what you're asking. No. I meant the first from Suna. The glint in his eyes grew brighter. Then yes, you're the first. Aya said, wondering what he was planning. Do I get some sort of achievement unlocked or something like that? What do you have in mind? Like something to show with pride to distinguish me from the rabble. There was a lot of joy and mirth mixed in his feelings from just imagining his wife's face when she arrived. She was a century younger than him, so he was sure he would have to wait a bit more. I guess you can have this. Aya opened her closed hand, and in it, an angelic halo of light appeared. She had created it by gathering and manipulating the energy of her dimension. The halo floated and sat comfortably above his head. This is it. Natsum said excitedly and walked to the edge of the calm water to appreciate his reflection. His smile widened after seeing the reflection. So, Aya-sama, how does unlife work here? I'm feeling hungry, and I thought that wasn't possible after you die. He said after he finished appreciating the halo. I'll let Lucy explain. He's the one who knows this stuff. Aya said, allowing Lucian to speak for her. Technically, you didn't die, you were reincarnated just a moment before your body gave up and the Pure Lands claimed your soul. What's the difference, Lucy-sama? The difference is that technically, you're alive. Your body was recreated by the dimension after I configured it to recreate bodies for any soul that arrived with a special mark on their soul. Lucy-sama, was that the key Sahara-sama mentioned? Correct. Unlike the Pure Lands, souls do not wander in here after death naturally. The laws of the universe are not set to do that, that is what the Pure Lands are for. So unless Aya or a marked soul drags these souls here, you won't see disembodied souls wandering about. Madeline and Lucian couldn't alter the laws of the world yet, but even if they could, they wouldn't. They planned to leave this world. It would be counterproductive to anchor the dimension to the laws of the world only to lift the anchor later. Besides, they didn't want any random soul to wander into abeyance, they only wanted the souls Madeline approved of. But to bring you here, the key marked your soul and summoned it just before you died, when the tether of soul and body is at its weakest. So, that means I have to eat just as usual. Natsum asked as he contemplated that he was alive and that meant supplying your body with its necessities. You'll have to eat less because you're connected to the dimension, and this one will feed you some energy. Other than that, this might as well be your second life. This also meant that if he exited the dimension his body would eventually disperse and his soul would return. What happens if I die here? You'll lose your body and turn into a soul with no body, and if you want to recover it, you'll need Aya's help. I see. Death is still death, and life is still life, but we're closer to the dead. Right. Correct. Thank you very much, Lucy-sama. Lucian nodded and returned control to Aya. Come on, I'll give you the tour. Aya exclaimed as she pulled Natsum. That same year, Aya received a letter from Tsunade and a picture of her holding her little brother, Nawaki. In the letter, she wrote, Dear Aya-chan. Time has flown by, and now, with my little brother in my arms, I'm reminded of you. I always wanted a little sister like you, which is why I insisted my parents get me one. That didn't turn out well, though. But I'm deeply happy with my little brother, Nawaki. Today, I graduated from the Ninja Academy, and the third Hokage has become my sensei. I'm taking a step forward toward my dream of becoming a great shinobi, like my grandpa. My teammates are interesting. One is named Orochimaru, and he has a knack for learning jutsu, just like our sensei. The other is named Jiraiya. He has a knack for getting punched and saying things he shouldn't to a lady like me. He is a perverted idiot. I know it doesn't need to be said, but, Aya-chan, never grow up to be a pervert like that. Things have become more heated, but Grandma promised me we would visit you next year if nothing changes. I hope to see you soon. With love. Tsunade Senju, your Wani-chan. I guess she is still cute, even if she's nearing adulthood. I told you, not all of them are bad. Though it's a shame that her wishes won't be fulfilled. Because of the war that is approaching. No, because you are already a pervert. A few months after that, before the year ended, Kushina, at the tender age of 5 years old, was sent to Konohagakure. After a tearful goodbye and promises to see each other again, Aya watched as Kushina's escort became smaller in the distance. War is coming. Yes. How much power can I access with no holds barred? I can force open your 8 gates, and we can prepare script-assisted Sage mode. Along with your chakra, you can probably make it to Sunagakure in a few hours of flight. And if I have to carry a few thousand kids, probably to the edge of the desert in the same time frame, as long as no rigorous combat is included. That's enough. Let's get ready, the war awaits no one. That day, Sato Uzumaki called for Aya. Aya-san. The time to fulfill Lady Mito's request is near. I'm guessing that's why you sent your daughter to Konohagakure. Yes, they sent an official request. Lady Mito is getting older, and soon enough, the time to transplant the fox will arrive. At least that was the official statement from Konohagakure. The burden the Nine Tails placed on her body was lightened after Aya purified the fox's chakra, but for Mito, there was no defeating time. This matches the reports I received about Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure making concerning movements. Forces from Kirigakure have been seen in the land of forest, which shares a border with Konohagakure. But their more concerning move is the war fleet that lies in wait on their shores. On a continental map, Sato moved a small ship to Kirigakure. They'll probably use their men in the land of forest to distract Konoha while their fleet comes for Uzushio-gakure. Aya understood the implications. The Kirinin attack through land, and their fleet makes a move on Uzushio-gakure while Konoha responds to the land attack. Iwagakure seems to have split into 3 fronts. The front in the land of hot water appears to intend to fight Kimogakure. The second and third fronts are against Konohagakure, one in the land of rivers and the other in the land of fields. He set small cubes inscribed with Iwagakure's forehead protector symbol. Kimogakure splits into 2, one front against us and the other against Iwagakure in the land of hot water or Konoha, that part is not clear yet. Iwagakure and Kimogakure will probably be attacking together with Kirigakure. Aya said while analyzing the distribution of forces. Why do you think so, Aya-san? Sato Uzumaki asked. Part of the reason for my deal with Mito is that she suspects the other villages will form a temporary coalition to get rid of Uzushio-gakure. Even though there's so much bad blood between Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri, getting rid of the Uzumaki takes priority. So, they'll keep Konoha occupied and then attack us with their Jinchuriki. Sato was uncertain about how they would keep Konoha occupied but still retain enough force to deal with them. No. Because of the Uzumaki skill with pseudo-script and Fuinjutsu plus Mito's fame for sealing the Nine Tails and helping Hashirama seal the others, they will try to keep the Jinchuriki away from you. Mito's feats were well known across the continent. The Kages. Sato realized what Aya was implying. The Kages. Aya confirmed. I'll inform the village's shinobi and try to get some of our people to move to Konoha before this explodes. But things escalated faster than expected. Not even a month later, Sato Uzumaki received reports of his people being picked up by rogue shinobi during the evacuation. Some made it out, but most were killed, so he had to stop the furtive evacuation. A week after that, the Second Ninja War officially started. Contrary to his and Aya's predictions, the villages began battling each other, leaving Konoha alone. Sato tried to evacuate more civilians but the rogue shinobi were still picking up the Uzumaki that evacuated, so Sato concluded that it was a smoke screen to lower their guard. By this time, Aya was displaying script on about 97% of her skin, and Sato had supplied vials of blood she requested, filled with life force from the clan members. As the war advanced and after Aya turned 8 years old, the other villages started to focus on Kanagakuer, signaling the impending siege of Yuzushiogakure. Time waited for no one, and finally, the day arrived when the Mizukage, the Reikage, and the Tsuchikage walked across the sea to Yuzushiogakure. Aya-sama. Thank you for this. An Uzumaki woman thanked Aya through tears as a bundled baby floated to Aya. Aya nodded and smiled, trying to reassure the mother. Take care of Miyamoto. A 12-year-old who had lost his parents said to Aya as he pushed forward a toddler. The toddler fell asleep as she got closer to Aya and joined the other children levitating asleep behind Aya. I'll buy you enough time to escape with my grandchildren. An older man said as two toddlers separated from their tear-stricken parents. He placed a hand on the shoulders of the parents in support. Some new parents were parting from their newborns between sobs. Tens of Aya's clones followed the same procedure, accepting a child and a storage scroll with everything the family wanted to leave for the child. Some families left more than one child, but all the children had one thing in common: they were younger than 12 years old. Behind Aya, the sleeping children were flown above the sealed area with the Hellgate. Sato. Aya called to the village leader. Sato now wore his battle gear, and his determination was evident in his demeanor. Aya-sama. Sato addressed Aya respectfully. Put me through the communication system of the island. Aya commanded as the last of the children joined the others and she released her clones. Sato nodded and passed her a microphone connected to the village communication system through Fuinjutsu. Aya took a deep breath and started to share her emotions through empathy around the island. It wasn't a very strong sentiment, but it was pervasive enough to slowly manipulate the masses if she added the appropriate speech. Yuzushiogakure, today marks your end. She shared hopelessness. There's no escaping this siege, that much is clear. Thousands of bloodthirsty slaughterers await outside your land, led by their chief slaughterers, the Kage. She shared resentment. They have not underestimated you. They disrupted space to nullify the summoning contracts while bringing enough numbers to overwhelm a major shinobi village, leaving you with no route to escape the executioner's blade. You are cornered. She shared apprehension. Take pride in that fact. She shared pride. 3 villages that hated each other pushed their differences aside and joined hands to destroy you and only you. Not Kanagakuer, not the monsters of the desert, nor any other village, but you, Yuzushiogakure. She shared dignity and satisfaction. Which is why your end will be today. You ran this far, but today you must stop and rest. She shared resignation and acceptance. Aya waited for them to internalize what she just said. Sato gazed at her in confusion, wondering why she was lowering morale before their last fight. Uzumaki, today is not your end. She shared determination. Today, I will carry your dreams and hopes with me as I leave the falling Yuzushiogakure behind. She shared perseverance. I will fly them to safety, a type of safety they would not have ever experienced in Yuzushiogakure. She shared hope. I will make sure that none of the little lights you tenderly left in my care will go out or get marred by the blight that lurks outside Yuzushiogakure. She shared resoluteness. I will ensure that the future of the Uzumaki won't end with Yuzushiogakures. She shared anger, though it did not match her sentence. But I need your help. I need your help to guarantee this future for your children. She said, rage burning in her words, rage that didn't align with her heartfelt request. We need you to stop being human today. Madness creeping into her tone. We need you to stop being bound by pain, by loss, by injury, by morals, she conveyed, her agitation palpable. We need you to be guided by the dark side of what makes you human. We need you to dip your feet in something worse than blood today. Her voice tinged with corruption. Corruption. We need you to become demons today. Bloodlust dripped from every word. And coincidentally, the Hellgate rests below me. Oh. Her voice mixed with Lucian's, the resulting mix laced with insanity. Will you reject your humanity to guarantee your children's future? And with Lucian's words through Madeline, the barrier sealing the Hellgate lit up, filled with scripture. Thousands of Uzumakis shouted their approval in fervor, their voices burning with determination, indignation, and madness. Yeah. Yeses. Kill theme. Killing intent flooded the island. Chakra surged in torrents, affecting the surroundings. Tens of thousands of birds fled in panic from the island. Their eyes seemed to have replaced the light of sanity with insanity, rage, destruction, evil, desperation, immorality, and depravity. What? Sato was interrupted when smoky shadows of wickedness flew out from the barrier in a frenzy. Thousands of these shadows began to circle the skies of Yuzushiogakure like wraiths. From outside Yuzushiogakure, the enemy shinobi gazed at the cloud of smoke swirling menacingly above the village and the droves of birds fleeing in terror. Their senses were terrified by the wickedness they instinctively felt emanating from the chakra on the island. They didn't understand what the feeling was, but their bodies seemed to reject it. Something's wrong. Report to the Raikage, multiple signatures are preparing for battle. Most sensors didn't even know how to report what they felt. Each of these shadows found a match in each of the Uzumaki who expressed their agreement. Not a single shadow was left without a recipient, and not an Uzumaki blinded by insanity was left without a shadow. Sato gaped in horror at Aya. What have you done? He screamed, his voice a mix of rage and fear. What needed to be done? They wouldn't have bought us enough time to escape. The Raikage is faster than me, and the Tsuchikage can fly like me and possibly faster. With this, we will gain a head start. Their souls? Sato asked, calming down as much as the situation permitted. It's a pact. The demons will return upon their contractors' deaths. They will buy a chance to wreak havoc and will pay for it by providing a berserker boost. The Uzumaki will go to the Pure Lands, and the demons will return to the Hellgate, closing it on their way out. This was Lucian's way of killing two birds with one stone. What Aya didn't explain was that the contractors were her. Can you pass a message to my daughter? Sato didn't care anymore. He was dying today, and his only regret was not spending more time with his daughter and late wife. Sato, are you under the delusion that I will make it to see the next sunrise? Aya asked, dumbfounded. Mito said that you reincarnate. I see, she even included that in her letter. I didn't notice. No, she sent a separate letter when the Konohanin came to escort Kushina. If I meet Kushina in my next life, I will pass your message to her. Write her a letter, she always liked those. Aya said after a pause. Sato was surprised Aya could carry a letter to her next life but decided to write the letter instead of asking questions from the monster girl. Aya simply sent the letter to abeyance. It's time. Sato said. Would you like a boost? Aya asked, glancing at the barrier. I might as well fall into your demonic crutches and join my brethren. Sato said with a sardonic smile. Sato Uzumaki, it's been a pleasure. I wish you a blessed afterlife. Aya said. She received a nod from him, and one last shadow shot out of the barrier and merged with Sato. Like the rest of the Uzumaki, his eyes turned into orbs of black light. Smog dripped out of his mouth, nostrils, and ears. Tears of tar flowed down his cheeks. Finally, his chakra exploded in potency and destructiveness. Demons. Do as demons do. Lucian ordered through Madeline, and the possessed Uzumaki went berserk toward the targets of their grudges. 47,007. Aya said while staring fixedly at the demonic redheads running in wild abandon towards the encirclement. Aya-sama. The two Hashishin responded as they kneeled in front of her. Go, you'll only get in my way. Sabotage their supply lines on your way out and try to take out as many sensors as you can. Make sure to get away from the island before it blows up. As you wish. The Hashishin said before seemingly disappearing. Aya flew above the cubic barrier, sitting patiently with thousands of sleeping infants and children floating behind her in bubble-like barriers. The peace surrounding Aya contrasted sharply with the bloodbath of the battlefield below. Flashes of light were followed by distant explosions as the Uzumaki fought like feral beasts. They didn't care for defense, relying on the demons within to boost their natural regeneration. Some were even lit in sticky flames but kept killing as if everything was normal. They didn't care about friendly fire, their only concern was the death of their enemies. They didn't weave hand signs, as the demons focused solely on enhancing their bodies and attacking with corrupted chakra. This corrupted chakra eroded everything it touched, external chakra and enemies alike, making it more dangerous than any normal release. Kill it with fire. An Iwa-nin shouted after blasting a red-headed female demon with enough earth ninjutsu to bury a squad, yet the creature kept crawling back, trying to bite him. Shit. Not even we are that bloodthirsty. A member of the Kagaya clan shouted in panic. Gaia ha 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 ha. A red-headed demon laughed as it grabbed a Kirinin by the leg and neck, pulling until the Kirinin was torn apart and his entrails dropped to the ground. More. 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 An aged red-headed demon demanded as it barreled through the battlefield in a cloak of corrupted chakra. Its skin was in a constant battle of regeneration and corruption, and every shinobi it grazed began to be corrupted. Chunk, a Kimonin cut off his left hand after he couldn't stop the corruption from consuming his arm. Don't let it touch you. Cut off the affected limb. The Kimonin commanded. No, 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 don't go. A female red-headed demon shouted in desperation as the shinobi tried to flee from her. In one section of the battlefield, a demonic Sato dragged 9 bloody black chains, multiple corpses impaled on them. For Kushina. He cried out. The tar-like tears he shed became demonic warped clones of himself, running in different directions to wreak more carnage. He wasn't the only one shouting the name of a loved one through insanity and immeasurable pain. Kihihihihihihihi. A small red-headed demon ran on 4 legs through the enemy formation, laughing like a mischievous child. The kid was followed by 3 warped demonic clones of him. Bullets of water rained down on it, but the demon child swerved left and right, sometimes even submerging below the water it walked on. Other times a demonic clone would take a shot for him and explode into a mist of tar-like blood. A shinobi created a rain of ice needles, finally stopping the demon child as its limbs froze solid. The shinobi approached to capture its body and study its weakness, but as they got closer, kihihi, it laughed ominously. Get away from it. The ice user shouted, but it was too late. Boomshhplat, its body erupted in gore, and the rain of corrupted blood splattered onto the few surrounding shinobi. Agha! They cried out as if acid was eating their skin. One of the shinobi who was the closest to the explosion became fully corrupted and started to bloat before, Boomshplat. Keep your distance. Pelt them with explosive tags. A field leader commanded. Go for the limbs. Anything lower than B-rank jutsu barely works. Another instructed on a different battlefield. They are adapting. It won't matter much. This was never a battle of annihilation. Lucy, this plan of yours. I feel like I can only stomach it because you're modulating my emotions. I also got rid of the empathy feedback. It's so cruel. It's also a perfectly logical strategy. They were going to die, now their deaths will amount to more. I can coldly understand it. It's just. That one is Kai. She focused on a 13-year-old neighbor who used to tease Kushina and her. He was now dragging 5 corpses behind a single corrupted adamantine ceiling chain. That one is Futsum, a madly cackling elderly woman was about to explode after a few Kimonin quartered her. That's Nina, she used to be Kai's crush. A teenager flew across the battlefield with 3 limbs missing. Upon crashing, she immediately blew herself up after realizing she couldn't move anymore. In the blast of her explosion she caught 5 shinobi and these ones bloated before exploding and catching some more. I see your point. My counterargument is, Lucian floated a bubble with a toddler sleeping peacefully inside, followed by 2 more. This is Kai's little brother. This is Futsum's granddaughter, a girl was sleeping, hugging a storage scroll. And this is Nina's adopted sister. In Yuzushiyogakure, it was normal for teenagers, considered adults, to adopt. All of this awfulness is for their sake. Lucian returned the children to their positions. I understand it. I just can't accept it. Suddenly, across the southern battlefield, where a chain reaction of corrupted explosions was gaining ground, a white beam of light encased in a transparent cylinder swept across the feral Uzumaki and the exploding bodies, leaving nothing but dust, some shinobi included. Anoki of both scales. The Reikiji IA is also approaching. From the opposite direction, on the northern front, blue lightning zigzagged wildly through the red-headed demons. The Mizukage? Aya asked. Sato is holding him back. On the eastern blockade, corrupted chains seem to be battling the oceans themselves. With the Kages here, is it time to make our escape? Yes. With Lucian's confirmation, the script on Aya lit up, and torrential natural energy flooded her. Fuck, this shit will kill me. Aya clenched her jaw in pain. No. The 8th gate will kill you sooner, once I open it. Aya focused on enhancing her body. The natural energy, as much as it was empowering her, was also killing her, but it didn't matter. She needed a stronger body to channel more of Lucian's power and escape this hell along with the kids. Aya, with some effort, stabilized herself and floated with the bubbles behind her. She began to slowly gain altitude, not flying forward, but simply ascending. The hellscape that used to be Yuzushiyogakure became smaller and smaller. Then she started to fly forward. She flew faster and faster until she was soaring above the enemy troops. and the remaining sensors detected her, reporting to their Kages. But this was where the rampaging Uzumaki came into play. If the Kages stopped assisting their troops and pursued her, the Uzumaki would ravage their forces. They would not survive, but they would cause catastrophic damage before they died. This left the Kages with only one realistic option. They had to put down the demons before they could chase after her. Aya took advantage of the precious minutes her red-headed friends had bought her. She flew with the bubbles containing their future. Lucy, I'm tired of living like this. What do you suggest? I don't know, but I might want a sabbatical after this. That's all right, Madeline. Whatever you desire that I can get you, I will get you. I know, Lucy. You're my rock and my oldest friend. I'm old, Lucy. I've learned when to get attached and when to avoid it. It's just that sometimes, friendly people are hard to avoid. Were you hoping to have a long life in Uzushio-gakure? Yes. They were the first friendly Yurajiramono we found. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to accept Mito Senju's request. Maybe, but I wouldn't have met Kushina if not for it. They were a fun 7 years. With that, they remained silent as Aya hurriedly flew toward the desert. Every few minutes, Aya would bring out a vial of blood and drink it to heal some of the damage the natural energy and Lucian's powers were inflicting on her body. Almost 30 minutes after they had left, the sky was painted in an orange-white hue. Aya glanced behind her. The clouds were pushed away from Uzushio-gakure, a shockwave visible as it fought against the pressure of the atmosphere. A bright mushroom of conflagration illustrated the horizon. Boom! The shockwave caught up to Aya after a few minutes. The sound of the explosion traveled above the sea and was even heard in Kanagakure and beyond. The part of the explosion that hit the sea created a tsunami that sank several surrounding islands and continued toward the lands of fire, water, forest, and hot water. Lucy, why am I witnessing a nuclear explosion? You're not, there's no radioactive fallout from it. So, what? They had enough explosive power to match a nuclear explosion. The branch of pseudo-script the Uzumaki created fitted perfectly with their Fuinjutsu. The seals they engraved in Uzushio-gakure had been there for generations, being fed chakra almost monthly, until the snowball grew big enough to mimic a nuclear explosion. Are the Kages alive? I can't tell, but we don't have the freedom to wait and confirm. Meaning they are most likely alive, Aya commented, not stopping her flight even as she gazed at the mushroom cloud. Possibly. An hour later, Anoki survived. Fucking shit. The Raikage is not far behind, he's gaining ground. What the fuck? We're flying over the land of fire. Why aren't they being stopped? There are probably orders not to waste human resources on them, given that possibly only the Hokage could match them. Besides, I don't know if Konoha is up to date with our situation, but unless we are heading straight for Kanagakure, which we are not, they would rather we die. Why? They wouldn't want the Uzumaki bloodline to fall into anyone's hands but theirs. Since, as far as I know, Konoha doesn't have a ninja capable of flight, they're at a disadvantage compared to Iwagakure. So, are they waiting for Anoki to bring us down and then claim us? No, I don't think so. We're moving too fast for that. Probably only the Raikage is fast enough to keep up with us. They're likely just maintaining a perimeter, ready to react quickly and join the fight when the Kages catch up to us. Fucking ninjas. I hope they all die. Incoming. The bubbles parted, creating a gap in their formation as Aya quickly ascended. A beam of dust release shot through where she had been, passing through the opening in the bubbles. I'll open up the third gate. Aya's skin began to turn red, with veins bulging across her body. Aya took a shot of blood to counteract the strain, and her speed increased. Lucian channeled the excess chakra and natural energy to forcibly reinforce her body, using telekinesis to boost their speed further. Despite the acceleration, Anoki was still fast enough to keep up, forcing Aya to continually dodge while adjusting the bubbles formation to allow the deadly beams to pass through without hitting the children. Lucian guided Aya through high-speed aerial maneuvers, his senses filling the gap in Aya's gate of pain. Lucian informed her as they reached the fourth gate. Aya flew even faster now, but she kept herself from moving unnecessarily, avoiding rupturing her muscles and breaking bones. She and Lucian were only utilizing the body-enhancing effects of the technique for the moment. It wasn't time to fight yet. Periodically, a vial of blood would appear, and Aya would drink it carefully by having the blood float to her mouth, replenishing her strength. Lucy, the Raikage? Aya asked, noticing a blue hue from below but not moving muscle to look down. He passed beneath us. I think we're still out of his reach. So, he'll try to wait for us to land. Yes. Lucy, as soon as we land and the kiddies are safe, we'll open the 8th gate and unleash the mother of all telekinetic blasts. I don't think my body will hold out long enough for a fight against them. That's an option, but we'll have to fight to keep them off the children. That's fine. If there's no other choice, then there's nothing we can do. But as soon as they're safe, kill me. I'm fucking tired of this day, the sooner I die, the better. Alright. Aya kept flying at breakneck speed, and whenever it seemed like Inoki was getting closer, Lucian would force open another gate. They did this 2 more times until they reached the gate of view, a green aura surrounding Aya's tattooed body. We won't make it to the desert, Aya said solemnly. We won't, but the kids will. We'll touch down in the land of rivers. While I control the bubbles to keep flying to the desert, you'll fight Inoki and maybe even the Hokage if he decides to join, Lucian replied. Then, before we go, let's give these fuckers the scare of their lives. After leaving the land of fire, the bubbles flew faster while Aya began to slow down, descending softly. Before landing, still without moving a muscle, a flash of lightning announced the Raikage's arrival. A little girl. The monster was a little girl. Exclaimed in surprise. Don't underestimate her, Raikage. This little monster has been evading all of my attacks. Inoki commented as he arrived shortly after floating at the same level as Aya. Tsuchikage, the cargo. Asked, unable to see what was inside the bubbles from below. Uzumaki children and some scrolls. Inoki shared. Their alliance was based on 2 objectives, destroying Uzushiogakure and stealing the Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu techniques. The first objective was completed splendidly, but by the Uzumaki themselves when they blew up the island. The problem was that only a tall, perfectly rectangular growth of stone remained in the turbulent sea, where the sealed Hellgate stood. After losing more than 2/3 of their forces, they couldn't return to their villages empty-handed. But they couldn't access the barrier they wrongly believed held some loot. With their only clue about how to open the barrier being the chakra signature their sensors detected leaving, they had no choice but to pursue it. Neither Kage was a perfect sensor, but they could feel the monstrous chakra emanating from Aya, which spiked from time to time. Go after them, I'll take care of the girl. Said. I can't. They're moving faster than me. We have to get rid of the monster girl before collecting our spoils of war. Inoki surmised, believing that killing her would give them access to the scrolls inside the bubbles, even if the children wouldn't survive the fall. Apart from a few, ninja were never known for their smarts. Aya murmured softly, trying not to rupture her body needlessly, but loud enough for the shinobi to hear. And Inoki stared at her. You should have been content with the destruction of Uzushiogakure. That was the smart decision. Now you won't make it back in one piece. Well, at least you'll make it back, no. Aya smiled sweetly through the pain. Aya's script lit up, and a shadow of smog shot out, only to fly back into her body. Her eyes turned black, but unlike her Uzumaki friends, she had a white, slit-like draconic pupil. So you were behind that. Gnashed his teeth angrily, remembering the thousands of his soldiers lost to the demons, some of whom he had to put down himself. Before I go, I will make sure you regret your greed and stupidity. Aya said, referring to their greed in not being content with the destruction of Uzushiogakure and pursuing her further. Gate of Wonder. Lucian said through Aya. Her aura became more oppressive, and her body started visibly breaking down, with specks of light occasionally appearing around her. Aya looked at the Kage with contempt, and white beams of light encased in transparent cylinders shot forward from her eyes. Inoki's eyes widened in shock as he barely moved out of the way before the edge of the beams disintegrated his left ear. The beams zigzagged and sharply turned toward the Raikage. Enhanced by his lightning cloak, flashed in a different direction, but when it seemed he had avoided the beams, they turned again and started following him. No matter where he ran, the beams followed. Just as it seemed he was about to be struck, the beams disappeared. I looked back to find that Inoki had shot his dust release at the girl, forcing her to abandon her pursuit. As Inoki's dust release cylinder approached, Aya's body became encased in a double sphere of dust release, acting as a barrier. The cylinder and barrier clashed, and after a flash of light that erased everything around Aya, she remained unscathed. Girl. Answer me. How can you wield my Kekii Toda? Inoki demanded. You showed me how. Aya answered flatly. Tsuchikage, this will get more complicated if she can use dust release. The cargo will get further away. Said, flashing back next to Inoki. He was worried Konohagakure would intervene and steal their spoils of war. They were back at their starting positions. Before Inoki could respond, Aya started descending and stepped onto the ground. I can wield any jutsu I've seen. Unlike the Uchiha, genetics don't limit me. You know, among the releases I've seen, wood release is one of them. Aya smiled predatorily as the forest around them came to life. The Kages felt their hearts begin to race, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Their pupils shrank in response to the impending danger. Aya was on a timer, and the children were still flying above the land of rivers, so she didn't allow the Kages any more time to speak. The trees around them began to uproot themselves, their trunks twisting and morphing into humanoid shapes. The Trent-like wooden golems completed their transformation and fixed their gaze on the Kages. Roarr, they growled in unison, charging forward with a speed that belied their massive size. Aya's eyes glowed once more as two beams of dust release shot toward Inoki. Of the two Kages, he was the most troublesome. The rakeage flashed across the battlefield, destroying golem after golem as if they were made of paper. But these were not ordinary wood-release creations, they were modeled after Kagaya's techniques, designed to rapidly absorb chakra in exchange for durability. It didn't take long for the rakeage to realize he shouldn't let his cloak touch them directly. He tried to use black lightning, but the treants absorbed it just as they did his lightning cloak. Inoki was having an even harder time. He had to evade the roots that reached skyward to drag him down, all while dodging or defending against Aya's relentless beams of dust release. If Inoki and the rakeage really put their efforts into escaping, they likely could, but they knew that to secure the scrolls, they would have to get past Aya. Enough. Inoki shouted, gathering chakra between his hands to create the mother of all dust release beams. A high-pitched sound filled the air as the jutsu charged. Aya's beams intensified their pursuit, and the roots surged with greater speed and number. Inoki unleashed his dust release at the spot where Aya stood, unmoving. Just as it seemed the beam would reach her, she ascended into the air, avoiding it entirely. Inoki attempted to track her with the beam, but she kept moving, trying to position herself between Inoki and the rakeage, forcing him to risk hitting his ally with collateral damage. A dash through the forest, avoiding roots, golems, and now the disintegration beam. Inoki spat earth from his mouth, creating 5 rock clones that surrounded him. The clones used dust release as well, though with less intensity, attempting to cut off Aya's escape routes. A deactivated his lightning cloak and used his natural speed to run over the roots and wood golems, closing in on Aya. The rakeage planned to distract her, hoping to leave her vulnerable to Inoki's dust release, but as he got close, his head began to ache, as if his mind was under attack from genjutsu. Tsuchikage, be careful, she's proficient in genjutsu. The rakeage warned. I'm not proficient in it, I excel at it, the rakeage heard a voice in his head, and suddenly, all light vanished. He missed a step and started to fall, only to snap out of the genjutsu just in time to dodge a rising root. He escaped purely because his misstep took him out of Aya's range. Seeing that he couldn't get close, he pulled a javelin from a scroll and hurled it at Aya with enough force to break the sound barrier. Aya shifted her flight path, and the javelin flew directly through her dust beams, disintegrating on contact. But the rakeage had more than one javelin. Like an anti-aircraft gun, he began hurling javelin after javelin as he flickered through the possessed forest of killer treants and impaling roots. Inoki and his clones didn't let the opportunity go to waste, intensifying their attacks in an effort to wear Aya down. Lucian sensed that they were starting to overwhelm Aya and that the children hadn't yet reached the desert. He used his telekinesis to rub the air molecules against each other, increasing the temperature until the treants caught fire. The resulting smoke was heated further, and before anyone could react, the air itself ignited. The resulting heat burned the oxygen, causing the air to expand uncontrollably. Boom, everything exploded, with Aya at the epicenter. Aya protected herself with a barrier of dust release. Inoki flew back as fast as he could, his clothes catching fire and burning him. The rakeage reactivated his cloak, enduring the chakra drain from the roots beneath him to shield himself from the blast. Aya stood alone in the crater left by the explosion. She might have appeared unfazed, but the damage to her body was becoming harder to ignore. The Hokage is here. So is Tsunade. If that mongrel places her in danger, I'll take him with me. Using the body flicker technique, the Hokage and his students appeared at the edge of the crater, which was now large enough to hold half of Konohagakure. Aya flew closer to them, not to seek help, as some might think, but to protect Tsunade from any collateral damage. As imposing as a disintegrating 8-year-old could be, Aya floated down to their level, though she didn't touch the ground. Tsunade, you shouldn't be here. Aya's voice was grating, her vocal cords constantly rupturing and healing. Aya-chan. Tsunade stammered, her voice trembling. Hokage, what are you doing here, and why have you brought her into this? Aya asked coldly. Aya-san, I'm here to represent Konohagakure's interest in safeguarding the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. They are a brother clan, after all. Hiruzen replied calmly. His stand as friendly was doubtful but politically correct. You can go and pick them up in the desert, Hokage. Aya said noncommittally, pointing in the direction of the children. The desert. You sent them to that place. Didn't your parents tell you that there are monsters in there? Jiraiya exclaimed in fright. Aya glanced at him and ignored him. The Hokage knew Aya was not flying the kids to Konoha, and Aya knew that part of the fault of the current situation rests in Konoha. Yet it was not so evident, given that Konoha was indeed busy fighting on different fronts in the Land of Fire. Aya-chan, please come back to the village with us. The Hokage will escort us. Tsunade pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. Tsunade. I won't make it to Konohagakure. Aya responded, her gaze shifting to the rakeage and Tsuchikage, who were gathering themselves for another bout. Why not? The Hokage will protect you. Jiraiya asked, confused since it seemed logical to make it to Kanagakur if the Hokage was protecting her. What do you mean? Tsunade asked, almost imploringly. Tsunade, you know what she means. She's dying here. Orochimaru stated bluntly, cutting through the tension with his usual detachment. He did not bother to reply to the clueless idiot. At Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock and Tsunade felt a constricting feeling in her chest. It's as the snake child says. I die today. Aya's detachment mirrored Orochimaru's. They've landed. Tsunamushi and a squad of Suna were waiting where we instructed them. Finally. I can die now. No, no, no. Aya-chan, let's return. I've been studying healing jutsu. Grandma can help us find a solution. Don't you want to see Kushina-chan? Tsunade begged, her voice breaking. Tsunade, give this to Kushina-chan. It's from her father. A letter materialized in front of Tsunade with some white sand residue. She grabbed it instinctively. Aya-san, is there a way to work things out? Hiruzen's question carried layers of unspoken implications. What are you talking about, Hokage? I've told you where the kids are. Go to the edge of the desert, you'll find them peacefully sleeping there. Aya answered flatly. The Hokage to her was as dubious as Lucian's deal sounded to Kaguya. He better pray Sahara is not there when he arrives. I don't think it matters if Sahara is there or not. By now, most of Suna must be aware of how Konoha's lack of support drove you to this point. You're right. He better pray the kids are gone by the time he arrives. Hiruzen stared at Aya, his expression unreadable. Hokage, I will only guarantee Tsunane's safety. If you don't want your students caught in the crossfire, get away. Aya said, her voice cold and unwavering. Aya-chan. Stop it. We see in the middle of Tsunade's pleas, Orochimaru struck her neck, knocking her out. Orochimaru. Jiraiya exclaimed in anger. Thanks, Snake Kid. Aya found herself approving more and more of this clearly mentally perturbed kid. What are you going to do, monster girl? Orochimaru asked with a smile, intrigued. Have you ever wondered what comes after fire when you keep heating a gas? Aya responded with a genuine smile. Let's get away. Hiruzen hurriedly ordered, slinging Tsunade over his shoulder. He glanced back at Aya and said. Thank you for securing the future of the Uzumaki clan. Whether he meant it or not was unclear, as Lucian had numbed Aya's empathy. Aya watched him retreat. He's hard to read. We can try next time. Empathy doesn't lie. If we get a next time. Indeed, he was hard to read, all of his actions were politically correct, and the fact that he brought Tsunade could be interpreted as him showing her as a hostage or him trying to appease Aya's worries with a friendly face. So he left. Anoki observed. That works in our favor. Fighting this monster was problematic enough. I commented. Yes, but we must hurry to the edge of the desert. I'll have my forces rush there once we're done with this monster. Anoki said, his focus still on the ultimate goal. Gate of Death. Aya muttered as she stabbed her heart with her thumb. I don't think we'll get them, but let's go out with a bang. Today I'll upgrade from an explosive baby to an explosive child. Aya thought, a flare of madness flickering in her mind. The steam of blood exuding from her pores became a black aura instead of the classic red due to the demonic corruption, her script glowed brightly, her hair started to fall off, and dust and specks of light seeped off of her. She waved her hand, causing her muscles to rupture and her bones to break, and a translucent cubic barrier enclosed the crater and the two Kages. This time, she was using Lucian's barriers, not a seal or a psionic shield, but one made of void energy. I always liked explosions. Aya said as she noticed the faltering expressions of the Kages. Their pupils shrank as Aya transformed into a ball of plasma. From a distance, Orochimaru, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya watched as the cube began to glow brightly, forcing them to shield their eyes. In the pillar of stone left in Uzushigakure, the cubic barrier vanished, revealing the gap in space known as the Hell Gate. From the sea, thousands of shadows made of smoke rose and flew toward the gate. The barrier containing the explosion disappeared, and once again, the shinobi world saw the horizon light up. Summoning, Quintuple Rashomon. 5 demonic gates were summoned at Hiruzen's command. The shockwave and heatwave hit them, uprooting everything in their path and glassing the ground. Hiruzen weaved hand signs rapidly and a dome of earth covered them, then he spewed water from his mouth, enveloping himself and his students in a protective bubble. From the site of the explosion, a shadow of smoke rose and flew out. With the addition of this last shadow, the Hell Gate closed, leaving only the pillar as a marker of where Uzushigakure, the home of the Uzumaki, once stood. Hiruzen rushed to the edge of the desert, where he managed to catch a glimpse of the largest creature he had ever seen, carrying thousands of redheads into the horizon, swimming through the sand as if it were water. That day, the Second Shinobi World War halted for over 3 months. The affected areas due to the explosion of Uzushio could only be toppled by the affected by Aya's explosion, given that Aya's happened on land and the other over the sea. News of the demonic Uzumaki spread like wildfire. But nothing was said about Aya. Anoki survived, though he lost his left eye and right leg. Survived as well, suffering third-degree burns on about 30% of his body. The lightning cloak had protected his limbs. Hiruzen made the events an S-rank secret, forbidding his students from ever speaking of what they witnessed. Tsunade slept with little Kushina for a month, and the two cried themselves to sleep every night. Until one day, Mito spoke to Tsunade in private. After that, Tsunade cried no more but kept Kushina close. Pure Lands. Well. That life start and end were shitty. I like the end. Fine. The explosion was awesome. Lucian granted Madeline's request of spiritualizing her soul before dying so that she could witness the explosion. The Uzumaki were quite different. That as well, they, as a group, were similar to my people. I really liked the middle part of that life, even if it were just a few years. So, okay. I'll do one more life, but if it turns shitty we'll take a sabbatical. Good, because you're getting reincarnated now. Oh. That was fast. I wanted to check abeyance before going, I'll guess I will do it later. 10th life. Kanahagakur. Mito Senju stood in a bedroom that reeked of iron. On the bed a woman with her throat slit, a kunai loosely in her hand smeared in her blood, an unconcerned newborn breastfeeding from the corpse of her mother covered in her blood. Miyu, why did you do this? Mito asked, not expecting an answer. Miyu Senju was from the same generation as Tsunade's parents. Mito had met her more than a few times. Miyu had married some time ago and her husband was a shinobi who lost his life during the current war. Leaving Miyu alone. Postnatal depression, Mito heard a familiar voice in her head. One she'll never forget. As if she were a robot, she walked to the side of the bed to get a better view of the bloodied newborn. There she found the eye she didn't think she would see so soon again. Ayasama, Mito said. Eiko, this life. She said it before taking her life. Madeline informed her of the name her mentally unstable mother had chosen for her. Eiko. Meaning, prosperous child. Mito asked while she brought a white cloth to softly clean some of the blood from the baby. I believe so. I'm sleeping now, this body is currently too weak, and I don't plan to rush the development of this body, so take care of me, we can talk compensation later. There's no need for that, Eiko-sama. After you did so much more for my clan than I expected, I would be ungrateful if I asked for more. Mito added while carefully lifting Eiko from the corpse of Miyu. Mito cleaned Eiko and exited the house. Tsunade was waiting for her outside. Mito showed the baby to Tsunade. Aya-chan. She muttered. She was a ninja and she had heard what Mito said. Eiko-chan. Mito corrected her. Tsunade smiled sweetly and tenderly caressed the cheek of the sleeping Eiko. Chapter 51, Naruto, Sacrifices Absent of Consequences. Part 3. Infancy as Eiko Senju was the most sabbatical of all 10. During her infancy in her first life as Aya, she had to deal with the aftermath of the fall. Her infancy in her second life didn't even last 5 minutes before she had to possess Tsunamushi. Her third infancy was explosive. In her fourth, the ladies at the orphanage did well, but it was still an orphanage during an era of strife. In her fifth life, she had to raise herself and Haruna. In her sixth, the people at the temple raised her as if she were in an orphanage, even though she was pretty sure she was the child of one of the priestesses and not an orphan, but she never confirmed it. In her seventh, she was raised in a clan of warmonger osteomancers. Her bones killed her faster than expected. Her eighth life was the safest of them all, but she had to deal with the zealotry of Sunagakure. Lastly, in her ninth life, her mother left her to the bachelor wolf Shinkuro to raise. So being raised in the Senju compound by Mito Senju was indeed the most sabbatical infancy she's had. The only problem was the milk. As a connoisseur of breast milk, Madeline had standards more rigorous than those of the usual newborn. Even if she had been a baby who survived 6 months on blood and milk in her past life, she felt fussy about the quality of the milk she was given. Why are you such a pain? Tsunade asked with a scowl. She'd been taking some free time from missions and the ongoing war since Eiko was added to her household. Tsunade, you don't understand. I'm the easiest baby to raise. I don't cry, I don't get sick, I can communicate telepathically, take care of other babies, learn by myself, and even explode, advantages only a baby like me could have. So, if I have the chance, I'd rather have some A5 quality milk. It's the least you could ask for. It's not. We are at war, and most shinobi aren't allowed to get pregnant during wartime. You should appreciate the milk we get you from the civilians. The first war was so intense that the village couldn't afford to lose kunoichi to pregnancy, hence it was forbidden for them to get pregnant during wartime. But the civilian milk is not as good. Eiko whined like the telepathic baby she was. You're an annoying baby. Not at all like the well-behaved baby I remember. Tsunade pointed reproachfully with the baby bottle at Eiko. That's different. You don't see a destitute person acting picky about the food they can get, do you? Eiko objected as if she were speaking common sense. What does that have to do with this? Eiko's tone of voice was getting to her. Obviously, it means that in my past life, I was an indigent baby and couldn't complain about what I was given. But now it is different. I'm Eiko Senju. Isn't that basically royalty around these parts of the world? Don't they call you Tsunade-heim? Am I not Eiko-heim? Eiko said with all the haughtiness she could muster. Can't you just drink it like a good baby, please? Tsunade implored, circling the baby bottle's teat around Eiko's closed mouth. No. Eiko vehemently declined. Where am I supposed to get your stupid milk? Should I go to a mother and ask her to let you try her milk first, and then buy some if it meets your stupid standards? Tsunade was sure that Eiko was making things difficult for her. The proof was that she drank milk just fine when Mito was the one feeding her. You have a point, for which I have a solution. You do. She couldn't imagine what solution a baby who needed to be carried around could provide. I do, Eiko said with some satisfaction in her voice. I'm afraid to ask, but what's your solution? I have a sister. And what? Tsunade imagined a centuries-old woman as Eiko's sister, and she was not mistaken. She will lactate for me if we send her a request. Aya-chan. Didn't I ask you not to become a pervert like Jiraiya? Tsunade forgot to call her Eiko and had to stop mid-sentence to put her thoughts in order and alleviate her aching head. This has nothing to do with perversion, it's all about the milk, Eiko insisted, contradicting Tsunade's perception. Coincidentally, for Sahara, it had nothing to do with the milk. No, and that's final. Drink your milk and go to sleep. Tsunade was inclined to leave Eiko without milk for the rest of the day if she kept annoying her. Fine. Eiko relented after getting a feeling that Tsunade was about to do something rude if she kept pushing. Weren't you supposed to be a centuries-old goddess or something? Tsunade asked in disbelief. So. Isn't it everyone's dream to be spoiled rotten? Eiko asked as if Tsunade were foolish for asking something so obvious. Forget I asked. For her sake, Tsunade also forgot she had asked. How's the war going? After a few minutes of silence, Eiko asked. After the fall of Uzushigakure, everyone was scared of similar massive explosions happening in their lands, so the war paused for a while. Then it resumed, with even more drive this time. A rumor started that the treasure of the Uzumaki was lost in the desert, around the border with the land of rivers. That's stupid. After I learned what Grandma knows about you and your people, I can see why you would say that. Regardless, due to the rumor and the fact that Kimonin and Iwanin were found snooping around that land, Kanahagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure started to fight for dominion over the land of rivers and the land of storms. Why the land of storms? I blew up in the land of rivers, Eiko said, and there was a huge crater left as proof, she was sure of that. Iwagakure was planning to use it as a forward operating base. Kanahagakure got in their way, a guy named Hanzo joined the fight, things escalated, and so on. Idiots. There's only sand and death awaiting them in my desert, Eiko mentioned offhandedly. Can't you tell them to scare the shinobi off? Tsunade asked, referring to the sand people. Why? Eiko asked with interest. So that the shinobi are not sent to die looking for something that doesn't exist. It wouldn't work, Eiko lost her interest. She knew better than most how shinobi thought. Why? To Tsunade, it made sense. If you can't obviously defeat an enemy, why would you go to your death to fight it? If they see the people of the sands coming out, they'll assume it's because they are hiding something. So more shinobi would be sent to their death with fervor, thinking they will be the ones to discover the treasure and take it from the sand people's hands, Eiko explained. What if you intimidate them with a show of power? Tsunade retorted. Then they would send more shinobi, then the Kage, then the Jinchuriki, and so on and so forth until the death tally would be monumental. Not that it would reach that point. What do you mean? If the ninja villages send their Kage, Sunagakure will take it as an act of war, and just like during the Immortality Crusade, they will make thousands disappear to the sands. Not only that, Eiko was sure they would expand the desert and claim land from the offending parties, not because they needed the land, but because they would do it to cause more damage to the offenders. Immortality Crusade. This was a term Tsunade had not heard before. Just a stupid campaign from a few centuries ago. The nobles paid the clans to go to my desert and look for the key to immortality. They were wiped out. Sometimes she forgot how bad the outsiders were at keeping records of their history. Was it there? Tsunade asked with interest, her curiosity piqued. What? The key to immortality. There is one immortal being in this world, and a really hard-to-kill woman. Neither of them is in the desert, Eiko said. Although the key to immortality was not in Sunagakure, the key to an extended lifespan was. You and the progenitor of chakra. No. Lucian and the progenitor of Chakra. I'm only eternal because Lucian wants me to be. Ugh, everything is so complicated. Complicated and stupid. Tsunade, try to stay away from the battlefield as much as possible, okay? Tsunade stared at Eiko with a complicated look. I don't hear a, yes, dear Eiko, Eiko said in Tsunade's mind with a heavy tone. I'm a shinobi of Konohagakure. Tsunade looked away to avoid Eiko's pointed look. Why do I even bother? Eiko resigned herself to accepting the foolish mentality of the shinobi. And so, Eiko's sabbatical infancy continued. She was raised with Nawaki as her elder brother and Tsunade as her elder sister. Kushina also lived in the same house, but she was considered their distant cousin, not that they treated her any differently from a sister. At 6 years old, as is standard, Kushina started her ninja school life. By the time Eiko was added to the family, Kushina had already been attending classes. Kushina would take care of feeding Eiko after classes. Sometimes, Kushina would look into Eiko's eyes and tear up a little, but she was gradually getting over it. One evening, while Kushina was playing with her, they were called to the living room. The Hokage is here, Lucian spoke in Madeline's soul. Kushina carefully picked up the baby and walked obediently after hearing her name and Eiko's being called. Think he is here for me? Probably. Although the Senju surveillance has diminished, there are still a couple around. Yes, Grandma Mito. Kushina asked after walking in. Kushina, bring little Eiko here. This kid wants to meet her. Mito said softly. Old man. Are you here to bully my little sister? Kushina asked defensively, hugging Eiko softly yet firmly, as if afraid Hiruzen was going to take her away. No, Kushina-chan. I'm not going to steal your little sister. I'm here to meet her, nothing more. Hiruzen wondered since when he had earned a reputation for kidnapping newborns. Okay. Kushina agreed, but she passed Eiko to Mito, not Hiruzen. Meet Eiko Senju, my adoptive daughter. Mito introduced her, using Eiko's legal status. Hiruzen felt baffled when he met Eiko's white orbs. He had heard the reports, but as they say, seeing is believing. He would never forget those detached and otherworldly white orbs he saw in the baby known as Aya Uzumaki 8 years ago. The same white orbs he met in the land of rivers, yet at that time, they had turned demonic black with a slitted white pupil. Jeez, Hiruzen trailed off, not knowing what to say. She has beautiful eyes, they remind me of someone I knew. He settled for this. I know. She has the same eyes as Ayane. Kushina smiled proudly. There was some sadness in her voice, but she didn't let it control her. She does, indeed. Hiruzen brought his hand close to Eiko to pet her cheek. Keep him away, I don't trust him, Eiko said in Mito's mind. Is that what you came here for, kid? Mito asked as she subtly pulled Eiko away and passed her to Kushina's eager arms. Mito gave Kushina a signal for her to leave the room, which she was happy to oblige, as she would rather play with Eiko than stay and listen to boring adult talk. Back in the room, Hiruzen watched Kushina take the baby away in silence. Is she blind, or is it the same Kekii Genkai? Hiruzen asked, getting straight to the point. Mito stared fixedly at him. He. Kid, did Aya-chan's final performance impress you that much? Mito said in a condescending tone. It was impressive, Lady Mito. The type of impressive I've only seen in some of Sensei's jutsu. Hiruzen took a slow sip of the tea Mito had served him. An explosion so powerful that his defensive jutsu barely held on, a crater so large a few Konohagakurus could fit, a temperature so hot the ground was left molten or glassed, the air so scalding he had to run with his students, afraid that the act of simply breathing might have burned their lungs, the expansion and contraction of the atmosphere were so volumetric that the weather changed for over a month. I can only imagine. It's the same Kekii Genkai. Mito remembered some of the scenes Lucian and Madeline had shown her. What does it do? Hiruzen asked shamelessly. I don't know. Mito said plainly. You don't know. How is that possible? Aya-san spent 6 months with you. Hiruzen asked with emotion in his voice. When she was half a year old, how many traits of a Kekii Genkai do you expect a newborn to manifest? Mito glared at him. You're right. I apologize for my intrusiveness, Lady Mito. Hiruzen recognized his disrespectful precipitation. I don't mind, kid. What I've been able to discover is that they are uncannily smart, and they can fly. Just like the woman of the sand could. Mito's glare dropped. The ruler of the desert, what a shock it was for Hiruzen when he read the Hokage exclusive scrolls and found out that there was a being who made all the first-generation Kage tremble. The same being who apparently shared a Kekii Genkai with Eiko, just as she had with Aya. Yes. You can ask Eiko-chan when she grows up. Aya had to leave for Uzushio Gakure, but Eiko is not going anywhere. We will have time to uncover more about what may possibly be the strongest dojutsu. Well, about as much as she would allow, Mito thought as the apparent distrust Eiko had for Hiruzen surfaced in her mind. After a few minutes more of pleasant conversation, Hiruzen returned to his duties as Hokage, and Mito walked to Kushina's room. There, she found Kushina aggressively cuddling Eiko like she was a plush toy. You know, the only reason she doesn't kill me is because I am me, right? Eiko said from inside Kushina's bear grip style of cuddling. Eiko-sama, you have a soft spot for Kushina. I don't think you mind. Mito said as she skillfully released Eiko from Kushina's grip. That I do. She reminds me of my sister. Talking about my sister. Please say 47 foot out loud. 47. Mito hesitated for a second before repeating out loud what Eiko said. In total silence, a shadow appeared in the room, and a Hashushin materialized, kneeling and presenting a scroll. Mito had to control her heart and regulate her chakra. She was a censor, probably the best censor in the village after Eiko, and even with the man showing himself in front of her, she could not feel him. Ayasama, Sahara-sama sends this. She apologizes for not coming to retrieve you, but she's busy with the task you assigned her. The Hashushin whispered, but it sounded perfectly clear. Marking souls with the key Aya had given Sahara took chakra and time. This is why, even after all these years, Sahara had yet to complete her task. Accept it and open it, Eiko spoke with uncanny seriousness. Mito felt a heaviness in Eiko's tone and carefully opened the scroll, flowing chakra through the script. Mito felt her heart palpitate, wondering what could be in the scroll to make Eiko so serious. Poof, in a cloud of smoke, a baby bottle filled with milk appeared. Yes. Eiko exclaimed. Mito's eyes turned dead. She didn't even notice when 47 disappeared. She then came back to reality and checked the contents of the scroll and wondered if Eiko's sister was a cow. There was enough breast milk to last Eiko at least 6 months, all safely stored in the scroll. Your people located you in less than a month, and your sister prepared this much breast milk for you. They infiltrated my home and delivered this scroll, all to get you the milk you whined so much about. Mito's voice carried both amazement and disbelief. Why do you think I kept nagging Tsunade? Eiko acted smug. I can't believe you. You wanted her to say out loud that you wanted better milk so that your people would hear her and then act to fulfill your whims. Mito was shell-shocked. This life, I shall be a spoiled princess. I deserve the best milk. My sister and Kid-Kazan have the best milk. I needed my message to be delivered somehow. Tsunade is less careful than you when she answers my telepathy, often doing it out loud, Eiko explained. Mito just looked at her with a dead-eyed gaze and brought the baby bottle to Eiko. This is it. The recipe perfected by Kid-Kazan, inherited by Shara-chan, centuries of absolute perfection. Eiko felt exalted after a sip. Mito accepted and embraced reality for what it was that day. The infancy of the spoiled princess continued. Now, with the heavenly milk in her grasp, there was nothing to complain about. She would sometimes have Tsunade take her on strolls, other times, Mito would strap her to Kushina's back like she once did Aya to Tsunade. But Eiko wasn't the only toddler in the family, there was Nawaki as well. This one is cute too, Eiko commented as she crawled to Nawaki's side of the crib. Eiko had her own room and bed, just as Nawaki had his own room and crib, but in the living room, there was a shared crib where they would place the babies while the rest of the family went about their business. Yes, his soul is very shiny. I like it, Lucian added. I've noticed you have a fixation with baby souls. Do we have to worry about you regaining your memory and discovering you were a baby-eating eldritch terror? It's highly unlikely, given that I don't like the taste of souls, but it's not entirely impossible, Lucian replied, recalling the taste of Morio's soul. Well, I won't say it would be a deal-breaker between us, but we definitely need to see some kind of eldritch psychiatrist to get you treated if you turn out to be that way. That's acceptable. I would find it a tragedy to devour such bright and shiny souls. Ahiko. Nawaki exclaimed, trying to pronounce Eiko's name while reaching out with a chubby hand. Well, hello to you too, Nawaki and I, Eiko thought to herself, amused by his babbling. Nawaki brought his little fingers to Eiko's black hair and tangled them around it. Ack. This brat is mistreating his sister. Help. Eiko broadcasted to Tsunade, who was the only one within range. Tsunade looked at her and gave a smile that seemed to cast a shadow over Eiko's future. Then she looked away. Maybe give him some milk to calm him down. She muttered. Betrayal. Eiko exclaimed. Not so cute anymore. 5 years went by, and Eiko continued living her best life as a spoiled princess. She would float around Konoha, and the villagers would greet her with a playful bow. Not because they were truly genuflecting to her, but because they enjoyed playing along in the mock performance of Eiko's princesshood. She normally floated around followed by Nawaki or Kushina, but recently, Kushina had become busier with her shinobi studies since she had entered the final year at the academy. Nawaki, on the other hand, had just started his academy years. So, Eiko went from regularly being followed by her siblings to simply floating through the village alone. She didn't mind, though. Salutations, Lord Tucci. This princess comes to partake in your heavenly ramen on this beautiful day. Eiko announced as she levitated inside Ramen Ichiraku. If it isn't little Eikoheim. A jovial teen exclaimed upon seeing his most peculiar customer. It is I, here to grace you with my royal presence. Eiko smiled widely. How grateful I am, my princess. Tucci said, giving her a deep bow with a pleased smile. Hee hee hee. Give me today's special, Tucci. Eiko floated down to a high seat Tucci had made specifically for her. It was well known in the village that Eiko didn't use honorifics unless she was playing her part as a princess. As she was officially Mito's adoptive daughter, no one made a big fuss about it. As you wish, Eiko-chan. Tucci replied. As peculiar as she was, she brought money to his wallet, and she was cute, so he enjoyed her company. A few minutes later, Tucci came with a bowl of steaming ramen. It's hot, Eiko-chan. He warned. Eiko made her ramen float from the bowl to her mouth, using a gentle breeze to coil around it and cool it just enough to eat. Yum. Perfect as always, Tucci. Eiko congratulated him. Eating ramen was one of the things she inherited from her time as Aya Uzumaki. Eiko-chan, you have to teach me how to do that. Imagine how many bowls of ramen I could make at a time if I could work without using my hands. Tucci commented on Eiko's use of telekinesis. I'll think about it. Eiko gave him a noncommittal answer. After adding the cost to Tsunade's tab, as usual, Eiko floated to the Hokage rock to enjoy the view and wait for Nawaki and Kushina to come out of their classes. 007, Eiko said, and her shadow wiggled as if answering her. How is the situation with the war? Ayasama, the war in the Land of Storms has intensified. It went from being a disputed location due to Iwagakura's intention to make it a forward operating base to simply being contested because all forces have already invested too much to back down. The Land of Rivers has become the main battlefield for Konoha, Kumo, and Kiri shinobi. In the lands north of Konohagakure, Kumo and Iwa shinobi occasionally fake attempts at invasion to force Konohagakure to reroute forces from the other two battlefields. Weren't they supposed to be fighting for the treasure of the Uzumaki? Why does it seem like they all forgot about it? Initially. Maybe. But they sent infiltration teams to the desert and found nothing a few months after the fall of Uzushio-gakure. Yet, they kept the war going because the other villages initially wanted to deplete Konoha's power. Initially, it was a team effort by Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri, starting with the fall of Uzushio-gakure. Oh. They betrayed each other after I blew myself up, and it became a free-for-all. It is as you say, Ayasama. This Hanzo guy, is he as dangerous as they say? Eiko asked, recalling the name she'd been hearing continuously for a few months now. For the average shinobi, he might as well be a demigod. Concerning. There have been rumors about Kimogakure recalling their forces from the Land of Storms and signing a ceasefire and tentative peace agreement with Konohagakure. Was it because of the daimyo? Yes. Initially, the daimyo supported their cause because they wanted to appropriate the resources of Uzushio-gakure. That failed due to the island blowing up. The daimyo would have stopped the war at that point. But the rumor was born. It is as you say, Ayasama. We suspect one of the three war initiators spread the rumor to keep the daimyo funding their cause. How stupid. Thank you for the report, 007. For you, always, Ayasama. Her shadow wiggled again. Aya spent the following hours enjoying her day and the coolness of the breeze. This is the life I deserve. Hee hee hee. No responsibilities, no concerns, and money to spend. Exactly. The Hokage is coming. TCH. Eiko tilted her floating body at an angle, facing a tree to her right. Aren't you too old to play hide and seek? Not that I'm complaining, but I should warn you that not even my dearest mother can find me when I don't feel like it, so you're bound to lose if we play. Eiko smiled mischievously. Ah, Eiko-chan, it's bad for the Hokage's reputation if a little thing like you can spot him that easily. Hiruzen said, emerging from behind the tree and walking toward Eiko with a disarming smile. I can see that happening. After all, you're supposed to be the head of this assassin's gathering. Eiko nodded sagely. An assassin's gathering? Is that how you see this village? Hiruzen asked, masking his displeasure while gazing fondly at Konoha. The village is the village, the shinobi are the shinobi. Eiko explained her point of view. So we are the assassins, Hiruzen said with a self-deprecating smile, knowing she wasn't far from the truth. Yes, it's in the description of the job, no. She knew shinobi had other tasks aside from assassination, but when one thought of shinobi, killing often came to mind. Eiko-chan, a shinobi is more than an unfeeling weapon. Our job is more than just killing. Hiruzen said in an elderly tone. An unfeeling weapon. Who's talking about that? You can be an assassin and still keep your emotions. Eiko countered, understanding what Hiruzen was getting at, though she thought his wording was wrong. So you don't deny that there's more to a shinobi than the grittier part of the job? Hiruzen replied with a pleased, somewhat smug smile. Of course, there's more. Look at that guy who keeps sending his men to my house. After so many of them lost their minds while stalking me, you start to wonder if he has a problem with his thinking department, or lacks such a department entirely. But then I discovered the answer. He enjoys doing it. See? That's a perfect example of a shinobi going beyond their task, a shinobi that transcends logic. Eiko smiled mockingly, directing it at Hiruzen but actually meaning it for the shinobi who had spent 8 continuous hours listening to random, nya, sounds. I can see you don't like us very much, Eiko-chan. Hiruzen said, looking at her somewhat sadly. Not really. I like you just as much as I like any random villager down there. I'm especially fond of the guy who sends me so many playmates. She replied truthfully. To her, it was all a game. I will leave him as your playmate then, but could you stop driving my shinobi mad? Hiruzen now understood that Eiko didn't tend to lie. If she said she enjoyed the playmates Root sent her, she meant it. It worked for him either way. Lately, Danzo had been more power-hungry than usual, so having Eiko restrain some of his men was beneficial. The problem was his ANBU getting caught in the crosshairs of their playdates. Why? It passes on its own in a few days. I don't see it as such a problem, do you? She was careful never to cross a certain line. During wartime, it's preferable if all shinobi are available. I can't have shinobi locked in cells while we wait for the after effects of your genjutsu to pass. Hiruzen explained his primary reason for visiting the princess. That makes some sense. In that case, make sure that only shinobi from that funny friend of mine are assigned to my stalking. You can take your ANBU away, and I'll stop messing with them. Deal. Eiko smiled widely, as if catching a naughty child. Deal. Hiruzen said, his eyebrow twitching. Then you can have this one Ichan back. Eiko said as the shinobi walked out of the shadows with a lost gaze. Another one. Hiruzen said with palpable resignation in his voice. She was better than the previous ones. She lasted 8 hours, that's a new record. You can congratulate her in this princess's name. Eiko said, looking as haughty as a highborn. I will compliment her. I'm sure she'll shed tears of joy, Hiruzen sighed again. Eiko-chan, next year you'll turn 6. Are you excited about going to the academy? Hiruzen tried to change the subject to a sunnier topic. Ah, Hokage. I don't know how to tell you this. But I'm not going. Eiko said, feeling a bit bad about crushing the Hokage's dream of talking about something pleasant. May I know why? He took a deep breath to respond calmly. I can perform any chakra technique just by seeing it and having enough chakra for it. I never forget, and I can learn fighting styles just as easily as jutsu. It doesn't sound like I need to go to the academy, does it? Eiko waved a hand, and a small fireball flew into the distance, striking a big boulder and leaving scorch marks as evidence of the fire's intensity. Eiko-chan, the academy is more than just learning about fighting. Hiruzen reminded her, aware of her abilities. Eiko never bothered to hide her dojutsu. I don't believe you. The academy is literally about gaining the skills needed to be a shinobi, that's verbatim in the name. The other aspect is the will of fire. Eiko was sure of this, the war had made it so. Do you already know about it? He raised an eyebrow. Of course, I do. The propaganda of the will of fire is everywhere. She said, pointing to the village and the Hokage faces carved into the mountain below them. Do you see it as simply that? Propaganda. Hiruzen shook his head in disapproval. Maybe it wasn't in its foundation. But at this point, it's about 75% propaganda. I don't think it's wrong, for the record. Eiko added, clarifying her view of the will of fire. You don't, Eiko-chan. Hiruzen felt as if he was seeing light at the end of a cave. I don't. Humans, like cattle, need a form of control. Whether that is a whip, the feed, the threat of a greater power like the Hokage, or the sense of belonging and self-sacrifice the will of fire brings, it doesn't matter. But I do believe it's better to control your cattle with cattle feed than with a whip, just like how shinobi are more easily managed with the will of fire in their hearts than with brute force from your power as the Hokage. Hiruzen felt as if the light he saw was a firefly playing a prank on his hopeful heart. I can't deny that there are some hard truths in your words, Eiko-chan. But I can also tell you that I would die for you, as that is the way of the will of fire. He said, full of resolve. That makes sense and I believe you. You're the Hokage, and I'm your villager. I can tell you this, while I don't care about most humans, I care about 60% of the humans I've met in this village. I wouldn't lay my life for them, but I would go to extreme lengths to ensure I don't have to. Deal. Eiko extended her hand. It's the most I can ask, Eiko-chan. Deal. Hiruzen said with a pleased smile, shaking Eiko's little hand. A year went by and Tsunade returned from the front. Eiko-chan, take a look at Konoha's next great shinobi, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Jiraiya jumped forward with a big, bright smile. Tsunade and Orochimaru, behind him, were already tired of his pompous behavior. Ever since he lucked out with the summoning jutsu about a year ago, they had been hearing him call himself that at least once a week. Heh. Eiko began to laugh with a mad glint in her eyes. It wasn't a cute laugh, it was the kind of laugh concerning enough to knock Jiraiya out of his groove, put Orochimaru on alert, and give Tsunade a bad feeling. But it made sense. Aya had spent centuries searching for clues about the Toads or their contractor, all without success. And here he was, walking around proudly and telling her about it so openly. She was ecstatic. Eiko-chan? Jiraiya asked. His smile twitched with concern. This wasn't the cute little girl he remembered who liked to pretend to be a princess. Jiraiya, Eiko said in a sing-song tone that seemed to eerily echo in the room. Orochimaru could see trouble from a mile away. Tsunade was already positioning herself out of the line of fire, just in case. Yes. Jiraiya asked, feeling a cold sweat run down his spine. If you summon a toad and release the summoning right now, I'll give you a prize. One no man on earth has earned before. Eiko said with a wide grin. A prize. Now, this was something that caught Jiraiya's attention. A prize. One that, in my name as Eiko Senju, I promise won't let you down. Eiko floated over to him and softly placed her hands on his cheeks, as if trapping him. Eiko-chan. What are you planning? Tsunade asked, worried about the abrupt change in her little sister's behavior. Tsunade, don't you trust your little monster? Orochimaru stepped up to hold Tsunade back from intervening. It was unclear if he was doing it out of curiosity or because he thought Jiraiya would suffer. Orochimaru. Don't call her that. Tsunade reprimanded him. I accept. Jiraiya's shout cut off any retort Orochimaru had. Jiraiya. Tsunade exclaimed. She was getting a bad feeling that something awful was about to happen. Just a small one will do, Jiraiya. Eiko said softly, her tone like that of a succubus enticing a married father of 3 to her bed. And lo and behold, Jiraiya summoned a toad that still had a tail, then released it. He looked at Eiko, as if asking where his reward was, only to be met with a very pleased smile. Oh, Jiraiya, you don't know how happy you just made me. Eiko lowered herself, and for the first time in years, touched the floor. She began to manipulate her chakra, and in doing so, stopped concealing it. The 3 shinobi felt chakra reserves that shouldn't be felt from a 5-year-old. At this point, Jiraiya started to think that maybe this hadn't been such a great idea. Shadow mirror alter body changing method. Eiko muttered. Using her chakra and a dab of natural energy as a medium, script-like characters appeared on the floor, forming several non-concentric circles. Ribbons of light wrapped around Eiko's body, covering her completely. The shadow mirror body changing method was the original transformation technique, developed in the land of demons. During her life as a priestess, Eiko had acquired this technique and modified it to remove the downside of permanently transforming her body. The alter version of the technique would last a few hours with the amount of chakra Eiko was currently using, but that was enough. As the cocoon of light slowly subsided, a tall, mature woman with ghostly pale skin, flowing silver-white hair cascading down her back, and crimson-red lips stood proudly in a black hanfu with a deep V-cut. Transformation? Orochimaru asked with interest. Similar. It's a true transformation of the body, the chakra just isn't affected. Eiko explained. Eiko-chan, what are you planning? Tsunade asked. I need this form for something, but it's also useful to reward that perverted kid. Eiko said, pointing at the blushing Jiraiya, who was holding his nose up to try and stop the bleeding. Eiko walked over to him and gave him a cheeky grin. Consider it a reward for bringing to my doorstep the gift I've longed for a very long time. Eiko grabbed him by his shirt and violently joined her lips with his. His arms seemed to want to push her away for a fraction of a second but soon lost the battle of wills and dropped lifelessly to his sides. Tsunade was about to jump on Eiko and pull her away, but Orochimaru stopped her. Although he wanted Jiraiya to suffer, he was still a bro, so he held back Tsunade, or was he? Mwatch, with a suction sound, Eiko separated their lips and let go of Jiraiya. Thud, he passed out, heavily bleeding from his nose, with a goofy smile on his face. Tsunade, we have to report him. Your little monster may not be human, but she is definitely underage. Orochimaru said as if he hadn't just enabled the crime. Tsunade didn't know what to say. She knew Eiko was centuries old, but she wasn't going to start explaining that now. She was also shocked by Orochimaru. For a moment, it had looked like he was assisting Jiraiya, but maybe he wasn't and just wanted the crime to happen so that he could rat Jiraiya out to the authorities. "I'll be back for dinner," Eiko said before imploding in a soft light, leaving behind a residue of white sand. Orochimaru stared at the residue, then looked back at Tsunade. "What?" Tsunade asked. "Is her ability to teleport related to Aya Uzumaki? Or is it because they share the same dojutsu?" He had seen the same sandy residue when Aya teleported Sato's letter to Tsunade. "It is because they share the same dojutsu," Tsunade said as she walked over to Jiraiya and kicked him a few times, but the only response she got was a perverted laugh. "Leave him there. Jiraiya will certainly enjoy it when Lady Mito finds him in that state in her house," Orochimaru suggested, pointing at Jiraiya's condition. Tsunade thought about it for a second. She was going to object on his behalf, but then she remembered how annoying he'd been ever since he signed the contract and decided to let him be. "Let's go for some barbecue, Orochimaru. It's interesting how you're not concerned about your little monster's safety," he commented with a faint smile. He knew there was more to the girl than what Mito and Tsunade shared. "Don't call her that. And I'm not concerned because she is a little monster," Tsunade replied. Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku wasn't exactly how Eiko imagined it. It was full of natural energy, which she had expected, along with the aftereffects of its abundance, such as the overflowing nature and life. What was strange about this place were the waterfalls that seemed to emulate showers, with rivers falling from rock formations shaped like the curved tails of some colossal armored bug. The hundreds of toad statues, obviously human in origin, to Eiko's eyes, made a strange yet harmonious and macabre contrast with the landscape. Eiko followed the flow of natural energy, walking in the direction from which she felt the highest concentration of Senjutsu chakra. It wasn't long before she encountered the first inhabitant of Mount Myaboku, or, more accurately, before they found her. A huge rusty red toad appeared, wearing a blue happy vest with a massive dosa blade at his hip. "How did you find this place, girl?" the toad asked in a harsh tone, suspecting she might have arrived through the summoning technique. "Gamamaru invited me," Eiko replied and floated to the toad's eye level. "Ojiji-sama didn't invite you." "Don't lie, intruder." The toad's eyes narrowed, and he grumbled. The elder toad, known to them as Ojiji-sama, spent most of his time in bed these days, often waking up alarmed or shaking in absolute terror. The only respite he had was when Jiraiya appeared, which confirmed to him that his initial prophecy was in place, or so he believed. To the inhabitants of Mount Myaboku, Gamamaru suffered from a tremendous drawback due to his gift of prophecy, and he hadn't had a single night of peaceful sleep for centuries. But he did. "Tell him that Madi Futagami is here, you'll see how he will call for me," Eiko playfully complained. The huge toad scrutinized her, not caring to mask his suspicions. The human seemed to have lied to him, but she was willing to wait for him to confirm it, which didn't make sense to him. "I can wait here if it's better for you," Eiko added, noticing the other toads masking their presence and observing her from a distance. "Don't move, intruder," the toad ordered. But he didn't move away either, instead choosing to stay with her as he waited for one of the observers to report to Ojiji-sama. A few minutes later, a smaller yet still huge toad returned and confirmed that she was to follow them to Ojiji-sama. "See? What did I tell you?" Eiko said with a smirk. "Don't mock me, girl," the red toad exclaimed. Eiko stared at the rude toad, feeling her patience run thin. "Little tadpole, I'm older than your Ojiji-sama. Why don't you shut your trap and guide me to the decrepit toad before I show you true terror?" Eiko's playful demeanor dropped, and a cold feeling crept into the toads' hearts. It felt like a nail, frozen in the Arctic Circle, had somehow lodged itself in their thoracic cages, and with every beat of their hearts, the tip of the nail was touched, cold growing from the inside, yet feeling like their bodies were boiling. Eiko then ceased her bloodlust, giving the only conscious toad a friendly smile. "Be a dear, tadpole. Guide me," she demanded. The red toad coughed a few times and hopped in the direction of their Ojiji-sama, while Eiko followed by floating, observing him from behind. "He is having a panic attack," Lucian observed from within Madeline's soul. He had mixed some of his bloodlust with Madeline's, resulting in this effect. "He is doing better than Tsunamushi," Eiko noted internally. "That's because I controlled the output this time." "Oh. That makes sense," Madeline reflected, realizing that her sandworm friend was stronger than the toad, which is why she had thought it strange that the toad was faring better. After a few minutes, they reached the place where Gamamaru awaited. He was outside, surrounded by two smaller toads, older than the rusty red toad who had led Eiko, but younger than Gamamaru. Eiko hovered closer to Gamamaru. "Aren't you a shitstain hard to find?" Script began to cover Eiko's body, and the natural energy in the area became turbulent. "Ah, monster. There's no need for any of that. I accepted my end before I approached your children." Gamamaru raised his hands in submission. Well, well, well. Haven't you gotten smarter ever since? It's a shame you weren't smart enough to avoid messing with my stupid twins. But your behavior makes me believe you don't know what awaits you. Her covering of script paused its progress. I've made my peace with the endless suffering that awaits me, monster. Gamamaru replied, looking down at his heirs, both of whom were glaring at Eiko but restraining their hateful impulses. He had taught Shima and Fukasaku everything he could and had also left a book of prophecies to them. Suffering? Eiko asked in confusion. Yes, I've dreamt of it. I've lived every single night since over 900 years ago, dreaming of the suffering that awaits me. I know there's no escaping you, and that if I try, you'll kill every one of the tadpoles in our home. He had plotted multiple ways to respond to Madeline's possible approaches, trying to find a path that would lead to his salvation or their mutual destruction. But for reasons he could never understand, his predictions were faulty when it came to her. He couldn't find a single path where she would lose. So he gave up and chose the path with the fewest victims. I know of the darkness that lives freely in your heart and will be unleashed on my body, and I've made my peace with it. I don't regret my actions, just like you would go to unmeasurable distances for your loved ones. I did. For the future of my toads, I became what I am that day when I approached your children. Aren't you afraid that I would take my hate out on the object of your protection, Shitstain? Eiko eyed the tiny toads and the red rusty toad. For all the monster that you are, you won't if I surrender myself. Which is what I'm doing. Gamamaru believed she only went to undesirable extents when he resisted, as seen in his dreams. He. Oh, Gamamaru, you and I are so similar. Yes, I would have condemned another species for the sake of my people, just like you did humanity, and just like I did the Otsutsuki. Eiko laughed and gave him a pleased smile. She could see that much. Actually, what she did to the Otsutsuki was worse than what he did to humanity. I know, monster. Few would understand my actions, but I know you do. I do, indeed. I don't know what future you believe you saw that made you act, but I didn't even need to see a future to act in the interest of my friend and children. Eiko nodded her head, a dark understanding passing between them. But there was a glint in her eyes. But you're mistaken about something. Those dreams you had about your so-called future suffering are mistaken. She stopped nodding. What do you mean, monster? Confusion apparent on Gamamaru's face. Those dreams are about what I would do to you, Eiko pointed at her heart while smiling. Not about what Lucian would do to you. Eiko pointed at her head, her smile dropping and her overall demeanor turning impassive. Script finished covering her body in an instant. Dust and specks of light seemed to evaporate off of her body. Lucian, controlling Eiko's body, waved his hand, and something ineffable clawed its way through the fabric of reality and grabbed Gamamaru. A terror of unspeakable levels spread across Mount Myaboku, causing the younger generation of toads to die of shock. Some older ones took their lives, unable to cope with the unnameable dread and overwhelming existential insignificance they experienced. A few had their minds shattered, finding madness to be their only refuge in this tempestuous reality of flowing laws and shifting rules. The thing grabbing Gamamaru pulled him as he seized and foamed in desperation. The speck of Lucian's main soul that pulled Gamamaru closed the wound it left behind in reality. Eiko's body collapsed and teleported to the Senju compound before hitting the ground, her transformation forcibly ended. Kanahagakur, Senju compound. In the Senju household, things became hectic. Mito Senju found her adoptive daughter covered in cracks of light and unconscious on the master bed. After settling Eiko in her bed, Mito spoke with Jiraiya, asking him to visit Mount Myaboku to find out what had happened, as she assumed that was where Eiko had gone. When Jiraiya returned, he relayed what the elder toads, Shima and Fukasaku, had narrated. Mito understood the situation because she and the Ninetails were the only ones who knew most of the truth about Eiko. Jiraiya felt guilty about what happened at Mount Myaboku, even though the elder toads and Mito had shared little with him. With Mito's and Tsunade's encouragement, he recovered quickly, knowing their respite from the battlefield was coming to an end. While Eiko remained unconscious, time moved on at its usual pace. The war intensified, something many thought impossible, and one of those war-ridden days, Eiko awoke. However, what she said upon waking was not uplifting. "You are dying?" Mito asked. "Yes, I have a couple of years at most. Channeling Lucy was beyond what this body could handle. I even injured my soul. I'll need to spend a few decades in the Pure Lands at the very least." Eiko explained, discomfort evident on her face. I don't think I'll be here to welcome you in a few decades," Mito said, aware that the time to transfer the grumpy fox was approaching. Although she believed she would survive the transplant, she was certain her lifespan would be overtaxed. "Mito, do you want to reunite with your loved ones in the beyond?" Eiko asked, looking unnervingly serious. "Is this about marking my soul?" Eiko nodded in confirmation, having explained some things about abeyance to Mito in the past. "I do want to meet my loved ones. I'm sorry, Eiko, but I don't want you to mark my soul." Mito said with an apologetic smile as she petted Eiko's head. A silence of acceptance followed from Eiko. But can you do me a favor and mark your siblings? Mito asked. She knew this would mean she wouldn't see her grandchildren in the afterlife, but she was alright with that. Since Hashirama's death and witnessing the outcome of her husband's dream for peace, she had realized that this world would never find peace. She wanted her grandchildren to continue their lives in abeyance, where Eiko ruled as a goddess. I will. Eiko agreed, seeing her shadow wiggle. She understood that 007 went to contact Sahara to mark Nawaki's, Kushina's, and Tsunade's souls. After her soul injury, Eiko was not very active. She slept about 18 hours a day and spent most of the time in Mito's arms. Mito had made a habit of spending more time with Eiko after their conversation. In such a peaceful setting amidst the turmoil of war surrounding Kanagakur, time passed. One day, while in Mito's arms, Eiko opened her eyes in alarm. Mito looked at her, startled by the girl's expression. Snake and pervert kid are here. They carry Tsunade's corpse. Not long after Eiko's dreadful revelation, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived. Their tear-streaked faces were a clear indication of the truth of Eiko's claim. When they saw Mito's ashen face, they realized that words were unnecessary. They went to the living room, where Orochimaru, the one who could muster the will to speak, explained how they had encountered Hanzo on the battlefield. The confrontation lasted for a few hours, but it soon became clear that they were facing their end. Orochimaru was running on fumes, Jiraiya was injured, and Tsunade had spent most of her chakra curing their poisoning with every new toxin Hanzo introduced. With all their exits closed, Tsunade opened the gate of death, an action that forced Hanzo to retreat with more than half of his body crushed. Unfortunately, Tsunade's body wasn't prepared for the technique. She only lasted one move and couldn't finish Hanzo off. The technique, regardless of the outcome, took its toll, and Tsunade died. Hiruzen arrived at the front shortly after, took over, and assigned them the task of delivering Tsunade's body to her family. Mito stared at her granddaughter's broken body. The wails of Nawaki and Kushina in the background did nothing to soothe her breaking heart. Jiraiya, unable to contain his remorse, blamed himself, his heart filled with guilt and gratitude for the life that had been sacrificed to save their own. Orochimaru was no better, but he was putting a front of impassiveness to cope with the death of his friend. Amidst the heart-wrenching scene, a calm voice spoke. It was a nice life. Thank you very much, Mito Senju. Eiko said. Mito's eyes widened, understanding the gravity of those words, a farewell. Eiko hovered over to Kushina, hugged her, and kissed her cheek. She repeated the same actions with Nawaki, leaving the two confused. Mito walked to her and shed some tears while hugging Eiko. Thank you, my goddess. Mito said softly. Eiko kissed her cheek and smiled sweetly to calm Mito's hurting heart down. Mito understood she would be losing someone today, no matter the outcome. Eiko softly landed on Tsunade's chest, and their bodies were instantaneously covered in script, just as the room was. Above the scripted figures, a portal of purple flames opened. Make sure Sahara marks her soul this time, Eiko instructed 007, her shadow wiggling in confirmation. A green, formless soul exited and merged with Tsunade's body. Eiko's body decomposed into light and dust, Tsunade's body healed, and only the soul of Madeline remained. She looked at the shocked mortals and soundlessly waved her hand in goodbye before flying into the portal. The purple flames contracted, and the portal closed. Gasp, Tsunade breathed. And so, Eiko's 10th life ended. Pure Lands. Yawn, I feel like I just slept for a few decades, Madeline's soul stretched, even though it was unnecessary, and looked around to locate her partner. Because you did. Based on the flow of souls, the second war ended, there was a period of peace, then the third war began, lasted a few years, and finally ended. In here, it's been a few centuries, but you know how time works around these parts. Right, time here is as reliable as a wheel of cardboard on a carriage. The damage Madeline sustained, coupled with Tsunade's resurrection, dealt a heavy blow to her soul. Lucian put her to sleep while she was healing in the Pure Lands. Initially, he thought it would take a few thousand years, but some of the older generation in Sunagakure passed away and arrived in abeyance, which provided much-needed strength to Madeline's soul. Thus, only a few centuries passed. Did I get stronger? You did. In terms of the power system I use, you've ascended to divinity. Why do I feel not so divine, then? Because there's no divinity in this world. But if you move to another that allows for divinity, you will ascend immediately. Okay, that's cool. I got my soul damaged and then powered up like an anime protagonist. Madeline was elated by the news. What do you think my divinity is? Based on your control over souls, I would say Goddess of Souls and the Limbo. Limbo. Abeyance. Ah. You're right. Though I thought I would get something related to reincarnation. I reincarnated you, you never had control over that. Abeyance and souls are where your control excels. But you bound abeyance to me. Doesn't that make it unrelated to my possible divinity? It sounds more like your achievement than mine. It's your dimension, not mine. Madeline accepted that answer. Let's go. I want to see what's changed, she said, forgetting that as the lord of the dimension, she could instinctively know what had changed. A few new souls were here and there, eager to meet their goddess. Well, there was a change Madeline didn't know how to feel about. Nawaki and I, how did you die? Madeline, in her silver-haired persona, asked the grown man who stood awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He had turned into a handsome man, having been in abeyance long enough to adapt to their culture. He was now also wearing script on his skin. Damn, so Grandma and Nae-sama weren't lying when they said Eiko-chan was a goddess. He said. Madeline, to make things simpler for him, changed into her Eiko persona. Nawaki had already made peace with the fact that the residents of this place called their goddess Maddie, Lucy, or Aya, names that matched those Mito had used in the stories of Eiko. I'm indeed a goddess, Nawaki and I. Shouldn't I call you Wani-san, then? Nawaki understood that his little sister was older than even his grandma. Don't mind the small details. Nawaki and I is Nawaki and I. Eiko said, waving her hand in the air, telling him to act as usual. If you say so. He said with a radiant smile and walked over to embrace Eiko in a tight hug. Ah, sister, you were missed so much. Our lives were not the same after your sacrifice. Nae-sama blamed herself for a while, just as much as Orochimaru-sensei did. Jiraiya tried to process his feelings on the battlefield. Everything was a mess, and only Kushina and I were left to help Grandma with the clan and the pressure from the council. The war made things worse. Before I knew it, I was forced to graduate early because Konoha was lacking manpower. Kushina was spared from enlisting because she was the next vessel for the Grumpy Fox, as Grandma called him, but I was not. Nae-sama pulled some strings and assigned me to Orochimaru-sensei. Sensei and I became an unstoppable duo on the battlefield for years, and that caught the attention of the other nations. We had little time to react when the Reikage and Tsuchikage ambushed us. Nawaki made a displeased face. Wait. Why would they do that? In Eiko's mind, Orochimaru and Nawaki didn't warrant such overwhelming force. On my 15th birthday, I awoke would release. Someone leaked the news, and the Kages took action. The fear of would release was deeply ingrained in every Kage's mind. Oh, you did? How? Eiko knew that for a regular shinobi, Azura's chakra was needed for that. I studied some of the scripture you left behind. I wasn't very good with the natural energy part of it, but with what I knew of chakra-controlling script, I took inspiration from Grandma's Strength of 100 seal. I made a script seal on my chest to forcibly shift my chakra's natural balance to match the balance needed for wood release. That's smart. So the Kages got you? Yeah, the combination of unmeasurable speed and dust release did us in. I don't know how you held them back for so long in your life as Aya Uzumaki, but I think Sensei escaped. At least, I tried to give him an opportunity to do so with a final kamikaze attack. I blew my body up. Attaboy. That's the way to go. Blowing yourself up is cool, no matter what they say. Eiko congratulated him with a couple of head pats and a beaming smile. He. I knew you would understand. Nawaki said proudly. After that, I got some news from the newer residents in abeyance. Apparently, Grandma went berserk and used Granduncle's teleportation jutsu without the village's permission. She went to Iwagakure and Kimogakure and dropped a few tailed beast balls. Nawaki exuded pride for his grandma. From what I understand, their Jinchuriki died, and more than half of their villages were destroyed by Grandma's attack. The war ended shortly after. An elder from the Futagami clan told me that Grandma's body gave up after that. The Grumpy Fox was transplanted to Kushina, and Grandma died. He said the last part with sadness etched on his face. Mito had already told them that she would not meet them in the afterlife. What a fucking mess. Yeah, tell me about it. The bright side is that I get to play with my little sister goddess before the rest. Nawaki said cheerfully. He had been living in abeyance for a few decades now, he no longer cared about his death. He. I'm sorry about your death, but I'm happier about it than sorry. Eiko said and hugged Nawaki tightly. Time passed, and despite fully healing, Madeline refused to reincarnate, even though this was meant to be the last reincarnation needed to heal Lucian. She was disappointed and tired. Everything pointed to the shinobi world never accepting peace. War this, war that, war he, war she, war them, and just to be sure, war us. Everything revolved around war. Babies were born for war, babies died for war. Children dreamed of war, children had nightmares of war. By the time they reached adulthood, they were eager to bring war for their children, and so, the cycle repeated. War. If she had to summarize her experience in this world, that would be the word. Kaguya ascended to stop war. The parasites brought war wherever they went. She brought them a war of annihilation. The shit stain brought war back to Earth. The twins inherited war to their descendants. The descendants found different ways of waging war. 900 years of basically non-stop war, and she had to live through them all. Tiredness was a healthy response because more than a few times she felt an impulse to start one last war to end them all and annihilate all the outsiders, leaving only her precious sand people alive. I'm not in a hurry, we can wait. Thank you, Lucian. I feel like I'm failing at my only task, so. I'm grateful for your understanding. Madeline, I never intended to make you suffer to speed up my healing. Take a few sabbatical years, I will reincarnate you when you're ready. Thank you, love. A/N. So, about the changes to the timeline, like Kushina being older than Nawaki, Tsunade being younger than her counterpart, and so on. These were explained through the length of the chapters in the previous ones. If it gets too complicated to understand, just think of them as a result of the butterfly effect or me just making the story in an AU Naruto world. I try to keep time passage very vague because the timeline of the original Naruto before the start of canon is messy, so I'm making my own using the original mess as a reference. The next chapter starts with Madeline and Lucian's final life. Like I said before, it will be an Uchiha, I won't spoil more. I hope you enjoyed the chapter that turned into 3 10K chapters. My carpal tunnel suffered. Chapter 52, Naruto, it could be worse. It always could, Part 1. Abeyance. Watching Nawaki and I play with his daughter under the tender gaze of his wife will always be one of my favorite things in the world. Come here, my princess. Your father needs healing. Nawaki and I said while pretending to be wounded, lying in the grass under the shadow of a giant glowing mushroom. I go. The 2-year-old Marina said as she made her way to her father. Hill. She said as she crash-landed on Nawaki and I's chest. It was a trap. Nawaki and I exclaimed, curling around Marina in a hug and keeping her down on the ground. Gaya ha ha ha. Her laughter, which reminded me of my girls, harmoniously rang in my heart. She's as cute as always, Ritsum. I said to Ritsum, Nawaki and I's wife. Thank you, Ayasama. Who would have thought that I would have the chance to have a family after my passing away? Ritsum was one of the few born with genetic defects complicated enough to be unhealable even in Sunagakure. I'm happy for you, Ritsum. I'm also thankful to you. Ayasama. Ritsum asked me. You gave my brother happiness he never got to enjoy. My poor brother was born during the war and died in it. He never had the chance to even think about forming deeper bonds with the opposite gender aside from Kushina and Tsunade. He also brought me joy I never found in 483 years. She gave me a sunny smile. I responded with a smile and then gazed at my niece and brother. Cradle robber. I whispered. Asterisk cough, asterisk, Ritsum choked. Hey, what's wrong, Ritsum? I chuckled. That's not fair, Ayasama. She whispered. My routine, after I decided not to reincarnate, was filled with happy moments like these. I would go about visiting some of my people, or sometimes I would visit other parts of Abeyance's outer space and form planetoids to practice my dimensional lord skills. In the afternoons, I would spend time with my brother's family, and my nights were filled with training my soul manipulation powers on Lucian. It was peaceful, boring, monotonous, repetitive, lax, PG-13, slice of life, enjoyable, not at all dangerous, and calm. I loved it. It was what I wanted, what I needed. I got to spend years I lost with my brother, and I completely forgot about the land of the living and their stupid wars. Asterisk sigh asterisk, but it all had to end, no. It was bound to happen. My oldest friend commented as we softly landed behind a redhead and hugged her tightly. She was so lost in her sobs that she didn't notice until she abruptly turned to find us face to face. I missed you, Kushina-chan. I tenderly wiped the tears marring my sister's face. Eiko-chan. Kushina said amidst her shock. Or Ina. Whichever you prefer. I said and cupped her face in my hands. I was in my silver-haired form, but Nawaki said Mito showed them a few memories of us with Genjutsu. Kushina, almost robotically, brought her head to my chest and resumed her sobbing. We stayed like this for a few minutes until she calmed down. Want to tell me what happened, Kushina-chan? I asked softly. My husband died. I died, we left our newborn alone. She said, barely above a whisper. Kushina had a life filled with death, I played no small part in that. Her mother died after her birth, her clan died, I included, her big sister died, who came back to life in exchange for her little sister's death, Eiko, her little brother died, her grandma followed shortly after, and before she knew it, she was left alone with Tsunade, who was avoiding the village after Nawaki, and Mito's deaths. Kushina, after becoming the Fox's vessel, was assigned an ANBU squad for her protection. She hated them because they treated her like an active bomb, ready to go off at any second. So, with the closest people to her being Anbu and a fleeting Tsunade, her life went downhill. She stopped going out and embraced her role as a NEET. She didn't see a light, metaphorically and literally, until a few years after the war when a new ANBU member was assigned to her squad. Contrary to the others, this new ANBU Nin was young and friendly. He treated her like a person, and this brought light into her dreary life. She started to go out more and try to be a part of Konoha. She made a friend, Mikoto Uchiha, and she found some joy in being part of the village. As was to be expected, she fell in love with this ANBU Nin. The fact that she was more than a decade older than him was an obstacle she overcame with the help of her thick skin and MILF vibes. Luckily, her husband-to-be liked them older and red-headed. They got together and started living together shortly after. As is normal in the war world of shinobi, war restarted, just when they were thinking about creating life together. She had to wait for the war to be over, but when it did, she locked her husband away for a month and only let him out after she confirmed her pregnancy. Her husband became the Hokage, and life seemed to be picking up. However, Tsunade was as present in her life as a father who went out to buy milk. Fast forward 9 months, and she gave birth to her little sunshine, Naruto Namikaze. But, even though the Ninetales was not trying to escape, her seal weakened during childbirth. Some scum wearing a mask ruined what was supposed to be the happiest day of her life, and she and her husband had to sacrifice themselves for their village. I feel like killing. I don't blame you. I barely got to spend a few minutes with my baby. Kushina sobbed and wailed. I'm sorry, Kushina-chan. This was all I could say. I hugged her as if trying to take some of the pain away from her heart. Alas, that would only be possible if I manipulated her emotions, but that's not something you do to your family. That day, after Kushina gathered herself enough to move, we went to Nawaki and his family for some emotional comfort, the type only toddlers could give. My living arrangements, and I use the term loosely since I don't usually sleep while I'm in abeyance, changed with the arrival of my redhead. I started to spend the nights with Kushina, cuddling my mess of a sister as she cried herself to sleep. I missed them, Kushina would murmur in her pain at night. How was he? I asked while running my fingers through her hair and using Lucy's biokinesis to restore its luster. Minato or Naruto? She asked after sniffling some snot. Minato. I clarified. He was a sunny person. Someone who always saw the positive in his people and tried to reflect it, like one of those mirrors that would make you look better. He was a man who smiled often, and he was gentle with me. Her face lit up like a maiden in love when she talked about him. He was my only family after Tsunade was swallowed by her pain and decided to cut ties with the village and me. She frowned. That idiot. If she was leaving the village, she should have taken Kushina with her, fox or no fox. I used to blame her, but after losing the love of my life and falling apart as I am now, I can't blame her. She lost her brother and grandmother in the same week, her man died shortly after that, and she had a miscarriage. At least I lost my life at the same time my family fell apart. From what I understand, due to her merits during the war, she managed to apply for a special permit to get pregnant during wartime. Tsunade with a lover is still as surprising as the first time you told me. I remarked with a chuckle. You and Nawaki should have seen your faces when you heard it. Ha ha ha. She laughed softly. Apparently, Nawaki and I was so embroiled in the war that he wasn't even aware his sister had a lover. I'm sorry about her unborn child. Fucking war. It was an awful year. From what Kushina told us, that same year Mito and Nawaki and I passed away, Tsunade's lover died. He was wounded during one of the final conflicts of the war and was urgently brought back to the village to see if she could heal him. Tsunade did her best, but he was too far gone. The moment his heart gave out, Tsunade became incredibly stressed, and the combined grief got to her badly. She had a miscarriage on the same day. Fucking war, fucking ninjas. I cursed. Fucking shinobi, Kushina murmured in agreement. Kushina fell asleep a few minutes after our emotional cuddling, and I was left to my thoughts. You want to reincarnate, my ever-lovable eldritch terror said. I want to, but I feel like I would go on a rampage the moment I do. I'm about half a mind away from reincarnating and killing myself immediately as many times as needed to get you healed and sick you on the world. I want to see the ninja of the world left as a mess of madness and regret. I want them all dead. I want them all alive and suffering eternally. I want to save them from themselves, again. I want to hurt them. I want to heal them. I want to dominate them and turn them into will-less beings. I want to teach them, lead them, coach them, and show them a better way. I want to erase them like you told me you could. I want to stay in abeyance and forget they ever existed. I want to go and retrieve my people and destroy that world. I want to give my people the green light to go to the outside and subjugate the elemental nations. I want to hurt them all so badly that they lose their ego and sense of self to the pain. I hate them, Lucian. I hate them so fucking bad. For everything they have done to me and mine. I had to take a deep breath. My sister's fragrance mixed in the air helped calm my madness down. This little mortal in my arms, sleeping peacefully amidst her suffering, helped me keep in mind that not all of them are bad, besides the babies, those are always good. Lucian, I was born to be evil. With over 900 years of experience, I can say with confidence that I was born to be evil, wicked just like my creator. I was raised by two persons who could have competed for first place as the scummiest on earth, and I don't know if it was your soul influencing mine or the fact that I was pretty much a clean slate after my death and you and Kaguya stirred me into a path of goodness, even if you're as neutral as one can be, but I consider myself good. And I'm proud of that. I had all the tools and rights to be bad, but I turned out good. But sometimes I believe these people don't even deserve the right to be treated as slaves, much less granting them basic human rights. They just destroy everything. It doesn't matter if we shelter them and guide them to a path of progress. They just fuck it up and regress into the mess that they were. Isn't Sunagakure proof that they can change? It is, but if you compared the average sand person with the average shinobi, you'd realize that they might as well be different species. I don't know how, but the scripture took away something from them, and that made them different, or maybe it gave them something, I don't know. It's the insight of knowing, I believe. What is that? Humans have many qualities, some bad, some good. Among these, curiosity is neutral. Scripture and understanding of the makeup of everything poke this curiosity. By giving them access to a system of learning and discovery, the impulses that drove them are routed to something less destructive and more productive. But the shinobi have chakra, couldn't they focus on learning through that system of power? They could, but they were already too polluted by the idea that chakra is used for war-related developments only. Even if Hagoromo initially tried to teach that chakra was a tool for understanding each other, his actions by fighting Kaguya with chakra said otherwise. So you gave them another direction, is that it? It's mostly that. There are other factors, like when a politician tries to distract their people with news about something attention-grabbing from their reality. Like showing a child something shiny and noisy to distract them from something potentially dangerous. Yes. Scripture gave them access to something more. Or would get in the way of that access to something more. So they saw it as unproductive and disruptive, hence, they avoided it. Their love for you and Kaguya also helped. Children tend to do what their parents do. What do you mean? Children imitate their object of worship and security, parents. Humans are similar. You and Kaguya, the parents, are peaceful, powerful goddesses who advocate for progress, self-development, and social security. All of your actions while you ruled them were related to that, improving the quality of life and advancing humanity. Hence, Sunagakure imitated you. So their religion made it so they would have a cultural apprehension for things that contradict your teachings, such as war and useless conflict. Hagoromo advocated peace and understanding through chakra, but his actions of fighting Kaguya with chakra showed otherwise. I understand, Lucian. Thank you for that. I thanked my oldest friend for dissuading me from taking a wrong turn. Don't get me wrong, Madeline. I don't think you're wrong in hating them, dash. Maybe he was not dissuading me from anything. You don't. I thought you were trying to. Wait, what was he trying to do? Now that I think about it, he only explained to me why Sunagakure was different, he never defended the shinobi. My Madeline, when have I ever limited you? You just have to say your wish, and if you want them all gone, they will be all gone. If you want them to experience the horror the shitstain is currently experiencing, then they shall all be subjected to the same sentence. You're not the one who is wrong. My Madeline is never wrong. The world is. And that's no one's fault but its own. If it needs cleansing, it shall have cleansing. Things like these are what prove to me that my friend's lover must be as Yandra as he is. He can spout such irrationality after a somewhat sane argument and sound so convincing. That's part of the problem, Lucian. You are akin to a great power I own. I know better than anyone the monster you can be on behalf of those you own. I know the horrible things you do for me and Kaguya's sake, but you're my precious monster, Lucian. And I don't want to hurt you with my previous actions when your memories return because I abused your leniency and favor. So, what do you want to do, this cold bastard? Not even a fluctuation in his voice. I'll keep to myself and try to make sure Naruto is living all right. I won't take any leadership position, and if I end up with people under my care, I will ask Sahara for help. And what about the ones that leaked Nawaki's information and the masked men? I will leave them to you, my monster. I identify as an eldritch terror, dash. What? Was that a joke? I did a double take at that. It was. Was it funny? I'm trying to emulate emotions and social interactions. It was. I think. You don't sound so convinced. I prefer your usual self. Then I shall leave the jokes for when my emotions return. Yes, please, that gave me a heart attack. After I decided to reincarnate one last time, or many, if it turned out to be an unlucky birth, I spent a few more days with my little family before bidding my farewells. As expected, Kushina cried me a river in gratitude. Make sure he wasn't led astray by Jiraiya. He was left as the legal guardian. Pervert kid. Why him and not Tsunade? I needed a signature for the official papers, and Tsunade couldn't be reached. Kushina gave a dead-eye stare. Okay, I'll give her a few spanks for being a bad head of our family. What a mess of an Wani-chan. Don't be too rough with her, she's been through a lot. Nawaki and I said, though his voice lacked strength. It's time. Lucian materialized behind me, wrapping me in a loving hug as he gazed at my surprised siblings. Bye, then. I waved farewell as Lucian dragged me away to my next life. Hopefully, it will be as sabbatical as the last. 11th life. Location, underground laboratory, undisclosed territory. This is weird, even for us. In a tall glass tube filled with a greenish liquid, a baby stood submerged. The glass was inscribed with a few low-grade life-preserving scripts. Similar tubes surrounded the baby, some containing animals, others human parts, and some masses of mutated flesh. Hold on for a second, I'm trying to repair this body. Is something wrong? Cancer, lots of it. There are also 4 different genomes battling for superiority in your body. Was I born as a lab rat? Because this feels very similar to my first life, Madeline thought of her early memories in the loving care of Essex. I don't think this body was created. I think you were taken out of the womb and finished developing inside this tube. Doesn't make it better. Is it time to blow up? There was some badly concealed eagerness in her voice. Not yet. One of the genetic strands is probably from the idealistic Senju, the original is Uchiha. Another is from the Kagaya clan, and the last is from someone from the desert, I think. And the point being, I will use the other 3 genomes to enhance and fix the original and reinforce the body. It should make your path smoother if you manage to make it out of this tube. Do I also feel some sort of seal on me? Yes, an amateur seal of chakra enhancement through a very rudimentary use of natural energy. There's also a fragment of a soul in it. What? Is an idiot attempting to replicate the Kama seal of the Otsutsuki? Do I have to share this body with a fucking parasite? The racism in Madeline's voice was sharp. No, this is an original work by someone else. The soul fragment was damaged in the process of making the seal. This is most likely an early work, one of the first attempts at the plotted seal. Oh. In that case, this is astonishing. To be able to make it this far as a pioneer in the field is commendable. Can I have the soul fragment? Sure, it is not useful to me. What do you have in mind? I will practice my powers on it. Then I'll eat it after I'm done. It's not like it could be fixed, right? If you reach the level of power of a Sky Mother Goddess of Souls, you could probably fix it. At the moment, you can't. Okay. Pass it along when you're done with the seal. Do you want me to upgrade the seal or simply remove it? Upgrade it. Like the osteo script. More like the script tattoos of Sunagakure. Oh. In that case, give me the standard, storage space, chakra enhancement, natural energy attunement, foreign particle filtration and classification, and neuroelectrical enhancement. On it. Here's the soul fragment. I'll go train on it, you can assume control of my body in the meantime. Let me know if something comes up. A few months went by, with their only sustenance being the nutritious fluid they floated in and the sources of foreign DNA. More specifically, her liver had been Frankensteined with parts from the livers of different donors. Taking advantage of the free source of nutrition, Lucian sped up the growth of the body, making it the equivalent of a 2-year-old. It wasn't much, but if he exceeded that amount, he would have to consume the body itself instead of the additional DNA and fluid. After the growth and reinforcement process, a few things came to light. One was that they were probably in an abandoned lab, or maybe something similar to a cache of experiments. Another was that there must be a tank filled with fluid feeding them, given that they had repurposed so much of it and the volume wasn't reduced. Rumble, a distant muffled vibration interrupted their musings. Rumble, it seemed to be getting closer. Rumble, the continuous deep, resonant sound made the tube and its kin vibrate. Jailbreak time. Maybe, *BOOOOM, an explosion interrupted Lucian. The lab collapsed as if something heavy landed on top of it. With a sudden flash of light and some white sand residue, Madeline teleported to the top of the lab. Given that their constant supply of nutrition went down with the lab, they saw no purpose in going down with their cradle. When they emerged outside, they found the footprint of a very large toad above where their tube had been. And in the distance, a massive toad turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Don't move, girlie. A kunai appeared at their throat. Lucian, still controlling the body, looked up at the ninja and unleashed a sliver of his killing intent. The ninja, as expected, collapsed while frothing. Waving a hand, the ninja's mesh and jonin vest were removed. He waved his hand again, cleaning the filth from the clothing. He covered their body with the mesh and put the vest on top. Since the body had the physical appearance of a 2-year-old at best, it fit like a dress. In reality, it was closer to a cloth. Lucian floated above the Jonin and waited for the summoner of the toad to appear. It wasn't long. "Girl, aren't you too young to be a Jonin?" a white-haired man asked in a carefree tone. Lucian didn't say anything and just stared at him. "Your eyes remind me of someone I knew a lifetime ago," the man added, looking between her eyes and her floating height. But Lucian kept silent. "Why are you not answering?" "Because we are a baby whom no one taught how to speak, we will learn on the way." "Oh. You're right." No response. "Huh? Where did you come from?" The men glanced between the unconscious Jonin and the floating girl. Lucian pointed below them. "I see, you must be one of Orochimaru's test subjects." The men assumed a thinking pose. "Did you do that?" He pointed at the Jonin. Lucian nodded. "May I know why?" he asked, masking his surprise. Lucian made the Jonin move like a puppet, having him hold the kunai to recreate his previous actions. "I see," the man's eye twitched. "Can I have him?" he asked. Lucian imitated the man's thinking pose, then made the ninja's pouch and weapons float behind them before throwing the bare-chested Jonin at the man's feet. The abrupt rough treatment of the Jonin surprised the men. "Thank you. Can you wait while I try to unearth this? Whatever this was." The men gestured below them. Lucian nodded and floated to a tree, sitting on one of the thickest branches, observing as Jiraiya dug through the collapsed ruins of the lab. "Are you ready to switch?" "Nope, I'm still practicing with the soul fragment. You can keep driving until we make it to Kanagakur." "All right." It took Jiraiya a few hours to dig out any valuable files or similar from the wreckage of the lab. By the time he returned above ground, he found a bare-chested Jonin glaring at a girl who seemed to be slurping the eggs of an unfortunate mother bird, or perhaps several, judging by the number of eggshells below the branch where she sat. "I'm done. We should return to the nearest post and send this girl back to Konoha. Jiraiya-sama. Can you have her return my clothing?" the Jonin complained. "Are you asking me to leave the girl naked?" Jiraiya gave a mocking, judgmental stare. He might have helped the Jonin recover his clothing if it weren't for the fact that a 2-year-old got the better of him. Kekii Genkai or not, this was not acceptable for a Jonin from Konoha. The Jonin simply lowered his head and walked to the area below Lucian, where he had left the confiscated weaponry. But before he could grab the first bundle of Senbon, the weapons floated rapidly behind the now glaring girl. Both Jiraiya and the Jonin felt the equivalent of mine resonate in their minds, though not in words. "Jiraiya-sama." The Jonin cowardly ran to Jiraiya for safety. "She did something to my head. Help me," the men implored. Jiraiya felt the urge to facepalm violently. The new generation of Jonin seemed to be of a much lower standard. "Let's go to the nearest outpost, Muraki. We have to send this Uchiha girl back home." "Eh? Uchiha? But her eyes aren't black, nor do they have pupils for that matter." Jonin Muraki commented in confusion. "It's something above your pay grade. If you want to know, ask the old man Hokage, not me," Jiraiya said while walking toward the girl. "Girl, can you attach yourself to my back? We're going to move fast." Jiraiya knew that possessors of the Kohakugen could attach themselves to surfaces from a young age. The term Kohakugen had been given to Eiko, Aya, and the leader of the desert's Kekii Genkai by the Council of Konoha. As one of Konoha's powerhouses, Jiraiya was in the loop. Lucian slowly moved to his back, waved a hand to clean the surface, and moved the white mane out of the way. He then attached himself to Jiraiya's back, the weapons he had taken from the Jonin floating behind him. Jiraiya felt it when the girl cleaned him and didn't know what to think about this fussy toddler. He had just finished battling his traitorous teammate, and there was no way he would come out clean and pristine. He believed it was enough that he wasn't covered in blood. "Why so fussy? I don't want to get your body dirty." "You're gonna use it later, no?" "I understand." Lucian didn't care, simply because it was Madeline's body, he didn't want to mar it. At the pace of a Jonin, the nearest outpost was less than an hour away. From that fort, Jiraiya sent a messenger hawk and waited for further instructions on how to proceed with the girl. A few hours later, he received an order to wait for a squad to relieve him of his escorting duty. During their time at the outpost, Jiraiya tried to engage Lucian in conversation. "Girl, do you have a name?" "Undecided." "Would you like me to name you?" "I've been told I have a talent for it." He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. "Negative. That's your loss. I'll have you know that I named all of the characters in my book." Jiraiya acted like a hurt, smug old man, a performance that was, frankly, quite disgusting. "Can you use space-time ninjutsu?" Jiraiya recalled that Eiko could teleport and Aya Uzumaki could use a form of storage not related to script or Fuinjutsu. Lucian blinked out of existence and back as a response. I always wanted to do something like that. Alas, I have no affinity for spacetime ninjutsu, so I had to settle for teaching the fastest shinobi. His name was Minato Namikaze, Konoha's yellow flash. Pride and a hint of regret overflowed in his voice. Lucian, however, was not much of a conversationalist. Soon the conversation died down, and they waited, gazing out at the sprawling forest surrounding the fort. So, girl. Can you bring the dead back? Jiraiya asked, carefully measuring his words. Situational. Does that mean it depends? Affirmative. But you have to do it in exchange for your life, right? Situational. Would it depend on your age? Power, Lucian said in his mind. Oh. Can you speak now? Jiraiya asked, slightly surprised. Learning. Well. Eiko-chan was very smart, and from what I've been told, Aya Uzumaki was as well. Jiraiya matched Lucian's feat with what was recorded of the two previous holders of the Kohakugen. Jiraiya continued trying to gather intelligence on Lucian. They spent a few more hours together until an ANBU team arrived. Thank you for the pleasant talk, girl. I'm always down for a chat with a lady, though this is the first time I've talked with one so young, Jiraiya said, the last part with a thoughtful expression. These shinobi will escort you back to my home village, and an old man will help you from there. You can trust these men. Jiraiya tried his best to give her a handsome and reassuring grin. At least he got the reassuring part right. Gratitude. Lucian floated over and attached himself to the back of a female shinobi wearing a bear mask. His weapons floated behind him. Meanwhile, a certain jonin looked on from a distance, lamenting how more than 3 months of his pay was going away with a toddler. Jiraiya-sama, my weapons. The jonin cried. Consider it a lesson for letting a toddler get the better of you. Jiraiya half-glared. It's not my fault, Jiraiya-sama. One moment I was behind the girl, and the next, I was waking up. She didn't use chakra, nor did she move, I simply was and then wasn't. I don't have any form of training on how to deal with stuff like that. Are you sure it wasn't genjutsu? Jiraiya-sama, my chakra wasn't manipulated, and you should know she doesn't have enough chakra to use genjutsu on a jonin. I'll add it to my report, then. Jiraiya conceded. Something wasn't adding up. He had checked her chakra capacity when she attached herself to his back, while surprising for a toddler, it was not enough to cast genjutsu on a jonin. Jiraiya finished writing his report and sent it with a messenger hawk. After that, he resumed his hopeless pursuit of Orochimaru. The ANBU didn't take long to reach Konohagakure, they were under explicit orders to double their pace. It hasn't changed much, has it? It's hard to develop anything not pertinent to the war effort during war times. But it should be a few years after the Third War, right? You're trying to use our standard for development, not theirs. That sounds about right. I can imagine that if the Second War lasted as long as Nawaki and I said, and the third as much as Kushina said, it's remarkable that this place didn't fall apart due to economic regression. They soon passed through the security checkpoints and jumped over the village's rooftops toward the Hokage building. When they entered the Hokage's office, an ANBU stopped them before they could proceed. No weapons allowed. The ANBU said curtly. Lucian looked back at the floating armory and willed it into the storage script on their arms. The Senbon, Shuriken, Kunai, and short blades disappeared into the storage script. No weapons allowed, girl. That means whether they are stored or not. The ANBU insisted. Lucian stared fixedly at him. Sleep, Lucian commanded mentally, accompanied by a sliver of killing intent focused solely on the ANBU. The ANBU stood still for a moment before collapsing backward, unconscious. That one resisted better. Possibly the guards of the Hokage are stronger than the average jonin. But you're gonna hurt us if you keep doing that. This is the last one, I believe. Nothing a night of sleep won't fix. Weapons allowed. Lucian asked the remaining ANBU with a flat expression. The ANBU exchanged looks and were about to insist when a voice from behind the door interrupted them. Let her in. An aged voice commanded. The ANBU followed the orders and guided Lucian inside. In the office were the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, an elderly woman, Kohara Utatane, an elderly man with glasses, Hamura Mitokado, and a figure who appeared as a mummy, Danzo Shimura, Eiko's old playmate. Lucian's eyes briefly touched each of them, much to the displeasure of the hidden mummy. Hello, little one. While the circumstances of our meeting are not ideal, I'm glad you've returned to your home village. Hiruzen said in a friendly tone. I was born from a tube. No home, Lucian conveyed to the four elders' minds. This message may have caused the paranoid bone of the mummy to tingle. That may be the case, but your mother was a shinobi from our village. That grants you the same rights as any villager here. There's also the fact that the two previous holders of your dojutsu were related to our village. Eiko Senju and Aya Uzumaki. Lucian confirmed. Hey, Lucy. Why are you oversharing? They know we are smart, but we never explained why. Is there a need to explain? We are currently weak, so it's better to make them think they gain more from keeping us alive than dead. Oh. I thought we were going to wait for someone from the Futagami clan to find us. Is that what you want? No, this path is good as well. Let's see what happens. The elders exchanged looks for a few seconds. It is as you say, little one. May I ask how you knew those names? Knowledge directory. The elders exchanged confused glances until Danzo spoke. Girl, does your Kohakugan give you access to knowledge? Kohakugan. It's the name we use for your dojutsu. The elderly woman clarified. Affirmative, Lucian responded, looking back at Danzo. Is it a fixed amount of knowledge, or is it perhaps a form of compound inheritance accruing from all the previous holders? The glasses elder asked. Access to all previous holders' knowledge. Limited by mental capacity. Only one holder at a time, Lucian answered unequivocally in their minds. I see. They will want our knowledge. Won't they simply send a mind reader to extract it? Madeline thought, concern evident. But that won't work, will it? Ah. If they don't understand your implicit offer, we will make whoever they send brain dead, forcing them to protect us if they want any glimpses of our knowledge. That's the idea, to gain some protection. We can trade knowledge for benefits, and since they're already killing each other, we don't need to worry about misuse of our knowledge. Right. They'll keep killing each other as they always have. This plan works well. The hardest part of infancy is lacking reliable protectors. One holder. Do you mean that the previous holder before Aya Uzumaki was the ruler of the sand? Hiruzen asked. Affirmative. Passed away shortly after saving the One-Tails from the slaving hands of the idealistic Senju. On one hand, it was good news that the monster had passed away. On the other, what did she call their god of shinobi? At least this was the consensus among the elders, except for Danzo. He agreed with Lucian's view of the first Hokage. Agreed, Lucian frowned, looking at Danzo. The other elders looked back at him but showed little reaction. They were more concerned with the fact that the girl could discern their emotions, and interested in that she didn't point out their greed. That amount of knowledge could change our entire structure and place our village at the top of the world. Why wouldn't I feel greedy for it? It would be suspicious if I didn't. Danzo explained without an ounce of shame. It couldn't. It couldn't what? Danzo asked. It couldn't place Konohagakure at the top. Why do you think so? Hiruzen asked, intrigued by their exchange. You will never surpass Sunagakure. The elders' minds began turning, realizing what it meant for a centuries-old holder of the Kohakugan to rule over the sand. It meant the ruler of the sand had centuries to put their knowledge to use. Even if they gained access to it now, how could they possibly catch up to someone who had this knowledge for centuries before them? I refuse to believe it. Why haven't they conquered the continent then? Danzo asked, in denial. There are no benefits to it. Land. Asked the glasses elder. There's enough of that if you dig deeper. Lucian conjured a small illusion of light above their hand, showing a rough blueprint of the pyramidal construction of Sunagakure. It was a crude sketch but conveyed the message. The elders stared at the illusion with a mix of dread and stupefaction. Too much info. Madeline said in her mind. There's literally nothing they can do. Just a few scripted attacks from Shikaku are enough to level the continent. What could they do? You went overboard with the poor Tanuki. Tailed beasts were not supposed to be that strong. I may have. But I wanted to see how far he could reach. I was not disappointed. After a few minutes, they gathered themselves. The Hokage addressed Lucian. Little one, have you decided on a name? The Hokage seemed to remember she hadn't settled for a name yet. Sayaka, Lucian reused the name Haruna had forgotten. That's a beautiful name, Sayaka-chan. May I know why you chose it? The Hokage offered a grandfatherly smile. Previous holder. I see. What was the name of the ruler of the sand, if you don't mind me asking? Aya. So that's where Aya Uzumaki got her name. I digress. Sayaka-chan, there's a temporary room down the hall on the left for you. It should serve you until we find a more permanent arrangement. Is that all right with you, Sayaka-chan? Hiruzen asked. Agreeable, Lucian responded. Then that's it for now. Thank you for indulging these elders, Sayaka-chan. Hiruzen smiled, and an ANBU opened the door from outside. Lucian floated through and followed the directions to their temporary room. You can give me back control, Lucian. I want to experience the bliss of sleeping, Madeline said. It was dark outside already, and Lucian had been controlling their body for a few months. While Lucian was in control, Madeline had been practicing with the fragmented soul and hadn't had time to enjoy sleep. As you wish, Lucian switched. Night, night. Good night. Hokage's office. Sigh, I don't know how to classify it. Was it good fortune? Did we curse ourselves with unwanted knowledge? Hiruzen said out loud. At least now we know more of the Kohakugen than what Mito Senju shared before her death. Koharu said. Not to mention the intelligence we gathered of the desert. Hamura said while lifting his glasses with the little finger of his left hand while the thumb massaged his temple as if trying to get rid of a killer headache. You seem to forget that she is also an Uchiha. Danzo added. Is she? I can't see her as anything else except herself. Hiruzen said with a chuckle. At least on paper and blood, she is. Danzo pushed a file titled, Subject Number 023, Uchiha Fetus. Orochimaru, isn't it ironic how your greatest creation was left in a cache of failed experiments? Hiruzen said with an almost mocking grin, but the pain of his betrayal hadn't disappeared. What's your point, Danzo? Koharu asked while glancing over the files. Her living arrangements. Danzo said cryptically. An orphanage is not an option. Not when she seems to want to negotiate with us, knowledge in exchange for benefits. The orphanage would make us look like idiots. Hamura concluded. A shinobi family would either get scared away or greedy. Not to mention a civilian family. Koharu added. Neither of us can take her, so don't think about getting her into root, Danzo. Hiruzen glanced at him. I'm not. She is not something Root can currently handle. I was thinking of sending her to the Uchiha. Danzo said, surprising everyone in the office. The Uchiha. Koharu exclaimed. You're making my headache worse, Danzo. Hamura glared. Are you, alright, Danzo? Hiruzen looked at him with concern. Idiots. Danzo exclaimed in anger. It's the best play. Danzo added. Alright, Danzo. What do you have in mind? Hiruzen relented under the glare of his friend. Even if we keep her. If the Uchiha find out of her lineage they would use it as an excuse to retaliate against us. It wouldn't look good in the eyes of the other clans. And we can't afford that at a time like this when we need them on our side, not the Uchihas. Danzo paused and made sure his less capable friends were following, Hamura and Koharu. We can entrust her to the Uchiha and she will keep bargaining with us. Why wouldn't she support the Uchiha instead of us if she is looking for protection? I'm getting to that, Hiruzen. Danzo clamored. Eiko Senju, Aya Uzumaki, Aya the ruler of the sand, and Sayaka Uchiha, all of them are prideful individuals. Eiko Senju might as well have been the princess of Konoha more than Tsunade ever was, the whole village mourned her passing. Aya Uzumaki didn't even entertain the idea of accepting help from you when she was fighting the Raikage and Tsuchikage, even if you went to help, did she? Danzo asked while holding his gaze on Hiruzen. She didn't. He said frankly. The ruler of the sand didn't even glance at the first generation of Kages for more than a few minutes, and in her eyes they were all fools, she only deigned to meet them when Hashirama Senju stole her tailed beast. And Sayaka Uchiha put your ANBU to sleep when they dared to ask for her weapons a second time. She is prideful, they all were. Danzo's statement started to turn cogs in Hiruzen's head. Not for Koharu and Hamura, though. Just like the Uchiha, Hiruzen had an idea of what Danzo was aiming at. She is only an Uchiha on blood and paper, but to them, she might as well be an outsider. She doesn't have the Sharingan, she carries script on her skin as the Sand people do, she is a product of Orochimaru's madness, a known village traitor, her mannerisms differ from ours, and she will be publicly in contact with us. We will make that public. Koharu asked. Hiruzen felt that sometimes the council members were not that capable. Danzo felt like strangling the idiot. We will of course not. Hiruzen said. Yes, the Hokage office will keep the secrecy of our deal with her. Danzo remarked. Root, Hamura surmised. I don't know what you're talking about, Hamura. The point is that even if they won't see her as one of them, they won't have any choice aside from keeping her in their compound because they are a prideful bunch who won't allow their blood to be found outside. They will clash with her. That's a dangerous game, Danzo. You didn't see what Aya Uzumaki was capable of when she was not caring about her life, do you want a repeat of that in our village? Hiruzen questioned. It's no more dangerous than Naruto Uzumaki in the orphanages, Danzo's comment stung Hiruzen's heart. Besides, Sayaka Uchiha is not a normal child. Worst case, which I find quite appealing, she will lash out at the Uchiha, best case, she will ignore them, maybe find a friend or two, but the adults will always keep her apart, she is an outsider after all. Danzo smiled predatorily. Hiruzen, this could work. Koharu supported Danzo's idea. Danzo didn't know how to feel about the idiot supporting him, but he knew he needed their pressure on Hiruzen, not that Hiruzen seemed all that reluctant. I agree. I'll just have to make sure Sayaka-chan agrees. Hiruzen conceded. The day after Sayaka agreed, the Hokage walked her to the Uchiha compound. He walked, and she floated. Along the way, the villagers couldn't help but curiously gaze at the floating toddler. For the older generation, this evoked a feeling of familiarity. For the newer generation, it was something surprising and novel. As is generally known, that Tsuchikage can fly, and there are a few summons that can carry a person, but there are no public records of flying toddlers. Of course, the higher-ups of the shinobi villages know of Aya Uzumaki and the ruler of the sand. The walk took them to the outer rim of the village, where they reached the Uchiha compound. A guard let them in with the face pass of the Hokage, and they were led to the house of the clan leader. Hokage-sama, Fugaku is waiting for you. Are you leaving the girl alone? Mikoto Uchiha asked after they entered the residence. Hello, Mikoto. If it's not too much of a problem, can I leave her with Itachi and Sasuke? You might want to be present for what we are going to discuss. Hiruzen said, glancing at the 7-year-old with a timid 2-year-old attached at the hip. Itachi, can you look after her while you're taking care of Sasuke? Mikoto asked, initially confused about what would require her presence. Yes, Mom. Itachi said. Sayaka-chan, please stay with Itachi. Hiruzen said. Leaving the children behind, the adults went to another room to discuss Sayaka's situation. Sayaka stared at the 7-year-old with a fixed gaze. Are you a genin? She asked, staring at the forehead protector. Itachi looked alert and tried to dissipate the genjutsu, bringing his arms around his brother as if trying to protect him from something. I'm talking to your mind, Sayaka waved a hand. How are you doing that? Itachi asked cautiously. My dojutsu, Sayaka pointed at her eyes. Itachi took a second to compose himself. Yes, Sayaka-chan. He answered calmly. These fucking monsters, Sayaka thought to herself. Aren't you too young to be taking lives? Her question brought surprise to Itachi. It was hard to grasp that a girl as young as his brother could comprehend concepts such as life and death. I want the power to protect my village, he said. To Itachi, the shinobi path was nothing but a means to an end, protecting his village. This village must be in dire straits if it needs the power of a 7-year-old for protection. Maybe it should disappear if it has to rely on your power, no. Maybe there's something wrong with it, or maybe with the world, no. Sayaka said. Sayaka left Itachi lost in thought and floated to Sasuke's level. Jelu. She said brokenly. Hello. Sasuke said, tilting his head curiously. Sayaka nodded at him and brought her hand to his head to pat him. He's cute. I can't wait to see how this world will fuck him up like it did his older brother. This is Indra's chakra reincarnation. Oh, wonderful. Now it's guaranteed. Best to enjoy his cute phase while it lasts. Your eyes, Sasuke said timidly, pointing at the white orbs Sayaka called eyes. Pwetty. She asked in her broken speech. NGH. Sasuke grunted in approval. Oh, my. He is already grunting. Indeed, this is the quintessential Uchiha, just like most of Indra's chakra reincarnations. I thought they started to grunt and brood when they were a bit older than this, he must be a prodigy. Itachi then brought the toddlers to another room and set them down with a few sheets of paper and some coloring pencils. The talks between the adults extended for about an hour, long enough for Sayaka to make a realistic drawing of Sasuke and Itachi. So that you hopefully have a bright future as brothers, Sayaka said while handing the drawing to Itachi. What I meant to say was that hopefully, he would stop focusing on the village and focus more on his family. Alas, that won't be possible. I recognize a traumatized child when I see one. I wonder what scarred him like that. It doesn't appear that the war reached this far, so maybe it was during the incident with the fox. It's possible, otherwise, he would have to be like 4 and somehow be on the battlefield, and that's madness. His parents wouldn't allow that. I agree, probably some altercation, but most likely something related to the fox. That masked man really did mess up everything. It's incredible, even our first interaction with a kid was with one traumatized due to the repercussions of the masked man. That man is scum, that's for sure. Fucking scum. How did you draw like this? Itachi asked, surprised at the lifelike quality of the drawing. My dojutsu, Sayaka pointed at her eyes. This was becoming her default answer faster than she expected. How does that work? Itachi became more and more interested in her eyes. Perfect memory plus near absolute body control, Sayaka explained. Similar to the Sharingan but different. The copying mechanism is similar. If you had your Sharingan, you could have copied my hand movements and replicated the drawing. You can use the Sharingan for something like that. Itachi widened his eyes in surprise. Yes, it doesn't have to be just for killing. I understand. Thank you for the tip, Sayaka-chan. Itachi petted her head in thanks. You're welcome, Itachi-kun, Sayaka smiled softly. I doubt he understood what I was trying to imply. It's doubtful. That masked man left a deep trauma in him. His neurological development was most likely stunted by the trauma. Fucking masked man. While Itachi, who had been brought to the battlefield by his idiot of a father at the age of 4, was appreciating the drawing, the Hokage and the other adults entered the room. Fugaku had a look as if he had tasted something sour, especially after laying eyes on Sayaka, or maybe that was just his usual expression. Mikoto looked worried and somewhat apologetic as she glanced at Sayaka. Sayaka-chan, I'll leave you in the capable hands of your clan, the Uchiha. Hiruzen said with his usual grandfatherly smile. Sayaka nodded. Your monthly stipend will arrive at the beginning of each month. If you want to increase it, you can always visit my office. All right. Hiruzen continued. Sayaka had already sold them the formula for the storage script, which secured her a monthly stipend large enough to live comfortably. Sayaka nodded again and this time waved Hiruzen goodbye. See you later, Sayaka-chan. Hiruzen said as he made his way out. Were you an Uchiha? Itachi asked curiously. Affirmative. But, how can you wield the Sharingan without pupils? The adults looked uncomfortable as they observed the interaction between the children. My dojutsu can do what the Sharingan does, Sayaka replied, pointing to her eyes with a soft smile. Oh. I see. Itachi responded, uncertain if that counted. You will stay with us today, and tomorrow we will take you to your living arrangement. Fugaku said. Sayaka nodded and then stared at Mikoto. Are you Mikoto Uchiha? Friend of Kushina Uzumaki? Sayaka asked. Mikoto stared at her, wide-eyed. How do you know that? Fugaku demanded. It seems the Hokage didn't share much with them. Maybe they don't have a close relationship. They didn't while we were Eiko Senju, and that probably worsened with the wars. She made a soul pact with the previous holder of my eyes. She entrusted this letter to me, Sayaka said, producing a letter from abeyance. How is that possible? Mikoto asked while receiving the letter. The soul pact is similar to the Shinigami contract of the Uzumaki. Upon death, the soul moves to a certain space connected to my dojutsu, Sayaka explained. This, Mikoto whispered softly, then turned her attention to the letter. She wasn't sure about believing Sayaka yet, but she knew Kushina had a little sister with the same eyes as Sayaka. A few minutes later, Mikoto was overcome with sadness and began to softly sob. Fugaku read it. Mikoto said, passing it to her concerned husband. Unlike Mikoto, Fugaku's face turned even sterner, as if the sour lemon in his mouth had intensified. Sadly, there's nothing we can do about her boy. Fugaku said for his wife. Why? Sayaka asked. The contents of the letter were simple, they just needed to make sure Naruto Namikaze was healthy. Itachi, take Sasuke to his room and give us some privacy. Fugaku instructed. They waited for Itachi to leave the room before Fugaku started to explain. When the Nine Tails rampaged, a pattern resembling an advanced form of the Sharingan was seen in the beast's eyes. Madara Uchiha was famous for using the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. Because of this, our clan bore some of the blame for the disaster that night. As a result, we can't approach the Jinchuriki without attracting the scrutiny of the council and the Hokage. He said with a hint of regret in his voice. Mikoto was aghast. Initially, they didn't even know the child had survived, but at the beginning of the year, when rumors about the demon fox child spread, they discovered Naruto Uzumaki, not Namikaze. By then, the tension between the village and the Uchiha was troubling enough that they couldn't approach the ailing child. I see. I'll approach the child, then. You can't. Didn't I just say there's tension between the Uchiha and the village council? Fugaku replied sternly. That's not a problem. I'll talk with the Hokage, and if he denies my request. Let's just say he won't. I can find the child and make it seem like a coincidental encounter. Oh, okay. That's better. That way, I don't have to blow up and try again in the next life. I've changed my mind. I'll simply look after him in my free time, from a distance, Sayaka said, alleviating some of their concerns. Sayaka-chan, the clan, Mikoto began, her voice tinged with unhidden concern. Sayaka stared at her, waiting for Mikoto to continue. The clan won't accept you, girl. Fugaku said, without any of his wife's reluctance. I'm not expecting to make a family out of the Uchiha. But I'll retaliate if they cross my line, Sayaka said. She already anticipated how they might react. If a child like Itachi could speak about their differences, she could easily imagine what the adults would say. At the end of the day, she only cared about having protectors, not a family. As long as no one acted foolishly, she would be fine. Fugaku nodded in agreement, while Mikoto had a bad feeling about it. That night, Sayaka slept in the guest room, and the next day, Mikoto guided her to a small but fully equipped house. Mikoto was still reluctant to leave Sayaka alone to fend for herself, but after some convincing, she capitulated. Time passed, and within 3 days, Sayaka noticed how the Uchiha avoided her. The adults kept their children away. It never went beyond that, but if she had been a regular child, it might have been a different story. Don't they know the proverb, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth? Sayaka mused as she cooked some homemade lasagna with her telekinesis. We always knew they were self-destructive. Look at how they are treating Naruto Uzumaki. The child is barely that, and they've already abandoned him. Idiot Kushina-chan saying that the child was left in the care of pervert kid and the Hokage. What a load of bullshit that turned out to be. It took no longer than a day for Lushin to track down Naruto Uzumaki. He had been expelled from the orphanage a few months ago, and the toddler, because that's what he was, a toddler, was barely surviving on the meals provided by the ANBU. From that day on, Sayaka used her powers to stealthily make Naruto stumble upon some pre-made meals and fruits. She would either use her telekinesis to make food appear in his way or use abeyance to make food pop up in his home. Clothing was another basic necessity he needed. Overall, she was sure the child hadn't died because of the Uzumaki constitution and the chakra of the fox. But it looks like the fox is behaving. What do you mean? The seal is good, but the full might of the fox should be enough to free itself. It seems the fox is reluctant to escape. Maybe it has to do with the Sharingan of the masked men or with us. Kushina did say that after the control was lifted, the Nine-Tails stopped its rampage, didn't she? Yes, but she said Minato died because the masked man got the better of him while he was protecting the village from a barrage of tailed beast bombs. Kushina managed to break the control by using the mark Minato left on the masked man and teleporting a Rasengan onto him, but not before the masked man drove his hand through her. Meaning she couldn't have sealed the fox in Naruto using Minato's sealing technique while dying if the fox hadn't cooperated a little. He didn't resist. And he also didn't escape afterward. Minato's 8 trigram sealing style should be enough to safely hold a little more than a quarter of the fox's chakra, maybe half if you split the fox into its yang and yin attributes. But so far, it's been nearly 3 years, and this village is still in one piece, somewhat. So the fox sees no value in escaping. Could it be because he sensed Ajura's chakra in Naruto? I don't know if he can sense that. Interesting. We can ask him when we get the chance. We can. Sayaka continued her life in the cold Uchiha compound. Not that their coldness meant anything to her, would a human feel bad if an ant gave them the cold shoulder? Despite their coldness, she noticed that Itachi, Mikoto, and a little girl around Itachi's age named Izumi Uchiha didn't ignore her. Sayaka developed a friendship with Mikoto, where they shared recipes and cooking tips. It wasn't unusual for Sayaka to exchange plates of dessert with Mikoto about twice a week. Itachi often came by to take drawing lessons from Sayaka, though sometimes she felt he was there to gather information about her, likely on behalf of Fugaku. Sayaka met Izumi because the girl occasionally followed her crush, Itachi, around the compound. One day, she gathered the courage to talk to Sayaka, whom Itachi visited often. After their encounter, Izumi would sometimes join Sayaka and Mikoto's recipe exchanges and receive some cooking lessons from her. You do know she is trying to become the perfect woman for your son, right? Sayaka asked Mikoto with a raised brow while tasting the cheesecake Mikoto had brought for evaluation. Izumi had to go home earlier, so she couldn't stay for the gossip, hence she became the gossip. What more could I ask for, as his mother? She is trying to improve for my son. Isn't that wonderful? Though, I don't know if their relationship will bloom into something more, they're too young. Mikoto replied with a dreamy look. Your child is a dunce. Sayaka said curtly. Itachi thought more about the village than those around him, quite contradictory, given that those around him are the village. Only you would call my genius child a dunce, Sayaka-chan. Mikoto responded, not at all bothered by Sayaka's words. She knew there was little room in her child's head for anything other than the village and his brother. What good is it to be more skilled at fighting? That won't take him far. Not that power isn't important, but look at Madara. He was the best Uchiha at fighting after the progenitor of the Uchiha, and he didn't make it far, did he? Even with all that power. The progenitor of my clan? Mikoto asked, puzzled. You guys are awful at keeping records. Sayaka said, somewhat disappointed. Excuse me, not everyone can have an ingrained directory of knowledge, can they? Mikoto replied in mock anger. I guess you have a point. Not that it changes the outcome, you guys can't keep records of history. That's a fact. Sai, the progenitor of the Uchiha, was Indra Uchiha, son of the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage's son? Mikoto asked, agape. You didn't know. One of the previous holders of my dojutsu mentioned it to the first Hokage and his brother. Even Mito Senju knew about this. Sayaka said, certain the council knew as well about the connection between the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. No, I think no one knows about it. We do have a legend but nothing confirmed. I don't know why they didn't tell you. Maybe because the Uchiha and the village leadership have been clashing since the time of the second Hokage. But yeah, the Sage of the Six Paths had two sons, Indra Uchiha and Azura Senju. The Uzumaki are descendants of Azura. So much infighting. Mikoto lamented. It's the human way. Sayaka added flatly. Sometimes, I feel like talking to you is like talking to someone old. Mikoto said. It's because of the directory of knowledge. Imagine having access to the memories of daughters you've never known but love, mothers you miss yet never saw, and battles you fought but never participated in. I don't know if I should call it a blessing or a curse. Mikoto commented with a sad smile. A bit of both. I would have died without it, but as you can see, I don't have much in the way of innocence. I'm sorry, Sayaka-chan. Mikoto said with a concerned face. She would show this expression to Sayaka from time to time. Hey, look at the bright side. I wouldn't have known this cheesecake recipe without it. By the way, it's good. I prefer it with less sugar, but that's my personal preference. Sayaka smiled, trying to stop the kid, in her eyes, from worrying about unnecessary things. Thank you for the recipe, Sayaka-chan. Mikoto said, petting Sayaka in thanks. One day, while Sayaka was roaming the village and buying groceries, she encountered something she had long expected. A man suddenly pulled her floating form into a narrow alley, forcefully placing a hand on her head. He invaded her mind, knocked her unconscious, and fled from the crime scene. Who do you think is the hand behind this puppet? Probably your old playmate. Mummy it is. Do you think he will survive? Possibly. Cockroaches are hard to kill. Later that day, a muffled explosion was heard in the distance. The villagers who were not paying attention missed it, but the shinobi, ever alert and possessing superhuman senses, were a different story. For a while, there was a flurry of activity in the village. Ninjas jumped from roof to roof in a hurry, and a climate of tension was palpable. But eventually, it passed. Sayaka assumed Mummy survived, given that the altercation was not messy enough to suggest the loss of a villager elder. But she didn't care. She was not strong enough yet to deal with a grown adult with plenty of battle experience, at least not without making some sacrifices. So she was laying low until she had grown strong enough. She continued living her life as she had been before. It was a somewhat relaxed existence if she didn't count the constant stalking from the Uchiha and the ANBU. The Uchiha didn't trust her, seeing her as an informant for the Hokage. The ANBU didn't trust her either, viewing her as a walking bomb, at least these ones were right. But she kept to herself, slowly growing in power and spending time with Izumi and Itachi, and sharing moments with Mikoto. Sayaka-chan, can you braid my hair? Izumi asked, giving her puppy eyes. Sure, which type of braid? Sayaka was used to this. Seeing Izumi's long hair, Sayaka had done it once, and ever since then, the little girl had been asking her to try different styles. The one you called the Elsa braid. Izumi sat on the tatami mat to give Sayaka better access to her head, not that it mattered much since she could fly. Instead of using her telekinesis, Sayaka hand-braided Izumi's hair while they talked about various topics, mostly about the academy and Itachi. Sayaka-chan, do you think he will like it? Izumi asked, lacking confidence due to Itachi's somewhat demure behavior around her. He will probably like it, but I don't think Itachi is the type of man who would compliment you on his own initiative. Sayaka said honestly. Ugh, what should I do then? Izumi asked dejectedly. Ask him if he likes it. It's that simple. Sayaka wasn't sure if he would reply with an Uchiha grunt or simply nod, but it was better than waiting for him to compliment her on his own. Okay, I will. I'll go now, Sayaka-chan. See you next week, and thank you for the shortcake. Izumi hugged Sayaka in farewell and went away with a happy jump in her step. Should I start a patisserie? Sayaka wondered while watching the girl leave. What for? You're right. I'm not lacking money. Lucian, Sayaka said, her voice tinged with reluctance. Yes. Danzo was the one who leaked Nawaki and II's information, right? Most likely. It matches his M.O. 007. Sayaka ordered. As usual, her shadow wiggled and a man appeared kneeling before her. Ayasama. The man whispered, but the sound reached her ears just fine. Get me everything you can on Danzo and his plots against Nawaki and II. Include everything you think might be of interest to me, please. Sayaka commanded. As you wish. He whispered and disappeared. Do you think Hiruzen had a hand in it? How else would Danzo act without concern for repercussions if not with Hiruzen's agreement? He still holds a position of importance, doesn't he? If he doesn't seem to be suffering any form of repercussion, then he was most likely acting under Hirizen's orders. Maybe he didn't know, and Danzo acted behind his back. Does it matter? You're right. Those who lead reap the benefits of their subordinates, just as they pay for their mistakes. While she waited for 007 to return with some intel, she kept to her life, not letting Danzo's actions affect her. The villagers probably found the most joy in her presence among all the groups she interacted with. The reason was simple: her eyes and flight resembled Eiko Senju's. The younger generations didn't understand why the older people smiled tenderly when they saw Sayaka, but the older generations were happy nonetheless. Eiko Senju's behavior was different from the poised composure with which Sayaka carried herself. Though Eiko Senju often acted like a princess, they knew it was sort of an inside joke they shared with her. Sayaka's poise felt more genuine, like a mix of the dignity with which an Uchiha carried themselves and her own form of temperance. Madeline was able to act differently between her lives because she had learned to modulate her inner selves. Just as someone might have a self that is playful with friends, a self that is serious at work, a self that is a slut in bed, and a self that is tender with kids, Madeline learned which emotions to allow a greater influence in her persona and which ones to moderate more carefully. That was the trick. Hey, Lucian. Is it me or are there more foreigners around? One day, close to the end of that year, Sayaka asked. There are. 007, are there foreigners visiting the village? Sayaka asked for confirmation. Ayasama, Kumogakure, and Kanahagakure are signing a peace treaty this week. They were still fighting. I thought the war had ended. It did, but Kumogakure refused to accept defeat, so there were some habitual minor altercations between the two villages since the end of the Third War. I understand. Any chance this is a front and they will kamikaze right into the middle of the village? 100%, Ayasama. 007 whispered factually. Fucking ninjas. Thanks, 007. My pleasure. He said as he disappeared. The visit from the Kumogakure delegation initially didn't mean much to Sayaka. Until one late night, while she was dining at Yakiniku-Q, which has become normal at least once a week for her, she saw a Kumonin jumping across the roof in a hurry, carrying something resembling a potato sack. That was a Hyuga toddler, right? Sayaka asked, needing confirmation. Yes, a little girl the age of Indra's reincarnation. Sayaka didn't think twice before taking flight in pursuit of the Kumonin. The shinobi soon sensed something following and retaliated with a powerful throw of a few shurikens, not daring to turn around and stop his escape. The shurikens tore through the air until Sayaka stopped them in their path and had them follow her. She then molded one of them into a .50 cal bullet and made it spin faster and faster. Modern Warfare release, .50 cal BMG, single shot, Sayaka said with a maddening grin. The Kumonin felt confused and alert when he heard the childish voice and the ninjutsu's name. Crack, the round broke the sound barrier and hit the ninja in the thigh. The resonant sound echoed through the village after the leg was ripped apart from the body. The impact of the bullet unbalanced the ninja, and the pain assaulted him before he even had the chance to process what happened. He faltered on his next step, due to the lack of a limb, no doubt, and the potato sack followed its momentum in the air until Sayaka caught it and sat on top of it while levitating and observing perversely as the Kumonin rolled and wailed on the street. No. 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 No, 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 no. The men howled in pain and denial. Don't let him bleed out, Lucian's voice interrupted Sayaka's show. Why? She asked, confused by Lucian's apparent sudden interest in human life. If they are signing a peace treaty, it might affect the negotiations. Isn't what he did doing just that? He broke the treaty first, right? Unless kidnapping shinobi toddlers is fair game. It sounds stupid, but I have severely low expectations of the shinobi by this point in my life. It doesn't matter either way, but remember that you currently can't fight a village. You're right, Sayaka understood her friend was correct. Sayaka pointed at the mauled flesh of the ninja's remaining stump and shot a concentrated short stream of bright flames. Aga! The men cried before passing out. Incoming. A pale, stern-looking Hyuga with silver-gray hair and white Byakugan arrived, and soon after, more Hyuga clan members appeared. Some had golden Byakugans, some were pink, and most were white. A few had pale skin, and others had silver-gray hair. The men, and the rest of the Hyuga, looked at the unconscious men with hate before focusing on Sayaka and the potato sack. Veins popped at the sides of their faces. My daughter? He asked, but it sounded more like a demand. Sayaka made the unconscious Hyuga girl float out of the sack and into his waiting arms. She had navy blue short hair and pale skin, and although unconscious, Sayaka could see through her eyelids that her Byakugan was pink. While the men she identified as Hayashi Hyuga checked and double-checked his daughter's safety, the ANBU and Hokage arrived, followed by the Kumo delegation. What's the meaning of this, Hokage? A fuming Kumonin demanded before the Hokage could even process the situation. The other members of the delegation flickered to the side of the unconscious man and tried to check his condition. I know as much as you do. What was the head of your delegation doing here at this time? Hiruzen flared his chakra and demanded respect from the Kumonin. The Kumonin cowered under the pressure of a Kage. Hokage-sama, he abducted my daughter. Hayashi Hyuga said, while the rest of his clan members let some of their bloodlust be felt. Hiruzen looked at the limb-deficient Kumonin before looking back at the unconscious girl in the Hyuga clan leader's arms. He was hugging her protectively. He finally set his eyes on the floating Sayaka. Sayaka-chan, what's your part in this disaster? Hiruzen felt like all of the work from the previous week had gone to waste in just one night. But he found a shining beacon of hope in Sayaka. His leg was bothering me, so I ripped it off. It's over there in case you're looking for it, Mr. Kumonin. Sayaka made the mangled leg hop as if alive from inside the trash can it fell into. A three-pointer, no doubt. The Kumonin looked horrified and wrathful at Sayaka, but the bloodlust of the Hyuga kept them from lashing out physically. Is this how you uphold the peace agreement, Hokage? The same Kumonin questioned sternly, feeling as if he had gained a second wind in courage. As if that was enough to narrow the power gap with the Kage. Oh, shut it. Why don't you cry me a river and sleep? Sayaka ordered, and the men passed out. The rest of the Kumonin grew alert, expecting an attack of some sort. Their heart rate spiked, and they reeked of fear and adrenaline. But the Hyuga kept them in check, with some aiming their bows at them from every conceivable angle while others manifested chakra scalpels in their hands. Sayaka-chan, this is a diplomatic mess, Hiruzen said, dragging out the last part of his sentence. He indeed found his light of hope in Sayaka. He understood Sayaka's intent in assuming part of the blame. I'll send you a catalog of scriptures, just add it to my tab. Yawn but tomorrow, now it's late, and ripping legs is more tiring than expected. I'm past my bedtime. Night, night. Sayaka said in disinterest yet absurdly adorable, a horrible contrast with her previous actions, and flew in the direction of the Uchiha compound. Internally, Hiruzen was thankful to the Kumo-idiot who attempted to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, the royal branch princess of the Hyuga clan. He'd have the Yamanaka pull some evidence from the Kumo-idiot's head, and maybe he'd get some insights about the ninjutsu Sayaka used that made that loud sound before. He'd get on the good side of the Hyuga clan by demanding the body of the Kumo-idiot, and show his benevolence by keeping the peace agreement even if Kimogakure acted against it first. Overall, his gains would outshine his losses, there were no losses in his eyes. So, with a beaming yet grandfatherly smile, he waved at Sayaka and said, "Have pleasant dreams, Sayaka-chan." He did so under the agape looks of most of the ninjas present. Fools who don't know that Sayaka-chan is a walking treasure trove. Hiruzen thought, reflecting on their surprised looks. Continues in the next chapter. Chapter 53, Naruto, It Could Be Worse. It Always Could, Part 2. Things unfolded almost as Hiruzen had expected. His standing among the Hyuga improved, not significantly, mind you, but enough for him to be seen in a more favorable light. This was particularly true because Hinata Hyuga was well liked among her clan for her resemblance to Haruna Hyuga, the founder of the royal branch. The evidence extracted from the Kumonin was enough to condemn him, but not to implicate Kimogakure itself. With the help of the Yamanaka clan, they determined that he had acted mostly on his own. Somewhat on his own. He held a personal grudge against Kanagakure due to the war, which had cost him a loved one, and a zealous loyalty to Kimogakure. There was a tacit agreement from the rest of the delegation about his actions, just nothing conclusive, offering them plausible deniability. Hiruzen was an expert at recognizing such nuances. Publicly, he maintained his image as a magnanimous leader, though it became more challenging as he aged. What some perceived as mercy could easily be mistaken for weakness. From the catalog, he chose a life support script of a higher class than what was previously available, along with a presence concealment script. He was satisfied with these choices. If there was one thing that left him uneasy, it was the information regarding the ninjutsu Sayaka had used. Modan Wafei release. What was that? And why were there numbers in the name? It matched nothing in their records. He suspected, given Sayaka's cheerful tone in the memory, that she was either using the verbal cue to confuse the Kumonin, mock him, or she was simply being playful. After all, if Eiko Senju could use seal-less ninjutsu, Sayaka Uchiha probably could too. After the incident, something unexpected occurred, a Hyuga visited the Uchiha compound. Hayashi Hyuga brought his wife, Nozomi, and his daughter. Normally, such a meeting between the Hyuga and Uchiha would have triggered alarms within the Konoha Council, especially for Danzo. However, the council didn't see Sayaka Uchiha as an Uchiha. In fact, they barely saw her as human. To Hiruzen, she was a treasure trove or a potential tailed beast bomb. Koharu and Hamura saw her as an asset, while Danzo saw her as both a pawn and a security risk, especially after one of his subordinates had nearly taken him out with an explosion. But, as Danzo had predicted, Sayaka and the Uchiha were like oil and water. they ignored each other and didn't mix. The only exceptions were Izumi, Itachi, and Mikoto Uchiha, which was within expectations. For the council, Sayaka and the Uchiha were separate entities. Hayashi and his family were formally led to the house of Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader. "Hayashi Hyuga, what brings you here?" Fugaku asked, his stony expression mirroring Hayashi's. "As you may know, my daughter was recently rescued from a dead man's clutches. I came to thank Sayaka Uchiha for her help." Hinata and Nozomi stood with Mikoto, a distance away from the clan heads. "It's good to see your daughter in good health," Fugaku replied. "The sentiment is appreciated," Hayashi said in the same stoic tone as Fugaku. Mikoto and Nozomi exchanged a faint smile as they noticed how much their husbands resembled each other. "I've sent for the girl. She should arrive shortly," Fugaku said. Hayashi nodded, and then they fell silent. Occasionally, they sipped tea, but otherwise, the room remained quiet. The wives felt uneasy, but they understood their husbands well enough to know that this was a logical silence, one that simply existed without discomfort. "She's adorable," Mikoto commented, referring to Hinata, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Thank you, Mikoto-san," Nozomi replied with motherly grace. "She's the same age as my youngest," Mikoto said with a fond smile. "Sasuke, right? I hope they get along well," Nozomi said softly, placing a hand on the shy Hinata. "I hope so too," Mikoto agreed. After a few minutes, Mikoto excused herself and later returned with a plate of assorted desserts. Nozomi was surprised to learn that the recipes came from Sayaka, and Hinata's eager response suggested she loved them as much as her mother did. Eventually, Sayaka entered the room, led by Itachi. "Sorry for the delay. I was busy food dropping on the fox kid," Sayaka said playfully. Food dropping was what she called the act of secretly leaving food in Naruto's apartment or in his path. "Girl," Fugaku reprimanded her for mentioning the Jinchuriki. "Don't mind it. These people keep better records than the Uchiha, don't they?" Sayaka said meaningfully, glancing at Hayashi. "It's an honor to meet you, Sarasama," Hayashi and Nozomi said, much to the adult's surprise, addressing Sayaka by a different name. "They don't know the whole truth, so play along," Sayaka spoke telepathically to the Hyuga. "See. I told you they'd deduce that my interest in the fox kid stems from Eiko Senju and her relationship with Kushina Uzumaki," Sayaka said with a smug grin. "Sarah?" Fugaku asked, noticing that his guests weren't alarmed by her mention of the Jinchuriki. Sarah Hyuga was a wielder of the Kohakugen. She and Haruna Hyuga were instrumental in founding the royal branch of the Hyuga clan. Sayaka explained. "The teachings left by Sarasama have guided our clan for centuries. It's one of the main reasons our clan has enjoyed greater prosperity than most, even through the Warring States era," Hayashi added. The Hyuga were renowned for their status, both in combat and within the village. Their ability to field a high percentage of battle-ready shinobi per clan member made them invaluable. Only the Shimura and Sarutobi clans outnumbered them in total members, though no one was surprised by this. "Sarasama also left us the caged bird seal script," Nozomi said, pointing to a small tattooed bird-shaped script on her neck. Hinata had a similar one, though hers, recently added after the attempted kidnapping, looked like a small owl. Every Hyuga bore a script resembling a bird someplace above their shoulders, a unique part of their culture. "So that's the origin of the script that has protected your Byakugan for so long," Mikoto mused. They moved on to the purpose of their visit and invited Sayaka to a dinner at their home next week, which she gladly accepted. Afterward, the Hyuga departed. "Sayaka-chan, did previous holders of the Kohakugen ever play a role in Uchiha history?" Mikoto asked once the guests had left, wondering if there was a link between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. "Not in any good light. Sarah Hyuga had minor clashes with the Uchiha, and some other holders had business dealings with them, but nothing significant. Until now, that is, if you can even call my relationship with the Uchiha belonging to the clan. Sayaka replied factually, without bitterness. "Ugh, I'm sorry about that, Sayaka-chan." Mikoto apologized, uncomfortable. Fugaku remained stoic, his thoughts unreadable. As clan leader, he couldn't afford to express personal opinions. "It doesn't bother me. They keep to themselves, and I keep to myself. Besides, there's Itachi, Izumi, and you, Mikoto-san," Sayaka said with a dismissive wave of her wand before flying off. Watching her fly away, Mikoto turned to Fugaku. "Speak your mind, Mikoto," he said softly, understanding his wife's concern. "I feel like the clan is making a mistake by ostracizing Sayaka-chan," she shared. Fugaku, though outwardly stern, was always patient with Mikoto. "I see that it is a mistake to ostracize her, but to the clan, it's a different story. There's even talk of forbidding Izumi from visiting her." You and Itachi aren't a problem because I've claimed you're acting as my informants, but there's no excuse for Izumi. He explained. But that could hurt the clan. Mikoto said in frustration. It's possible but unlikely. Sayaka's character is such that she wouldn't turn against us. The clan may be missing an opportunity, but they're not making an enemy out of her. There might be profit from an association with her, just as the council has found, but with her origins and appearance, there's no easy path to that profit. Fugaka said. Why? Mikoto asked, though she already knew the answer. To the clan, Orochimaru might as well be her father. She wears script on her skin like the Sand People. She doesn't have the Sharingan. And she is so foreign to us, her behavior, speech, and way of thinking. You've seen it, Mikoto. She's not part of the village, much less the clan. She feels more foreign than the envoys from Kimogakure. Fugaka said. Mikoto fell silent. Deep down, she knew that Sayaka's looks, mannerisms, and personality were too different from the Uchiha's strict code of conduct. As much as she wished otherwise, she couldn't deny it. She looked toward the sky, where Sayaka had flown off. Sayaka Uchiha was on her own. But the council has a working relationship with Sayaka-chan, why can't we? Mikoto asked. They do, but they treat her more like a foreign business partner than a villager. We can't even coexist with our fellow villagers. Do you think we can manage with someone as alien as that girl? Fugaku wasn't blind to the chasm between the village and the Uchiha. But, Fugaku, is there really nothing we can do? Mikoto's question sounded almost like a plea. Mikoto, I lead the clan, I don't lord over it. You know as well as I do that our people are prideful, for better or worse. That's just how we are. We are Uchiha. Fugaku couldn't change them, nor did he have that kind of power. Even if I put effort into reforming the clan's way of thinking and finding a way to make them accept her, dissenters would emerge. And with the council looking for a way into our clan, they'd pick up these dissenters and promise them my position in exchange for their cooperation. This temporary instability would give the council the opening they're seeking, and it would only create more division within the clan. The Uchiha must present a united front, we can't afford any gaps right now. Mikoto understood what her husband was saying, but she didn't like it. Even though I also want to build a relationship of mutual benefit with her, the best outcome I can see is maintaining the current situation. We ignore each other. I'm sorry, Mikoto, truly. Fugaka moved closer to his wife and gave her the hug she needed. And so, with little changing, time slipped away. As time passed, if anything was different, it was Naruto Uzumaki's routine. Sayaka had been almost single-handedly feeding him. He still received some food from the ANBU, but once they realized meals were occasionally appearing in his home, they almost stopped entirely. It wasn't difficult for the Hokage to figure out who was behind it, as there was only one known method of space displacement that left sand residue. However, he said nothing, knowing there was no safe way to start that conversation. What was he supposed to say? Hey, Sayaka, I see you're taking care of the village's resident weapon of mass destruction that we're possibly trying to starve and turn into our mortal enemy by making him public enemy number 1. Thanks a lot. Or maybe he could bring up how they were abandoning the child of the sister of the previous Kohakugen holder. Different scenarios played out in Hiruzen's mind, none of which ended without him feeling ashamed. So, with Sayaka essentially taking over Naruto's food situation, she decided to make it a little fun. One day, when Naruto returned from his usual day of scavenging and child endangerment, he found a kamedana in a corner of his apartment. In front of the kamedana was a scroll with pictures, since he couldn't read, showing instructions to follow for his next meal. The illustrations showed a wild-haired blonde child dressed like Naruto running from his apartment to a certain spot and back, which was worth half a meal. The next set depicted the child doing some weightless exercises. Completing the routine earned another half a meal. Then, cleaning the house was worth half a meal. Taking a shower? Half a meal. Ignoring the villagers' mean comments? Half a meal. Naruto, with nothing better to do than suffer and wallow in it, decided to try following the instructions to see what would happen. He was already suspicious about his ghost meals, he was a child, but not slow, and he knew meals appearing on his table from nowhere wasn't normal. After completing enough tasks to earn a full meal, he waited impatiently in front of the kamedana. With a poof and some sandy residue, a plate of hot dry ramen appeared, or at least, that's what it looked like to Naruto. In reality, it was carbonara. Yes. He exclaimed as he took a whiff of the carbonara. And so, Naruto's new routine began, waking up, taking a shower, and doing some calisthenics equaled breakfast. Cleaning, running, and ignoring the villagers equaled lunch. More calisthenics and another shower equaled dinner. From time to time, Naruto would also receive missions. He would be given a notebook and a few pencils, and his mission was to copy the shapes of symbols from a picture book into his notebook. He was being taught how to write. Sometimes, he had to match symbols with pictures. He was being taught how to read. It wasn't limited to that. Often, he would get a picture book from which he could choose clothes, toys, bedding, shoes, and other daily necessities in exchange for meals. He was essentially online shopping. I feel like I'm training a pet with treats. Except these are the basic necessities of a child. I'm just missing some positive human interaction in his life. I don't want him to turn into a psychopath. What about Hinata Hyuga? Her? Why? Her meekness would mesh well with his Uzumaki-ness. Her tenderness, thanks to her mother's influence, will complement his hunger for affection. You're right, but how? Hinata is basically royalty. How will Naruto meet her? Can't you just introduce them? Ask Hayashi to let you borrow Hinata and then assign Naruto a mission to play with her. Will he accept such a shady as Danzo mission? It's like a system mission. Ah. Like when you read a story where a character accepts missions from a system, they don't question it. For Naruto, your relationship is like that between a character and their system. It's rudimentary to us, but to him, it might as well be divine. Asterisk gasp, asterisk I'm making a system. Exactly. There are rewards for daily tasks, missions, a system store, training for physical skills, and when you start giving him ninjutsu and scripture as rewards, it'll be training for supernatural skills. You're just missing a stats chart. It's a weak system, but a system nonetheless. So, will you have him meet Hinata? The other option is Sasuke, but you know how Indra and Azura tend to act when they're near each other. I guess. It's not like I have many other options, do I? You don't. As Sayaka Uchiha, you barely speak to anyone other than Itachi, Mikoto, or Izumi. I don't see a reason to make friends in this life. I feel like I'll leave soon, so I'm keeping attachments to a minimum. It didn't take much to convince Hayashi to let Sayaka borrow Hinata for a day. To them, Sarasama was someone trustworthy, someone they could entrust their daughter to without worry. Sayaka took Hinata to the shade of a tree she had used as a benchmark for Naruto's running exercises, then she abandoned Hinata there. A few minutes later, as Hinata began to panic, her big eyes filling with unshed tears, Naruto arrived, as if searching for something. Ah! He exclaimed when he spotted Hinata alone by the tree. Eep! Hinata was startled at first but soon realized it was just another child, like her. Hello. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. I came to play with you, Databeo. Naruto announced as if it were common sense. Hinata stood still while Naruto pulled out a cloth, along with a few coloring books and pencils from his backpack, courtesy of the system store. Come on. I have my favorite colors. We can share. Naruto beamed, particularly happy about this mission. Okay. Do you have pink? Hinata's childlike mind quickly shifted from abandonment to the bright colors of the pencils. Pink? Naruto asked, confused about which color that was. Like my eyes. Hinata pointed at her Byakugan after sitting down opposite Naruto. Oh. I do. I have most colors, I think. I had to work hard, taking a few showers to get them, hee hee hee. Naruto grinned proudly. Showers. Hinata was left puzzled, trying to connect the dots between showers and coloring pencils. At a distance, hidden from most eyes, Naruto's ANBU stood across from Sayaka. Why did you do that, Sayaka? The squad leader asked. The ANBU, aware of Sayaka's involvement with the Jinchuriki, knew this meeting was part of her plan. Why couldn't I? Sayaka replied without taking her eyes off the children. The Hokage and the council have authority over Naruto Uzumaki and his relationships. You're not allowed to arrange encounters for the Jinchuriki with third parties. Your previous actions were tolerated because they were deemed beneficial to the village. But aligning the Jinchuriki with one of the village's clans is a different. Silence. Sayaka commanded, using chakra and psionic energy to force their mouths shut with Genjutsu. You protect Naruto and report to the Hokage. That's your duty. You don't get to question me or what I do, I didn't ask for your conjectures. Worm, who do you think you are to speculate about the repercussions of my actions? Sayaka glared at the ninja who dared to probe her motives, most likely on behalf of the Hokage. The ANBU squad showed a moment of panic before dispelling the Genjutsu, glaring at Sayaka. The Hokage will hear of this. The leader stated, signaling for one of his subordinates to report. Worm, that's exactly what I told you to do. Get lost, and don't bother me while I'm watching these children. Sayaka waved her hand dismissively. Grinding their teeth, the ANBU returned to their positions, forced to observe the children play. At some point, the subordinate returned, and the squad had no choice but to concede and do their jobs. Sayaka later approached the children and brought them ice cream. You left me. Hinata accusingly pointed at Sayaka, Naruto observed with interest and precaution. But I brought ice cream. Hinata needed a little coaxing to forgive Sayaka but finally accepted after seeing Naruto happily devouring his. This is delicious. By the way, who are you? Naruto asked after accepting candy from the stranger. Sayaka Uchiha. I'm friends with Hinata. Can I join you guys? She asked, eyeing the coloring books. Sure. But, can you teach me how to fly like you? Naruto excitedly passed his hand below Sayaka's floating feet. I can make you fly a few times, but I can't teach you. Sayaka offered. Okay. Naruto agreed. Naruto and Hinata took a few rides on Sayaka's aerial express, and after laughing until they were tired, they returned to coloring. Just as she had for Itachi and Sasuke, Sayaka gifted Naruto and Hinata a realistic drawing of them playing. And so, Naruto Uzumaki made his first friends. After parting, Naruto felt a bit down. But when he returned to his apartment and saw that meeting with Hinata and Sayaka had become a weekly task, he quickly recovered his Uzumaki-ness. Meanwhile, when Sayaka arrived home, she found Itachi waiting for her. Somehow, he found a way to get even more traumatized. It's probably his Sharingan, his chakra is unusually active behind his eyes. Who died? Sayaka asked with no tact at all. Tenma. His Sharingan unconsciously activated. Your teammate, how did it happen? Genjutsu, a masked man killed him. I couldn't do anything. Itachi was filled with sadness and regret, something for which he was not equipped to handle. Do you think it's the same guy? It's hard to tell, but it's possible. That would beg the question of why he's approaching Itachi. It's not like there's anything special about Itachi, is there? Not that I've seen, his trauma is pretty generic and besides being slightly more talented I don't think there's anything else. Maybe because of his position as the son of the clan leader. We will have to put a pin on it and wait, I'm still too weak to take on the fight to the guy. Sayaka and Lucian could not appreciate his talent for what it was, a once-in-a-lifetime level of talent. To them, it was better than the rest but that was it. Like a faster child than his peers, nothing more. Come, I'll give you some of my dango. Sayaka pushed Itachi inside her house. Later that night, Itachi returned home with a bellyache because he had eaten too much dango, but at least his mind, for now, was on something else. Not much happened that year, Naruto, Hinata, and Sayaka became an item and it was normal to see the three children together. What did change a little was the dynamic of Naruto and the villagers, they no longer dared to outwardly bully Naruto. They still ignored and avoided him, but now they didn't use violence on him. While some might say that the change happened because of the two new friends he made, one of them being an Uchiha and the other the princess of the Hyuga, the real reason was that anyone who got physical with Naruto would then find themselves with a new mindset the next day and shiver every time they saw Sayaka or Naruto. Rumors spread. Sayaka-chan, is it necessary to torture the villagers? Hiruzen asked. Sayaka had become both a pain in his ass and the solution to a situation he regretted allowing to happen. What torture? That's just their dreams getting warped into something nightmarish due to their guilty conscience, that has nothing to do with me or torture. Sayaka lied through her teeth as if she was spouting facts, not even the years of experience Hiruzen had detecting lies could crack Sayaka's mask. Is there a need to lie, girl? Hamura Mitokado, better known as Glass's elder, asked. His patience for Sayaka was running thin. They had all seen the memories of the villagers they examined, and all of them had the same dream of Sayaka simulating their past interactions with Naruto, and every time they got physical with him, she would torture them. The dreams were so realistic a few ninjas had problems processing them so they needed to switch ninjas after a few minutes. Sayaka became famous within the Yamanaka clan after that. Several of my clan members have verified that they saw you in the nightmares. Inoichi Yamanaka said. He was in the room because Hiruzen had called him as a witness. But did you find my chakra in them? Sayaka asked calmly. From the people of this world, she found that only some of the Otsutsuki could detect her psionic energy, and those could be counted with one hand. No one wanted to speak. It was part of the reason why they were paying so much attention to this altercation. Guilty conscience, that is the answer. I feel offended that they are associating punishment with me, a little girl, you should arrest those perverts and kill them. But I can't fault them for their dreams, can I? That would be as stupid as faulting me for their dreams, because obviously no one can control dreams without chakra, right? Sayaka explained common sense. Sayaka-chan, you can go. If you can find it in your heart, please understand that they suffered during the night of the Nine-Tails attack. Hiruzen dismissed her and pleaded to her heart. Anyone who hits a child should be thankful I didn't dismember them on the spot. Hiruzen's words reached Sayaka's heart. Sayaka left, leaving the office in complete silence. She's a monster dressed as a little girl the age of my sweet daughter. I can't say I approve of her action against the civilians, shinobi shouldn't involve civilians as much as possible, but I can't condemn her. I would do the same if it was my precious daughter instead, Hokage-sama. Inoichi gave his opinion. He could feel the weight in Sayaka's words. In her own words, she is not a shinobi, so those rules don't apply to her. Koharu Udatane spoke with abundant displeasure. It's not the first time Sayaka has used those words. Lady Elder was tired of hearing it. There wasn't much they could do. It was true that they had no evidence, even though Sayaka was undoubtedly the perpetrator. The following year, around April, Sayaka waited outside the academy. She wasn't the only one. Around her were several others waiting excitedly or nervously. From an aerial view, a perfect circular zone of exclusion centered on Sayaka could be seen. Most of the villagers and shinobi alike avoided her. The wait wasn't long until the students began to trickle out of the academy. Some had bright smiles, while others had dark clouds floating above them. Sayaka. The 11-year-old Izumi Uchiha shouted excitedly, wearing a brand new forehead protector around her head. Congratulations, Izumi. I'm happy for you. Sayaka said, petting Izumi. He. I told you and Itachi that I would get it. Izumi happily replied, enjoying the petting, especially the way Sayaka left her hair afterward. Come, let's go to my house. I made something for you. Sayaka wanted to get Izumi away from the judging eyes of the onlookers. Back home, Sayaka gifted Izumi a necklace with a 3-tomo Sharingan set in a matte red gem. I love it. Izumi exclaimed, jumping to Sayaka into a hug. I'm glad. It should help you regenerate your chakra about 320% faster. It has other functions too, so keep it with you at all times. Sayaka said, resigning herself to the enthusiastic hug. As the months went by, Itachi began to spend less time with Sayaka until she only heard about him through Izumi. Itachi had been training hard for the Chunin exams. Apparently, the village was foolish enough to allow him to participate alone, and Fugaku was idiotic enough to permit it. Nevertheless, Itachi prevailed and became a Chunin at the age of 10. Knock knock, Sayaka knocked on the door of Fugaku's house. Sayaka, what brings you here at this time? Mikoto asked, surprised. It wasn't that late at night, but it was well past dinner time. I brought this gift for Itachi. It's meant for when he grows up a little more. Sayaka said, floating a black and red katana toward Mikoto. Oh, it's beautiful, Sayaka. Are you sure this is okay? Mikoto received the katana on behalf of Itachi since he was not around at night. Yes, it's all right. Just tell him that I asked, why the rush? He'll understand. Sayaka said. She had repeatedly told him there was no need to rush his shinobi path. I'm sorry, Sayaka-chan. I know Itachi hasn't been a good friend lately. The clan demanded that he maintain his image as the next head. Mikoto said, looking away uncomfortably. So Fugaku's excuse about Itachi spying on me has expired. That's regrettable, but I understand. You don't have to feel bad about it, Mikoto. You know this won't affect our friendship, right? Mikoto had grown to accept that she had found a friend in the little girl floating in front of her. I know, Sayaka. See you next week for our usual tea time. Mikoto asked with a smile, her previous frown disappearing. At the same time as always, Mikoto. Sayaka flew away, with her usual detachment from the living world, and arrived home for her usual visit to the dreaming. Do you think the clan will survive to see Itachi as the next head? Sayaka floated in the cosmic oceans of her mindscape, resting the back of her head on Lucian's chest, his arms possessively serpent around her waist, both looking at the stars above. It's hard to tell. Either they rebel or they don't. If they rebel, they'll win with Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, but the village may cease to exist under the opportunistic strikes of other powers. And if they don't, they'll probably cease to exist under the oppressive hold of the village. What a shitty situation. It's a product of their stupidity and the reforms of the smart Senju. They should have used their power as the police force to improve their standing. Instead, they acted like idiots and tried to do a good job. What do you plan to do? I'll save the babies, Izumi and her mother, Mikoto and her sons, and myself. Everybody else can go ahead and die for all I care. How will you save them? I'll mark the babies and have them store chakra from the parents in a script. The moment they are in mortal danger, they'll be teleported to abeyance by the script. I'll let Nawaki and Ai and Kushina-chan know. They can take care of the kindergarten. We should start soon, then. We don't know how many years are left before the powder keg explodes. Tomorrow I can start. For now, I'll relax and ignore my problems. Cloaked in natural energy and using script to bend the light around her, Sayaka visited the homes of the infants like Santa Claus at Christmas. Sadly, no milk or cookies could be found, but there were many horny parents. No presents were left, only a small scripture placed in the inner ears of the infants. No joy was observed the next day, but there was a subtle draw of chakra from the parents whenever they were close to the infants. On a moonless night, one so dark that neither of the two natural satellites could be seen and so cloudy that no starlight touched the soil, Sayaka floated above the Naka shrine. She descended slowly to just a few feet above ground level, near the shrine. Why did you stop hiding, kid? I thought I was going to end up freeing your mother without seeing you once. Sayaka said, looking at the ground. Slowly, a flytrap-like being emerged from the earth, half of its body white and half black. Madi-sama. Black Zetsu knelt respectfully. By the time I knew of your reincarnation, my plan was already in motion. I thought you might have opposed my plan. I knew Lucy-sama wouldn't be healed for another few millennia at least. I believed my plan was the fastest way to ensure the release of Mother and her successful claim of what rightfully belonged to her. And that is? Sayaka asked. The chakra. So this is the will of a corrupted Kagaya. Makes sense, the god tree wants its chakra back. And what was this plan? Sayaka prepared herself for the answer. Pinning Indra against Azura for the eventual development of the Rinnegan. Okay, that's not as crazy as I expected. It's saying that indirectly he is responsible for the current and previous instability around the world. Why? Most of the fighting started with those two and eventually spread to the rest of the clans. That doesn't even account for the times it may have interfered directly. Ugh. Kagaya, what have you done? Sayaka now understood what Lucian meant. It would be too much to give all the credit to Black Zetsu. Even in Lucian and Madeline's original worlds, humanity never stopped fighting, so there's no reason to believe this world's humanity would be any different. But it was undeniable that Black Zetsu bore part of the fault, and by proxy, Kagaya. What changed? Why are you approaching me now? The One-Tails. Oh, so there's a bearer of the Rinnegan. Was it Madara Uchiha? Sayaka realized that if Black Zetsu was planning to start collecting the chakra beasts, it meant the Rinnegan had resurfaced. He was, but currently the eyes are in the care of a descendant of one of the Uzumaki who escaped the blockade before Yuzushiogakure was besieged. Some of those who made it out, how many successfully escaped? Out of the 100 Sato sent out, fewer than 30, I believe. I see. Shikaku grew too strong for your puppet to handle, and now you need my help. That's probably your fault. It seems it is, but Shikaku was a good student, he absorbed everything I taught him. It is as you say, Madi-sama. Does it have to be now? No, in a few years. I'll help, but I need you to get me up to speed on everything you're planning. No lies, or we're going to wait until Lucian unseals Kagaya. When do you think I'll be ready? You could start a suicide spree, and possibly after more than 20 suicides, you'd gather enough soul resources to heal me. Or you could wait until your body ages about 10 years, which should be enough. Isn't it easier if I do the suicide spree and get it over with? Considering that we can only reincarnate into suitable fetuses, it might take longer than 10 years. In the end, the time frame is similar. So waiting it is. I agree, Madi-sama. Black Zetsu said, with no other choice. Shikaku was terrifying. Black Zetsu spent almost an hour explaining his plan to Sayaka, detailing his puppet Madara puppeteering Obito, who in turn was puppeteering Nagato. What the heck is this convoluted shit? It is madness, but there's some logic to it. Wouldn't it have been better to study scripture and chakra for 1,000 years and manually unseal Kagaya? Or maybe unite the Senju and Uchiha to make it easier to mix their chakras. It's possible, but realistically speaking, unlikely. Ack. But this little shit turned out to be more of a monster than I thought. Would Kagaya get mad if I killed him? I don't think so, but are you sure? Why? Isn't it better to just wait, then kill myself and heal you? We are almost there, just a decade or less. Maybe, but you still haven't decided what you'll do with this world. Besides, this plan is already in motion. It doesn't matter whether you let it run or not, and once I recover my memories and we return to my world, which is possibly your world as well, we'll be going back to a place with beings capable of killing something like me. Why not enjoy a last, safe vacation before we return to our maddened world? I hadn't thought about that. So, we just follow this crazy plan. Just like that. Lots of people will die. Not to the letter. Why not change it a little? Like what? Have Sahara mark the souls of the Jinchuriki, I'll revive them later. And what about the innocent caught in the crossfire when the god tree is used to collect chakra to summon Kagaya onto Madara? We'll provide the extra chakra needed ourselves. You sacrifice your life, I heal, and we return to pick up Kagaya and leave this world of war. Okay, that's possible. How long is the gap between my death and our return? I don't know, but it doesn't matter, does it? You have a point. I guess I will tentatively follow this plan and see where it takes me. Having made her decision, Sayaka shared a few changes to Black Zetsu's plan, which he had no choice but to accept. They parted ways with the understanding that they would reunite when she was ready. As the months passed, Sayaka grew increasingly worried about Itachi's absence. She had been getting reports, gossip, from Izumi, but it wasn't the same as seeing him herself. So, Sayaka decided to visit him in a place where they wouldn't be pestered. One day, Sayaka followed Itachi to the Naka River. "Hello, future clan leader," Sayaka said as she descended from the sky to his level. Itachi was startled, pulling out a kunai and activating his Sharingan. He relaxed when he saw it was Sayaka. "Sayaka-chan," Itachi said, unsure how to continue. "What? That's all I get. No hellos. Sorries." Sayaka prodded, making Itachi uncomfortable. "I apologize, Sayaka-chan." The elders, Itachi trailed off. Yeah, I don't need a rundown of what those living corpses said. I just came to check on you. Take this, you can share it with the kid you're expecting." Sayaka handed him a basket with a few sandwiches from her storage script. "You knew." Itachi was surprised, as he was sure no one knew he met with Shursui at that spot regularly. "You're within my sensory range." Sayaka also handed him a bottle of apple juice and 2 glasses. "This far?" Itachi asked, surprised. "Yes, we're not that far." "Thank you." Itachi said, grateful for many things, not revealing his meeting place, the food, her concern, the blade she had gifted him, and more. "Don't sweat the small things, Itachi. If you need help, you know where to find me." That's all I wanted to say. "I'll go now, I don't want to interrupt your play date." Sayaka grinned at the last part, mockingly. "It's not a play date." Itachi retorted, knowing she was teasing. "Sure it's not. Remember to spend some time with your brother, you're his favorite person after all." Sayaka recalled the hateful looks the little Indra had given her when Itachi used to spend time with her. Itachi nodded in defeat, and Sayaka gazed at the woods and then flew away. "She's quite something, isn't she?" a new voice said. "She is terrifying." Itachi responded calmly, recognizing the voice he had been expecting. "I agree with you on that, Itachi. Even to me, she felt dangerous." Shursui Uchiha added. "I thought if I trained hard enough, I would stop getting this weird feeling from her." Itachi said, lowering his head. "The one where she makes you feel," Shursui trailed off. "Weak." Itachi finished for both of them. "Yeah, it was strange. I felt like I could take her on, but at the same time, not weird. We should invite her to our playdates, shouldn't we?" Shursui opened the basket, catching a trace of the delicious smell from the sandwiches. "You know we can't. If they find me with you, not much will happen. But if they find Sayaka with us, it'll be a problem. You already know about Izumi's situation." Itachi frowned. He and sometimes Shursui had to deal with extremist Uchiha who tried to direct their hate towards Izumi. "I say we should let those guys bully Izumi-chan and find out," Shursui said with a bright smile. "So another victim appears. Last time Sayaka crippled a clan member, I was forbidden from visiting her. I don't want to know what will happen if another one appears." Itachi recalled the men who could not mentally function after Sayaka found out he had hurt Izumi. "Aren't you a bit curious about what the horror girl would do?" Shursui asked, morbidly intrigued. "Shursui, do you know the case of the civilians and the nightmares?" Itachi responded. "Fair enough. The case was notorious among the shinobi of the village." Another year passed, and it was time for Hinata and Naruto to start their academy years. Hayashi and Nozomi Hyuga accompanied Hinata on her first day. Mikoto and Itachi attended with Sasuke, several other clan kids came with their family members. "Sayaka-chan, why don't you want to be a shinobi?" Naruto asked as he walked to the academy with Sayaka floating beside him. "What for?" Sayaka tilted her head in question. "To become strong. To be independent, make money, travel the world, and find friends," Naruto said excitedly. "Are those your motivations?" Sayaka asked with interest. Although she had essentially raised Naruto, Sayaka kept away from the usual indoctrination parents do to their children. It didn't mean he was raised to be an ignorant fool. Naruto received several missions involving reading texts Sayaka provided to help him expand his worldview. Texts like Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, The Republic by Plato, Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, and many others were part of the staple of reading that shaped Naruto into the child he was today. An unintended consequence of cultivating him as a well-rounded individual was that Naruto began questioning the world around him. Despite his youth, though sometimes unnaturally wise, his inquiries were directed only at Sayaka, Hinata, and the Kamidana, the pillars of his life. Why do the villagers hate him? Why does the fourth Hokage look like him? Why does the third Hokage visit him often? Why was he expelled from the orphanage at such a young age? Why are there shinobi around him at all times? Why is there a giant orange fox in his dreams? Why is he called the demon fox child? Why was he being raised by an ethereal being in the shape of a kamidana? When Naruto began questioning the kamidana about its existence, Sayaka simply told him that she was a friend of his mother and that she would reveal herself when he became a chunin. Since his dream was to become a shinobi, Sayaka used this as an opportunity to set a goal for him. Yes. I want to get to know the world, and I can't do that without strength, Databeo. Naruto answered with his usual enthusiasm. That makes sense, Naruto-kun. To answer your question, I don't need to be a shinobi to do what I want. I already do what I want, so being a shinobi would actually restrict me. Is it because you'd have to report to the Hokage? Naruto asked, his expression thoughtful. It is. I answer to no one, and if I were to receive the education of a shinobi, I would be expected to return the investment in the form of loyalty. Sayaka explained. I see. I think I understand. You already possess a form of power that grants you freedom. Naruto concluded. Yes. Then I'm glad for you, Sayaka-chan. But I'm sad I won't get to see you as often now. Naruto grabbed Sayaka's hand and looked at her with longing. This kid. Why does he look like he's trying to get into my panties? You taught him how to interact with females. Hinata and you were his practice targets. As you know, Hinata is head over heels for him, proof of your education. Yeah, but I wasn't teaching him how to charm women. I was teaching him the gentlemanly way of my life as Tairu. Don't you remember the many broken hearts you left in your wake? I thought that was because you made me handsome. Partly, but mostly it was your way of speaking to females, as if you understood them. Because I do. I'm a female. I've been one for most of my life. Technically, you've been a sexless soul for most of your existence. That's just a technicality. You get what I mean. I do, but whether you like it or not, Naruto was trained in the art of interacting with females by you, and he used Hinata as his practice target. He is all but confirmed as the de facto fiancé of Hinata, and some who don't know better see you as his concubine. Most shinobi think that the Uchiha and the Hyuga banded together to bind the Jinchuriki in marriage with the clans through you and Hinata. Ugh. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I'll come to pick you up every day. Sayaka petted his head. As they arrived at the academy, the parents made way for them and shielded their children from what they saw as the unholy presence of Sayaka and Naruto, especially Sayaka. Naruto hugged Sayaka goodbye and went inside with Hinata. Hello, Inoichi. I see you do have a cute daughter as your bragging implies. Sayaka said to the only adult who wasn't avoiding her. I'm proud of her, Sayaka-chan. Inoichi placed his big hand on top of the blonde head peeking out from behind his legs. This is Sayaka Uchiha, Ino. Introduce yourself. Inoichi said with a calm smile to the girl. Hello, I'm Ino Yamanaka. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The girl was confused by the floating child who spoke without honorifics to her father but obeyed her father and introduced herself just as she was taught at home. Hello, Ino-chan. I'm Sayaka Uchiha. It's nice to meet you. Sayaka levitated to Ino's level and made a small cardboard box appear from her storage script. It's a present, a carrot cupcake. Sayaka explained to the puzzled parent-child duo. Ino's eyes lit up as she looked at her father for permission. Inoichi nodded. Thank you, Sayaka-chan. Inoichi said. You can eat it after the welcoming ceremony. Inoichi added. After this, the parents were led to a different seating arrangement from the children, and they all waited for the Hokage to start his welcoming speech. After a few minutes of delay, the Hokage arrived, and the hearts of most of the children raced with excitement. Hiruzen was indeed famous. He spoke about academic expectations and projections, groups, and rules, and eventually, the will of fire. To those who possess the will of fire, everyone is family. The desire to protect one's family builds thicker and stronger bonds between each and every one in the village. If the will of fire is embraced by everyone, the village will be alright no matter what happens. Hiruzen's speech resonated with the hearts of many. Interesting how he seems to be unaware of his own hypocrisy. Really? I thought he knew, especially with everything going on with the Uchiha and what he did to Naruto. As far as my empathy suggests, he mostly believes what he preaches. How disgustingly interesting. He even has the gall to preach while Naruto is here. It's similar to the will of the beyond. It's not. Well, maybe, but the will of the beyond wasn't about teaching kids to sacrifice their lives for the village. It was about the sacrifice of those who were about to die to secure a future for their descendants. At the end of the ceremony, Sayaka was the first to exit the academy. She was tired of listening to so much idiocy. With her daytime companions now busy with their academy studies, Sayaka's life fell into a routine of accompanying them to the academy in the mornings and waiting for them to come out. With so much downtime, Sayaka decided to laze around and eat. The more biomass Lucian had available, the more material he had to strengthen her body. From time to time, just to annoy Naruto's ANBU squad, she would float and wait near them. Other than that, she lived her life leisurely. About once a month, a random root ninja would attempt to kidnap her. Of course, these attempts ended in explosions. By now, she was sure Mummy was also enjoying their little game. Otherwise, how could he explain the meaningless waste of resources? Another change was that someone, totally not Mummy, leaked her information, and she now enjoyed the title of having the highest bounty in history. It got to the point where at least once a week, some outsider would attempt on her life. As expected, these attempts ended in the same way as Mummy's. Several bounty houses were blown apart, which only served to increase her bounty, but Sayaka didn't care. Sayaka heard from Lucian that perhaps Mummy leaked her information to use her as a tool to eliminate some of these bounty houses in the underworld. Or that maybe Konohagakure was using her infamy as a deterrent to the other warmonger nations. One thing that intrigued Sayaka was the unexpectedly high bounty, suggesting that more than 2 nations were contributing to it, which was suspicious. It seemed that even lands without ninja villages might be involved. Any idea? No, it would be expected if Kumo and IWA were paying for it. And it isn't outside of Mummy's capabilities to find a way for the Land of Fire to contribute. It also wouldn't be hard to convince the Land of Water, given that they were affected by Aya Uzumaki. I thought so. But it is strange that even villages south and west of the desert are contributing funds. Yeah, I never had quarrels with those guys. Why don't you ask your people? 47. Ayasama. He materialized in her room. Any idea why so many people seem eager to contribute to my bounty? The resurrection of Tsunade Senju is one reason. That makes sense. Everybody wants a piece of immortality, and given that Mummy even shared that Aya was the ruler of the desert, they might connect my eyes with the key to immortality. He said it's only one of the reasons. And the others? There have been multiple conflicts with people impersonating us and attacking VIPs from other nations. Huh. Probably Mummy is afraid of giving more breath to Sunagakure and thinks that by making it the enemy of the world, it might be somewhat restricted. Your eye's connection with the desert would be the reason they want them. Is it our fault, then? It's not. It's his, if it is him. Chances are it is. It's also possible that he is colluding with other nations who want a piece of the succulent cake known as Sunagakure. You're not wrong. If they ignore the sandworms, they might mistakenly think that Sunagakure is an easy cake to be devoured. But that's because the sand people rarely fought as an army. They must think the sandworms are the main form of Sunagakure's defense. Thank you, 47. It's my pleasure, Ayasama. He merged with the shadows and disappeared. With a climbing bounty on her head, Sayaka continued her life with no problems. If anything, she found something to do in her downtime, fighting assassins. It wasn't a problem since she could have cloaked herself when she didn't want to be seen. The tension between the village and the Uchiha continued to escalate. It was to the point that Sayaka more than once wondered if she would have enough time to mark all the babies. Maybe I should borrow some chakra from the grumpy fox. What do you think? Sahara could help, or you could borrow chakra from your assassins. They won't need it in the Pure Lands. That's a genius idea. Thus, her modus operandi changed. Instead of packing the assassins after her bounty and explosive love, she left them as husks, fully drained of vitality and chakra. Sayaka-chan, the husks? Hiruzen called her one day and asked her in private. I need some chakra for a personal project of mine. Instead of returning them with an explosive surprise, I thought I might make use of them. Waste not, want not, right? Chakra and vitality. What for, Sayaka-chan? Multiple reasons, but the main one is that I don't know when you and the Uchiha are going to clash. I don't want to be counted as collateral damage, thank you very much. So, I'm getting ready for war. Sayaka said this delicate and complex thing with a carefree smile. As if it wasn't that big of a deal that she just mentioned the village and its remaining founding clan might battle. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his smoking pipe and then let out a veritable cloud of smoke. The smoke avoided Sayaka. I see. Sayaka-chan, you should know that the village would never be your enemy, right? Our differences with the Uchiha don't include you, even if you share the same last name. And of course, it will never come to what you're suggesting. The Uchiha is one of the founding clans of the village. We would never fight against them. Hiruzen spoke as if he was trying to convince himself, not exactly Sayaka. Sayaka gazed at him for a few seconds. In his eyes, she saw the vicissitudes of age. She saw the cloudy eyes that at some point had looked at her during her life as Eiko Senju while speaking about the village filled with light and drive. Eyes that once held hope, responsibility, weight, power, control, energy, and will. Have you considered passing on the mantle and stepping back from the inevitable bloodshed that is approaching, Hokage? Sayaka showed her sincerity toward him. She had long since used empathy to discover that Hiruzen was neither bad nor good. He was human, flawed, selfish, and many other adjectives could be used for him, but evil was not one of them. Not exactly, at least. He was not innocent, and he surely was not guiltless. But definitely not evil. So, just like the many humans she'd met throughout her life, Sayaka learned to see the man known as Hiruzen Sarutobi for who he was, not just his crimes. Would Sayaka save his life? No. Would Sayaka take his life? No. That was her stance on him. Hiruzen's eyes widened and his mouth fell into a semi-open state. The smoking pipe dropped from his hand and mouth, but Sayaka kept it afloat. Hiruzen remained like that for almost a full minute. Thank you for your sincerity, Sayaka-chan, he said while grabbing the floating smoking pipe and then motioning toward the door. They were not friends, nor enemies, they were business partners. Hiruzen was not about to cry on her shoulder, and Sayaka was not expecting him to. But he understood Sayaka's stance and recognized that even if he was a zero to the left for her, she showed a form of concern and tried to give him her best advice. He was thankful for that. Not long after she departed, his friend stepped in. So? Mummy asked. It was as you expected, Danzo. She would not interfere if her life is not targeted. What about Mikoto, Izumi, and Itachi Uchiha? She would protect them, just as she would protect Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. That's a problem. I'll see what I can think of. Danzo. Hiruzen asked before he turned around. Hiruzen. Mummy asked, wondering what Hiruzen needed. You're not to act, is that clear? Hiruzen held his gaze with Mummy. If they act first, I will react for the sake of the village. Only if they do, my friend. You're not to provoke them and you're not to act first. Hiruzen declared. Mummy acknowledged the warning with a nod and left. Later that year, Itachi joined ANBU. Why would they put someone as damaged as Itachi in ANBU? I stopped questioning the logic behind this village some time ago. Now I just accept it for what it is. But Itachi is 10. This just makes no sense, fucking world. Should I destroy it? No. There are babies in here. We can evacuate those, can't we? Maybe, but let's put it on hold for the moment. Sayaka then floated to pick up her friends from the academy. This year they turned 6 years old. Sayaka was past her first millennium, not counting the time she spent in the void. It was hard to call them friends, but she would usually tweak her mind with telepathy so they could connect as friends. It also helped sell the image that she was a child to the village. Sayaka-chan. Can we spar today? Naruto eagerly asked. Are you guys starting with taijutsu training? Sayaka asked. Just the basics, Sayaka-chan. Hinata answered, and Naruto nodded. Hinata had started taijutsu training way earlier than the average kid, given that taijutsu was one of her clan's specialties. Let's go to Naruto-kun's place, then. Or should we go to Hinata-chan's? Sayaka asked. Let's go to Hinata-chan's. Her training ground is bigger than mine. Naruto said. Sometime early in the year, Sayaka had arranged for Naruto, the heir of Kushina and Minato, to have a proper home from Hiruzen, as it should have been rightfully so since his birth. His new home included a training area and was closer to the Hyuga compound. Sayaka spent the rest of the day sparring with the two children and correcting them. She knew the gentle fist style from her time as Sarah and had experienced countless battles, making her overqualified to teach the children. But she had fun. She enjoyed her time with her two friends. This continued for a few months. One day, when she was returning home, something interesting came within the sensory range of Lucian. Let me guide you. Sayaka followed the mental prompts and flew, fully cloaked, to a forest a certain distance from the Uchiha compound. In a small clearing, a group of masked shinobi and mummy stood opposite of a child. Uchiha Shursui had his Sharingan activated and glared viciously. Danzo, you were plotting this all along. Shursui Uchiha said. This is all for attaining true peace for Konoha. Danzo said, staring at the sky above him. He was looking out for flying little girls. Shursui. Do not worry. I will make good use of your eyes. He already had a target that would ensure the prosperity of Konohagakure. The root ninjas jumped into the air and flung their weapons at the Uchiha. Shursui defended and deflected but didn't catch the figure of Mummy appearing behind him. In a skillful, fluid move, Mummy gouged out one of his Sharingan. You think he practiced that move beforehand? Probably. Otherwise, I doubt Konoha, being the holder of most dojutsu users, would be brazen enough to include eye-gouging katas in their taijutsu curriculum. Yeah, that looked like a practiced move. He does have a Sharingan under wraps, so. Shursui Uchiha used a smoke bomb to escape back into the forest, out of the encirclement. While on the run, he was poisoned and almost died under their explosive scripted kunais, one of the scripts Sayaka had sold to the village. But at the last second, he manifested a green Susanoo with a red tomo at its center. The Susanoo opened its chest, and projectiles of green chakra flew out, taking out most of the ninjas. Shursui couldn't maintain it for long due to the poison taking its toll on him. When it seemed as though the last two ninjas had won, they were taken out by two streams of fire. Itachi had arrived. He carried his friend to their usual meeting spot. Above a cliff overlooking the Naka River, two waterfalls flowed imposingly on the face of the cliff on the other side of the river. "I thought you were on a mission," Shursui said laboriously. "Something didn't feel right, so I came back," Itachi said with a pained face and voice. Shursui told Itachi about what he uncovered from his encounter with Mummy. "My friend is going to be left with a bigger trauma if we don't heal Shursui." "I agree." But just before Sayaka could make a move, Shursui gouged out his other eye and offered it to Itachi. "Is everybody practicing eye-gouging katas now?" "It appears so." "I don't think we will get to heal him." "Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. If we healed him, the Uchiha would find out about Mummy's betrayal, which would spark the conflict. We are okay with that, but the children are not. I'll heal him anyway. I'll hide him and then gift him to Itachi. I'm sure Itachi will appreciate the present." They observed Shursui traumatize Itachi and then kill himself by jumping off the cliff. Itachi awoke his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as the body hit the water and was sunk by the turbulent flow, Sayaka teleported to it and dragged him to the bottom, out of sight. Once at the bottom, she created a bubble of air for them. She then placed a hand on his chest and had Lucian start the healing process. With a motion of her other hand, she pulled the water out of his lungs and forced in oxygen-rich air. She made sure to keep him unconscious while they stabilized him enough to move. Less than 10 minutes later, they were ready. She moved the bubble to another location downstream and emerged, fully cloaked. A couple of minutes of flight later, she arrived at the compound. She made herself visible to create an alibi and floated the invisible Shursui above her. Under the usual scrutiny and glares, she floated to her home and entered without paying attention to the ants below her feet. She floated to the guest bedroom, but after opening the door, she found abeyance. Using the appropriate scripts and collecting chakra and natural energy for a few years, Sayaka had created a stable portal to her dimension. It was impossible to open the portal without her, so she didn't worry about it. Even if someone could see the secret script inside the frame of the door, they wouldn't understand it. "Kushina-chan," Sayaka called after coming out of a door leading back to the living world. "I'm coming." A muffled shout came from the kitchen. "Eiko-chan," Kushina eagerly said and glomped her into a hug. This was not the first time they'd seen each other since Madeline reincarnated, but Kushina was just like this every time they reunited. "Who's this dying kid?" Kushina asked curiously, eyeing the floating Shursui. "Shursui Uchiha, got done by Danzo. Can you heal him back to health?" "I don't have enough chakra to do it, and being seen alive would bring problems to the village and his clan." Sayaka lowered him so Kushina could examine him. Kushina ran her green glowing hands over his body a few times. "Full recovery, maybe a year." The poison running through his veins did a number on him. Kushina gave her prognosis. "It's okay, it doesn't matter if it takes more than a year. Like I said, it's best if he remains dead for the foreseeable future. At least until the Uchiha rebelled or not, Shursui Uchiha should stay dead." "What about his Sharingan?" Kushina asked. "I'll have Sahara send me a pair from my collection in Sunagakure. I'll teleport them to your lab when I receive them." Sayaka had met plenty of Uchiha in her life, and most tried to take advantage of her in one way or another. For assorted purposes, she had taken to collecting bodies or body parts and sending them to Sunagakure for study. "Good, then. How is he?" Kushina asked shyly. "Here, I'll leave a memory package of my time with him or spying on him. You can go over it in your dreams." Sayaka touched her forehead with 2 fingers and pushed a memory package into Kushina's mind. "Thanks, Eiko-chan. I love you." Kushina brought Sayaka's face to her own by cupping it in her hands and branded 10 kisses on her face in less than 3 seconds. Sayaka simply rolled her eyes and told her that she loved her back. She then said her goodbyes and returned to the living world. She couldn't stay long there because time would start to fluctuate while the portal was open. If she wasn't careful, she might spend 5 minutes in abeyance and 10 years crossing back to the living world. Time was crazy like that between the 2 dimensions. The next day, the clan was shrouded in indignation, suspicion, anger, grief, and sadness. Shursui was a pillar of the clan due to his reputation as a genius. He was a boy, almost 14 years old, who brought joy wherever he went. No one believed that he had taken his life as Itachi and the forged letter said. Itachi was especially under scrutiny because Shursui had previously been given the mission of monitoring Itachi after the latter changed when he joined ANBU. Itachi was approached multiple times by his clan members. Some were violent, Others were only verbal, and some just glared from a distance. It was evident that he had become public enemy number one. No one liked the higher-ups of the village, but they disliked, even more, traitors. Itachi, the Konoha Corrupt 4, KC4, and lastly Sayaka, in descending order, were the most hated in the Uchiha clan. Itachi, Sayaka said while landing next to him. He was seated with his legs dangling over the edge of the cliff where Shisui had finished traumatizing Itachi. Sayaka. Itachi replied softly, with little intonation. Are you thinking of joining Shisui at the bottom? Sayaka asked, looking down at the rapids. No, he wouldn't like that. Itachi was now well used to Sayaka's bluntness. Right, what was it that he said? Something about leaving the village and the Uchiha to you and making use of his eye. Sayaka turned her head to look at Itachi's face. His face was a mix of surprise, displeasure, and caution. You saw. Itachi stated. I did, from the point where Danzo's men ambushed him. Sayaka pulled a sandwich from her storage script and handed it to Itachi, getting another one for herself. Danzo did have a point. It was unfortunate how an Uchiha didn't know how to use the Sharingan. Sayaka brought out apple juice and handed a glass to Itachi. What do you mean, Sayaka? Itachi asked, his voice nearing hostility. Koto Amatsukami, one for each eye. I don't know how often he could use it, but one use for Hiruzen and one for Danzo, problem solved. Manipulate them into changing policies, Shisui talks with Fugaku, and between the two, 3 if you're included, force the extremists of the clan to settle down. A few years later, you set an Uchiha as the next Hokage or Tsunade, given that she doesn't hate you guys, and you're set for the next 20 years at least. Like I said, problem solved. Sayaka didn't mince her words. The village wouldn't accept that. The rest of the elders of the council would notice, and the clans wouldn't allow an Uchiha to sit on the Hokage seat. Itachi countered. You're naive and stupid, Itachi. The other elders are useless and weak, they wouldn't oppose because they couldn't. The clans would accept it if you played it right, gained favor, talked with the appropriate people, and made connections, things you apparently don't know about. But what could you expect from children whose main talent is killing? Sayaka smiled sardonically. The village still wouldn't accept it. Itachi persisted. Itachi, do you know the story of the father of your captain? Sayaka asked with some mystery in her voice. Tsukumo Hatake. Itachi asked. Yeah. Tsukumo Hatake was a loyal shinobi and a caring father. He was revered by the villagers and contributed greatly during the Second Ninja War. He was expected by many to be the next Hokage, taking the mantle from Hiruzen before Minato Namikaze did. All of these expectations didn't bode well with Danzo and Hiruzen. Hiruzen didn't like it, but he also didn't act on his desire. Danzo, however, was different. Danzo brought a high-risk, high-reward mission to Hiruzen and suggested the village's best should take it. Hiruzen agreed it was the soundest move. The mission was a trap. Tsukumo's teammates were planted by Danzo, mostly Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan members. At a critical point in the mission, Tsukumo had to choose between the lives of his teammates and the successful completion of the mission. He chose the former. A ninja's mission is foremost, right? That's what you idiots say. Sayaka asked mockingly, not waiting for Itachi to answer. Danzo spread rumors. Hiruzen discovered Danzo had leaked information on an S-rank mission. Danzo provided a scapegoat and claimed it was the enemy who spread these rumors, not him. It was obvious he was lying, but since there was no changing reality and Hiruzen was worried about Tsukumo's rise in fame, he didn't punish Danzo. The damage was already done, right? Danzo took this as tacit approval and had the teammates Tsukumo save discredit him in public. Public enemy number 1, from one day to another, from hero to traitor. Tsukumo took his life to apologize for the damage he did to the village. Sayaka threw a file with evidence of her story to Itachi. Itachi knew about the public version of the story and suspected there was more to it, but as they said, let lying dogs lie. Why stir trouble about something that happened so long ago? Why are you telling me this, Sayaka? Itachi asked after reviewing the files Sayaka had handed him. To show you how the village are just clowns who could be easily manipulated. You wouldn't need to use Koto Amatsukami to change their opinion on the Uchiha from one day to another. Just manipulate public opinion, and the Uchiha would go from hateful pricks to rightful protectors. You were just too stupid to think of this. Sayaka said accusingly. Itachi's eyes widened momentarily but soon returned to their clouded, pained state. What's the point of this? Shisui is dead, Danzo has his other eye, and there's nothing that could be changed. One doesn't change reality. Itachi had long accepted that he couldn't change what happened. I'm telling you this so that you can understand that there were other options you were too idiotic to consider, just as there are now. Sayaka said thoughtfully. What do you suggest? Itachi looked at her with a nascent glimmer of hope in his heart. Capitulation and opposition are not the only two options. You can escape. How? Where to? Itachi asked in frustration. The village resents the Uchiha, they wouldn't oppose your disappearance. I will get you the support of the Hyuga and help you convince the other clans to allow it. As for where, it's the desert. You have connections with them. Itachi said in realization. All users of the Kohakugen have connections with the people of the sand, Itachi. I'm even willing to provide Konohagakure with enough compensation to ensure their non-interference. Sayaka offered. Why? Why would you help us? You've received nothing but scorn from the clan. What do you gain from helping us? Itachi asked. I'm not helping the Uchiha clan, idiot. I'm helping you, Itachi, your mother, and Izumi. I don't care if your clan extinguishes tomorrow, I just care about my friends. If you continue on this path, they'll be part of the end of the Uchiha, and that can't be allowed. Sayaka said sternly. I can't accept your offer. The risk of the other villages taking advantage of a lengthy process such as the migration of an entire clan is too great. I also know my people well enough to understand that they are too prideful, they would never accept. Sayaka glared at him silently. Ack. Do what you want then. Just know where my line is drawn, Itachi. I will maim this village if they lay a hand on my friends, you included. Sayaka began to float away. Fucking idiot. She muttered before letting gravity pull her down to the river and then flying away, dragging her finger over the surface of the stream. Unbeknownst to Sayaka, her show of care made Itachi feel better, even if she insulted him at every stop of the talk. Should we kill the clan and be done with it? You know it wouldn't work. Itachi, Mikoto, and Izumi would then be sitting ducks for the village. It would work if we kidnapped them. We are currently not strong enough to do that successfully. I know. I'm just frustrated. Maybe go spend some time with Hanabi Hyuga. But they got mad when I sneaked into her crib and forbade me from doing it again. Then kidnap Hanabi and sleep with Hinata. That makes sense. It was late at night, and Sayaka followed Lucian's suggestion. While cloaked, she sneaked into the baby's room and floated Hanabi out through the window. She then circled the house and entered Hinata's room through the window. She softly moved Hinata to the side and sandwiched the baby between them. Sayaka-chan. Hinata asked, half asleep. Shush, we came to sleep with you, Hinata-chan. Sayaka took hold of her hand and guided it to Hanabi's head. Hanabi. Hinata asked, her Byakugan not active in the dim light of the room. Yes. Can we? Sayaka asked while petting Hinata. Sure. Hinata fell asleep, and Sayaka spent a few more minutes petting the little girls. You were right, this took away some of my frustration. Babies are therapeutic. I think to some, babies are synonymous with lack of sleep. That's because they can't use empathy to share the feeling of soothing. You're right. That's why Sahara was left to us by Kid-Kazan and Yudaitausen. She never cried with us. Somehow that turned into the Sahara of today, the one who gets aroused by her sister. Yeah, that was a failure. She is cute in her own way. Cute? Can you understand cuteness? Not exactly, but her soul is almost as pure as the baby's, so I can say that, in a way, to my eyes, she is cute. Like a baby. Yeah, there's nothing cute about that pervert. I love her so much, but you can't deny reality, she is a pervert. The next day, Nozomi and Hayashi panicked when they couldn't find their daughter. But one quick swipe of the Byakugan later, and they were glaring at the sleeping Sayaka with Hanabi soundlessly sleeping on her chest and Hinata hugging them from the side. Continues on the next chapter, hopefully the last. I'm tired of writing. Chapter 54, Naruto, It Could Be Worse. It Always Could, Part 3. The next year came, and tensions kept escalating as usual. Now, almost half of the Uchiha clan wanted to rebel. Itachi's promotion to ANBU squad leader initially calmed the clan down, recognizing Hiruzen's sincerity toward the Uchiha. However, over time, the relationship between the extremist faction and Itachi became the wedge that shattered this sincerity. What initially appeared to be a move to favor the Uchiha by positioning Itachi as a potential future Hokage, soon turned into suspicion. Itachi's killing of Shisui Uchiha made it seem like Hiruzen had simply promoted his own plant within the clan. But Sayaka no longer cared. She had already marked all the babies and only needed to mark the new ones. With spare chakra from her would-be assassins, she had also marked Mikoto and Izumi's mother. Confident she had her bases covered, she turned a blind eye to the Uchiha, KC4 stupidity. Should I mark Fugaku? He's so insignificant in your life that it probably doesn't matter. Maybe mark him so Mikoto won't be sad later. I know, but since no one else besides Itachi and Obito has a Mangekyo Sharingan, I don't think many people could kill him. Jiraiya, the Rinnegan puppet, the Tsuchikage, and the Raikage, if he's as good as his father, could kill him. I get that, but I was thinking of people involved in the coup d'etat. Pervert Kid is too busy stalking Snake Kid, and the Kage wouldn't target Fugaku unless he takes over Kanagakuwa and war breaks out. The Rinnegan puppet won't come near the village until they're ready for the Grumpy Fox. In that case, you do have a point. Yeah, that's why I'm unsure about marking him. Mark him anyway, for Mikoto's sake. We marked Sasuke even though he's Indra's reincarnation. Okay, you're right. I should also mark Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, and their parents. Sayaka waited, as usual, for Naruto and Hinata to finish their school day, but this time, 3 additional kids followed them. Sayaka-chan, let's go eat dango with ice cream at my house. Hinata said. Oh, did Nozomi give permission? Sayaka asked, glancing at the 3 extras. By now, she and Naruto practically had a free pass to Hinata's home. Yes. Hinata nodded, her friendship with Naruto and Sayaka working wonders for her shyness. Then let's go. Sayaka said before turning to the new kids. Hello, I'm Sayaka Uchiha. It's nice to meet you. Hi, Sayaka-chan. You already know me. These are Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara, my friends. Ino introduced them. You must be Shikaku's son, right? Sayaka asked Shikamaru. Yes. How do you know my father? Shikamaru asked, recognizing her familiarity with his father's name. The Hokage likes to accuse me of crimes without evidence. A few times, Shikaku's been called as a witness. That's also how I met Ino's father. Shikamaru's mind stammered, and Choji paused mid-ship. Hinata and Naruto, however, were used to the trouble Sayaka stirred. What? Ino shouted. I also met Choji-kun's father once. We had an eating contest at Yakiniku-Q. I lost that one. It's impossible to fit that much food in my belly, no matter how fast my stomach processes it. Sayaka said dejectedly. Father is unbeatable in eating contests. Choji exclaimed proudly. No, that's not the point. Why were you summoned to Hokage-sama's office, and why were our fathers called as witnesses? Ino asked, curiosity and concern evident. Shikamaru and Choji nodded in support, both eager to know more about the floating girl. Some people accused me of pulling pranks, and I was called to defend myself. I was cleared every time due to a lack of evidence. Sayaka said proudly. Every time. Lack of evidence. Shikamaru replayed her words in his head. Oh, so you were innocent. That's good. Ino replied. She didn't say that, Shikamaru thought. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Nozomi-Kazan waiting. Naruto said. He referred to Hinata's mother as Kazan, whether as a mother-in-law or an adoptive mother wasn't clear, but he considered her his mother figure nonetheless. The 5 kids walked, with the lowly hag floating beside them, making their way to the Hyuga compound. Can you teach me how to float, Sayaka-chan? Shikamaru asked. He had run the numbers in his head and saw a positive outcome, never having to walk again. You can't learn to fly exactly like I do, but with Earth release, you might be able to. Why do you ask? I don't like walking. Shikamaru admitted. Or anything that involves more than lazing around all day. Ino added. Well, learning the technique will take considerable effort. Sayaka said, grinning at his laziness. But once I learn it, I'll never have to walk again, right? Shikamaru's eyes sparkled with hope. You're not wrong. It's been years since I last touched the ground. But ultimately, it depends on your chakra control and reserves. You might not be able to use it continuously like me and Inoki. Years since I last touched the ground, Shikamaru's mind echoed the phrase. Who's Inoki? Choji asked between bites. The Tsuchikage. Sayaka replied, causing the kids to pause. Even Naruto and Hinata were surprised by her casual mention of the Kage. The Tsuchikage. Is this technique common knowledge? Shikamaru asked, worried his dream was out of reach. Maybe in a Wagakure it is. Are you interested in learning? I was, but now I see it's probably impossible. Shikamaru said, deflated. If you want, I can teach you. Sayaka offered, curious to see how far he could go in mastering it. Shikamaru's dream rekindled. Do you really know it, Sayaka-chan? Hinata asked, her pink eyes wide in surprise. Yes, I know it. Watch. Sayaka touched their shoulders, making them all float. Whoa. Choji exclaimed, his chips floating alongside him. What is this? Ino gasped. This feels different. Naruto noticed, recognizing the change from the usual psionic energy flight. Much to the ANBU's frustration, Sayaka made the kids ascend higher. The villagers looked on in surprise at first but returned to their business upon seeing Sayaka with them. This is exactly what I want. Shikamaru said, unusually energetic. I can teach you after school. It'll be grueling, but worth it. Sayaka said. Shikamaru nodded, and the group spent the rest of the trip to the Hyuga compound marveling at the view. Seeing the children land, Nozomi, who was expecting them, shook her head in disapproval. Sayaka-chan, are you flying the kids again? Nozomi asked. She didn't mind much, but it was different when it concerned Naruto, more specifically, Naruto's ANBU escort. Those guys should train harder if they can't keep up. Sayaka replied. Her words confused the newer members of their group, but Naruto and Hinata chuckled, knowing exactly what she meant. Later that afternoon, after some dango and ice cream, a combination seemingly designed for diabetes, Nozomi sat next to Sayaka. A wood clone of Sayaka's was training Shikamaru and the other kids nearby. Naruto, your chakra control is a bit lacking. Sayaka said to the boy, who was balancing on one fingertip, hanging from a tree branch. Ah. How come? Naruto asked, confused. He thought he was doing fine. Sayaka gave him a gentle telekinetic push, causing him to rotate slightly. Naruto twisted less than a degree, but that was enough to make him lose balance and fall. I get it. Naruto muttered. He was learning a form of chakra control dependent on vectors, far more difficult than the usual tree-walking exercise. It wasn't meant for combat, though, the purpose was to improve his spatial awareness. Shikamaru, the first step is to control your chakra to a minimum percentage of your capacity. Sayaka instructed. What does that even mean? Imagine your chakra is like a bag full of dust. Controlling the smallest amount would be like controlling a single speck of dust. Shikamaru's face paled. Ino chuckled in the background, clearly amused by what her friend was about to endure. Is that even possible? Do I really have to get to that level just to fly? You weren't kidding when you said it would be grueling. Shikamaru complained. I don't expect you to reach that extreme, but you need to aim for it. Once your control is decent, I'll teach you the next step. So today, we'll do the leaf sticking, tree walking, and water walking exercises. Sayaka's clone said, raising her fist triumphantly. Sarasama, all in one day. Nozomi whispered. I'll give him some of my chakra and help him along the way. It should be doable with enough effort. Sayaka replied, tickling Hanabi's belly with her fingers. Kaya ha hee hee. The toddler burst into laughter. What about you two? Sayaka's clone asked Ino and Choji. They both had affinity for earth release, so it wouldn't be as hard as starting from zero. I'm good. Choji replied, likely on his 11th serving of ice cream and dango. I'll see how it goes for Shikamaru first. Ino said. Hey! Shikamaru exclaimed. He didn't appreciate being the guinea pig but was too lazy to argue further. Meanwhile, Hinata joined Naruto in his training. Naruto-kun, are you sure about this? Hinata asked, concerned. Yes, Hinata-chan. Please help me. Naruto replied. Hinata, also hanging from the same branch by one fingertip, raised her legs and kicked at Naruto. He twisted his body to dodge the kick, and she tried again. Hinata was using the normal tree-walking technique to stick to the branch, giving her an advantage, not to mention her Byakugan. Naruto, however, had to identify the vector of her kicks and counterbalance while holding onto the branch with chakra. Hee hee hee, they look like little monkeys playing up there. Nozomi commented. I guess, if you ignore the chakra control exercise. Sayaka smiled fondly. Sarasama, why are you training his spatial awareness? Nozomi asked. I think he's figured out who his father was. He's recently taken an interest in scripture, fuinjutsu, and speed-based exercises. I figured if he wants to follow Minato's path, I might as well help him a bit. The Flying Thunder God technique? Yes. He doesn't have his father's natural disposition for spatial maneuvering, but that can be trained. With enough practice, anyone can learn to teleport. Sayaka said, thinking about Shikaku and his ability to create sand doors to other dimensions and crossing by dissipating and reassembling his chakra body instantly. I don't think it's as simple as you make it sound, Sarasama. Nozomi replied, shaking her head at Sayaka's unusual sense of logic. He has time. By the time he's 12, he'll probably be close to his father's initial top speed. Sayaka said, referring to Minato's early attempts at the Flying Thunder God technique. As the day ended, Sayaka flew the kids to their homes before returning to her own. At her home, Izumi was waiting for her. Sayaka-chan. I missed you. Izumi said, hugging her friend. She had been away on an escort mission to the land of silk for about 2 months and had crossed half the continent, skirting the desert. I missed you too. Sayaka said, returning the hug. Izumi had grown taller since the last time they met, but that was expected for a 12-year-old. Come on, I'll make us some hamburgers. Sayaka offered. Are those the ones with a beef steak between 2 buns? It's technically a beef patty, but yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, I love those. You love all my cooking. Not true. You once made some spicy meat rolls that I didn't like. You're lying. You didn't like what happened after eating a dozen tacos, but you enjoyed them while eating. Ugh, I didn't know the spice would mess up my stomach, okay. Too much spicy food is bad for most people. Sayaka muttered. As Izumi waited for Sayaka to finish cooking, she told her all about the mission. They spent a few hours gossiping, catching up on what had happened while Izumi was gone. Afterward, Izumi decided not to stay the night and headed back home to her mother. Izumi, please remind my idiot friend that if he needs help, he can always come to me, okay? I feel like he forgets. Sayaka said as she walked Izumi home. She always did this, even though they lived in the same compound, just in case that an idiot Uchiha tried to sneak up on her, like the bullies once did. I will, Sayaka-chan. I know he can be quite Itachi. But he means well. Thanks for being patient with him. Izumi said, defending her quasi-boyfriend. After safely delivering Izumi home, Sayaka returned to her own house. Life moved at its own pace, and Sayaka was content to laze around forever. She trained Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino, who eventually joined after seeing how Shikamaru was changing, while Choji observed from afar. For an Akimichi, in a way, eating was a form of training. Shikaku and Inoichi visited a few times after their kids mentioned Sayaka was training them. Through them, the Hokage requested Sayaka to sell the flight technique to the village. However, Sayaka refused, telling them to learn it from their children if they mastered the jutsu. Izumi would spend 2 nights a week with Sayaka, and Sayaka spent 2 nights with Hinata and Hanabi. Rarely did Sayaka sleep alone. She also enjoyed tea time with Mikoto, where they shared recipes. A year passed, and in that time, she only spoke to Itachi 3 times. The year after the Chunin exams, Lucian alerted Sayaka that he had been sensing a strange chakra signature appearing and disappearing around the Uchiha compound. Summoning jutsu was common, so signatures blinking in and out were normal, but this one was unusual. It was mixed with foreign chakra. Probably Obito Uchiha. You're most likely correct. I do wonder why he's approaching Itachi. Should we kill him now? We can try, but I doubt we'll succeed in sending him to Kushina. Yeah, give me a couple more years, and I'll spam the death of Rin Noara in his mind until all he does is cry. Then, I'll send him to Kushina. Sayaka didn't pay much attention to Obito after that. The worst he could do to her was end his life, which would only force her to bring him back for payback. 3 days later, while Sayaka was waiting for Naruto and Hinata to leave the academy, Lucian warned her. We're being surveilled. That's a weird way of saying someone is spying on us. I'm assuming you mean someone other than the usual ninjas stalking us. Exactly. The usual root squad isn't following us today. Instead, there's just one human, but they're further away than usual. Naruto's ANBU squad is still here as expected. So, they've removed the usual squad and placed a sensor on us. That's what I believe. I think they're trying to lower our guard. Do you think they'll make another attempt? It's been months since my playmate tried to entertain me. It doesn't seem like an attack is coming. They're probably just keeping tabs on you. The real question is, why? Are they planning to break into my place? I thought they learned that equals death. No, I don't think so. The alarm script hasn't gone off. Weird. Let's wait and see. And wait she did, because Naruto and Hinata weren't coming out. Okay, they're stalling me. Little Indra is still inside too. Sasuke is there. At this hour. It was an hour and a half past the end of the school day. Affirmative. What are these fools planning? Maybe Lucian cut off mid-sentence, sensing the activation of a soul mark connected to him and Madeline. Who the hell killed Izumi's mom? Sayaka asked when she felt the mark activate. They're killing the Uchiha. But Sasuke's still here. Why would they separate him? Maybe to use him as leverage against Itachi. Should we intervene? Is there a need to? Well, maybe to take vengeance on the would-be killers. What about Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke? They might use them as hostages if you interfere. Sayaka felt another mark activate. That was a baby. Then another mark activated. And another. And one more. More and more. Then. Izumi's mark activated. Let's leave the kids with the Hyuga. Sayaka wasn't overly concerned about Izumi's death since she knew she wouldn't actually die. Sayaka had previously asked Lucian to create a special mark for her friends, one that would pull their entire bodies to abeyance, using its innate energy to heal them, instead of just pulling their souls like the mark used by the Sand People. This way, they could decide what to do after healing in abeyance. Though furious that someone had dared to harm her friend, Sayaka wasn't enraged, it felt more like when Izumi got bullied. Sayaka teleported to the captain of Naruto's ANBU squad. Is the Hokage aware that the Uchiha are being slaughtered? Sayaka asked, her usual playfulness gone. Her chakra leaked out, and her frown deepened with every baby she felt being targeted. Sayaka, what are you talking about? The squad leader asked, matching her seriousness. It seems you don't know. Send someone to the Hokage. The Uchiha are being slaughtered, and depending on the culprit, we may have a different discussion after this. Sayaka said ominously. The squad leader signaled, and one of his subordinates flickered away. What will you do, Sayaka? He asked. I'm taking my friends to the Hyuga compound. Naruto included. Sayaka replied. The squad leader didn't object. It was common to see Naruto with the Hyuga. Sayaka teleported to the academy office where Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke were. Sayaka-chan. Naruto asked, startled. He could feel the anger radiating from his usually calm friend. Sayaka Uchiha. What are you doing here? You're not allowed inside the academy, only students are. The instructor in the room exclaimed, his voice filled with accusation. Sayaka could sense something else from him, fear and anxiety. What's wrong? Hinata asked, noticing the frown on Sayaka's face. She knew something was amiss. Something bad. Sayaka said quietly. I'm taking you all to the Hyuga compound. You too, Sasuke. I'm not going with you. I'm waiting for my brother here. Sasuke glared at her. Like most Uchiha children, he hated Sayaka, not because of anything she'd done, but because he had been taught to. You don't have a choice. Sayaka enveloped them all in telekinesis, lifting them into the air. What do you think you're doing, girl? The instructor yelled, his voice tinged with rage, but his anxiety was even more obvious to Sayaka's empathy. Ignoring him, Sayaka floated toward the window. Hey! What are you doing to me? I'll tell my brother. Sasuke flailed helplessly as he floated. Stop. The instructor flickered in front of the window, blocking her path. Move. Sayaka ordered. She was about to make him fall asleep when something unexpected happened. Among the shinobi in the village, it was common knowledge that Sayaka never harmed anyone wearing a Konohagakure forehead protector, she simply put them to sleep. So, when the instructor realized she was about to do this, his anxiety turned to dread, and he screamed. For the village. His body lit up in a flash of bright light. Boom, he blew himself up. The instructor had covered his body and the inner lining of his clothing with explosive seals. Sayaka had spotted the seals long before, so she already knew the man was a walking corpse. The explosion reduced the entire administrative wing of the academy, and part of the bordering street, to cinders and dust. The civilians outside were saved by a psionic shield that Sayaka quickly erected, as were the remaining instructors in the building, though she didn't bother to dig them out from under the debris. Naruto and Hinata, whom Sayaka had placed in a protective bubble, held each other in a desperate hug, their legs trembling and tears streaming down their faces from fear. Sasuke was no better in his own bubble, a dark spot now staining his shorts. I'll take you all with us. Don't resist. Sayaka spoke directly into the minds of the ANBU squad that had arrived to secure the Jinchuriki shortly after the explosion. Being ANBU, they were unfazed by the suicide bomber's blast and moved efficiently to complete their mission. Sayaka ascended, flying faster than anyone had seen her before. The cries of terrified civilians and the sounds of shinobi rushing toward the explosion faded behind her. 2 minutes later, she landed in the Hyuga compound. Protect them, she said, her voice sharp. She took off again immediately. A second later, Hyuga with pink, golden, and white Byakugans flickered into place, surrounding the kids and ANBU protectively. I can't teleport. It feels like I don't have enough chakra to push through the barrier. It's similar to the barrier that was used in Uzushiogakure to nullify summoning, but this one's stronger. Lucian and Sayaka saw the root ninja feeding the barrier chakra and ignored them. It doesn't matter. We're here. Sayaka landed in front of Obito's chakra signature. So they couldn't hold her back. Obito said, mostly to himself. A few minutes' delay was all their effort amounted to. Sayaka eyed him as he pulled a kunai from the heart of a dead Uchiha. What did you do to the infants, girl? Obito asked about the babies that seemed to implode into light and white sand residue before he could kill them. Since the village didn't want them, I took them. I don't think a deserter like you should have an opinion on what I do with them, do you? Deserter? So, you recognize me as Madara Uchiha. Obito assumed that when Sayaka called him a deserter, she was referring to Madara's departure from the village. He believed Sayaka had not seen through his transformation and spoke based on her knowledge from the Kohakugan. Obito had used a high-level transformation jutsu to assume Madara's appearance, except for the orange mask. He was also aware that the Kohakugan users had access to vast stores of knowledge, which he had learned from Danzo. This led him to believe Sayaka had fallen for his disguise. "Why do you call yourself that, Obito Uchiha?" Sayaka deadpanned. "How?" Obito asked, after a 5-second pause. "I can see through everything. Unless you transform your bones, muscles, skin, cartilage, and hair, I can see through any transformation jutsu. And I've seen your picture with your sensei and your old team." Sayaka didn't mind sharing the details of her eyes' abilities. "What are you going to do?" Obito asked, concerned. Black Zetsu had already warned him that crossing Sayaka meant crossing Madara, or so he had been led to believe. "Nothing. They're more your clan than mine. Go ahead, slaughter them. Keep pretending to be Madara Uchiha for all I care." Sayaka replied flatly. The Uchiha had hated her simply because of how she came to be, so she had no attachment to them. Obito nodded but noticed something strange. "What are you doing?" he asked as the eyes of his most recent victim floated out of their sockets. "I don't want the village to get a single Sharingan. Besides, my children will need them when they grow up if they want to fix the defect of the Sharingan." Sayaka referred to the blindness caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan. "I need those." Obito snarled. "Okay." Sayaka said, flying away with the eyes and the scrolls containing Sharingan that Obito had already collected. "This little shit," he growled, watching her float off with his prize. "It doesn't matter," Obito thought. "I'll collect them at the end. The barrier will prevent her from escaping." He resumed his slaughter, deciding he had already wasted enough time. What followed could only be described as a grim and twisted game. Obito killed an Uchiha, and the eyes immediately floated away. Obito killed another and tried to grab the eyes before they flew, but they swerved out of his reach. He killed again, this time attempting to seal the eyes, but they escaped even faster. Frustrated, Obito killed yet another and tried to slash the floating eyes, thinking if he couldn't have them, no one could, but the eyes dodged his attack. Obito drove a weapon through an Uchiha's eye socket, but the eyes were pulled from the skull before his strike even connected. Obito stood in the middle of a bloodied room, 2 corpses at his feet, breathing heavily. He wasn't tired, he was mad. "Is something the matter, Obito Uchiha?" came the devil's whisper in his mind. Obito slowly lifted from the ground, his body defying gravity. He ascended to Sayaka's level, staring at her with fury and a hint of madness. Surrounding her were hundreds of Sharingan, orbiting like natural satellites. Though she could have stored these eyeballs long ago, she kept them visible, teasing Obito's anger and wounding his pride. Obito stared and stared, the madness gradually overtaking his rage. He slowly turned his back to Sayaka, needing a veritable pool of chakra within his body. After flashing through hand signs, he muttered. "Fire release, great fire annihilation." In a fit of anger and reckless fury, Obito spat a sea of flames, blasting away a quarter of the Uchiha compound with the impact of the jutsu alone. The flames surged like a wall, spreading out beyond the confines of the Uchiha compound. Had the Uchiha not been ostracized to the outer rim of the village, the fire would have engulfed Kanagakur. The root that had been surrounding the compound died in the fire. Sayaka felt Mikoto and Fugaku's marks activate and glanced towards the clan patriarch's house, still untouched by the fire, ignoring Obito's smug, irate glare. Itachi killed them, Lucian confirmed what she had feared. During the minutes she had spent playing with Obito, she felt the mark of a baby activate sporadically. Never more than one at a time, with enough delay between activations to deduce that either one person was helping Obito or Obito was helping one person. Itachi's chakra was everywhere. She could no longer deny the truth. "Obito, you're about as fun a playmate as Danzo is. Congratulations, you almost beat me." Sayaka gave him a sunny smile as if genuinely pleased. "Almost?" Obito asked after replaying her words in his mind, realizing something was amiss. "Almost." Sayaka waved her right hand, and from the sea of flames, ash, smoke, and tragedy, pairs of Sharingan ascended. Obito, in his rage, had no other choice but to acknowledge Sayaka's skill. She had protected the eyes from the pinnacle of Uchiha fire release techniques. They stared at each other. One, an unnaturally cheerful girl in the midst of a tragedy that claimed all Uchiha lives save for Itachi and Sasuke. The other, a madman, scarred by reality and lies, manipulated into becoming a monster. Neither could break the stare. Suddenly, a massive red chakra skeleton erupted from the flames like a drowning man gasping for air. "My job is done," Obito muttered before using Kamui to appear beside the red skeleton. It's unfair that he has enough chakra to break through the veil. His body was fused with one of the immortal soldiers. He has far more chakra than you. Now I feel even more cheated. Those were my and Kagaya's soldiers. Nothing can be done now. Sayaka followed the pair of murderers with her senses as they teleported away. "Do you think they'll go after the kids?" They'd die in the Hyuga's territory. Let's go anyway. I want to be sure. Sayaka left the blazing sea that was once the Uchiha compound and flew towards the Hyuga's territory. Upon landing, she found an arm on the ground, a few craters, and a passed-out Sasuke. What happened here? She asked as she moved to examine Sasuke. Someone used a mind-tearing genjutsu on him, Lucian explained. Sarasama, Itachi Uchiha, and a masked man teleported next to Sasuke. Itachi used his Mangekyo Sharingan on him. We fired when we sensed hostility and managed to rip off the masked man's left arm with our first arrow. The others passed through. Before we could attempt to seal the space, the masked man grabbed Itachi and teleported away in a swirl. A black-haired, golden-eyed Hyuga explained. The immortal soldier turned him into a pseudo-sage, so their performance is impressive. Yep, these guys kept up with Mai and Harunane's teachings. Thank you. You did more than expected. I'll go handle the fire and do damage control. Please continue watching over my kids. Sayaka instructed, having already sensed the angsty chakra signatures of Naruto and Hinata safely locked away in a distant room. They had been moved immediately after the attack on Sasuke. It's an honor, Sarasama. The Hyuga replied. Sayaka flew back to the fire to help extinguish it. Why do you think Itachi needed to break Sasuke like that? I can't comprehend my demented friend's illogical actions. I can't either. There doesn't seem to be any benefit. Ha. He's a fucking idiot. He even killed babies and his parents. He's no longer my friend. He's just another idiot, like the rest of the Urajiromono. He made Kushina's work healing Shursui useless. Shursui left the future of the village and the Uchiha to him, and somewhere along the way, Itachi abandoned the Uchiha. Fuck. Should I add him to our kill list? I don't care anymore. If he dies, he dies. In a sour mood, Sayaka arrived at the inferno and began to dance high above the black smoke. She twirled like a ballerina, her hands swaying to the rhythm of muted music. She channeled natural energy, mixing in her own chakra as the script on her body glowed softly. What started as a mist soon turned into a light drizzle. Before long, it became a cloudburst, perfectly shaped to cover the area engulfed by flames. The once red hue of the sky darkened. The chaos of the fire ceased, and the aggregation of floating carbon particles was replaced by vapor. The Uchiha conflagration had ended. One by one, the shinobi, previously kept away by the blaze, entered what remained of the Uchiha compound. No intact bodies were found, blackened bones here, charred remains there, lumps of cooked flesh scattered about. Death was everywhere, while Sayaka, high above, softly twirled in the air, dissipating the nimbostratus she had created. Once her work was done, she cast a glare at the Hokage from above, then flew to her house, the only one that had survived the fire. The barrier surrounding it had done its job well, isolating it from the inferno outside. Let's sleep. I'll deal with their shit tomorrow. Should we check on the babies, Izumi, and Mikoto? Fine. Sayaka brought her weary body to abeyance, where she found a mess of wailing babies and desperate adults. She slowly landed on the sandy ground of her dimension and used her empathy to soothe the infants and toddlers. As if by magic, they began falling asleep one by one. Sayaka made them float on clouds of manifested energy, perks available only to the dimension's owner. When the last baby had fallen asleep, she turned to face the adults. Mikoto appeared drained, Fugaku looked weary, Hazuki Uchiha held her unconscious daughter tightly, and Kushina stood beside her, examining Izumi. Meanwhile, Nawaki and Ritsum each held a newborn, feeding them from baby bottles. Sayaka remained silent and walked over to Izumi. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, she placed a hand on Izumi's forehead. What is this crap? It seems Itachi used the same genjutsu on her as he did on Sasuke, giving her years' worth of a fake life. The overload nearly killed her mind, and her body would have followed. The script we placed in her pendant activated, putting her in stasis. How do I fix this? You don't have the skill for this. Give me a moment. When it came to psychokinesis, Madeline was an expert in damage dealing, but she was not that experienced in healing broken minds. Lucian took control of her body and began healing Izumi, carefully separating reality from illusion. After several minutes of focused effort, he blocked the memories of the false life, leaving them to gradually trickle away in her dreams. That looked complicated. It was, but I feel like I've done something similar before. Hazuki, she'll be fine. Itachi messed with her mind, but I just fixed it. She'll probably wake up tomorrow. Sayaka placed a reassuring hand over Hazuki's trembling ones. Thank you, Sayaka-chan, thank you. Hazuki sobbed, repeating her gratitude frantically. Sayaka gently placed her other hand on Hazuki's forehead, making her fall asleep. Maybe we should move inside. Kushina suggested, noting that Sayaka had set the teleportation point just outside her place. Sayaka willed the babies to appear in the prepared nurseries, then shifted the space around them, and suddenly they found themselves in a comfortable tatami room. I hate that, Eiko-chan. Nawaki complained. Boo-hoo. Cry me a river, Nawaki and I. Sayaka teased. I will if my little sister goddess keeps being rude to her Onisama. Nawaki said, putting on a mock air of authority. Bah. Idiot. Sayaka chuckled. Nawaki moved closer and lifted her onto his lap. Were there any Uchiha left? Nawaki asked. Itachi, Sasuke, Obito, and technically me. Unless I start a reverse harem, the Uchiha are doomed. Obito burned everything to the ground. Oh, there's also some diluted Uchiha blood in Sunagakure from the people they rescued over the years, so maybe there's no need to talk about harems. Sunagakure often introduced new genes whenever they found lost people wandering the desert, and even some Uchiha had ended up there. Please don't talk about something so gross in a body like that. Nawaki said, grumbling as his wife chuckled in the background. Aya-chan, are you sure you should be here? Don't you have something to do in the living world? Kushina asked, sensing that her sister was probably avoiding a troublesome situation. Probably some reports for the Hokage, but it can wait. If I meet him now and he starts talking nonsense, I might take him down with me. Sayaka huffed. Nawaki took the chance to poke fun at her mood. Come on, Eiko-chan. You need to think about the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns, AGHH. He instantly regretted it as Sayaka electrocuted him. Nawaki, why would you tease Ayasama like that? Ritsu muttered while dragging her spasming husband into a lap pillow. Sayaka. What happened to our boys? Fugaku finally found the courage to speak. He had pieced together a few details since arriving here. Initially, he thought this was the Pure Lands, but seeing Sayaka materialize changed his perspective. He also noticed the absence of other adult Uchiha aside from those connected to Sayaka. Fugaku, what did you think would happen when you brought your 4-year-old to the battlefield? Sayaka asked, venom in her voice. Her vitriol stunned him. Sayaka had never spoken to him like that before. In fact, he couldn't recall her ever saying more than 5 words to him at once. He started. Oh, shut up. I don't have the patience for your uselessness tonight, Fugaku. Itachi defected, not before using his Mangekyo Sharingan on Sasuke and breaking his mind, just like you did to him on that battlefield. Sasuke was unconscious but stable when I left him with the Hyuga. Fugaku tried to speak, but Sayaka's glare silenced him. Now tell me, who cast the Genjutsu on Mikoto? You or Itachi? Sayaka's gaze shifted to Mikoto, who had barely reacted since returning to abeyance. Her eyes were distant and cloudy, her mind feeling as shattered as Izumi's but in a different manner. She leaned on her husband, seemingly unaware of what was happening around her. I did. Fugaku confessed. Enlighten this ignorant me, why? Kushina's glare matched Sayaka's. When I realized the village had betrayed us and that Itachi had sided with them, I knew resistance was futile. I would have to fight both my son and the village. I couldn't see a way to win, so I decided to surrender and plead for Sasuke's life. The fact that he hadn't returned from school suggested that maybe sparing Sasuke was Itachi's condition to the village. Mikoto disagreed and wanted to go to your home, saying we'd be safe there, but I didn't see that as an option. She tried to leave, but if Itachi had found a way to spare Sasuke, it was likely conditional on the death of all the Uchiha. So, I used my Mangekyo Sharingan on her to control her and wait for Itachi. Fugaku spoke while clenching his hands into fists, with his nails carving his palms. Nawaki. Kushina. Sayaka. A heavy silence filled the room. Kushina's disgust was barely masked, Nawaki's bewilderment was clear, but Sayaka's expression was unreadable. Fugaku, ever since I've known you, you've had your Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi has had his for less than 2 years, yet you felt you couldn't defeat him. Your wife offered a real chance for survival, but you dismissed it. For years, you put the clan first, even above your personal feelings. But when it mattered most, when you should have stepped up as clan leader, whether to take Itachi down with you, save as many Uchiha as possible, or at least coordinate a last stand, you gave up. You put your feelings first. Sayaka slowly floated over and pulled Mikoto from his reluctant arms. You're even more useless than I thought. She snarled, her face dripping with disgust. Congratulations, Fugaku. You've exceeded my expectations. Not many have done so. She gave him a wide, angry smile before turning expressionless. I don't want you here. Mikoto doesn't need you here. You don't deserve to be here, so just go away. With a wave of her hand, Fugaku turned to dust, his soul sent to the Pure Lands. All that remained were his eyes. Will that be fine with Mikoto? Nawaki asked. I don't care if she's not fine with it, she's better without him in her life. Sayaka replied. Good riddance. Kushina exclaimed. She was beyond angry that Fugaku had harmed her friend. How is Mikoto doing? Kushina asked again. Give me a second, I'll have Lucian fix her. Please. Sure. Lucian helped her, just like he did with Izumi, and soon enough Mikoto closed her cloudy eyes and fell asleep. She'll wake up tomorrow. I'll go back. Please take care of them. Sayaka asked her siblings. Leave it to me. Nawaki smiled. Kushina nodded while Princess carrying Mikoto to her room. She planned to sleep with her so that Mikoto wouldn't wake up alone. Thanks. Sayaka said before teleporting away. The next day, when Sayaka hovered out of her house, an ANBU squad was waiting for her. Sayaka didn't say anything and simply floated in the direction of the Hokage. The ANBU followed after her. She entered through the window, as any normal flying person would, and the Hokage, along with the usual pair, awaited her. Thank you for your warning, Sayaka-chan. Hiruzen began. In the end, it didn't serve much purpose. She replied, looking in the direction of the charred remains, her eyes ignoring distance and focusing in the still-going efforts to dig out the last corpse. Smoke still billowed from what was left of the compound. It's a tragedy we didn't want, Hiruzen was interrupted. Spare me, Hokage. I don't buy your rhetoric. Save us the time and get to the point. How are you going to compensate me for the attempt on my life by one of your academy instructors? Sayaka's expression was blank. Sayaka-chan, the village is deeply ashamed of what happened under my purview. We are prepared to compensate for the trouble caused by our mistake. That is a fact. Hiruzen swallowed back his insincere lamentations and got straight to business. He knew Sayaka cared more about the attempt on her life than the massacre of the Uchiha. He was happy with that, he would have never approved of it, but now that it happened he believed it's best to reap benefits from the tragedy and move on to something more productive. Great. Because it wasn't just the academy instructor, your shinobi, Itachi Uchiha, also tried to kill me and destroy my property. My house almost went down in the fire he provoked. I expect compensation for both. Sayaka's additional demand caught Hiruzen off guard. Girl, watch your words. Koharu reprimanded her. Hiruzen and Hamura winced, they knew Koharu had made a mistake. Sayaka gave her a withering look before, tunk, Koharu's head hit the table. She had passed out. Hamura facepalmed while Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and signaled for the ANBU to carry Koharu out of the room. Of the four elders, Koharu was the only one who hadn't learned how to deal with Sayaka. Although this was the first time Sayaka had directly targeted Koharu, Sayaka had previously interfered with Koharu's home and clan in indirect ways whenever Koharu tried to act as an elder to her. Hiruzen and Hamura knew Sayaka's mood was volatile, literally, since the moment she entered through the window. Her interruption of Hiruzen's speech confirmed their suspicions. But it seemed like Koharu didn't catch on to Sayaka's mood. What do you want, Sayaka? Hiruzen asked directly. Dropping formalities and pretenses. Naruto's guardianship will go to Hinata's parents. You will not touch the Uchiha assets. Those belong to Sasuke now, and I'll manage them until he's capable of taking over. Sayaka knew that once Mikoto woke up, she would ask her to watch over Sasuke. Is it necessary to adopt Naruto into the Hyuga? I assumed that would happen once their engagement is official. Hamura said. Yes, it is. It doesn't matter anyway. Whether the Hyuga controls the weapon you fear or not, nothing will change. After the Uchiha's extinction, they are the strongest clan, even if the Sarutobi clan is more numerous. And you have bigger concerns than that. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked. Naruto has discovered that Minato Namikaze was his father. He may not act on it yet, but what will you do when he demands his parents' legacy? If I'm not mistaken, you appropriated their funds, some for the village's reconstruction and the rest for Root, coincidentally the organization that spread rumors of his status as the Demon Fox. You squandered what was left. And let's not forget why you hid the truth from him. It was for his protection. Hiruzen stated. If we hadn't used Minato and Kushina's funds, spies might have suspected we were saving them for a child. That could have revealed the existence of an offspring of Minato Namikaze, a Jinchuriki with Uzumaki blood. Minato's reputation made it so that it wouldn't be unrealistic to say that a war to kill Naruto might have started. Hamura added. Naruto isn't stupid. If that's the excuse you're going with, fine, but don't blame me when you're woken up by a tailed beast bomb to the face. Your problem, not mine. Sayaka dismissed the issue. While she was responsible for his education, she didn't spill any secrets to him. She knew she would get into trouble with the village if she did, and she was not keen on discovering one day that they hid Naruto from her because she was blabbing about things not convenient for them. So whenever Naruto asked the Kamidana about sensitive topics she evaded the answer, and the ANBU looking over Naruto's shoulder could testify to that. I agree to your demands, Sayaka. Do you have a report on what transpired last night? Hiruzen wanted to move on from the grim topic. Here. This version should fit whatever Will of Fire story you want to tell the clans. Sayaka handed over several papers. In it, Itachi went mad and decided to test his power on his clan. I fought him, but he overpowered me with a Kage-level fire release and annihilated the Uchiha. He escaped, and an outsider teleported him to the Hyuga to kill Sasuke. The Hyuga defended Sasuke, and Itachi's companion lost an arm, which then turned into a log. Sayaka had destroyed the arm because it had too much information she was not willing to share with the village. Also, she planned to have Black Zetsu use this action of hers, covering for him, as proof to Obito Uchiha that she was on their side. You can claim that this outsider was the one responsible for the attempt on my life in the academy. The Hyuga will back it up, which will make Itachi seem indifferent to his brother, which I'm sure will help with whatever deal you made with Itachi, and lastly, it will be apparent that the village had nothing to do with Itachi's madness. And it will help justify handing the Uchiha assets to you, a 6-year-old, if your strength is as described. Hamura added. Though Sayaka looked 8, Lushin had aged her body. In reality, she was 2 years younger than Naruto and Hinata. Yeah, I thought that would help. Sayaka nodded. Was one of the previous holders a politician? Hiruzen asked. Aya, the ruler of the sand, was more of a spiritual leader, but she dabbled in politics. There was also the sole male holder who was a skilled merchant and dealt with nobles. Sayaka shared. Thank you, Sayaka. This will help manage the situation. Hiruzen said, relieved. About Danzo's involvement, Hamura trailed off. If he shows up, I'll deal with him. I won't tolerate another attempt on my life. Keep him hidden. Let him be the darkness he always claimed to be. I won't tolerate any more games. You don't have to worry, Sayaka. Root has been dissolved, and Danzo has no rights beyond being an advisor. Hiruzen assured her. Whatever you say, Hokage. I've made myself clear. Sayaka floated away gently. She knew that wasn't possible, the loyalty seals on the Root's ninjas proved it. Whether Hiruzen knew it or not, it didn't matter and she didn't care. I'll have the paperwork ready by next month. Hamura said, as he was in charge of the administration. Sayaka nodded without looking back and headed to the Hyugas to check on her probably panicking friends. When she landed, Naruto and Hinata flooded her with questions. Sasuke had been moved to the hospital yesterday, so they were worried about his health, even though Sasuke had never been particularly kind to them due to their association with Sayaka. Why did Sasuke's brother attack him? Hinata asked. Itachi went completely insane. For reasons I can't understand, he turned against his clan and the village. Sayaka explained. Will Sasuke be alright? Naruto asked, more concerned about Sasuke's health and his brother's absurd actions. Yes, he might sleep for a few days, but he will be alright. Sayaka reassured them. She was confident that Itachi's genjutsu would affect Sasuke differently than it did Izumi, as Sasuke was only 8 years old. He's going to be sad. Hinata muttered softly, her empathic nature making her feel deeply for Sasuke's plight. Naruto grabbed her right hand with his left and gently pulled Hinata's head to his left shoulder in one smooth motion. We will be there for him, Hinata-chan. He said softly. Hinata, instinctively, hugged Naruto with her free arm. I think I saw you do that once, you taught him well. Look at Hinata's blush. She might not fully understand these nuances, but her blush speaks volumes about the effectiveness of Naruto's gesture. It was not my idea, alright. I understand. Please stay in the Hyuga compound for the day and avoid the Uchiha compound. I won't be seeing you guys for the day, I need to coordinate the cleanup of the victims. Sayaka said, interrupting their moment. Will you be alright? Naruto asked with a serious look. Yeah, don't worry. Sayaka smiled at them. They knew that Sayaka was constantly targeted by outsiders and, although they had never witnessed it, they knew she was accustomed to dealing with such situations. Sayaka then thanked Nozomi and Hayashi and gave them a copy of her report so they would know what to say. When she arrived at the Uchiha compound, she used her senses to direct the corpse collection efficiently. She would indicate where the corpses were located, and the collectors would use ninjutsu to retrieve them. While they worked, Sayaka floated above with a large piece of paper, about A0 size. She brought out an inkwell and used her telekinesis to maintain a steady stream of ink as she began drawing the layout of the land. Should we build a mall? Doesn't it clash with the setting? Does it matter? It doesn't. Ugh, but now that I think about it, it sounds like too much work. Maybe just a commercial center, something smaller. Sayaka spent the rest of the day in her musings. The next day, when she was sure the last corpse had been removed, she allowed Naruto and Hinata to visit her. Sasuke hadn't woken up yet. Maybe we should clean this place up. Naruto suggested, observing the depressing landscape and thinking Sasuke might not want to see his home in such a state. Maybe it's better for Sasuke-kun if he returns to find nothing of his home instead of this. Hinata said, voicing what Naruto had left unsaid. I was going to wait, but I guess we can do it ourselves. I'll call the Ino, Shika, Cho trio for help. Sayaka decided. I'll ask Niji-Nizan for assistance. Hinata added. Then I'll go buy a few dollies to carry the rubble. Naruto said. And so began the renovation of the Uchiha ruins. A/N. This is it. 33k words. That's the reason for the delay, the chapter grew bigger than expected, that's what she said, and I was not closing the plot line. Thank you for all of the support. I always have fun reading your comments and reviews. I hope you like this chapter. Chapter 55, Naruto, Side Stories, 2. Shinobi World, Earth, Y007H. The universe of Earth, Y007H was different from its multiversal counterparts. From the moment of its inception, it knew it was different. It cared about progress, life, and the hearts of the inhabitants that lived in it, contrary to the unfeeling nature of its counterparts. This universe enjoyed seeing the little forms of life progress and fight for survival. It loved witnessing how they overcame obstacles on their own, even if, to it, these obstacles seemed minuscule. The clash of desire with struggle, the collision of wanting with obstacles, and the battle between dreams and reality, it loved it all. There was always a path out of the quagmire, a way to achieve dreams, and these little specks of life fought hard to make it through, reaching for those dreams. This universe spent eons observing civilizations rise and fall, from adversity to prosperity, followed by decline and collapse, only to be reborn in new adversity. It was endearing and entertaining to it. It always wondered how new civilizations would differ from their predecessors. Would they follow the same path? Which heroes would rise? Which villains would oppose them? Would they trailblaze a new way? Would they leave the gravity well of their cosmic dust aggregation? Conquer other worlds? Encounter other civilizations and clash? Unite as one? Enslave one another? Become sibling civilizations? Fall to another civilization? Or perhaps fall to a cosmic event? All these questions filled its heart as it watched the little ones struggle. It was always neutral, never taking sides. Its insight into everything made it that way. There were no problems with this, it simply needed to exist, and the cycle would never stop. Or so it believed. Then came a civilization that grew to dominate 5% of its total space. They called themselves the Otsutsuki clan. They became a problem. They broke the cycle in a bad way. There was nothing wrong with breaking the cycle, or so the universe thought, but the way they disrupted the cycle of the other little ones filled the universe with repulsion. Instinctual repulsion. The universe tolerated the clashes of civilizations, that was part of the cycle. But with the Otsutsuki clan, there was no clash, no conflict, only inevitable devastation for any civilization that encountered them. It wasn't that the universe wanted them to struggle and suffer, but the outcome had become a certainty. The Otsutsuki clan met the Fluxernines, who perished under the God Tree in the Otsutsuki clan. They met the Vuxials. They perished. They met the Evicts. They perished. The Merdinasis. They perished. The Klitpons. They perished. The Amklataps. They perished. Everything became certain. There was no cycle, and whatever new thing any civilization brought to the universe's eyes, it became dull, as the Otsutsuki clan would destroy it. There was no progress, for even if there was, it meant nothing. There was no life, for even if it flourished, it was destined to be crushed under the Otsutsuki clan. Everything became dull, and when you are everything, you become dull with it. The universe felt despair, impotent, useless, inert, dull. And just when it was about to give up and destroy itself to prevent the cancer of the Otsutsuki clan from further marring its existence, something new happened. Kagaya Otsutsuki happened. For the first time, an Otsutsuki chose a different path. The cosmic bliss Kagaya brought to it was immeasurable. Stars were born, black holes turned to white holes, supernovas exploded, creating more cosmic dust, and nebulae began forming planetary systems. It was blissful. Kagaya brought what the universe needed to stop its universal suicide. But then she was sealed, and with her, the chance to oppose the Otsutsuki was sealed as well. The universe despaired, and in its despair, it took a drastic measure. It took its consciousness and fused it with the neonatal mind of a little one species that called themselves humans. It gave up its sense of self and became like its multiversal siblings. It stopped being it and became the same as the others. This sacrifice ended its suffering while also giving the little ones a glimmer of hope. It merged with the newborn and blessed the baby with everything it could. And thus, Gai Senjurama was born. A few hours after his birth, Gai Senjurama gained sapience. He understood that he was himself. He recognized his existence, and the first thing he felt was not the temperature of the room, the warm breasts of his mother, the calming voice of his father, nor the boundless vitality of his body. No, the first thing he felt was a pull for something more, a pull he named youth. Youth guided Guy throughout his infancy. It taught him to speak within a month, introduced him to the wonders of calisthenics in the second month, taught his mother the best diet to maximize gains from her breast milk, instructed his father on how to please his mother so her breast milk would be filled with endorphins, and even guided his parents on how to master the economy and market to sponsor Guy's future gains. Youth led his entire family to the path of unending youth. Youth became the driving force of his family. His family took control of their village, and with it, youth became the driving force of the village. But not everything was youthful. At the tender age of 3, Guy Senjurama stood on the shoulder of his swole father as they observed the feared Uchiha clan marching toward their youthful but small village. "Son, why are there wars?" Pierodian Senjurama asked his chiseled son. "Father, it is because they lack youth." Guy Senjurama replied with not a single unhealthy fat of doubt in his visage. "Father, they fight wars, lose their young ones, ergo, they lack youth." He explained, certain of his logic. "Son, the path of youth is boundless and more profound than a deep squat." Pierodian Senjurama said in response to his son's youthful teachings. "Father, let's show them the right path. Let's teach them the way of youth." "It is as you say, son. We must hurry, your mother's protein isn't going to hunt itself, and these lanky Uchiha are in the way of our village's gains." Pierodian's eyes burned with the fires of youth. Pierodian Senjurama crunched and all of his trained muscles tensed in explosive power, and his quadriceps, hamstrings, gluteus maximus, gastrocnemius and soleus, hip flexors, abdominals, and obliques, erector spinae released all of the accumulated potential energy and jumped toward the Uchiha who were 3 kilometers, 1 mile, away, readying to storm his village. Boom, the force of the jump obliterated the hill they stood on. Guy squatted on his father's ample back as Pierodian flew horizontally toward the Uchiha, using his father as a surfboard through the air. Sensing the imposing aura, the Uchiha saw a child riding on a bull-like man, and the sight broke the cardio-deficient hearts of a few. "Attack!" the commander cried, refusing to believe his eyes. They flashed hand signs and each of them blew a fireball at the incoming disaster of heavyweight class proportions. "Father, show them the might of your breaststroke swimming style," the chiseled son suggested confidently. The fireballs fused in the air and created a wall of fire, ready to burn to cinders what it dared to oppose its path. But this didn't deter the muscles of the father-son pair. "Ha!" Pierodian Senjurama assumed a diving form and his calloused hands broke through the first layer of the massive conflagration. He parted his hands and made a powerful breaststroke move, and following the flow of his move the fireball was split in 2. The lanky Uchiha dropped their jaws when they saw the child surfing on the man's back come out of the fireball after it was cleaved. The resulting fireballs fell behind the father-son pair and, just as Pierodian Senjurama landed in a lunge and Guy Senjurama in a handstand atop his father's head, they exploded behind them. Boom, the explosion framed their gloriousness. "Gainsless Uchiha, state your purpose in disturbing our training," Guy demanded from atop his father's head. The Uchiha hesitated. What were they even witnessing? What did he mean by training? Many unanswered questions about the significance of life passed through their minds. We apologize, we attacked on instinct. We came to offer the Senjurama clan a place in the ninja village we are founding with the Senju and Uzumaki, Konohagakure. The squad leader presented a scroll bearing the signatures of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. "This matter shall be considered seriously during our time of nutrition consumption. You're welcome to join us if you help us gather some protein," Guy said. That day, after the Uchiha helped hunt a small herd of bison, they dined with the Senjurama clan. The Senjurama village was prosperous, its people joyful and too healthy. Though strange, the Uchiha recognized their potential value to Konohagakure, and coincidentally, they had never clashed before. Despite their odd ways, the Senjurama were seen in a positive light. And that is how the third and final Hokage of Konohagakure joined the village. A/N. No chapter this week, I'm still writing it, and an interlude about what's going on back in Marvel. So I leave you with this gag side story. The next chapter will cover up until the point of the time skip, so it's massive, please bear with me.